Come on, you know how we do, man. Like Vellemy cow in the building. I'll type man like Kojo, first man on the live stream. I'll type everyone listening in. Yo, I'm gonna jump onto the hangouts in 2 secs. Just leaving my yard. Kids are wilding out and all them things there. You know how we do, man. I want to do them. We don't know. I want to do them. I want to do blood clot them. Yeah. Jeez. Let me mute up and make my way to my motherfucking van. All right. It might be silent for a little bit, yeah, until everyone jumps on, but we're there. Yeah, big up, Gertie. I'll type everyone passing in and out. Yeah, we got Kojo's on the panel. You don't know I'm talking yet though still, so I'm gonna jump on. I just need to get into my van in it. So what are you telling me, man? Make sure you got click the link in the description if you want to jump in the hangouts, yeah? Are we there? I want to do them. I want to blood clot them. Hey guys. Yo, gang, what are you saying?
I'm good, you know. I'm good. Just living well, you know, to educate myself, you know, just really trying to survive, you know what I mean?
Yeah, big up Kojo, bro. I go on a little monologue, yeah? If you just getting ready in the background and all that. It's a bit noisy still.
Alright, cool. I turn it off, yeah?
No. I'm saying you go on a monologue and start talking while I go on mute for a minute.
Alright, cool. Alright. Yeah, man. It's been a day, man. It's been a day. I feel like the time is going fast. You know, I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's staying focused and staying motivation. You know, get some motivation. You know, today is what, Wednesday? You know, this is the Wednesday. This is the Wednesday motivation. People need to stay focused, you know, and learn something, you know, and just stay focused on yourself, you know, and look after your health. You know, life is too short, man. You know, you gotta achieve something that you need to improve for your life. You know, life is so short. Like I said, you know, I mean, people need to go out there and make it, and have faith within yourself, and try to do something positive. Everyone needs to get the right mind to get the right get their mind right. You know, get the mind focus. You know, stay in a positive energy, staying around with positive people. You know what I mean? Get the right staying around the right people. You know, just do your thing, man. That's the right, man. That's the right way for the people, for the motivation for Wednesday. You know, Wednesday. Now today's Wednesday. Today's great. So you know, it's almost November now. You know what I mean? And yes, and Halloween's just around the corner. So I want to make sure you enjoy yourself. Stay blessed, man.
I don't know. That's what I'm asking. You should really find some.
about the vision. You know, he's got the vision.
Shout at me.
He's got the power.
Look.
You know what I mean? Everyone's got the vision.
Do what I do. Look. Casey, get a school coat on.
Hey, vision. I don't know if you like my motivation, but yeah, I just thought like just speak,
Waffle channel.
you know.
Yeah, but you know drama, man. We got man like Pat on the panel as well, bro.
Yeah,
I'm just looking for my son's school socks, man. You hear me? One man's dashed his socks somewhere. I can't find them anywhere, bruv. Yeah, late for work and all that as well. Oh man. Oh shit. All right. Yeah, man. So you saying OP, man? You good, yeah?
Yeah, all good, all good. Not much to say.
Yeah, man. Back on that, yeah. All right. So, yo, Pat. People try. I'll tell you what, yeah. Hold on for 2 secs, yeah. They try to sling a couple accusations at you. You get me?
I've heard
yesterday.
Some of them.
The crunch lines and all them things they
people trafficking too.
People trafficking as well, yeah. Fuck,
yeah.
Yeah,
You know that lorry situation.
Yeah.
Like 39 people dead. That Jupiter went. I bet he's involved in that too somehow.
Oh my god. 1 sec, yeah.
Alright, cool, man.
Yo, you man chat between each other on the panel, yeah? Don't all stay on mute though, yeah?
Global waivers.
Yeah.
Big up to the people on the panel. We got here, Pat and Kojo. Come on.
You're all right. You're all right.
Yes, I'm good.
Gotta support the channel. You get me?
Nice to meet you guys, man. Hope you guys well, man.
Nice to meet you as well, Kojo.
All good.
Wait, that Kojo funds, yeah?
You know, we all got different cultures, you know. We all got different cultures.
Is this the infamous Pat?
Yeah.
Come on.
That's my baby.
Shutting down the fucking nonsense, blood.
No, I like culture still. I love what he's doing.
Man, like AC.
Murder, she wrote. Murder, she wrote.
He's still doing karaoke, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Come on.
That's how we roll.
Every morning.
You know what I mean? We got belly fucker man, yeah? You know what I mean? Belly applier.
Come on. Academy some flowers.
Yeah.
Name is JC. Nice to meet you, man. Buddies.
Yeah, how you doing, fella? You're right.
Good, man.
How's he doing?
Good, yeah, man. Spending time with Air Vision. He's got the vision and he's man.
Kayla, don't check what Casey's doing.
What's happening?
Oh, shit, man, like Ultra.
You're right, AC. Ultra kinky.
Ultra kinky.
Ultra kinky.
Man, like TOITN. Come on.
Big dog.
Yo,
We got all the big shooters up in there, boy. Come on.
that's it. Do you ever sleep?
Nah, B, I don't
He just
sleep.
leaves it fucking streaming and he goes to sleep. Oh, hey, Ultra, listen to this. I'm going to get called a proper five-star gap here earlier. I didn't realise that he was streaming on his show.
No, I said what, baby?
Oh, some Arabic stuff. And then he's in the background flipping popping to Missy Elliott.
I said what?
You can hear his
Ultra, Yo. Ultra. I've got a couple of.
Shit,
I've
TY's got
I've got-
energy, boy.
No, I've got a couple of Indian students who want to get married to
Lace,
girls.
lace.
Yeah, I'm ready, man. I'm an ordained minister. I've got the
And I know. That's what I'm saying. I found out that they've been ordained. So there's about 12 of them, yeah. And I know it may sound a bit like, whoa, you know what? That's too good to be true. But guess what? All 12 of them, the 12 guys, like the students, they're all from the same village in India. And all the Polish girls are all from the same village in Poland.
Right, boys, you ready?
What a fucking coincidence.
Listen, do they need a gigolo there as well?
Is that a sick coincidence for what?
You know what? Listen, all we have to do is just discuss my transportation, my fee,
Right.
and that's it, and then it's done.
So can we do like a mass wedding, like do all of them in one?
Yeah,
wedding?
to be honest with you, if I do one big mass wedding, it'll probably work out cheaper than doing it per person.
Yeah.
Or per couple, excuse me.
Can I come? Can I carry your bags, Ultra?
No, I don't. I won't have bags. I'll just be
No,
in
you
my
will
gear.
have bags.
Can I be the
No,
can I
I'll
be
have
the
a wallet,
cameraman?
and that's
Can
it.
I be the cameraman?
Ultra, man, you need the purple blazer and everything, and the drippy wig.
The Joker outfit. Come on.
You need the drippy
And then
wig.
you need
I'm
you need to
now.
talk like them as well. Loud Jesus!
I can't
We
invoke.
bring you here today.
I can't
bless
invoke
these
Jesus
fine
because
young
obviously.
You gotta do them. You know, you
with
gotta
these
do
good
them.
old young
No,
old
you gotta do them.
boys.
No, Ultra, you gotta do them Hadoukens as well. You know, and they come up here and say, I'm not feeling bad. And they're just like, I will make you feel better. Hadouken!
Hadouken!
Oh, say
Just get
Vindaloo
KO'd.
after me. Vindaloo. You know? You know? Harry Krishna to you all. Harry
Yeah,
Krishna.
but one minute. Ultra, right?
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah.
Right, you've self-professed ultra kafir, yeah? So how
yeah.
you become a minister if you... I don't understand how you're doing that.
Yeah. Listen. I don't make the rules, innit? I went to a particular.
No, what do you mean? I don't make the rules. I don't understand this. Like,
Yeah,
you
I don't
are of
make the
no
rules.
faith,
Yeah,
right?
none. Absolutely none.
None whatsoever. You have no
Yeah.
faith
Yeah.
in anything, in life, in humanity, in anything.
No.
at all.
Wait, whoa.
I'm
No,
only
you went
winding
too
up,
far.
man. I'm only
No,
talking,
you went too
man.
far. I have faith in life. I have faith in our species. I have faith that I'm gonna die probably soon.
No, but I don't get it. Right? Look,
Yeah,
how
but
you
listen.
become
I
an
answered.
ordained
I
minister?
went to a particular.
They must be
place.
fucking desperate if they're
I
fucking
went to a
taking on
particular
atheists,
place
man.
and
Come on.
I answered all the theological questions because, believe it or not, yes, I act like a complete immature wanker sometimes, but I'm not stupid really. I'm not really
No,
stupid.
obviously.
But
Yeah.
I answered all the questions. I filled out the application. I answered all the required questions. I passed like with flying colours, obviously, because Mama didn't wait till 4. And they sent me the certificate of my ordination. They said, "Well done." And obviously,
No,
they
but
didn't say
what made
Ultra
you
Rugby.
right?
They used my real
Why?
name, of course.
Okay. Like being a
You
Muslim,
feel like an online mate?
1 minute. Why didn't you become a Muslim
Well, the thing is, I mean, essentially, like I keep getting told by people, I'm already a Muslim. I just need to take my shahada. Yeah. So I don't know. Apparently, I'm already a Muslim.
Outside.
Yeah.
Where's your
I
lunch?
just haven't taken my shahada yet. So the thing is, do you have to be a Muslim to marry a Muslim?
Ones. Do you know what it is?
I mean, surely you don't. I mean, surely, like, you just need to follow like Islamic traditions.
They say you
But
do,
anyone
but
can do that.
they do it when they want, don't they?
Yeah, but like surely anyone can just marry a Muslim couple. All you have to do is adhere to the Islamic traditions, whatever that may be. I don't know if it's Quranic or what, or is it cultural? Because like Pakistani Muslims don't. No, that's expensive. Give it to me. Yes, go to school. Sorry, he's only 2 years old. Yeah. Wait, no, please, Baba, leave it. Leave. Here, take the book and go and read. Yes, go on. Oh,
Also trying to pick up the iPad.
yeah. No, my bloody contact lens solution. Come on, let's go and watch Peekaboo.
Glucose. Oh, bloody hell steak.
Peekaboo.
Look up quick.
Yes.
Peekaboo.
Come on.
What are you going to use then?
Did we marry some Muslim people and get some money? Yes. Yes.
Ultra, you're too much, man.
Yeah, no, listen, Nasser, do you have to be a Muslim to marry a Muslim couple?
I think it's part of a taboo thing, innit? I think Muslim men can marry women who are followers of the Abrahamic faiths, but Muslim women can't. They have
No. What he's saying, Nasser, is can he marry 2 Muslims?
Yeah, like what I mean is, I don't mean can I get married to a Muslim. I mean, if there's a Muslim couple and they want to be married to each other, can I conduct the ceremony?
I think you'd have to be Muslim yourself, you know.
You have to be Muslim.
Can you? Is there any like Quranic or hadith scripture or text that you can use to verify that, please? Because if I can marry some Muslims, I'm fucking laughing, mate. I'm in the money. I'll conduct wedding ceremonies for anyone who is genuinely in love, regardless of faith. I'm your man. I'm unbiased, and I'm the second most balanced person in England. Second most.
Who's the first? Wife?
I want that. Mom, I want that.
No, she ain't balanced. Oh, that woman is not balanced. Not even a bit. She's not even
first then.
Probably my daughter. Like, she's just the most wonderful person on this world.
That's sweet.
So
That's
good.
nice.
I've got 3 kids, right? And I've got one of them in my arms now. He's only 2. But my daughter's my favourite.
But he's got time to grow. It's work in progress, isn't it?
Yeah, he's work in progress. But this one, he's costing me £600 a month on fucking nursery fees. He's killing me.
Yeah, that's a bit much, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why he's not my favourite right now.
What happens to kids? Just give them a book and they learn to read themselves.
Well, this is the thing.
It's on charge on my
2019. They should come pre-module. You just put a setting and they does it all for you.
Well, do you know what? There are apps that you can get. We do have them. There's like first words, like fully interactive stories where they can press the part that continues the story.
Got my phone case.
Put shapes into.
It's on my chair in my room.
I'm not sure if
and my coat with the furry hood.
Hands on, like actually put the blocks in the fucking in the
my
thing.
coat's
So
in
this
the
Christmas,
room.
it's going to be nothing but educational toys and an upgraded iPhone for my daughter because I love her. My son has more money than me now, so I ain't getting him anything.
Stop
Is he still playing that football?
Yeah, he's going really well, man.
The phone's on
if somebody,
chair in my room,
if like 3 people blow out of the England team, he'll be in. But it's like England have got their team. England have got their bench.
Oh, to you're nearly Muslim, man. Say inshallah, man.
I can't because I don't currently believe in any particular version of the gods that I've been presented with. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I don't believe it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
And wait, what's the matter? Oh, happy yet sad, happy yet sad. Yes.
Hey, get my coat.
Yeah, do you know what it is? I'll be honest with you, bro.
Quickly,
Like,
it's upstairs.
No.
Live from CBD.
Upstairs, get it. It's on charge of my chair. Get it quick.
You just spat all over the floor.
My coat's in your room.
All right. Wait, you want more water? Water? All right. Yeah, I'm just not into the religion stuff, man. I'm just not into it. I mean, I like the fact that other people are, and I'm really into like variety and diversity, and I think it's our differences that makes life interesting. And for me, if everyone was just in the same thing, it's fucking boring. And I'm just not into it. Yeah, I'm very much a non-conformist, hence the reason why I went out of my way to become an ordained minister as an atheist. I'm such a prick like that. You know what I mean? Yes. You like this one? Yes?
Yo, it's Pat there. Pat.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yo, what's happening, bro? You alright?
Yeah, all good, man. What's going on? You good?
Yeah, long time, man.
Yeah, I lost my
Just get coins up there. You can't bring them with you today, okay?
What's been happening in Pat lately?
I did go, I think, 2-3 weeks back. The same, really. Yo. The same. Think so.
Yo.
Bye. Yeah, yo, what you got? What on? Yo, Pat, man. They said your new nickname's Trappy Patty. Running country and everything, cuz.
Yeah, I heard some of I've listened again this morning to some another one.
It's the poop stuff.
It's
Yeah,
Pooper
she's
to
fucking
Fletcher.
loving it. Yeah,
That's what we're calling her now.
she's loving
Pooper
it.
to Fletcher. Because she's like Murder She Wrote, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, Scarlet Pimpernel routine and all that.
Belly, what was her name now? The actress one.
I can't even remember. Jessica Fletcher.
But she's it started off like just a few little accusations. Then it went into convictions, and then it turned into a conspiracy. I think you're on the payroll too, Belly. I think
Yeah. That's why I jumped on.
Yeah,
I jumped on and I said, yeah, I'm getting all my grub from Pat Boy.
to big me up in the park, I supply people with free stuff in it. Fucking
yeah. Obviously, when people come out with dumb accusations, you gotta give dumb answers back in it, man. You can't take it serious.
It's just a bit fucking creepy, isn't it?
What are you doing?
What's been going on though, man?
What's that?
I don't know. I've not been watching all this. The only reason I've really come back on was because of his accusations. I wasn't gonna jump on fucking like I used to, but yeah,
it was me. You know, I'm the one that started all the rumors. Apparently, you're actually Nigerian secretly. Oh, yeah.
That's all right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna come out and say it's me that started all the rumors.
Even though you got to sound a Nigerian warlord, then they'll like that. You got
no. You're just like regular Nigerian from the
Nah, they won't buy it. They
So
won't.
from a Punjabi separatist.
Fuck's sake.
To what is it now? Nigerian warlord.
No. I think how did it start? There's an account going around putting up like news articles that have got nothing to do with me anyway. Like that's the proof. And he thinks people are not gonna like check the news articles. He's like that front with it. He's bluffing a minute. But now it's turning into a weird conspiracy that people's channels are being funded by fucking drug money and all this. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know really what to say. It's like Belly said. It's best to just give it a stupid reply.
Yeah. There's no point in entertaining that shit, man.
Nah.
Just in one ear out the other.
But it's not normal, innit, to like sit on a panel for maybe 3-4 hours. I've counted now for the last couple of days talking about it, and a woman knows it's a lie, innit?
Yeah. But then you know what it is? You got to move even further back. And have a look at the wider picture. It's not 3 or 4 hours. That was 3-4 hours, that subject. Then you have probably on average 18 to 20, maybe, sometimes peaking at 22 hours a day.
I know. I just think it's a bit weird for someone to invent a lie, innit? It's like me saying, TYO, you've done X, Y, Z. And then me spending like the week going around telling everybody. You know what I mean? It's just, it's a bit weird. We've got a lot of time on our hands, that woman.
Jupiter, Poopiter is a bit like that. Poopy.
Strange woman.
Poopiter. You know what?
She don't sleep, innit? She don't sleep.
Yeah, she doesn't. I know of a handful of times where I've logged on at certain times and gone on Reel's channel, just listening, and Jupiter's been there. A handful of times where it's like it's for a human being to be physical.
Dusk till dawn, mate. Literally.
Yeah, one of them, literally.
Yeah.
Still going strong. Still managing. Still managing to talk about anything. Whatever, talking about whatever, but still managing to talk.
Talking a load of nothing, really. That's what amazes you. It's just, man, inarticulate is the word for that.
Yo, what's popping, man? What's going on today?
Yes, Valley. Yes.
Yes. Man, like my little brother Kojo, you know, wild fun.
It's been a while, man. It's good to be back in the panel, man. Like all times, you know. Yeah, man. It's good to be one with you. Respect books. I got love for books, man. Books give me some.
Bazooka, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Bazooka books, yeah.
Hey, I got love for him, man. You know, trust me. Yeah. I was about to come to Speaker's Corner on Sunday, but I couldn't bother to go. I should not come, but it would be awesome to come back again.
Yeah, man.
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's good to be one with, you know, a white-minded people like Westway, you, books, you know, all the people that I know who knows books, and you know, I tweet them. You know, people just see me in the panel. You know, they see me a lot of content over everything, so they probably know who I am anyway. So yeah, man, it's good to meet new people. It's lovely, man.
Man, trust me.
Welcome,
so we're doing it, man.
Exactly.
Welcome. Hey, do you know what? Yeah, big up Aime though, man, because she's got a few topics that she's gonna bring up when she's up a bit later. So,
good. All right.
So shout out Aime. Yeah, I spoke to her yesterday. So yeah, man. So big up for that still. Hopefully we're gonna get a couple of different topics popping up, and you know what I mean, not just the same old. It's a bit boring, isn't it, when we're just talking about the same shit every day, innit?
Yeah.
I mean, did anyone see the update? Did anyone see the update on them? You see the people that got found dead in the lorry?
Right. What about it?
That the driver's now going to be facing a manslaughter charge for that.
Wow.
That's a liberty, you know.
I heard about that in the news today.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is that when you're driving and drivers, they're considered it's a professional entitlement, and they got, you know, control measures in place to ensure that their vehicles are kept secure.
But
so
he's
I kind
involved,
of understand it. Huh?
But he's involved in a criminal network, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying. So I mean, they're saying it's a liberty, but I mean, what I'm saying is that you look at it. He had every opportunity to follow what the EU regulations for driving is to ensure that vehicle was safe and not tampered with. Because
do you not think he knew though? Like, do you not think he was actually party to it?
You'd have to be.
Exactly. But he's also been done with. They've done it for money laundering too.
Yeah.
So if you're getting done for money laundering, yeah. So if you're getting the money laundering charge, then obviously you're, you know, it says you're guilty at that stage.
Yeah. So I was just saying, like everyone, like that figure just said though, he said liberty, but then what I'm trying to explain is there's control measures in place for these drivers to be able to check that, and obviously he's failed that. So all you can do is like what Pat said. If he's been charged with that and he's failed to do that, then you know it's not a foregone conclusion, but obviously, yeah, it's looking a bit peak for him.
Yeah, they're looking for two other people now as well.
Because I think the unit actually started in Ireland, didn't it?
Yeah.
Apparently, yeah. I'm not taking the piss. I'm not taking the piss. Being deadly serious.
No, it did. Yeah, it's a weird one actually, but because the guy who done it, he looks like kind of lower level, but they're looking for two other guys now, two brothers.
Okay.
So yeah, it looks like it's like a proper sophisticated
attraction thing.
Yeah, it looks like it's been going on a long time as well. So
well, probably it's not. You're not going to do 39 on your first go, are you? You're going to sort of do a few trial runs first at a lower level.
Yeah,
you build up, and then they thought they're going to go for the belly. You know what I mean? This
is the big one.
This one.
Boy.
The biggie. Yeah.
Yeah, 39. That means
that's where most people go wrong.
And sometimes they keep them like fucking slaves, innit? Like they traffic them over, keep them like slaves, and make them work like probably 3 times the amount of money that they really had to work off, and then let them go.
You had the gypsies doing it up north, didn't you? And the geezer that escaped, and then they captured him again, didn't they?
Yeah.
They're going for the homeless people normally.
Right, that was it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah,
You're right.
The Vietnamese ones usually like they end up in like cannabis houses, and whatnot.
No, true. Yeah. But it's mad old world we're living in like this. You know what I mean? To be able to, you know what I mean? Do that to someone. Does anyone flick through the papers this morning or seen anything on the news that's worthwhile sort of having a little chat about?
Yeah, I saw a 199 McDonald's voucher.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Where's it valid at though?
All McDonald's.
All parties.
Oh, you see that thing about Kevin Spacey?
Now go on.
Basically, Kevin Spacey got done for trying to like grope some guy in it, like.
Yeah, that's why they cancelled House of Cards. Yeah, Kevin Spacey pissed me off,
And
man.
then-
He's like meant to be some like predator.
Yeah,
Like-
and basically, there was an investigation going on, and the person that got groped, he passed away in it, so they dropped all the charges and everything.
Oh shit!
That's fucked up, bro.
He's a weird guy.
Well,
He's
that's
always
the
been a bit
thing.
of a
Even
weird
though it's
guy.
fucked, to think about it, you can't continue to give evidence if the accuser is no longer with us. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's just dumb, man. Imagine I do something to someone, and I know there's a court case coming. I just get someone to kill them off, and I'll be okay. You know what I mean?
Wait, wait. Are you saying that Kevin Spacey paid man?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it's silly how they've decided to drop everything because the person who got it's like, what, because you've done the crime to someone and the person is dead now, or it's not a crime anymore.
No, it's still a crime, but remember, you can't. The problem is with due process, like you need all parties to be majority of the time, parties to be present. But they're saying that Stephen Lawrence was long gone, and they got a conviction years later. So I suppose it all depends, really, innit?
Oh yeah,
but then you're talking about that. They never got the two people, the right two people, though, did they? You know what I mean? That was a bit. Yeah, I mean, there was
What
a
you
lot
saying?
to
It was a stitch up, yeah.
I'm not saying that they weren't, they didn't know. I'm just saying that they deserve, to be there. But I don't believe from things that I know that they were the ones that done it.
Okay. So it was a stitch up.
The two that done it, yeah. Don't get me wrong, they was involved, and there's clear evidence of that they were there. Or knew, but yeah. So I mean, it's justice at the end of the day, isn't it? So I think there's the poor boy.
Shit's like that, man. I can't stand the Virgin Media remote control. There's so many fucking buttons. Breakfast going, brother. Yes, darling.
So what's all this? When's the election set for then? No.
Yeah, man. So what other gone?
That's what I said. Isn't there called a general election? Is there a general election?
What's that? The Brexit thing?
Yeah, or whatever it is.
No, it's an election, like
it's an election, isn't
it? For Prime Minister.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah.
Is it? Yeah. General election, yeah?
When's that set for, Pat?
12th. It's December.
Of December, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna be
we got a man down the park potentially standing as an MP for his area in that election. So
whose side? Which party?
Brexit party, innit?
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
That'd be interesting though, because if he does stand as an MP, it's probably likely he will. Then all like the debates he's had down the park and sort of rows and even his social media will come under scrutiny. Yeah, that'd be an interesting thing to observe.
Is that pretty damaging?
Well, it's Steve, isn't it? You know, Steve the atheist, isn't it? Steve Speaker's Corner.
Steve.
So
yeah, he's part of the Brexit.
So what I'm saying is he looks like he's going to stand as an MP in the election for his area because they need MPs the Brexit party. But I don't know. People will be like, look at this guy down the park saying X, Y, Z, clipping little bits or whatever. So it'd be entertaining.
Yeah, definitely. You in his area then, Pat?
No.
Gonna stand shoulder to shoulder with him.
I couldn't support that madness.
So what, Steve's going to be a Brexit Party MP, yeah?
That's what it's looking like, yeah.
Oh, shit.
all them videos
all
from
the
5 years ago.
Yeah. Oh, dear. I thought
You thought what?
No, I was about to say something, but it was from something that we spoke about outside, so it's fine. Yeah, we're live. We're live. So I remembered myself.
We live, B. We live, B. Yeah, man. Big up everyone in the chat. Out to everyone that's leaving little messages in the chat and all that. Out to everyone that's pushed the thumbs up. Out to everyone that's shared. Anyone that's commented. You know how we do. Keeping it Vellemy in the morning. Trust me. Out to everyone on the panel. Yeah, man. We got an all-star panel early. You get me? Come on. Gangster business, bro. Trust me. Like, yeah, man. So, yeah, so fucking when did Steve sign up to be the Brexit Party MP?
He was originally looking at becoming a UKIP MP earlier in the year, but they sort of destroyed themselves in it. So in recent weeks on social media, he's been announcing that he's like putting his name in the hat. They need someone for that area. He's a man for the job, innit? He's confident in what he's saying. So, do you know the funny thing is, his area, there's a chance he could sneak in or something, you know. Would you be a bit mad, innit?
Shit, yeah, man, fucking hell.
But like you said, it's going to come back to bite him, isn't it?
MP Speaker's Corner.
Come back to bite him.
Listen, think about the power that he would have, though, over that park. Yeah, using his parliamentary privilege.
Oh shit! Some Muslims better be worried about this vote, boy.
Oh man, we won't have no more donkeys.
Steve's going to become an MP. He's going to become an MP, yeah, and he's going to ban gang and Islam from the park.
Yeah. You know what he's going to say? He's going to say, "Guiding them out the park." See you later, boys. This way.
Yeah, man.
You never know. He might put on some like golf buggies for you all and take you out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Go out in style. You know what I mean? Oh shit. You get on all right with him, though, don't you? Like you ain't. I mean, I know you don't probably like him, but you ain't really. You know what I mean?
I ain't had an argument with him on that one yet. Yeah. I had a debate with him about the transgender thing before, when he was saying that transgender men are the same as women or something like that. I was like, no, they ain't. We're not, bro. Like a man that turns into a woman is not the same as a man or a woman or whatever. Fucking
yeah, but hold on. He's a biologist though, so you got to take his word for that.
Sorry to derail the conversation here, but you know when you tell your wife to make you breakfast and she says, "Nah, I'm busy" or "I'm late," like, is that cause for divorce or should we try to work it out?
I think is your pimp hand feeling strong?
Oh, my pimp hand died about how long have we been together, babe?
Listen, you just finished your own argument then.
Yeah.
Together, babe. It's okay, don't worry. I'll put the jam on.
Babe, can you make some breakfast with me? I'll clean the frying pan.
I was like, yo, you better shut your mouth and get someone on Hangouts to make your breakfast.
What do you mean? No, I washed the frying pan then. And what else? That's it. What do you mean? All right. Are you gonna make it for me though?
Yeah,
are you gonna make it for me? Yes or no?
5-year-old.
Huh? Breakfast. No. So wait, I have to make it myself and clean up. Yeah. You're taking a piss.
That's that one where he's gonna go on mute in a minute and take that lick.
You see what I'm saying, babe? Now everyone's taking a piss at him.
Yeah. Big up,
hey, box him. Make sure you slap him about you trying to get lippy online.
And then now they're asking for you to assault me. No, I'm just gonna do a quick.
What was that one? What was that one? What did you say? I'm late. I'm gonna hold that one later for you. Don't you worry. I'm not gonna forget that one. You're gonna hold that later, Funky.
Yeah, but there'll be no proof of any bruises or broken teeth or blood because my camera normally stays off.
Yeah, that's all right. She's gonna come home. The grass is gonna be cut. Bedding's gonna be changed. The whole lot.
Oh, mate.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know? To be honest, I do need to trim my hedges. Hedges, not edges.
He's gonna be carving it out.
Hang on a second. You're making hot drinks, but you're not making me one.
So you want one? You just asked me to do something.
Yeah, you know what?
No,
You're not asked for drink. You asked for food, boy.
No, actually, you know what I do? I want a coffee cup.
I haven't got one.
What do you mean you got time for a drink? It's the same thing. You just pour for like a second longer.
Oh, some domestics going on there.
Boy. Someone's about to get the Kung Fu.
The Kung Fu brick, yeah?
Hey, listen. While you've been playing that
The
Street
Chun
Fighter
Li.
2,
Yep.
Yeah, you've been watching them moves. You're gonna grab you like Yang and slam you down.
Trust me. You know the ones. What you're gonna hear in the background is
table's gone and everything. Then she's gonna say, "Now tidy that mess up as well." Look what he's made.
Tie up the mess you made. Clean yourself up. Clean yourself up, but look at the mess you made. Shit.
So I'm just trying to see what's going on here. Are you guys glorifying my wife assaulting me? Is that what's happening here? Like, you realize you're advocating a crime? Like,
I don't.
Yeah, domestic abuse is no joke, even if it's me. That's what I'm saying. Like,
look at him trying to cover the one now, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like if I'm being assaulted and hurt by my wife, you shouldn't be happy about this. You should be horrified. You should be mortified. In fact, you should be setting up fucking GoFundMe's for get Ultra out of there.
In all fairness, like the way you just spoke to her, I'm surprised you didn't get a box.
Yeah, that's surprised you don't get slapped more often.
Yeah.
This is what I can get away with. All
right. Let's all just.
Hey, woman. Hey, woman. Where's my drink?
Ultra. Tell her you've got an itch on your big toe. Can she come and itch you?
I've got an itch on my big toe. Can you itch it? I don't understand. They just told me to ask me this.
Unless you're just gonna hear a spinning bird kick.
Wait a minute. I thought you said you didn't have time.
I don't.
But now you're toasting pita bread.
You're getting boiled.
While I'm making the big.
Oh shit. You need to listen. This shouldn't even be Jeremy Cole anymore. This should be Dr. Phil, Dr. Vellemy. You know what I mean? Come and talk about it. You know what I mean? Come and talk about
listen,
it.
I'll have you know that I was watching The Big Bang Theory, and they mentioned something, and I said, "Oh, babe, let's do a relationship quiz like them guys." And we did it, and it said our relationship perfect, and it's all great and blah blah blah. But what I didn't understand at the end of the quiz was, it said it still asked us. It still said we need to speak to somebody. I was like, what? It said if you answered mostly D's, then your relationship is great. You tell each other you love each other. You work hard. And then it said, but you still need to speak to someone. Call us on this number. I'm like, that's what money you've asked us.
So Ultra, when you say you love each other, do you love each other or are you still in love?
Do you know what the funny thing is? I'm in love with my missus. I'll tell you why. Yeah?
That's nice.
Because she makes it easy for me to love her. You know what I mean? She makes it easy. The way she looks when she's naked. The way she looks.
That's a Maxi Free song, boy.
Yeah.
The way you look. Even the way she looks.
Easy to love you, baby.
The way she looks. While I ask her to make me breakfast, but she's making herself a pita bread and still not making me breakfast. It makes it easy.
But when you don't make me breakfast, she doesn't make me breakfast. It makes me think, does she love me?
Ultra, you've got that. I've seen that Saturday morning and Sunday morning fry ups in that, mate. You know what I mean? You can't much once a week for Mrs. Funky to do that. You know what I mean?
Also, she did born me 3 children, so you know, she's done a good job in life, I think.
What's that? You said your daughter's the favourite, yeah?
Yeah, I think my daughter's my favourite. Yeah. What out loud?
Oh, look, she
But
just
he
got
can't. He's 2 years old.
she just got the fucking. She just opened the knife drawer then to get him.
They heard you open the knife drawer.
She said, my daughter's the favourite. All you heard was. Say it again if you're bad.
Pick up the biggest knife, Mrs.
You know what
Funky.
the funniest thing is? She literally just said something to the equivalent of, say that again. Motherfucker, say that again.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see the look, the head just
No, I'm not gonna lie, the atmosphere in there just got tense real quick.
Oh shit. Sorry about that.
Mrs. Funky, pick up the biggest knife.
Oh, babe, listen,
What's
there's a
that,
guy on the
Mars?
panel now called Amaz, right? He's got 14 toes.
Nah,
No,
15.
toes.
I grew another one today.
No, sorry,
15.
he grew another one. He lives next to a nuclear plant. Yeah, he's got 15 toes.
Oh.
But you know what it is? Like, it's just an ongoing joke.
Imagine you got 5 toes at the front and then 4 at the back.
Oh no, just 4 on the side, man.
On the side,
Camel, you know, like a
they're like
reverse
spread
toe.
around. You'd have super grip on the floor.
Evolution.
Huh? Which one do you want? Yes, ask mommy for some cheese on pizza. No, it's because his thing turned off. No, so rude.
Oh, I'll go on, Mr. Mars, man. What are you saying, bro?
All right, man. What's happening?
Good, yeah? Man, we're there, man. You get me? We're there, man.
That hasn't been around for a while, has he?
Oh shit! He's hiding on Reels channel still.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's hiding still.
Yeah, man. I'm getting close. I was getting close. That's why it's fucked up. I'm getting really close.
Yes, get close.
I'm getting close. I'm getting pretty close.
Come on.
A little bit.
Let's get close.
He's not too far from Blackburn.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Bro.
Yeah, look in the back chat.
Bro, I'm driving, man.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
There's 15 toes there. 16 toes.
Okay, how do you get a picture of my feet?
Yeah, sorry, mate. Sorry, bro.
T.O. take that picture when I was doing my wudu.
That's slandering him, trying to say I'm perving you at Jummer on that.
All of the socks, as you know.
That's not bad.
It's funny if you get them. You see them night trainers that go around your toes. Imagine trying to get it for that.
Wow. The turtle toes.
Yeah,
the turtle for what?
Yeah.
Them shocks were invented with them toes.
The turtle foot night, isn't it?
Just now.
Fucking hell, that foot, how the fuck did they get all them toes, man?
Put it in your hand, take it.
They must have inbred the fuck.
Said it. Fuck, yo, that's got extra toes. But you gotta be fucking thankful that you wasn't born with no fucking bad defects or anything, man. Because shit, there's people born with mad defects to do that, bro.
You know what? I was in
Listen,
jail,
just so you guys know, just a little bit of an update. My wife, she just said to me, she's off work next week, and I'll have as much breakfast as I want. Which, by the way, is my favorite meal.
Yeah. You know why?
Yes. Well, let's have a sleepover. Let's have a sleepover at Ultras then, so we can all have breakfast.
Yeah,
well,
you know what's funny? You don't want to do. Belly, you ain't seen the list of jobs he's got to do yet. You know what I mean? Like, he ain't getting breakfast for free. He ain't getting breakfast for free.
To those who don't know, this is not a dirty banana. This is a key component of any West Indian breakfast. Only Velley, can you testify, please?
Planted.
I can testify.
Thank you.
Don't you use the green ones?
Testify. No, green banana. Yeah, green bananas get boiled up still.
Yeah.
Yeah. Green banana is different to plantain, isn't it? Plantain, you fry it up.
Yeah. Green banana's a bit bitter still.
That's the
Plantain
hard
sweet.
one, them
Oh,
hard.
by the way, bigger. I'm the only Jamaican on the planet that doesn't like green banana, ackee, and saltfish.
You're not Jamaican, then you're Jamaican.
I'm not the biggest green banana fan, but ackee and saltfish.
Oh man, pucker.
No,
I love
that is the
I'm not gonna lie. I remember the first time I had it in Jamaica. Yeah, I thought it was scrambled eggs, blood. And it
Hey,
wasn't.
you know what's funny, yeah? Hey, listen, you know what's funny, yeah? My uncles, yeah? My uncle used to go to my other uncle, yeah, the Aki. He used to say to me, it's brains.
No, it looks like brain, bro. It does look like fucking brain.
Like, what's it
He
called?
still
Like,
don't eat
Jamaican
it now.
haggis. It's Jamaican haggis.
He still don't eat Aki now, you know, because from when he was little, his brother used kept on saying to him, it's brain. You're eating brains. You're
No,
eating
man.
brains.
Aki's not great, man. Aki's not great.
So,
but you know, Barbados and the other small islands, they eat monkey brain, though, don't they?
I'm not sure. You know, I'm not sure if that's a old wives' tale or if it's actually something
they do still, man. They do still, fam. You know what? That's why fucking next time my mate's Jamaican and our other mate of Barbadian and the other one's from St. Kitts. He always says he was small island, eat monkey brain.
Oh shit! Scattered Minds is on to man. He said
he goes small island always eat monkey brain.
Oh shit! Fraudy yardy. Hey, Scattered, get in there, bro.
I'm going to my mate's shop now. I'm gonna have a Jamaican breakfast right now. I'm gonna have plantain, seasoned beans, and have a bit of egg, a couple of fish fingers, and I'm trying to throw some ackee in there as well.
Man said fish fingers and ackee, you know.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, I want some ackee and saltfish, some fried dumpling and bammy, bro. That is me.
Oh, plantain, man. How can listen?
It's a plant. Yeah, I like plantain as well. Fried plantain.
Come on.
I like some skinny. Casanova Dracy.
You know what? One thing bigger. Another thing, I have to admit this. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like my plantain sliced thin.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Lie.
The thin sliced plantain.
Yeah.
I like them better than the thick sliced plantain. Still,
yes.
I gotta admit that. Still, yeah.
Yeah, I like it sliced the
But
long
the
way.
thin jelly like sort of thing. Yeah.
I don't like the thick middle fuckery. So what's everyone's plans today? What we doing? We chilling on hangouts?
I'm gonna go and get my wife to make me breakfast.
Oh, do you know what? Good luck with that.
It's a hangouts day today, B. Come on, it's Vellemy cow day today, B.
I'm off today, so
come on.
I gotta link Pops, but he got hacked, innit? Fucking idiot. And he gave the fucking dickhead his card details. Yeah, somebody from quote unquote Microsoft called him and said and hacked his computer and said, your fucking computer's hacked. Click this link, and then when you click the link, it hacked the computer, and then they said they can fix it. They just need to transfer £5, yeah. And just before he gave them the card details, they said, it didn't go through. You need to make sure you've got at least £500 in it.
Who's farting?
Kojo's sleeping, bro.
Kojo.
It's a Kojo. That's not real.
He's sleeping.
Gonna sleep, man.
Yo, Kojo, you from Castleville?
Sorry, I didn't.
Where you from, Kojo? I recognize the bricks behind your picture.
Recognize me. What kind of home? Like East? What, London?
Are you from East London?
Yeah.
I don't know, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I'm going to the Jamaican food shop to get some food. And
I don't blame you, man. That's a good decision in life.
proper.
Okay.
You know,
That's one
there's
of those
some
decisions you won't regret. Obviously, the customer service leads a lot to be desired, but the food is great.
Bruv, listen, let me tell you a secret, bruv. The worse of the customer service, the better the food is. The better the food is. Like, I don't know what it is there. The worse of the customer service, if you go in there, yeah, and the woman's face is bent up like she could smell fart or something, yeah, and she just said like, "Why on?" You know, like,
Yeah,
something like,
want.
"Why on?" Yeah, you ready?
Yeah, you know the one.
Come
Yeah,
on, come on. Better
that
PR
means,
than this, gentlemen. Better
come
PR
on,
than this, man.
Is that
Who's
that
come
that?
on.
Is the temperature
Oh
just gone
shit.
up 9 degrees?
99.9 degrees.
Ah, shit.
Oh shit.
Bro,
Oh
I'm not
shit.
going to the fucking shop now. Not Nifa, I'm coming to yours. You'll cook me something.
Uh-oh.
Now you find the building.
Yeah, Grand Rising's family anyway, you don't know.
I
Yo,
was
Quan,
supposed to
that's
come
what
down
I'm saying,
to
man.
your
You cool,
place.
yeah?
I'm looking at some rice and peas, man. What the fuck, man? When shall I come down?
That's the same thing I said to 9ether. When a Ross clout rice and peas there.
Yeah. It's a comeback, man. Autumn settings. You don't know how the summer settings go, and you know how to make some little tricks. Yeah, you know, I just want the real life settings. Listen, remember, YouTube's a myth, you know. Yeah.
Come on.
Real life out here, man. So
that's true. People forget that, you know.
Yeah,
I'll be back. Peace out. Peace out.
Peace out, man.
I see the bit, bro.
God willing, trust me. Yeah, Rice and Peas hopefully we'll be back this Saturday, Sunday. And I've got my first topic. It's a very boring one, but I think it's just a necessary one.
I know what it is. PS5 or Xbox 2?
Nah, after my son said PS, like Sony can do one, to be honest. You're not having me like
you. Big up 9.
My PS4 is still brand spankers, mate. You get me? Now, what's the PS5 got that the PS4 1 terabyte Slim Shady ain't got?
To be fair, 9, we don't know yet because they ain't released the specs or what it's gonna do. I won't lie to you though. I'm fully invested in Xbox right now. Like all my games, like I can't move. The only way around it is if my boy buys himself a PS5, and I'm not buying him anything anymore. He gets more money than me, the bastard.
I mean, I've never been an Xbox girl, to be fair. Always PlayStation. And I only really used to play it, but I started off on PES.
Yeah.
But then I went over.
Do you know what? I was playing PES on the Mega Drive when it was International Superstar Soccer Deluxe.
ISS.
Yeah, that's PES.
I used to play that.
That's PES.
Yeah.
That's PES. Yeah.
What's that?
International Superstar Soccer Deluxe.
Okay.
That's PES.
Shit, bro. I used to play that
ISS
shit, man.
is PES. Yeah, bro. That, and I'm not gonna lie to you, man. For me, my last PlayStation that I purchased, like legitimately, was fucking my PS2 in silver, which I still have and still works.
Well,
I say for Pro Evolution Soccer, yeah. Well, you know, I've got you know when you are saying these little shortened words, yeah. I'm racking my brain like, what do you mean, PES? What
Ultra, what was you? Was you a Sega Mega Drive or a Nintendo guy?
Do you know what the funniest thing is? I was Mega Drive all the way until Street Fighter came out on home console. The problem I was having is I only had a 3-button controller, whereas the Super Nintendo came with a 6-button. As soon as Street Fighter came to home consoles, I had no choice but to move over.
Okay. Cool.
But saying that, I still didn't like disrespect the Genesis. No. I love that machine. Like even to today, the Mega Drive in terms of like most impact, most excited, top 3 favorite consoles. Top 3. Yeah. In fact, I think my favorite console of all time is PS2. You know.
Yo, you man, yeah. I'm about to go through a tunnel, yeah. So hold up the show.
Listen, we're used to your signal getting fucked up, bro. You don't have to explain, man. You're like under the sea king, bro. In fact, we're gonna call you Aquaman from now Absolutely accurate, man. Fucking hell. Yeah, listen, Bigger, go do your thing, man. We've got a good panel here. We'll hold it down. I'm chopping some onion. Everything's working out. You know what I mean?
Oh, has Mrs. Funky actually gone then? Yeah.
Yeah, she chipped out, man. She's got work.
She cut.
And
did she toast your pita bread though?
No, she toasted one for herself though.
Okay, cool.
But she said if I fuck up her kitchen, I have to wash up for a month. Yeah. So you best know my cleaning game is gonna be strong today.
Yeah, you don't want to hear that knife drawer opening again, do you?
Trust me.
With that head turning, everyone could hear that in the chat. Like, say it again.
Hold on. Right, hold on. Let me see. Right, yes, my favorite console of all time, I think, might be the PS2. It might.
What about favorite game?
Archer, are you leading us into nerd territory, bro?
Yes.
Because I slowly feel myself putting on my glasses.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Queen.
Are you a gamer then,
that's kind of where we are, you know. It's kind of where it's headed, I think.
All right,
are you a gamer? Are you a gamer, 9ether?
Well, I wouldn't consider myself a gamer. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Especially whilst talking to someone like Ultra. So,
yeah.
But
you participate.
I definitely do. What's that, babe?
You participate, yeah?
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong. Okay, so even when Ultra was talking about the PlayStation 2, yeah, that was my first foray into, gaming in, the now times. And the only reason I bought it is because one of my colleagues at the time, she was a female, yeah, and she had one. You get me? And she was playing football on it. So I'm like, well, fuck it. You know what I mean? So I went and got mine. And that's how I kind of. But my first ever, again, showing my age, my first ever console was an Atari. You know about them things?
What? Yeah. You had the dead basketball game on there, innit?
I'm not gonna lie, 9ether. I'm not gonna lie to you, my sister. You definitely ain't a gamer. Because my first fucking console was a Commodore 64. That was before Atari.
No, it weren't, babe.
You definitely listen. Do you want me to tell you what was before all of that then? Amstrad CPC 464.
The Amstrad. The fucking Amstrad.
Don't piss about.
Amstrad what?
CPC 464.
I don't know about that, but I'm going to look Google right now. Hold on.
That was the one not Philip Green, Alan Sugar.
Yeah,
that was his one, and he fucking bossed from that.
Nah,
he bossed from that.
Nah.
That was when kids had bad wrists because they were playing Daley Thompson Olympic gold, and you had to swim and you had to press all the buttons and wiggle the joystick all at the same time.
Oh, do you know what the funny thing is? It was a much better time back in the day, you know.
Trust me.
It's just a much better time.
1 to 4 channels. Beautiful, man.
There was no eating at your computer because by the time the game loaded, your dinner was ready and eaten, and the game had just loaded.
That's it.
So what did you say your thing now? The which was before the Atari? Because I know you're factually incorrect, so I'm going to check. The what?
The Amstrad CPC.
No, wait. Okay, let me reword what I said then. Before I had an Atari. Wait, did I have the Atari first? I can't remember. All I remember is Commodore 64.
Yeah.
I had an Atari.
Late in the game. You're talking about computers with bits and bytes, man. I'm talking about
Amstrad, was 1986. So
it's not the one you're talking about, yeah?
Yeah. The one I'm talking about. I think Atari's close to it.
Yeah, you might be right, you know.
What is it? Is it the CPC 464, you see?
That's the one. Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me have a look to see if I remember it myself.
So I've just put it in.
Oh, Skeen. Yeah, okay. Right. Okay. All right, I'm gonna pull up the Atari that I was talking about now, but I think my
I've got it. I've got you on this one.
Okay. I kind of do remember this though. I can't. Oh my god, look at those, man. I was looking at them grinning.
Oh shit.
Mad thing, man.
Yeah,
oh my.
Is it? Look in the back chat. Is this the Atari you're talking about?
All right, hold on a sec. because I forgot how to eat the.
Have a look.
Let's have a look. Yeah, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Hold on, let me make it. Yeah, buddy. That's the one. Yeah.
What are you guys looking at? I can't see anything.
Right, so the Atari console launch. So
they're looking at the back chat.
Wow. So Atari come out in '83.
Come on.
So you're right.
Big people out here, man.
All right, I'm not gonna lie. I did have an Atari with the black joystick.
Atari
with the
ST.
one red
Is it
button,
Atari
yeah.
ST?
But no. Do you know what? You're right. You know.
I don't know why you lot just don't listen to the 9 and done, you know. It just saves energy. But yeah, man. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'll give you that. You got that one. It's not far apart. It's not far apart. You know what I mean?
And there was a couple others that, you know what I mean, before. Because remember, these days, these two are stickmen, you know. And remember tennis. Oh my god. But Space Invaders put this on the map. Space Invaders, Pac-Man. It even had
Hey, Ultra, man. Mute your mic while you're doing your crisp and all that, bro.
Scattered Minds asked the question, and he said, "What does everyone think the greatest game of all time is?"
Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
No, come on, don't be silly.
Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Best game ever.
What about Mario Kart?
Mario Kart, yeah, man. Mario Kart on Super Nintendo, man.
Nah. Street Fighter 2 Turbo.
Mario Kart
with the red heat seeker shells. Man's got the red heat seeker shells, you know. That was the one.
Street Fighter is definitely better than Mario Kart. That's a definite.
Thank you. Now listen to the 9 and save yourself the energy, bruh. Yeah.
Why you gotta kill the argument like that? Huh? Come on, man.
Listen to 9 and the argument's done, innit? No, not even that. I'll tell you the truth, yeah. Just think about, yeah, the cultural impact that the game had.
Nah, Street Fighter did have a big impact all over the world.
Yeah.
God, like I'm not gonna lie, it's just
like everyone in the world knows who Ryu is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Ken.
Ken,
who don't know who the fuck? Either Street Fighter or Barbie's other half. You see what I'm saying?
Trust me, there's only 2 Kens.
I must admit, even I've spent a lot of hours on that game back in the day because that was on the grey Nintendo, innit?
Yeah, the SNES, the SNES, not the grey Nintendo 9. That's
the Super Nintendo.
It's called a SNES.
Yeah, but that was just Street Fighter, just plain Street Fighter 2, wasn't it?
No, Street Fighter 2 Turbo, yeah.
And Street Fighter 2 Turbo as well, yeah.
That's the one, man.
Street Fighter 2 come out on the SNES, and then I think Turbo.
Hey, what was the one when you could do loads of fireballs? When you could do, you could jump up and do like loads of fireballs on different levels.
No, do you know what, Bigger? That's Rainbow Edition. I had that, you know. Sorry, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm more of a Blanca, Gaio, E Honda type guy.
Yeah, Blanca's my guy. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
A bit of bison.
Ultra, were you one of them ones that knew the cheat had to pause the other person?
No, I didn't know any of that stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and do you know what it is? Don't forget, when I grew up, I was brash, mate. Yeah. So when I had my little £1 that had to last Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I had to put those 20p's in sparingly.
But listen, one sec, Ultra, you're telling me that you actually paid to play arcade machines. You never got silver foil and put it around it and dropped it in.
You never got the silver foil?
You never done
I remember them ones.
No, bro. Listen, no. Like, listen. No, listen. I don't know anything about that. All I can tell you is
you showed me how to do
there's a video shop called Visions Video in Chatsworth Road in Hackney, yeah? And there used to be a Vietnamese don called Don. A Vietnamese don called Don. And he used to set the standard, bro. And it was like, if you even put the 20p in while he's standing at the machine, it was like, I've made it. Obviously, he boxed you quickly, but it's like, if you landed a single blow, it was mad. Mad! Wait. I love that shit, man. This brings back nostalgia, man. It just brings back nostalgia. I need some eggs, baby. I need some eggs. I need some eggs. Yeah. Scattered Minds. The answers to your question is Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Now, that obviously I'll concede that that's subjective, but yeah, it's just the best. It's just the best. It just is. And I need some oil, and there's none. What are you butter, man?
You have to put a bit of butter. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some butter. Yeah, okay.
You're not ramping with the cholesterol today, then, are you?
No, it's that good cholesterol butter.
Yeah.
It's that cholesterol butter. It's like, yeah, no cholesterol butter. It tastes like piss, but no cholesterol. Right. Wait. What game is better than Street Fighter, would you say? Oh, wait. Maybe Grand Theft Auto 1. I did, like, for me, that game was a game changer.
What about Shinobi?
I wouldn't say greatest. I enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say greatest. I wouldn't say greatest.
What about Double
Actually,
Dragon?
do you know what?
Sonic.
I had that on Commodore 64. I'm not going to lie.
Sonic?
I don't know, man.
Nah, Sonic's dead, man.
Yeah, Sonic was
No. Listen, 9ether, you know I love you, my queen. But watch your language, yeah? Yeah, watch your language. Sonic ain't dead. He ain't dead. I mean, he ain't the greatest, but he ain't dead. Let me tell you why he ain't dead.
Oh, I'll take back dead. I'll take back.
Compared to like Mario and Street Fighter, Sonic's not in the same league. He's
man.
really not.
Super Mario 3 was a madness still.
Yeah, bro. That's the one with the raccoon tail, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yellow box. When you peeled off that Christmas paper and you see the yellow box, that's what a fit you had when you knew that you got Mario 3.
Super Mario 3.
Yes.
Oh, man. Me and my brother was wilding out on that, boy.
Come on.
That's sweet.
Do you know what's funny, Bigger? I think I've still got my copy. I've got a lot of my old games, to be fair.
Wow.
I've got a lot of, like, I've got Mega Drive games in my cupboard right now.
You would never even sell them. You just keep them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I don't think, to be honest with you, they're not worth piss, but it's like more emotional, sentimental value. Yeah.
Now, see, if we get a new computer, yeah, my dad will send the other one to Jamaica and shit, man. It's like, bye, niggas.
Also as well, just quickly, if your new console, the next PS5 or PS2, doesn't do backwards compatibility for every single game in their library ever, you could fuck off. Yeah. Right? Because there's no point having quote unquote next gen where it ain't next gen. It's just upgraded fucking CPU, upgraded graphics card, upgraded GPU, upgraded soft or hardware. It's not really next gen. Like, for me, the leap from Mega Drive and SNES to PS2 and N64 was a giant leap. It was a giant leap.
Oh, so I don't think you're a bus driver, you know. I think that's your undercover operation, you know.
Yeah. God, what is he then? What is he then, Nines? What is he? Nines, what is he then? What's his real thing? What's his real thing then?
You know, some undercover flipping. I can't even think of a character to give you, man, but
technophobe.
You know what I mean? You're not a bus driver, man. You get what I'm saying to you, AC? Man, I'm probably out there doing big deals and just coming online like, you know? Yeah, I watch TV too. Yeah. Oh, I've got to start getting ready for this plantation, man.
What we saying, man? You're not off today, now?
Nah, not off today, but
we're gonna have to hold it down.
I've been off for a good little while, so I forgot to come back and get a little back to season, man.
Well, listen, we're gonna hold it down for you. I'm frying up some onion, garlic, some fresh red and green chili because there's only one Scotch bonnet left, and we might need it for dinner. So yeah.
I hear you cooking up something. What are you doing down there, bub?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm basically gonna make a quick stir fry with leftover dinner.
That's the way, man. That's the way.
What was the leftover dinner?
Nothing sweeter than stale food, boy.
What was the leftover dinner?
chicken, rice, and I'm gonna probably add. I'm gonna add some sweet corn.
Yeah.
Oh wait. Oh, in fact, let me show you what this looks like. It looks like vomit. Right
Add some sweet corn, brother.
Looks like vomit.
I just felt like doing a Hulk Hogan voice there, boy.
Oh, you're getting there. You're getting there. You're getting there.
Let's go add some sweet corn, brother.
We're gonna add some egg. We're gonna add some egg.
We're gonna add some egg, brother. Do it in a Hulk Hogan voice.
Hold on. No, I don't rate that.
Oh, you little Uncle Maniacs out there. You gotta eat your eggs.
Yeah, but Hulk Hogan still but his way is funny.
When he was kind of that racism charge, wasn't he?
Yeah.
After fucking
Sorry, bub. Sorry, go on, AC. Sorry, bub.
No, go. Sorry.
Well, let me ask the panel something because I'm gonna shoot out still. But I just want to know, like, who do you lot think the biggest troll online right now?
Afghan.
No, yeah.
Afghan,
He's a super troll. But
yeah, Afghan.
He takes that.
Afghan's really the trolling was.
There is no one that has been or will be.
You not call it trolling. I don't think he's trolls. I just think he hides these disgusting things under trolling. Jano stuff.
Yeah. It's obviously like it's still the same thing though, isn't it? It's not like because it's a joke when you're saying something that's racist or whatever. It don't mean that. Yeah, man might laugh or whatever. That don't mean man don't think you're racist though. You know what I'm saying? Like, man saying, but he's trolling. It's not that. Yeah, he's trolling. Man don't know what man's saying, that sort of thing as well.
Right.
Yeah, you got me.
I agree with that. Agreed. All right, then, gentlemen. Have yourself a nice.
Wait, 9ether, look at this vomit before you go to work.
All right, let me see what I'm going. This is the stir fry coming along, yeah?
Yeah, it looks like vomit right now.
It looks like an omelette. It looks like an omelette. Spanish omelette. It looks like a Spanish omelette.
Hold on. Wait. All right. And we just added rice. Oh, yeah. Let's stir this bitch in. Oh, yes.
Was the rice in the fridge, Ultra?
Yeah, it was in a container. That's why it was compacted like that.
Yeah, because it's better to do it with cold rice, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah. Hold on. Right. So far, it looks like rice and omelette. But don't worry, because
you've not put the chicken in yet.
No, I always add the rice because the rice is. Oh, I didn't heat up the rice. I warmed the rice. So that needs a minute. And now we're going to move that, turn the fire down, and then we're going to add. No, actually, I made a mistake. I didn't chop the chicken. Fuck. All right, turn that down to 2. Then we move the eggs out of the way. Then we get the chicken from the other day. And then we're going to chop it up.
You tripod, Ultra, so we can see, man.
I know, fuck's sake. Sorry.
Look at
look, there's gravy. There's gravy from the chicken that's going in. And then we're gonna add a little soy sauce.
Is that your new name? Johnny Oliver. Yeah?
Johnny Oliver. Chef Ultra, man. I'm Ultra ordained.
Johnny Oliver.
Ultra chef.
Julia Oliver. Julia Oliver.
Yeah. Do you know what the funniest thing is, Bigger? My name literally is Junior. Yeah, my name's Junior. I was named after my daddy. And then I did the same for my son. God bless him. Right. Oh, right. So we're chopping up chicken on the chop board. And I don't want to cut my finger off. And I'm rushing. And I always make mistakes when I rush.
Hey, you know what, yeah? One of the best cooks I know. My dad still.
Yeah, same.
You know what,
same.
Same.
Yeah. Who just called him Ultra Worrell Thompson?
Who called him Ultra Harriet? That's an Ultra Harriet, you know.
Fuck's sake.
Ultra Blumenthal.
I can imagine Ultra being like an Ainsley Harriet sort of character.
Oh yeah. Hold on. Right. I've chopped the meat off one bone, and then you put the bone in, and then you chop the meat off the other bone, and then you put the other bone in, And then there's the other bone. There's the other bone. And then you put that bone in, and then you show the people the meat, chicken on the chalkboard. I'm gonna dice that bitch.
Forget showing your foot in that picture next time, all right?
No, you want to see my toes, man? Those things are manicured.
No, please don't. Please
pedicured.
Please don't.
I'm not gonna lie, the chili's burning my nose.
Do you like all that stuff, Hulk? Did you go do that? Yeah.
Yeah, of course, man.
You go and get threading done as well.
No, just pedicures. But like I'm gonna qualify this. Anytime I go for a pedicure, it's normally on holiday, but if I do it at home, I ask for the men's menu, please. Yeah, I ask for the men's menu.
The women's one always hurts, doesn't it? Women
I
go through pain for this.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, you liar.
I wouldn't know.
The only reason why you asked for the men's one is because you had
I wouldn't know. No, do you know what's funny? It's that the first time I got it was when I went on holiday, the first trip to Cyprus with the wife, right? Yeah. It was in a 5-star hotel, right? We went to the spa and it had a menu for men. It was like men's menu or men's section of the menu. And it was like, well, pedicure for men. And I was like, well, fuck it then. And I'm thinking to myself, well, hang on a second. Celebrities get pedicures, fucking royalty get manicures and pedicures. Well, if it's good enough for these fucking hotshots, then it's good enough for me. I don't give a fuck who you are, right? If I earn enough money to buy the same thing you can buy on Groupon, then I'm gonna do it.
They do some good. You know what? They do some good spa deals on that day down in Mayfair for like 60 quid.
Listen, how do you think I booked my anniversary? I booked my wife 5-star Groupon luxury for our anniversary every fucking year. And the thing is, it's the same shit.
Groupon, man.
It's the same shit.
I love that shit.
It's the same shit.
Yeah,
it's the same shit. Like a restaurant. Imagine spending £200-300 on a restaurant, or you pay £80 and you get the same fucking thing. Yeah,
just go in the afternoon.
Yeah, it's like smart people shop on Groupon. And also as well, just so you know, if you want great deals, midweek, Tuesday to Thursday, great deals.
Well, you're doing that Hilton afternoon T-shirt, yeah?
Something to that effect, because my anniversary's coming up, isn't it?
Oh, okay, cool. That's all right. Well, Mrs. Funky ain't gonna be.
Good idea is to send your girl and your girl's mother.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Sorry. Casanova, someone posted something in the back with feet. What one that's already? What's in your back chat, brother?
No. Mr. Mars said he had 15 toes. So I just found it quickly and just posted what 15 toes look like. That's it. Sorry. Sorry. I do apologize.
No, it's fine. I'm just trying to work out. Yeah, non-something in the back chats, man. It's a whole new world around there, boy.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
His stocks must look mad, innit? With extra toes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Special trainers and shit.
Right, I've just added black pepper, a touch of curry powder, and a touch of garlic powder. And I won't lie to you. I'm going to show it to you just a second. Just a second. Oh, don't use all of that. Don't want it to be salty. Can't stand salt. Weed, garlic powder.
You just added it anyway. No, all right. Let me not.
No, because it's a stir fry. Don't forget, right? Even though it's got flavors, I just want the flavors to really pop. And then, oh fuck! I forgot to put sweet corn in. It's never too late. There we go. Sweet corn. In you go. Fuck it, I'm using the whole tin. All right.
You didn't take the water, that dirty flipping sweet corn water in as well, did you?
No, you have to tilt that out into the sink.
Oh, no. I'm just making sure, you know what I mean? You said, fuck it, I'm going to
chuck it all in. Be careful, though, because too much sweet corn will make the thing fresh, man.
Yeah. No, but that's why I added the curry powder, the garlic powder, the black pepper. Did I say curry powder?
You know what?
I ain't no chef for drink, but personally, I would cook them things there out.
Yeah,
with the onion and all that.
No, I said I made a mistake, man. I fucking put the sweet corn in late. I forgot, but I just
No,
chucked
not
it in
the
anyway.
sweet corn. I'm just saying, be careful with the curry. You get me? Because you need to make sure you cook it out, innit? Anyway,
No,
go
it's
on,
fine.
bro. I'm listening
It sounds like you could just call that bellyache. That's what it's called. That concoction's called bellyache.
No,
I'm not gonna lie to you. This concoction's cool. My wife left me without feeding me. Yeah, and this is a hot mess. It looks like a hot mess, and I'm gonna show it to you in like a second. I just need to stir it in. Oh, look at the colors. Oh, it's gorgeous. We got the yellow, and I put a little bit of dark soy sauce in there as well for color. Woo! We got green from the chili. We got red from the chili. We got rice. We've got the chopped the chicken. Oh! It tastes good. Oh! Woo! Yeah. And we only used a little bit of butter, no oil, and it's cholesterol butter, so you know it's good. Hold on. All right. I'm gonna show this to you now. Hold on. All right.
You better be not one of them man. Oh, let me see what I got on. Okay.
See the bone?
Is that a significant part of the dish, the bone, yeah?
Yeah, listen, this is gonna sound so off key, right? But I don't care. If you want to be immature, you can. I always bite the bone and suck out the marrow. Oh, I'm so disgusted. But I don't care. If you want to be immature, then fine. But with chicken bone, lamb bone, goat, mutton, like, I want the bony part of the meat. So
You're talking to me, Ultra. Me and you are the same on that, man.
Come on. All right, I'm not going to lie to you. The chili is going up my nose, isn't it? Oi.
Hearing that still.
Oi. Oh, look at the green. Oh, the green is popping out now. Hold on. And remember, it's got the egg, the fried onion, the fried garlic. Whoa. All right, hold on. All right.
Don't forget to put some aside for wifey when she gets in.
She didn't make me breakfast. She can fuck off.
I don't think she's going to be eating that. I think she'll probably slap him. Oh, you know, Nines, he took a slap this morning. You know, he held a beating this morning. Do you know that online?
Don't listen to them, man. Yeah. Don't listen to them, man.
What to them, man?
Listen, he was.
No, don't listen.
You just heard his neck back get slapped, and he heard that, and then he went, I stubbed my toe.
She could be a reason as to why you didn't get no breakfast.
Yeah.
I said to her, oh, this is nice. Hold on. Oh, it's fucking hot. Fuck's sake, it's hot.
What happened to the fish finger sandwich then? You got off of them?
No, I still have fish fingers. I love them. But fish fingers, it ain't fish fingers today. It's leftover dinner stir fry.
Yeah.
Ooh, should I add a little bit of garlic paste? No, there's enough garlic paste. I had soup yesterday for dinner night, and it was delicious, and I didn't wash up. I think that's why she's angry with me.
What sort of soup, then?
Just meat soup. Regular soup. Meat soup.
What, goat, chicken? You didn't know what it was?
I think the meat was lamb neck.
Morning, all.
Yeah, I like lamb.
Yeah, I think it was lamb neck because every time I eat lamb neck, the bone always sharp.
I big up Aime as well.
Come on. Wait, Aime, do you want some of this?
So what is that you made? Some kind of concoction of it?
I won't lie to you, yeah. It's literally just leftover dinner.
Yeah.
What you coming in as who's that, bub?
Who?
In your picture? Oh no, sorry.
Oh, that's Aime.
Aime, yeah. Sorry.
I didn't turn white overnight. No.
No, because you know you got pussies like Afghan that come in as black people. Yeah.
Oh shit! Fuck you, girl.
Yeah, man. We need to chat. Anyway, maybe in the next rice and peas, you know.
Yeah, man, I'm gonna open up the my thingy, Bobby, and I'm sure there's people that want to come and give me some licks, man. So I'm up to it, man.
Yeah, I've got.
That's a bit personal, isn't it? Oh, you mean punches? Right, never mind. Sorry, I was never mind. Never mind.
We'll chat then.
Never mind.
Yeah, your concoction, some sweet corn. What you say, some rice,
Chicken, seasoning. I'm not gonna lie, it looks like.
But is this to do with who comes on panel though, Samaya?
No, nothing like that. No, I don't care about that. No.
Okay.
About ideas. I think my ideas are slightly evolving. So I was gonna just chat to you about something that's it.
Oh yeah, no problem, sis. Yeah. Good stuff. But yeah, I've got my first show. Yeah, we're gonna. I just want it. What is racism in it? I think we need to discuss this racism thing. It's getting sillier now, and there's even some of us making it sillier. You understand? So
yeah,
I
definitely.
think I would have a little discussion about it. Because I heard a definition of racism that included prejudice. You see what I'm saying to you? So we have to be careful also as to what we're being allowed to be used.
Definitely.
Because prejudice and racism should never be in the same sentence as far as I'm concerned. You understand?
Say that again.
But do you know what, Nine? We do need this conversation because I disagree with what you just said. So we're gonna have this
one second? Sorry, can I hear the last bit? What should not be in the same sentence, 9ether? Sorry, I'll try.
Prejudice and racist. And what I'm saying is, my girl gave a dictionary. Well, she said it was a dictionary definition, and it had both words in it. You know what I'm saying to you? And for me, it gets sticky in it because if you have a definition of racism where the word prejudice also exists, then where's the line? You understand me? So when the question, because obviously one of the big bugbears out there seemingly is the fact that we say black people can't be racist.
Do we say that?
Hey, Nanith, hold on a sec. Can anyone else hear it echo? Because Amelia keeps saying she can hear echo in the chat, but I can't hear it echo.
I can't hear it echo.
Yeah, Amelia, you might need to refresh still. Sorry to cut the convo there, but carry on.
Yeah, so that's all I'm saying.
Is that an agreed like understanding? Because I've heard, the power thing, something about prejudice plus power. Is that, because to me, to be honest with you, that was a new term to me until I was in this hangout thing. And
Samaya, that's a nonsense.
No, but I'm just saying, no, I don't think it's nonsense. I think once it's broken down, I understand it. You understand? I wouldn't say it's nonsense. I understand what the argument is, and it does make some sense to a degree. But I think if you're coming from a worldview of understanding racism just as that prejudice based on color, it can be a bit of a, you know what I mean? Because that was always my understanding. I believe everybody can be racist, and just anybody who treats somebody different purely because of their race. That's how I was kind of raised to understand racism. But
that's because, Samaya, the way you was raised was correct, my sister. Like all this prejudice plus power is nonsense. I like you. I understand the argument, but what we're doing is changing definitions of things, and that for me is dangerous.
Yeah.
Right, because if somebody like fucking Donald Trump starts changing the definition of words, it's dangerous. He's dangerous anyway, but if he starts changing shit to suit his fucking agenda, it's dangerous.
You remember, sorry to cut you, babe, but the police commissioner, he already changed the definitions of institutional racism within the police force.
Within the police force,
they do these things, and obviously they do it to their benefit.
But you know that what you just said.
I'm saying that we now have to be very careful as to what we allow to happen in terms of these words.
But can I just say something though? Where you just said institutional racism, I find the term, the way that you describe it or other people describe it, like prejudice plus power, I think it fits more into that category, institutional, because then it becomes the state power. Do you know what I mean? But I think there is individual level of racism, don't you think, that anybody can do? So I for me, that terminology would more suit to the institutionalized racism. Like you could use it as a describer for that. The prejudice of the state.
Exactly, and I think that's a good point that you made, because my thing is this year, you have to have a word, whatever, I can't think, or a differentiation, you know what I'm saying to you, but of you know, someone saying what could be deemed as prejudice, you know what I'm saying to you, against actual racism that, you know what I mean, you know what I mean? Remember, racism is a complete ideology.
Yeah. That's one thing. I understand you, because I think what you're trying to say is like there's everyday prejudices that maybe people have of each other, which anybody can carry, but there's the power to be able to enforce.
But that's what I'm saying, sis, and that's what I'm saying. It's a slippery slope where we now allow a definition of racism to include prejudice, because then that puts everyone in the mix. It could be, you know what I'm saying to you?
Yeah. No, but that's why I think that's why we have to work out the terminology ourselves. And if that racism, the way that we say it, institutional racism is, you know, something that is state sanctioned and is prejudice plus power, then it makes much more sense rather than, oh, black people can't be, you know, racist because we don't have no power. Like, because anybody can be racist. Racist just means you can give a person a look and be like, oh, you're that particular race, you're less than me. In your mind, that in itself is a racist thought. So everybody has the power and the
is a good, I think, example, or maybe I'm chatting shit, but of the differentiation. You understand me? Because South Africa is a majority black country, yeah, but it was ruled. You understand what I'm saying to you? By white people in a racist manner. Yeah, that's the difference, man. Do you understand?
Would that be white supremacy then? Yeah.
But isn't racism part of white supremacy?
Yeah.
Well, there you go then.
Definitely.
No, that's what I'm saying. Why are we trying to? We of all people, why are we trying to change terms? We understand. We know what it's like to be on the end of racism.
Yeah, but the thing is, because I think the terminology, people have an issue with it, because if racism is something that every human being is capable of, and then within this paradigm we're saying black people can't be racist, what makes us exempt from being racist? Merely because we don't have the power?
How are you racist?
I can be racist in my daily interactions with people. I can
how?
I could have an argument with a white girl and be like, you know, you white so and so, and make racial stereotypes to demean her, belittle her, make her feel that she's less than, which obviously would be, because it would be based like the language I'm using would be coming from a place of, I think she's white, therefore she's less than me. So that is racism in itself.
No, but that's what I'm saying, and that's what I'm saying. It gets booky, man, because at the end of the day, you calling her a white whatever, is she white?
Yeah, but if I put it in a negative,
if you call her a white, fat, rare this, rare that, if you gave a list of adjectives, is it racist just because you said white?
I think when you bring those terms white or black in kind of an argument with somebody, you've already taken it to a racialized place. If somebody was arguing with me and they said to me, you black so-and-so, the first thing that's going to come to my mind is, oh, so my race is an issue for you. Because you verbalize the, you know what I mean?
How do you differentiate that and then prejudice them?
Oh, that's a good question. Prejudice will then come into other things. Maybe they're prejudiced against fat people. Everybody, if
but
the
you see what I'm saying, but that's what I'm saying, Samaya. You yourself.
But race can also fall under prejudice. So somebody can be prejudiced to me because I'm black, or because I'm Muslim, or because I'm a woman. So prejudice can take many different forms, isn't it? And one aspect of it is racial.
Discussion in it, because already you're saying or doing what I said that we can't be doing, which is bringing in the word race and prejudice in the same sentence. You understand me? And then already amongst
you ask me
confusion in it, because now you're talking. You understand what I'm saying to you?
Yeah.
That's why we need to have a discussion, because that's why the thing's getting weak out. Yeah. And then what will happen is that other nations or communities or whatever you want to call it, they're taking the power of the real isms. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
But I don't know.
And running with it.
How do you? Why is it so important to disassociate prejudice from racism? Because for me, in my mind, the two are kind of interlinked. Because, like, if you think of a black person, just because looking at the outer skin, they're gonna be a particular way. Let's just say, oh, black women are gonna be, you know, loud, whatever. That is a prejudice that's based on racism. So the two kind of are interlinked. because like it's a manifestation of the, you know, the racism kind of coming out of you. If you stereotype somebody before they've even opened their mouth, that's a form of prejudice, and it can be whatever physical attribute that you're taking, you know.
Everybody has prejudice, my girl. Yeah, my only point is that, like I said in it, I think it's dangerous territory. You understand me? When we cannot clearly differentiate between prejudice or prejudice language or whatever, and actual racism.
Yeah.
You understand? Actual racism that people actually face in this country.
But when you say that, what do you mean? Do you mean by state sanction? And I think that's why when you say actual racism, you need to say institutionalized racism then. No?
Again, Bob?
I said when you say actual racism, as though you're detaching it from prejudice, that's why I think it's important you say maybe institutionalized racism or state sanctioned racism. Ellie, I'm just kind of thinking out loud. This is not my you know,
that's what I'm saying. We're gonna.
I don't really have any set out, you know, position on this. I'm just kind of figuring it out myself. So I'm just sharing it.
No, but of course, but obviously, we're just in reasoning, isn't it? But the point, even within the reasoning, I'm sure that we can see, you know what I mean, where potential problems lie.
Yeah.
Why I think it may, you know, be worth a discussion.
Definitely. Yeah.
Well, the most thing, because my fear is that we become complicit in taking away the real power away from the world. Do you understand me?
Yeah. But then it might be an issue because you're saying taking away the power from the word. But for you, does the word entail racism only to black people? Because that may not necessarily be how people think of racism as a whole. You could say in the West, because obviously West is predominantly white, isn't it? So you could say maybe the people's immediate mindset when they think of racism, they think of black people being, you know, racially, I guess, mistreated. But when you say racism, you don't automatically think, you know, just white people being racist to blacks. The word itself carries just anybody being racist to anybody, doesn't it?
Hey, 9ether, would give your definition of what you would say racism is, so everyone would sort of have a broader understanding.
Like I said, in it for myself, when we talk about racism, it has to include the word power in it. Do you understand? Otherwise, it's just straight prejudicism. Do you understand? How that's what I'm saying. Let us try and differentiate between prejudice and racism, because I think that's where some of the problems are coming. Oh, sugar. Do you understand? Hold on, I'm coming, people. 1 second. But the point being, you know what I mean? That's why I think it's definitely worth having the conversation, isn't it? Because seemingly there isn't, you know what I mean? There just seems to be different versions of the thing. So maybe if we can have a conversation.
Yeah. I mean, there was somebody who actually put the argument very well, the prejudice power. I can't remember who on Raspberry Show. And I think that's the first time I actually understood it, because when I heard it, I was thinking, that don't make sense to me, if I'm honest. But the way they broke it down, I was thinking, wow, it actually does make sense. But I just think the term racism, for me anyway, and I think for a lot of people, it's a broad term. So it's not necessarily, you know, power plus prejudice. It extends beyond that, I think.
Yeah, but Nines, you still need to give your definition of what you would say, or how you would describe what racism is, isn't it? How, do you know what I mean? That's you sort of make it a bit more clearer for everyone else.
Yeah, I'm coming. Give me 1 second. Thingy book.
Take your time. Take it. What is your definition, Vella? Do you have a set view on it, or you're just?
You know what? Yeah, it's. I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you. Do you think black people can be racist?
For you? Yeah, I do think so. Yeah, still, because it's like you can say something racist, yeah, but it's like I understand the thing when you're saying like calling someone a racist name, there's not really no power behind that, innit? But not making people live in areas where there's low facilities and high crime and all them sort of things there.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, like that institution, like that sort of racism. Yeah, that can cause issues on whole families and do you know what I mean? Like generations of people. Like there's generations of people that are on benefits. Do you know what I'm saying? Like so, like the mum's on benefit, the nan's on benefits, the kids are on benefits, the grandkids on benefits. You know what I'm saying? Like
cycle, yeah.
All in the and they all live in the same sort of area. So
and that's why I think you know, this institutionalized racism is far more better fit than thinking, because when people think of racism, do you think they automatically think of a state doing that as racism? I don't think they do. I think they just think of racism.
They think about people calling someone calling them names.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I think just maybe raising awareness and not hanging your whole hat on just the term racism, because I don't think we can have a monopoly on the term and say that, you know, racism is only in this kind of incident, because that's not the way I think the rest of the world understands it.
Yeah, because that was sort of only working when you're a minority in a country, then, isn't it? Sort of
yeah, because outside of that, definitely it wouldn't, because the power dynamics would be different, isn't it?
Yeah, but even though I mean like the numbers, innit? Because even in so-called black countries, there's not a lot of black people that's in control of their country. Do you know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's an issue as well. Another issue.
Internally, they're in power, but you mean externally, outside, though? Because you wouldn't. I don't think you'd go to Ghana.
Yeah, like controlling their own destiny, sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but from an outside perspective, because I don't think you'd go to Ghana. I mean, if I go to Ghana, I'm not expecting to see all of the politicians being white.
No.
So,
but you know that if they try to do anything that's going to upset the balance of whatever, do you know what I mean? Like whatever the balance is going towards
the banks and the IMF and all that nonsense.
Yeah, any business trades that's going to mess them, that's going to empower the locals and decrease the power to the external powers that be or whatever. Yeah, then they're going to be against that still. But yeah, man, obviously saying anyone can say racist words, innit? But like it's like I understand when it's like the power behind the power behind the racism, innit? Like, yeah, I can call you any racist name or any racist word or whatever, but I probably can't stop you from getting a job. Or I probably wouldn't be able to stop you from getting a mortgage or moving into a certain, do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, man. And sometimes is that even really real? Because if you've got impeccable credit rating, can you really be stopped from getting a mortgage? Like, so that it's, do you know what I mean? Like, it's a double-edged sword, man. With this, do you know what I mean? Like with this, with the racism thing and finding out what is actual racism and what's not. So.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm still confused, to be honest.
Yeah, it is confusing. It is a confusing subject still, because obviously, as a black person, I'm looking at it from my own point of view, innit? Like, but then, like when I'm saying right, the stuff that I class as racism or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, but then I don't know what anyone else like. I don't know how an Indian man feels when a white don says a racist word to him, or when even a black don says a racist word to him, or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
Or even
I can only talk to myself through sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Someone like who's married into, say, a black community. Like, if we say, are we saying they can't experience racism? Because they may have experienced racism, you know. And it
Yeah,
was,
but it's like, you know, it's I understand because I understand the double-edged side of it, innit? Because the name calling thing, yeah, the name calling thing hurts your feelings and whatever, yeah, but it wouldn't be as much as a problem if the communities were just in the like if the people were so, like if you was living in if all everyone all your family was well off and had um wealth family wealth to pass down and they had their own business and everything was going well or whatever, if someone calling you and a couple of racist words or whatever, yeah, it might get on your nerves or whatever, but it probably won't affect anything that you're doing, innit? Yeah, but like it's when you ain't got like things going well for you or whatever, and you might be quite low or whatnot, and this, that, and the other, and yeah, people are giving you racist insults. Yeah, you might. I don't know, man.
yeah, I'm not sure if I agree with that, because I think the efforts that have been sort of done to kind of wipe away or diminish the power of people being able to be racist, you know, in terms of even the language that they use within the workforce. I think those things have, because like before you even get to the position of power or wealth, you know, like what is acceptable and the language that is acceptable to kind of speak to your community or speak, if that was allowed in the media, you wouldn't even be, you may not even have the opportunities, because if the media and all the powers that we're talking about now was freely, openly, you know, able to disparage particular communities. I mean, which I can say now they're doing to the Muslim community, but I mean, along racial lines, and use all of these racial terminologies that are not acceptable now, that would kind of, you know, seep down into the all aspects of the community, isn't it?
Yeah,
So
sort of, and it already has though.
society where racially abusing people of color would be the norm, and that would carry. I almost feel like we're downplaying a little bit, as though we're saying, "Oh, saying a few words to us won't matter if we had the power." But
Yeah, but
getting rid of those words, so let me finish. Getting rid of those racialized words was one factor, I think, in eliminating, or not eliminating, because you can't. I don't know if you can ever eliminate racism, but at least diminishing the power of racism.
I understand what you're saying there, Smiley, and it makes some sense as well. Yeah, and obviously, I can't talk for everybody in it. I can only talk for myself, really, in it. Yeah, but I can generalize when I'm speaking there. But I do feel like if nine out of 10 or even 7 out of 10 people, yeah, I won't even put it that high. Yeah, 7 out of 10 people, yeah, that was in a position of power, doing whatever they could do. Not, do you know what I'm saying? Like without a lot of struggle behind them and whatever, just things going well for them in their life and all that, this, that, and the other. Yeah, if you call them a racist name, an offensive name, or something that they probably wasn't used to hearing or whatever, most of all of them would be angry in it. But I would say 7 out of 10 of them wouldn't let them affect the rest of their day. They'd be pissed off about it. They might even say something back, but they would carry on with their normal shit. Do you know what I'm saying? That, but right, if you yeah, that's what I think still. Yeah, man. Well, I don't know about this.
I was just looking out for this definition. What it actually, the prejudice.
Yeah, what it actually is. Yeah. That would be good if if you could read out the definition of what racism is and what the definition of what prejudice is, and like obviously it's when you ain't got control of your own destiny. Yeah, even if you're gonna mess it up or whatever, it's like.
Okay, so I found it just now on Wiki. I'll read it. It says prejudice plus power. It says prejudice. I can't even read. Prejudice plus power is a stipulative definition of racism, often used by anti-racist educators, including the American pastor. Is it pastor? Joseph Bant. The definition was first proposed by Patricia Bidel, who so it came about in the 1970s, basically.
But wait. Before you carry on, yeah, and you got like the
definition.
dictionary definition of.
I'm gonna because the dictionary definition of racism is simply how, like, you know, we understand racism, like. But this is the kind of the one that is the issue, isn't it? Okay, I just want to read this first. So, according to this definition, two elements are required in order for racism to exist: racial prejudice and social power to codify and enforce this prejudice. Okay, so that's their understanding of it. Yeah, racial prejudice has to exist, and social power has to exist for you to be able to enforce this prejudice into entire society. So that's how they're outlining it. So now you want the definition of racism.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. What's that dictionary? Should I go to the dictionary this week?
Is it Oxford Dictionary or where then?
Yeah, racism. Racism meaning the belief. It says the belief that people's qualities are influenced by their race, and the members of other races are not as good as the members of your own, or the resulting unfair treatment of members of other races.
So it is a bit the same, but there's like it's more of a generalized statement.
Yeah.
Like, so like I was saying, if you're a majority in a country, you could be racist sort of to the minority in the country or whatever.
Yeah, it says resulting unfair treatment of members of other races.
Or but if you feel like someone of a different race to you is inferior or less of a person or whatever, and you're treating them so, then that's a display of racism. The dictionary definition of racism.
Yeah, and that's why sort of when you say black people can't be racist, then you'd be like, you know, by going by that definition, everybody can be racist.
Yeah. What was that you looked up on the wiki? Was that racism or prejudice plus power?
You can put racism, prejudice plus power. I put all of it in, and it just pops up.
Yeah, she put it all still.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Yeah, but it's going to be a good topic for the Rice and Peace show still. Yeah. Definitely bothered by racism and whatnot anyway still. But like, be a good little talk. But yeah, where's Amy gone, man? Because she had a couple of topics that she wanted to bring up still. 9eth is on mute. Yeah, big up, Mel.
Yeah, Amy saw the race discussion probably and thought, I'm out of here.
I'm out of here, mate. I'm off on this one. Yeah, no, but she got she had a topic that she wanted to bring up still, man. So
yeah, we met yesterday. I think this is cool. Where did everybody go? I feel like I jumped on and everybody disappeared. What's this? It's a form of
some people get hot when it's the racism talk or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? That people don't know what to say. If I'm gonna say this right, if I'm gonna say that wrong, do you know what I mean? That's I can understand when some of that. Some might not even want to talk on it still.
I don't think it's a topic we should be afraid of. I think you should, like I'm talking now.
Yeah, not to be afraid of it still, but it's like I understand where they like might be worried about saying something that, do you know what I mean, might come across as fucked up or whatnot. You know what I mean? But it is what it is, man. I just say what you mean in it, man. Just like, all right, comes out as racist, then we have to deal with that at the time, innit? But
yeah, I'm open to learning and I'm open to, but at the same time, I'm not afraid to challenge anything. To be honest with you, just because this is the term that certain people have, you know, accepted, doesn't necessarily mean I have to accept it. I have to be convinced, you know. So that's why I'm just kind of vomiting out my ideas. And because sometimes, you know, you hear an idea and the questions rise up in your mind, isn't it? So I'm hoping talking to someone like 9ether or whatever, I'll get a different, you know, a better perspective.
Trust me. But boy, it's mad out there still. Like, gotta do these topics, you get me?
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't have started the race thing.
Oh shit, Ralph is in the other chat, boy.
Ugh, I'm gonna have to go because because I can't bear his voice. Sorry. He's in love with the black people, you know. This guy's obsessed.
You said he's in love with the choke.
I'm telling you,
With the choco.
man is trying hard. Like, he's turned into an official cheerleader. He comes into Jedi. He comes into Maku. Like, oh my god, this is black power. This is so amazing. Yes, Jedi.
He's funny still. He's a funny guy.
What do you think is his agenda? Do you see anything? Do you
Yeah, I really said Ralph is a smart guy, yeah. And I said Ralph's agenda is to suck up and be the best slave possible, and then when all the Indians are in positions of power, that's when he's gonna make a move for India. I mean that for the Indian power.
Yeah, they already got Priti Patel and Sajid. Is it Sajid Javid? They got two major players in. So yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He's gonna get all the far right Indians in.
Yeah, India has actually gone to the far right. You know that.
Once, you know what I mean, that.
Yeah.
Once he's got enough of them, then boy, it's problems.
White power done.
Yeah. So we're gonna be like brown power. The way he does his laugh. Yeah, man. Yeah, big up everyone in the chat here. Big up yourself, Samaya. Like, yeah, we're trying to get a couple more people to jump on. Trying to get Aime to jump back on and go through a couple of her topics that she had for today.
Maybe I should jump off so give someone else a chance. You know, I don't know.
No. Stay there, man, because it's good to have a panel of different voices. Yeah, so that's why I wanted Aime to jump back on as well. Still.
Yeah, I jumped on because you know there was females in here. Sometimes it can be a bit laddie, you know.
Yeah. No, but it's true that it was yeah, he's wilding out in the chat still. Yeah, it's true that no, it's true. See, I was chatting to Aime on Hangouts yesterday, and obviously I don't want it to just be the exact same as the Speaker's Corner sort of Hangouts channels as well. Try to get some different topics that some people that don't even know about Speaker's Corner can bring up and come up with.
All right.
You know what I mean?
I'm back for a hot sec. Sorry, because you know I'm getting ready in it. So.
Oh yeah. We got man.
I did hear Samaya read out a couple of definitions still, which was a good look still. So what do you think of the definitions, Samaya? Because and let's also remember who defines the definition, you know. You understand?
Yeah.
So the victim's always gonna, do you understand what I'm saying to you? And that's why I'm saying we have to be careful, isn't it?
Yeah. So sorry, what did you ask? I was listening and then.
No, I guess do you agree with the definition that was given to you?
Because the one I gave for racism, yeah, I agree with it. But The other one, the other one actually makes sense, but that's what I'm saying is you can't. I don't know if you can take racism and superimpose it just to mean that, just to mean prejudice plus power. That's why for me, I like I said, I'm more comfortable describing that as institutionalized racism, and then just regular racism, just racism.
Okay, so you want the differentiation between regular old everyday Bob racism and institutions that are racist.
Yeah, because the definition they're basically giving is the racism for like racial prejudice plus institutional power is what they're terming as racism. Whereas I would say the way everybody understands racism can still be used, and you can call that other racism institutionalized racism, because we're talking about institutions using the prejudice that they hold and then making laws to kind of, carry out those racism, isn't it? So basically, a white person can say, in my mind, I'm still at the point of an Asian can say somebody was racist to me. A white person can say a black person was racist to me, and it will still be acceptable. But when we're talking about institutional racism, then we know it's a different kettle of fish.
So okay, so you because that's what I'm saying. I guess that's really one of my points is that, you know what I mean, the different the because I'm probably getting a little bit tongue tied, but how do you, all right then, when what's the difference here between, say, a white man calling a black guy a nigger, and that same black guy calling him a nigger and beating him, cat and nine, or lynching him? Then what's the difference?
Hold on, a white guy just racially abusing a black guy.
Yeah, he racially abuses him. Yeah, which is racism. Yeah. You're saying. Then he hangs him because of that racism. Yeah. What's the difference?
Yeah, but hold on. The thing is, if that white guy did that and the state punished that white guy, then it's not institutional racism. It's just a crime of murder due to racism, isn't it? So, but where it would be institutional racism is if the state now kind of let that white guy get away with it and kind of made it accepted behavior, isn't it? So that white guy is an entity all on his own without the state when he's carrying out that crime. So that the state is not involved up to the point of, punishment.
I see. All right then, but all right.
That's just how. Yeah, hope that makes sense. Yeah, that's how I see it, really. So yeah, when the state comes in, and I'm sure there's cases in America where the state did come in and the state let certain people get away with the crimes, or gave them short sentences, then definitely that was institutionalized racism, where the prejudice of these people, the state supported.
But institutionalized racism is a bit like Nazis. The demand far exceeds the supply. It's very hard to find these institutional structured oppressive racists anymore. In the 50s and 60s, not anymore.
What about the prison system? Would you not say? Somehow, you look at the American legal system, and if you accept the idea that it treats black people or black males very different in even the sentencing, through the court system, then you can argue that that system is institutionally racist in its treatment of criminals just at the point of being in front of the court.
Well, you can see I've seen the arguments for both sides in terms of prison sentence across the whole pipeline. So I think that you can't just take one part of the metric that kind of suits you. You have black people overrepresented in the crime all the way to broken.
No. But I didn't ask you about the overrepresentation of the crime. I'm talking about the point of like sentencing.
Oh yeah, the sentencing.
I'm not even making the case. I'm just saying, let's just say if the statistics showed us that criminals of different races doing the same crime, one is getting 20 years and one is getting 3 years, and it would happen to large scale.
To race, and we can see it's causal, then that organization would be racist. So let's give a simple example. You went to a building.
No, but hold on, that organization would be institutionally racist, right? Right. Okay.
If that evidence was, so correlation is not the same as causation. Yeah, so you went, for example, to a chicken shop and you found the only people they were hiring were Bangladeshi people in all the East End chicken shops.
Yeah.
Well, you can assume they're institutionally racist because you never see any white or black kids serving chicken there.
Yeah.
that those chicken shops will be deemed institutionally racist.
And they are. I'm not denying that.
That's why I picked that example. Because I never see no black or white kids in those shops working. Just
Yeah, actually, I was actually thinking this the other day, and you know the funny thing, there is actually one Asian shop that does. It's a lovely lady. She hires everybody. I've seen all colors, but yeah, I do see them, and I do think it's racist.
Yeah. But you see, I think institutional racism, there's two forms. There's ones where there genuinely are structural institutional issues that will be reformed, cleaned up. And then there's this left-wing idea that everywhere you go, there's this invisible bogeyman of institutional structure. That's just a left-wing bogeyman. There's no such thing. I think the biggest changes were the 70s, 80s, and the late 80s, early 90s, because then we had more technology. And a lot of that law is really clean. So if you went to an investment bank, for example, you would see multiple colored faces like you would never have seen 20 years ago at all levels.
Hey, listen, I need to jump off quickly, yeah? You just gotta hold it down for me, yeah? I gotta fix the boiler real quick, man. Big up yourself, Ralpesh.
Yeah.
Man like Base Ralpesh on the panel. I'll type Sister Sumaya, I'll type 9ether. You're not gonna get busy. I make sure you're not bullying, yeah?
No, this is you can chat to 9ether, innit?
I promise not to bully anyone, baby.
Yeah. Make sure you be nice to the ladies, yeah?
No online bullying.
Yeah, we'll have you reported. Hey. We'll have you deported, yeah? Deport.
I love the way the medium's going into your head. You think about it now more. It's magic.
On the Ralph boat.
You're thinking using words like boat. It's all good, man.
Yeah. I see you on the right, mate.
I won't be long. I just heard something. I saw some interesting faces.
Yeah, 9ether, you there still?
9ether's probably
she's getting ready for work, innit, man? Everyone's getting ready for work. Like, I don't want to jump off and no one's not talking. Sister Samaya, you there still?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just doing some work. Yeah, I'm here. So.
Yeah, no, because I don't need to jump off real quick, innit?
Yeah. Go and do it. Don't worry. We will entertain Ralph for a little while. Go on. Do your thing.
He promises to be nice as well, anyway. So
we're on good terms now. There's a peace treaty. It's okay.
I'll be in and out for about 10 big inch, and then I'm off, mate. Yeah.
I just got to fix this boiler, man. I should be quick.
Go on, earn that money, man. Go and do that thing there. I might sign on one day.
Alright, big up everyone, yeah.
Bless up.
Big up everyone in the chat, man. Keep it going, yeah, and leave your comments. Make sure you not get involved. You get me? It's interactive right now, man. Yeah, big up.
Rapesh, did you see me bring all your mates out the other day?
Where was that?
On Real Panel, Vinny came out climbing to get to us, you know. Jeez,
I haven't been like that since I left, love. So I'm assuming you.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Look like they ain't had a bit of black
than Vinny. You're much more hardcore than the Vinny, you know. They're all like a bit soft.
He's a pussy, man. He's such a pum-pum. And you know what it is, well? They think that I don't know England. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. You know, they're little babies to us, Ralph. Do you know what I mean?
Make that mistake when I talk to you, sweetheart. You've been there from the 80s, so you know where we come from.
Listen, they're little babies, man, just coming with this. He was scared to say the word Jew, Ralph. But he's a bad man out here. But he was scared to say the word Jew.
Oh, Vinny is, I'll tell you what, the funniest thing that trolls, I've been trolling Vinny and he really hates my guts right now. But the Braden, who is not left-wing, he just said it right up to Vinny's face. He sang the Tongi song. Vinny is a lefty, la 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 la. Because Vinny's not this shit, mate. He's not very, he's too nervous to say what he thinks. You say what you think, 9ether. You're not.
This is what I kind of found out yesterday, because he came to attack me and Betty, which, you know, they like to do, because really they can't speak to black women in real life, so that's the way they can get to talk to us online. Yeah? Vis-a-vis cocksucker Khan, but that's a different story. You understand? So he's come on, just chatting bare shit. So I'm like, what's your problem? Yeah? He's like, and then obviously he started talking his nonsense. I'm like, is it me? No. Do they look like me? No. Do they look like you? No. So who are these people that are fucking up your life? Well, the people in the chat. Do you know what I mean? I'm thinking, what type of tyranny is this when you can't even say who your enemy is? You're the judge.
But I
So it ended up being the Jewish people that seems to be his gripe.
Or he's now into the Jewish, or he's on, because he's always very careful not to say that. I've noticed about Vinny, but that's probably because he's scared you get done for something. Whereas the people I know hate the Jews. Hey, look at Rashback's channel. You just come out and call them. Yeah, more respectfully if you say, hey, I just hate Jews. I mean, that's just honest, yeah.
Yeah, but within the right, that is a legitimate gripe, isn't it? That's why you supporting Tommy. Some of them distance themselves from you because they believe Tommy obviously has the Zionist support and is being paid by them, and you're within the same kind of, allegiance.
Not really.
Hold on. So you can't just dismiss within the far right. There is the Jewish question, right?
Oh yeah, but if you see,
which you're more in favor of, and they're far more anti. So that's the reason. And obviously, Vinny is right that some of them do feel very comfortable that their income and other things would be in trouble if they do mention that. Whereas Islam, you can malign us, you can demonize us, and nothing is going to happen to you. So there is a distinct difference there, which we see it.
So that's a good point. So the right is split along the Jewish question line. I myself being terribly far right, but not being anti-Jewish or anti-white, find it very easy to sit and put a foot in both camps to explain to both sides what the problem is. I want to
not anti-Jewish, but you're very. It's not just that you're not anti-Jewish. You're in favor of, isn't it?
Oh no, I'm in favor of a Jewish ethno-state for the Jews because that strengthens the case for white ethno-states.
But what about you're in favor of obviously what they see as the Jewish domination of their economy?
No, I'm on the side of the far right where I say the Jewish people need to make a choice. Either you're on the side, and this is the resolution of the JQ, either you're on the side of white ethno rights, in which case it's cool, but if you're not, you're no different to a Somalian.
No, but hold on. But the thing is, you're giving this question, you're giving this request to the Jews, but they're not giving that request to the Jews because there's a mistrust there for them, isn't it? They're not going to say to them, hey, are you going to stay ruling all of the banks and be on our side? They want them not to rule the banks.
Well, so I said this to
whether
Joseph,
that's the case or not is a different question.
You know the guy Joseph in the Park as well, Joseph from Zionist.
Yeah, I know Joseph.
Yeah, so I was talking to George from again as well because we were talking about the blowback after we had that debate with Mark and the people, and the Jewish people have the right, and this is what I tell my friends on both sides of the extreme white right. The Jewish people have a right to have that question phrased to them, and if you phrase the question, they have a right to reply. The Jewish people are not going to give you one answer. It's going to be a whole spectrum of responses, and that's how you.
Is that why?
That's why you divide the Jews into two camps: those who stand on the side of the rights for white nationalism, etc., and those that don't.
Okay, is that why you kind of organized the discussion with Joseph and those far right guys?
Correct.
Mark Collett. So, because I observed a little bit of that, and I kind of I felt sorry for Joseph, to be honest with you, because obviously the degree of anti-Semitism was very strong, and I've sensed that it was a shock to them.
Yeah, he was very shocked. We emailed and talked afterwards and stuff, and my missus was also like worried for him because I don't think he had remembered or seen just how deep that feelings go.
Yeah, I saw
the Jews get it from the left, the Jews get it from the right, the Jews get it from the Muslims, the Jews get it from the white nationalists, the Jews get it from everyone. But from the far right nationalist movement in Europe, the question is very simple. If the Jews have an ethno-state now in Israel, if they have somewhere they can go home and call home if they had to, do they support the rights of the Polish people to have the same or not? If the answer is yes, then the right must accept them.
But the question some of the far right are saying is if the stability or the well-being of that Jewish state depends on or relies or is attached to their achievements and ability to influence the politics of Europe, then why would they willingly give that up? And that's I think some of the concerns.
That is the resolution. That's the only resolution in the long term to the ultimate war. Let's say, unlike the war between, say, Muslims and Jews, the wars between the white right and Jews can only be solved by those Jewish people being posing that question and made a choice. So, to give you a good example, in Hungary, Viktor Orban has systemically removed all the influences of George Soros without violence. He has removed all the courses in the universities, declassified them. George Soros packed up, took just under $1 billion worth of infrastructure and moved to Germany.
So you'd be in support? Would you be in support of Britain and say America doing that peacefully?
Support of the Jews making up their mind.
Hold on, let me finish. Peacefully removing all Jewish Zionist influence on politics, education, finance. You'd be in support of that.
Because I think the simple test is who are you loyal to first, England or Israel? If your support is for Israel and the Jews, or if your support is for Somalia and the Somaliland people and above England, you should not have any power.
So what you're saying is those Jews that would be within the system here, they would have to accept absolute allegiance to UK, to the British, and that's it.
Well, wouldn't you want someone here to have absolute allegiance to the country they have and not allegiance to somewhere else?
No, I'm asking. I don't know really. I'm not that nationalistic.
Yeah, to ask a question about but I am. I don't want people in influence of power here whose loyalty lies elsewhere. I think that goes against the very first principles. I don't want a member of my family working against my family. Right? I would consider that member of my family to not be the same type of member of family if their loyalty is to another family, right? I mean, that's just natural. It's real.
Okay, so you're very.
Yeah, therefore you see the white right stuff, they get all triggered. So Vinny, back to Richard Boyd, Vinny and all, they're scared, terrified to where to sit in the camp, but it's not better not. People are that not. I'm very comfortable in the Jewish question, the way it is, but it's a question of not going anywhere until it's answered. The white far right, for example, will not let go of the question until they get a response. Right?
So are you, by you saying that, are you encouraging you to engage with them? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm encouraging my brothers in the movement across the spectrum of the right to learn the correct ways to organize ourselves and not have division where it's not needed. We know there's going to be a division on the issue, so we need to understand the source of our division, understand how we reconcile our divisions, so how we can move on. Remember, let's be crystal clear, there's only 30 million top Jews in the world. The only reason Israel exists is not because of the white right, it exists because of us in the Christian right. We pay the money. It's our money.
I agree.
The Christian right keeps it up. And just because there's a fringe of the white right that wants to legitimately address the Jewish question does not mean that we're going to be hijacked by the issue. But then that camp tends to be a sharp line. So Vinnie Sullivan might be scared, but he tiptoes a lot. He's a bit of a wussy. I mean, he should just come out and say what he thinks, right? One day he's for multiculturalism, the other day he's not. One day he's a civic nationalist, the other day he's an ethno-nationalist. So he's a bit, he's not quite, let's just say, focused on where he lands yet. Right? But
he's not the brightest tool.
I have met brighter people. I think I'm talking to one right now.
So yeah, I find it quite fascinating. Yeah, I do find it quite fascinating because for me, I think you're a double agent. Sorry to say, but I think you're a double agent. So I haven't quite figured out which side you're actually working on because the Jewish question. I think even the way you're answering the Jewish question, for me, I'm not so sure how authentic that is because I think you're talking to your audience. So maybe your answer not necessarily directed to me.
I'll be very honest with you. My loyalty is the same answer. I bet you I'll give you £10,000 tomorrow. You find a single contradiction in my position. And my loyalty is a strict hierarchy. It's God. I'm a Christian before I'm a nationalist, before I'm for the people. So my protection for the Jewish people has nothing to do with an audience. They are.
Yeah, but hold on a minute, because now you're saying you're Christian. Hold on. Now, but you're saying you're Christian, right? So, and also you've mentioned that Israel being in having to enjoy the safety that it enjoys because of the investment and the support of Christians in the West. But in the other breath, you're saying if the far right want to kind of erase all of the influence of the Jews in the West to get their nationalism and to get the state they want, you're happy to go along with that. So in one sense, it's like you're utilizing your Christianity, but in the other sense, it's extreme nationalism that doesn't consider the
it depends what the actions are. So let me try to explain my position a little more. Yeah, because that's a great question in a little more depth. If the question were to be posed, for example, and we were to find, let's make a simple example. There were 100 Jews at top positions everywhere, and we look at them. We think 50 of them are working against us, and 50 are working for us. The right thing to do is to find that set and work out what that criteria was, because if we won the game, and only if we win the game, we would have the ability to rectify this. So the far right, white right, let's call them the 1488ers who want to warm up the ovens, they're just thinking of, their final solution is to get rid of all of them. That's an absurd solution. It's not in the best interest of white people to do such a thing. So the calm voices of reason say, no, What we need to do is make sure if there's a George Soros on one hand, how do we beat the George Soros? It doesn't mean I round up every liberal Jew, right? I'm not going to one-round, right? I'm going to disassemble, like Orban has done, disassemble his influence. Yeah. I'm not going to go knock on Golders Green and pick up a Jew because he's liberal. What I'm going to do is remove him from power.
Okay.
And then he's not a threat anymore, right? Remember, it's not a threat then. So our threat is not really the Jews, to be clear. The threat is liberal Jews. It's the left-wing Jews from the left-wing movement who've been the great minds of the intellectual left. They have been the real enemy, right? And then obviously there are genuine Jew haters on the white right. I know them personally. They don't want to hear any explanation. They're like Hamas or any Muslim. They're just like, find them under the rock, fucking, instead of driving into the sea, let's warm up the ovens. They're just genuine Jew haters. And those people never the Christian right will not let them take power, ever, right? Because we're Christians. So.
Okay, I want to ask another follow-up question because you just mentioned about the Hamas and that you kind of compared their hatred to that of the Hamas. I want to ask you, this hatred that you described, do you think there's any, what's the word I'm looking for? Is there any reality to it? Is there any, where the fears, where they're drawn from? Is there a reality that the power lays with some Jews to a higher percentage? Like, do they control 20% of the media? Let's say, or is it just scaremongering? That's what I want to
know. It's a fair question. Is there, so I'm just talking about Hamas, I'm not talking about Islam or Muslims right now.
No, forget it. I'm not interested in Hamas. I'm just using that because you used it as the level of hate.
So if you look at the Hamas charter, you can understand some of its points, for example, self-determination for the Palestinian people or their right of access to their historical lands could be well described as legitimate grievances. On the other hand, and I just pulled up the reference, if I read from Hamas charter, number 2, under goals of the Hamas, the destruction of Israel. Israel will exist and will continue in success until Islam will obliterate it, just as it obliterated others before it. I'm reading the words of the Hamas charter of the goals. So, is that Jew hatred? That's just Jew hatred. Now, therefore, Hamas, with their guys driving their 100,000-pound SUV.
I mean, I'm sorry, my question wasn't really about Hamas. I mean, I understand. Did you not? Maybe you didn't understand my question. Shall I ask again?
Yeah, go on. It would be my fault.
Okay, because the only reason I mentioned Hamas is because you mentioned about your white friends, and you were saying that their hatred for the Jews is almost like unreasonable, and you didn't even say unreasonable. You're basically saying it's equal to what Hamas feels for them.
Correct.
So I was asking you, that level of enmity, that level of hatred, and obviously that's why I mentioned some of the far right people that I have spoken to, and their story is that it's about influence, it's about power, it's about how much the Jews have influence in these institutions. I'm asking you, is that the truth? Is that what do you think there's any truth to that?
There's legitimate grievances on both sides. So there's legitimate grievances for the white nationalist right, because it's very clear to show that the Jews, not because of some conspiracy,
because they often say this cultural Marxism, argument, their cultures being eroded and certain things being pushed on them.
Correct.
So I want to understand.
That's a legitimate narrative of ours on the right. We believe since the 1960s, and systemically in my case, being in the extreme reactionary vanguard, all the way to the Enlightenment, we believe Western culture has fallen, in my case, from the Christian corrosion to the liberal corrosion. The Jews, and just be crystal clear, the Jews have been the top of this in the West, not because they're the Jewish conspiracy, that's bullshit, just because they're at the top of all excellence matrices. They're very good at what they do. So you see them represented in banking, media, of course you would. You see them in the top of every profession. So those liberal Jews have legitimately, because they're liberal, not just Jewish, because they're liberal, lefty Jews, have been responsible for LGBTQ, equal rights.
But hold on, can I ask you this liberal, because this is one of the issues. This you say you describe them as liberal, but the arguments that I hear from the people on the right is this liberalism is something they themselves came with and kind of put into the society.
Well, it's not just them.
And this was what was utilized to break that.
White nationalists get confused because if you want to blame the Jews, you're going to attach the Jews to things. But if you look at the Frankfurt School, the fact that a lot of the intellects in the Frankfurt School, all the way to Columbia University, I was in Columbia, I spent a lot of time in New York in the early mid-late 90s. That's when it really was kicking off in the literature department, in the comparative philosophy departments, anthropology departments. And it was kicking off, yes, you see really bright Jews there. but not because the Jews are trying to do it. It's because the left are doing it and are responsible.
Yeah, but the left are doing it because obviously the ideas come from thinkers, isn't it?
Correct.
So they will attribute someone like Karl Marx. So obviously, yes, the left are doing it, but whose ideologies are these based on?
The left, the far left, our real enemy, our only enemy. The far left. Islam is only a problem for us because of the far left. Immigration is only a problem of us because of the far left.
Okay, so you're saying how the Jews, the liberal Jews, how they kind of spearheaded.
Yeah, because they believe genuinely, and it's understandable. Let me put my pro-Jewish hat on for a second. If I was a Jewish people and I'd had my entire history of the last 3,000 years has been persecution and been kicked out of almost every country I've ever been to or killed and murdered, you can understand how such a tribe of people would be fundamentally defensive. So what would be defending?
I mean, I understand a little bit of that.
They'd always defend against any power of source that could crush them, like a caliph or Islam or the Catholic Church or the Nazis. The Jews would automatically want a world that didn't have that. What's that best world for them? Everyone being multicultural, pluralistic. That's their safest environment. It's an understandable concern. So liberal Jews can be understood. But we, for example, if we're fighting left-wing liberalism,
so by that argument, though, you've just kind of answered my question in that there was a need for them to change the society and almost, like you said, make this left-wing pluralistic society, because that is the environment that they'll
be safest in.
Yeah. So it makes sense. But then you're kind of admitting that they did it. You know what I mean? Indirectly. Okay. Sorry.
Not directly. So I'm not because I have many Jewish friends all my life, and I support because as a Christian, my relationship with Jews has nothing to do with my politics either. And then my relationship with the right, which is where my loyalty is absolute. And I can see the difference of yes, they've been there at the top of this game, but not because there's a secret room with Jewish guys plotting, only because they're at the top of every game, because they have a highest IQ cluster and in-group preference. They're outperformers everywhere they've always gone.
No, I do agree that
the great thinkers could be Jewish people, right? The Frankfurt School be dominated by Jewish left.
Clearly, the level of persecution or the things that they've gone through have taught them to be, adaptive.
They've evolved those skills.
Definitely.
Yeah. So the question then is, but there are right-wing Jews, and I know right-wing Jews. I count some of my close friends as very right-wing Jews. They are on the same side as Europeans. They don't. They have the
in what sense? In what sense? In same side as the Europeans, of course.
They would fight
because the target is the
Muslims. United States against Israel. They'd fight for the US against Israel. Right.
Assalamu alaikum, ukhti.
Yeah. They'd fight Israel
for the United States.
Oh, okay. So are we talking about atheist Jews here?
No, I'm talking about secular Jews or Jewish Jews. I have a friend who's maybe coming up to 20 years. I've known him in New York, and he's a practicing Jew, but he would pick the side of the United States. His fathers have served.
I don't believe that.
Well, I'm telling you, there are genuine right-wing Jews.
No, I believe there are genuine right-wing Jews, but I don't. Hold on, there's a difference between being right-wing and partaking in the destruction of Israel.
Well, I'm just using an example by exaggerated extremes to show you that their loyalty is.
But I think obviously they're right-wing because obviously in this world everybody has their own agenda. So it may be that it suits them, their politics, where they are for Europe to head a particular direction. It doesn't necessarily mean.
But what I'm trying to say, let me put it in a simple way. There are many conservative and right-wing Jews who are for European national interests ahead of left-wing liberalism. They don't want to see
obviously, they would look at where maybe the left has served this purpose for them. Could be.
Well, I mean, that's just my observation anyway. But that's a right fault line. So when Vinny comes on, bothers you guys and all that, it's quite interesting because for me, I look at them as all in the civic, soft, cocky end of the right wing, right, compared to people like me and my mates. Well, much further right. So we don't really have, we're not civic nationalists or anything like that.
Yeah, but you do know that your opinion don't really matter regarding them. What does your Bible say regarding those Jews that you support? That's what matters.
Well, as a Christian, the only obligation I have morally is to offer every Jewish person an invitation to Christ. That's where my obligation ends.
Oh, is it? So why can you not show that great restraint that you show when it comes to disrespecting the Jews or the Zionists to Muslim? How come your tongue is very loose when it comes to Muslim, but not when it comes to the Zionist regime? But again, your own scriptures,
but it doesn't differ.
those Jews way more than the Muslims.
Oh, but it just depends where you listen to who I'm speaking with. So if I'm speaking to my white nationalist friends about Jewish people, you hear me speaking of the pros and cons of Jewish people. Yeah.
I have, and if anything, I see you want others not to even jumping into that topic of speaking about Zionists, tell them to stay away.
So, okay, well, I mean, I can do that right now, right here, under the grace of God. So let me ask you some questions. What do you mean when you say Zionist? I'm a Zionist. What do you mean when you say Zionist?
Okay, Jews, and if you're Zionist,
what do you mean when you use the word Zionist? I'm telling you,
RSS.
That's actually very good because I don't even know. I just heard the term used loosely, so maybe you can explain to us since you said you're Zionist.
I'm just being clear. So you're coming and accusing me of being scared to say what Zionism, but you don't even know what it means, right? Okay, I got you, brother. Zionism simply means the right for the people, the Jewish people, to have a land, a state of their own. That's all that Zionism is defined as.
Within that, you would call yourself a Zionist, yeah?
I believe the Jewish people, just like I believe the Kurdish people,
Zionism as in meaning uprooting the Palestinians from their home and doing whatever is necessary to steal their land.
But I say it's already going against his scripture because why? And the other, who are they called, the Orthodox Jews, that actually say Jewish cannot have a homeland. We've been forbidden from having our own land until Messiah, the Savior, comes. So are you not going against your own scripture by saying you're Zionist and you're in support of them having their own land?
Just to be clear, I asked you what you meant by the word Zionism. You didn't know. I told you what I mean the word Zionism is, and let me read you the dictionary definition.
Yeah, you did. And I'm just going with what you told me, and you're not going against your own scripture.
No, hang on a second. First of all, we're talking about a word you don't really. I'm not sure what word in your head you think you're talking about before you get to scripture.
I'm sure you know the Zionism.
The dictionary definition of the word Zionism.
Those people who wrote the term are the same people that we're speaking of.
Well, let's look at the definition of the dictionary of Zionism, not what I think, you think, or we think. The dictionary.
No, we have different definitions. It's okay.
Well, we'll go to the dictionary, and then we can argue whether you've got a better dictionary. But the dictionary says Zionism now, a movement for the reestablishment of development and protection of a Jewish nation in what is now Israel. So if you believe the Jewish, and I believe the Kurdish people.
What is now? What's
Kurdistan?
Palestine, right?
So I think Kurdistan should have there should be a place called Kurdistan. I have the right for the Kurds to have Kurdistan. I believe the Jewish people have the right to a place of their land which they have called Israel, which their DNA traces to there for at least millennia. I believe I'm a Zionist, and I'm not Jewish.
Okay, I hear you. See, your belief and your opinion.
Ralph is a politician. I don't know. He's not the guy to
I know. I just want to expose his hypocrisy, though, because why? His belief and his opinion here have nothing to say. If you're claiming you're Christian here, your Bible is what you have to stick by. That's your salvation. And your Bible, even their Torah, whatever, the Orthodox Jews will tell you that this Israel state is unlawful state because why? The Most High has forbidden them from owning their own land, especially in Israel, until the Messiah return. So whoever is in support with that is going against the Bible and is of the synagogue of Satan. And this is what the Orthodox Jews will tell you. Forget me.
I know I've spoken to such people of the life. I've spoken to many Jewish friends as a Christian over the 50 years I've lived my life. I think that's one you need to take up with the Jewish people on the far right. But if you take it up with the Jewish people, I know they're like, yeah, it's according to our intellectual morals, the notion of nationalism and Zionism is the right for the Jewish people to that land. Our DNA cluster sequences go back something like 3,700 years to genes of Jewish people in that land. That's their homeland. I mean, it's fucking simple as that. I mean, that's their homeland. Now, you can tell me there's some scripture.
Well, you didn't answer the question, though. You asked about the synagogue of Satan.
Yeah, we look. You can.
I've got a question for Ralph. Would Ralph support a two-state solution?
Would I? I would have, not anymore.
Okay, since there's so many of us against him, I'm gonna jump out. But I've gotta say, for a devil, you really could have a discussion with people, So hats off for that.
Oh yeah, man, take care.
Yes, it was very interesting. Thank you for answering my questions.
Sorry, mate, two-state solution. No, I support as a one, and right now the official policy of the Israeli government is to make the two-state solution impossible in less than 20 years. If you look at the
It's okay. I think there's no conversation to be had there. I know the Zionist position and our position is that land is ours, and actually it's written that we're going to get it back. So the conversation doesn't need to, you know what I mean? It's not going to be resolved by us.
Story's going nowhere for the next 10, 20 years. You know, I'm not a two-stater, to answer your question one line. I'm not. I used to be a two-stater. I'm not anymore.
I don't think Israel will let two states happen at all. So. Yeah, it's a non-starter for them.
No, I think right now Israel. If you look at the engineering plans for Israel and the government documents, Israel is crisscrossing the West Bank.
Yeah, they're going to wipe them out. They're going to bring all the land into their hands. I know that for a fact, and they're going to extend it. They have, you know. So yeah, we know what's going on. Don't worry.
Yeah, and you know,
that's why I'm not too invested to convince you, because I don't believe in this is something that is going to be resolved with words anyway. So
you don't believe in a two-state solution, Samaya, then?
I don't believe in it, and I don't believe in a peaceful solution. I don't think that's going to happen, because they're not going to give it up, and the Palestinians are not going to give up on their land. So
now, my friend Joseph in the park, who I like very much and admire him, and he's not politically, he and I are on opposite sides of the fence, right? So he opposes almost every deep principle I hold, and obviously I his. He is right in saying, though, that if we can get Hamas and stuff out, and we can create a wealthy, secular Palestine area for Palestinian people, where we can make them economically safe, bring up Israel's living
standards. But I'm not against, can I say, I'm not against...
Here's like the liberal, secular Muslim dream, like a London
Can I just say, the Islamic position is not against Jews and Christians living there. Under Islam, the Jews have a right to it, and the Christians have a right to it, the people that are from there. So in our system, they would live there, and they could still call it their home, but obviously not in the not in the way they're doing it now.
Well, there's a political thing where Joseph believes that the only way out is to de-religionize it, right? Literally make it a secular state like Israel is, make no religious preferences for Jews, Christians, or Muslims, and he hopes that liberty, like making it all Tel Aviv, is going
this is where obviously.
Yeah, he wants to see that.
That place has a history of religiosity that cannot be stripped to just.
Yes, well, I know
region, so I can't see that happening either.
No, me neither. That's why I believe in
it. But anyway, Ralph, what are your thoughts on the RSS?
On the what, sorry?
On the RSS.
Oh, good stuff. Good blokes.
Good blokes, the RSS.
I support the Indian far right. So my Indian friends, my closest Indian mates, you know, most people seem to think I don't like India or don't do anything with India. But as we told my Indian mates in Hindi, yeah, I support the Indian far right. I believe in a single Indian nationalist state. I think Modi's doing a great job, and hopefully the pressure that's coming from Modi in his right-wing MPs are coming from Shiv Sena, RSS people, and the new ultra-nationalist modern Indian far right. So our equivalent of the alt-right in India. And the alt-right in India are getting fucking nationalistic, right? They're educating the West. They're going, look, we want a strong nation state, right? So,
definitely. I see that, and I see also obviously closer relationship with Israel, back to Israel again.
The United States and England, yes.
Yeah, but can I ask you? So, do you think?
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask one quick question?
Good
morning. Good morning to everyone. Big up, Belly, Samaya. I think 9ether was in there, but I think you've gone. Big up, everyone. Is it Ralph? I'll take it.
What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up? I've heard you speak a couple of times. I haven't listened in depth to anything really.
Lucky you, man.
Yeah, I know people seem to be quite riled up, but I don't get riled up easily. Can I just ask you what you stand for?
Rob, they always say that with their land.
Oh, yeah. No, don't worry. Don't worry about me. Can I just ask you what you stand for?
Oh, you want to know what I stand for?
Yeah.
Me, I'm a Christian. I would like to see His will on earth be done. So I'd like to see a world, growing, happy, prosperous, and amazing. And I believe the way to get there is the only way to get there is through the Christian right.
Oh, so you're basically a religious one then?
Oh yeah.
How often do you go to church?
As often as I can, man. I live in a radius of immediately 6 churches. I can see 2 of the steeples right from right now I'm talking to you. Just have a look at them.
Oh, how many times a week would you say that is then that you visit?
It varies because I have a complicated thing because my wife is Catholic and I'm not. So on average, yeah. Church, do we go to church once a week or 52 weeks a year? Yeah, easily. So I tend to go to church a year, probably about 120 times, 110 times. That's what you're asking. I don't know what you're going to do with that data, but
No, I'm not doing anything with the data. For me, it's just helping me come to an understanding more of you, because you said I asked you what you stand for, and you stand for the church. So I just want to now find out how religious you are.
I believe in the resurrection of Lord Jesus Christ. I pray every day.
I believe in the resurrection of Jesus.
I wake up and I pray. I go to bed, I pray.
Oh, so how does it work with your wife? She says she's a Catholic or something.
Yeah.
She's up fight at night. So what do Catholics believe then? What does she believe?
Well, Catholics only come from your only procedures come from the Catholic Church. So I was raised Protestant. So obviously I don't know how much. Are you a Christian?
Pardon?
Are you a Christian?
No. I'm best described as an atheist. I wouldn't say I'm an atheist, but I'm best described.
One of them.
Hey, I'm not one of them. I'm best described. That's all I can say. Until I figure out a word for me.
Because your thing says DFT, so that it starts dropping you some food. So yeah, I'm Christian. My views, I stand the Christian, stand the right. But we're in a political war. I'm actively engaged in that political war at every level I can in my being to make a better world, which can only be done by restoring right-wing political power, Christian political power. That's the game, right? That's what it is.
Okay, so you're a political Christian.
Oh God, yeah.
Okay, so you fight for what side? The right, I believe.
Yeah, all right.
Far right. Yes. And what do you stand for in the far right, may I ask?
If you look at all our parties and our movements, and we have 3 coordinating organizations across the AFD, Brexit Party, everyone, we have a 3-pillar message strategy, and that is the 3 things to defend the West are immigration, integration, Islamization. Same message, you can reverse engineer every document from Trump, Raj, Brexit, repeating the same thing. To defend the West, we need to deal with immigration, integration, Islamization.
So you stand for...
Sorry, can I ask the second point? You said immigration, what's the second one?
Integration.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So people have come here. So if you look at 99% of the nation was white until the 1950s and 60s. It's now 86%. Its census point is going to 70.
You want them to integrate, or you don't want them to integrate?
Well, we want to deal with integration. Have they integrated? Should they integrate?
What does entail? What does dealing with it entail? Is it? Are you pro more? Are you asking them to integrate more, marry into the people more, or are you asking them to pull back and not integrate?
We're asking at the highest level to open a conversation about it, because we believe.
But I'm asking your positioning, not just a conversation.
So let me give you simple data points, right? So if you look at immigration, and I take the ONS statistics data and I plot the economic inputs of immigrants. Immigrants are net 1.1, 1.2 times beneficial for the country. But if we bring down the data and open it deeper, the top 30% of immigrants are bringing all 90% of the benefits. The remaining 70% of the immigrants are net negative to us. So an honest conversation about integration is going to be look at the immigrants who have integrated and see who's doing what. Are all immigrants equal? Have they all integrated equally? Because an immigrant is someone who is integrated in, right? So this integrated immigrant, how is he? Well, top Indian.
No. I wouldn't say.
I want to understand.
Say an immigrant is someone that's integrated in. I wouldn't say that.
Can you let me
finish? Economic access. I could take the culture.
Hold on a minute, Ralph. The ones that you're let's say the top 30%, bottom 70%. Now let's stay with the bottom 70%. What would your observation of them? What would it entail?
Well,
what
I think we take the conversation that says, do we want more chain migration from these communities and cultures that have not performed well? So that was just economic access.
Okay, hold on. So what you're saying is you would observe them to kind of to help the decision of like immigration as a whole, whether you'd actually let so you'd only let in the people who basically are doing the best economically.
The ones that are best suited for, not just economic access, I choose economic, I choose cultural, but the ones who are best suited, who integrate well into Britain and become British and do Britain good.
So hold on, so it could be...
let me just stop you there. May I ask a question back? Do you think that's a bad idea?
No, I want to understand the system first. So it would basically, the observations that you make from those people would now be used on immigration policy. On immigration policy.
Correct. And also it's a policy, spending policies across all 8 sectors in our government. We look at all our policy positions in the document.
So you'd say, let's say something like a particular community, I don't know, like Peru. So you'd observe them, you see their practices. If you don't think it fits in well, then you'd be like, okay, we don't need any more immigration from Peru.
Well, we either want to reform or give them a route to integrating in, and if they fail to integrate in, we don't want more of them, for sure, because they're not integrating in.
Okay, so I'm so sorry, brother. Yeah, just one follow-up question.
Yeah.
What would be the things that are being observed in terms of integration?
Well, you can take the standard SCI's classification of the ONS data for the government. We can look economically, we can look socially, we can look at cultural performance, crime performance, right? So one culture is a source of crime, a new culture constantly. We can take these metrics and we can use that to influence a policy decision. Think of it as of ranking a citizen, because we are moving to the big data age where everyone is going to be just a piece of data, right? So when you look at the data, we're looking at the data and going, so the immigration thing, yeah, immigrants are great for the economy. Technically, you're correct. The left is correct. It's about 1.1, 1.2 in the maths, but not all immigrants. So you know,
but hold on, but do you
nurses,
think,
Indian doctors, right? Yeah.
Okay, so hold on. Would you be comparing an immigrant who's immigrated, let's say from Poland, to an immigrant who's, let's say, coming from a war-torn country, third world, and comparing them equally? Would you not expect some differentiation depending on the background they're coming from? Somebody who's within the European sphere may even speak English, may be the working class, like, you know, ready just to enter a job, where somebody who just ran away from a country where they couldn't read and write and lived in a small village, they wouldn't have the same output, would they?
Correct. So we can look at that, but we can also do it intergenerationally because we have the data back to the 1960s. By the time the 1980s, we have very good data sets, and they just got better from the 1980s. So we can look at second generation Bengali immigrants, third generation Bengali immigrants, compared to first generation Burmese immigrants who might have flown from Myanmar, right? Or Tutsi person. But they're going to show that those aren't going to be the norms. The norms are going to be what we normally expect to see in our life. Most of the data is going to be from the Indian Sub-Asian continent, from the ex-Commonwealth, and then the new flot. So we can look at this data and it can just, you know, so we don't have to take some one magic wand. We can use intelligent statistical data analysis and computing.
Do you think that could have been a factor in, obviously there is a clear, you may not acknowledge it, but there is a clear isolation or targeting of the Muslim community, or sort of pointing them as the mostly noticeable, the othering of them, shall we say?
No, so yes and no, not in this. I think I just said. Remember, there's three top axes. Not in the immigration argument, because Muslims have high-performing Muslims and good low-performing Muslims. So Muslims are going to have a spectrum. They're going to use a spectrum of data. We're against Islam, separate from the immigration integration. That's our third axis. We're against Islam because it's fundamentally incompatible and play reforms to us. If it will not reform to us, we will remove it or detach its sources of any power. We won't allow it to have 50 MPs in our parliament.
Right.
That would be unthinkable to us.
Okay.
Right, because we believe Islam, unless it reforms itself to us, does not coexist with us. It just lives at the same place, being itself. We don't want to be it. We don't want it to have any harm, but it can't come here and tell us, oh, we won't change to you. No. You are going to change to us, so we're going to reform you, remove you.
So let's cut down on the rhetoric. Basically, what you're saying is, 2% of Muslim population is, it's so powerful that we have to watch you. It's okay, we understand.
We're watching your current state of the board and your projected growth rates.
Right.
So we and not just me, the people will ask, the people back that position. And why wouldn't they? Islam is not from here. It is not normal in Europe to see women dressed in veils or men with beards.
Yeah, but all immigration, if you look at it, the further field you go, you can say any aspect of it, you can say is not from here. So then maybe the country would need to address it, whether it actually allows immigration. That can be applied to any particular group of people that are outside of here.
Islam is special because Islam is not just a group. Islam is special because Islam is the only other imperial force along with Christianity. Islam is imperial by design. You got black Muslims, brown Muslims, Muslims from Turkey, from Bangladesh, from Indonesia, but they're all going to be coming as Muslim.
Yeah, I accept that position. I mean, I don't accept it, but I'm saying I understand where you're coming from. But to say a normal working class Muslim is a representation of Islam, the force that you describe, I think it's a far-fetched.
No,
I'm a Muslim. I live long enough, and I don't see myself as a threat. I don't think I'm going to take over the country.
I don't see you as a threat myself either. You just happen to be one node in the group systemic structure of the thing called Islam. So it's not you individually. So as a Christian, I'm compelled to love every Muslim and offer every Muslim I meet a path to Christ. I cannot hate a Muslim.
Yeah, that love that's telling us,
This allows me. But on the other hand, you're a node, like a piece in a car, of the thing called Islam that is there. Islam is not a religion, as any good Muslim will tell you. Islam is a totalitarian way of being. It's
Islam is a system.
But you, I wish every Muslim well, and I offer him to immediately come over and accept Christ. But that means I have to remove him because I'm removing Islam. That's a different issue, right? But we can't have Islam ever have 50 seats or 30 seats in our parliament. We'd rather burn it down. Right? Because that's like, what's the point of 1,400 years of history? If the Nazis couldn't get in here, Muslims aren't going to sneak in.
The thing is, actually, Islam doesn't even permit Muslims to join the parliament. That's the funny thing. Really, Islam doesn't even allow them to put themselves up as ministers. So the fear is a bit inflated on that aspect.
But you say the mayor, is it the mayor Muslim?
There are Muslim MPs in parliament and Muslim MPs in the government.
Yeah, they've decided to go against it.
No, but they're Muslim though. No, but hold on though. Is her name Samaya? Samaya, they're Muslim though.
Yeah,
they are Muslim though.
Very loosely.
No, you're saying loosely, yeah. But they go to mosque and they pray salat and they're Muslim. Like they come on TV. The mayor has defended. I've seen him come on TV. He's Muslim, bro.
But the funny thing is here, yeah. But Sumaya, and this is us on the right. Look at this thing you just did and said, and we say, hang on. Every time, and this is why Islam is so powerful. Every time we point at some unreformed characteristic trait of Islam, the Muslims immediately say, "Oh, he's not a real Muslim." They do the true Scots mentality in a Muslim. So we have, when you asked me an original question about otherizing Muslims, we must otherize you because you show strong.
No. You can otherize us. The otherizing is, for me, I'm not shocked to anything you're saying because it's always existed. You understand? And I think it will always exist. We will always other each other, and it's not a one-way stream. I'm not, I'm aware of the arguments on both sides. So we say, but it's not a case of saying this one is not a Muslim. For me, I mean, you're a Christian, so I guess I don't know. Following the rules isn't really that important to you, maybe. But for us, it's like. Actions define what you are. I don't define, this just because you're a reformist or whatever. I'm not excommunicating anyone.
No, absolutely.
I was gonna say I'm with the Raf when he says returning the Muslims, but with the condition before people get it wrong, yeah, with a condition, and I'll be the first to volunteer if that condition is met, yeah. That condition is before you return us to our homeland, yeah, which is beautiful homeland where I'm from. I'm first to volunteer the way I said. The condition is, would you keep your Western influence away from us, from our own homeland, so we're able to practice what we want to practice, in other words, Sharia. If that condition is met, I'm the first to say, because at the moment, my problematic is I want to go home, but my home has been occupied by the beast, in other words.
Can you get out all of your 10 nations out of our country?
I can answer that question. The answer is yes and no. Yes, we will not interfere and bomb you. We'd love to separate off. And no, it's not a precondition for us to returning you. We're returning you anyway. But yes, we would like to see peace and harmony where you're separate.
You see that, Bilal? He's basically saying pick up arms. He's saying your home is my home and my home is my home.
Yeah, that's what it is. In other words, we return you and still rule over you.
Yeah. I hope everybody hears that.
You know that's not what I said, though, right? You know that's not what I said. I said, yes, I would like separation where at one point, eventually just under 2 billion Muslims, by 2050, the population steadies. Those 2 billion Muslims, if they want to live in a large part of the world by themselves, we in the right would have absolute non-intervention. We would separate ourselves. You can come and go for holidays and stuff. But the ones already inside, the wolves in the compound, they will have to be removed or declawed.
Yeah, I actually think maybe the better solution would be let the West or whoever is in favor of ideas of the West remain in West here, and let the East deal with East without the Western influence.
Yeah, but
some kind of, what the Jewish state is looking for.
You're right.
You're right. Solution.
You're absolutely right. We would define the terms on which those Muslims remain, and if they're happy to take those terms, then we're happy for them to remain. We call that reformation, right?
Oh, and I'm happy for those Muslims that are willing to go by your terms. However, the way I said, I'm willing to be deported. Don't get me wrong. I would even volunteer myself to be deported.
Sorry, Abu. What type of terms would that be, Ralph? What type of terms?
Well, we would reform. So if you do a kind of game theory systematic analysis of Islam, you can reverse engineer it like a little game theory model. I mean, look, it's got three axes that interlock and very powerful. One is the theological axis. You believe in Allah and divine revelation through the scriptures. The second one is a cultural axis, what you dress, how you wear, your burqa. The third is a political axis, say zakat, for example. And we would just systemically reform those things so they don't express power in our society. Now, if you're happy to accept reforming of zakat, reforming of wearing the burqa, reforming of madrasas, and still live here, and you can stay at home and pray 5 times a day. There's no problem, but we'll never hear the azan.
Reform in what kind of way?
I just told you, gave you 3 simple examples. There'd be no burqas, there'd be no zakat, and then there'll be azan. You can still pray. No one's going to kill you. You won't violate your human rights, but you won't Islamify us. Now, if you want to,
they won't be allowed to wear a burqa.
Public azan, then this is not the place for you.
Even now in the West, Muslims are actually not allowed to practice Islam. It's just they're under illusion of they're allowed, but they're not, because from a moment where the mosque cannot make a call to prayer, you're not really allowed to practice Islam. Let's be honest.
Thank you. Yes, that's how you
Silence
that's
in a
what we
way.
do the Reformation. So I gave you 3 simple examples of concrete policies you would enact without violence that would make the Muslims choose, and proper Muslims would be, I'm out of here. And the ones who have secularized, they start drinking, they're like, that's okay, I still want to live in the West. They're not a threat to us.
Yeah, but can you not see the fear in the media where they say Muslims are allowed to practice Islam here, they have Sharia courts here? That's lies. They actually is opposite. Muslims are not allowed to. It's just under the illusion they're allowed to practice. They're allowed to practice in silence.
We've woken up the populations across Europe and America, my friend. Streaming across, we have burst the mainstream media narrative of the left. We have Trump tweeting from his toilet now. The people are walking out of this main. If the Guardian says, Islamophobia, it doesn't change our voter base anymore.
Oh, by the way, I don't believe in Islamophobia. It's a made-up word.
Yes, it's made-up word. It makes no sense whatsoever.
I believe in anti-Islam, though. I'm not sure about Islamophobia.
I'm not Islamophobic, but I'm definitely anti-Islam.
Yeah, there you go. So yeah, Islamophobia, I don't even know that term, but it seems like made up. It's a new invention, and the West is very good at inventing.
Can I ask you, Ralph, why are you anti-Islam?
Because I believe Islam cannot coexist in our lands, and history is on my side. In a culture that is compatible with what we want.
So you're not sure? You
I don't want to subjugate it and dominate it.
No, he's right. I agree with him.
I wanted to
good and evil coexist. They can coexist, but they can never walk and get along. In other words,
yes. The lion and the leopard cannot be friends, right? The lion and the leopard cannot be friends.
Hold on. So Abu, you agree with Ralph, right? That Islam and the West cannot coexist at the same time.
Based on the morals that the West hold themselves off to, or the standard, obviously, can you not see all this backlash? The facts speaks for themselves.
Correct.
What backlash?
Since 1652 in the year and the birth of the Prophet.
What backlash?
But since
you can see it online, you can see it on media, you can see wars that's taking place. It's self-evidence.
Everywhere.
What's the moral standard that you're talking about, though? What moral standard?
You can see us attacking each other left to right and center, and then you see the both political side. There's even political Islam, I agree, fighting each other off with wars and everything. So it's kind of self-evident that they do not get along because based on their value, i.e., their moral value.
I mean, I don't think the question, the way it's phrased, is even correct. Islam and the West is different to Muslims living in the West. Do you know what I mean? If you mean Islam has a particular system which contradicts or goes against what the West's system is, yes. But as far as Muslims living,
that would affect you living here.
But the West system is secular, and Islam is against secular. That's what I'm saying. So they cannot really get along.
Hold on, but when you say that, you're kind of saying that we wouldn't be here, because that's what I'm saying. Islam is different to Muslims. So Muslims,
Islam is a way of life, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you're Muslim and you're in Islam, then your way of life is contradictory to the way of life of where you live. Is what Abu's saying.
No, he's saying that's what I'm saying. The framing is wrong. It's not that. It's if we're looking at it as a system. You understand? As a system of governance. In that sense, they are opposing sides. But as us human beings living here, then no, we just live like everyone else, innit?
Nah,
No, but
even
it's not
as
it's
human
not your
beings, yeah,
government.
that's what I'm saying. Because why the West value is secular and Islam is against secularism, because secularism is an oppression and is tyrannical rule, however, we're under the name of free speech. Just say it.
It doesn't sound too good right now, because what you're basically saying, yeah, you're trying to differentiate. You're trying to say Islam doesn't agree with it, but you can live there. But you're supposed to live within Islam. Can you get me here?
There is no way currently in a world that you can call it it's been ruled by Islam, i.e., for it to be ruled by.
Can I answer that? Okay, let me. The way you asked this, I can understand your confusion. Okay, I'll give you an example. Maybe that will break it down. Like, I'm a Muslim, right? I live here. This country, if we look at homosexuality or gays, it has a particular way of dealing with it, normalizing it. These people are people I work with, that kind of stuff. But in my faith, God has made this a sin, a grave sin, right? But because the society is that way, I have no power to do anything you know what I mean? I have to live within because the society has deemed it to be normal. So it has to be normal in a sense. Does that make sense? Not that it has to be, but I have to live amongst it. I can't be going around saying homosexuality is haram. God doesn't ask me to
No,
do
but
that.
you think it though. But you think it and you feel it inside.
I think it's a sin. Yeah, it's a sin it's a sin
You
because
feel it inside. That's exactly what Abu said. It's like, yeah, you're basically. So what you're saying
that's
is
why I'm breaking it down to you in real terms. It doesn't mean you can't do it, because Christians see, I have Christian friends and they see it as sin as well, the same way as I do. But they can still live in the society because that's secular. That's one of the things about the secular society, isn't it? You still have to obey the law. It doesn't mean I can go out and hurt a gay person.
That's a great point. I keep telling people, all my good Muslim friends I know, who I consider to be, in my own opinion, good Muslims, are very right-wing. They're very conservative. They don't want their 16-year-old daughter to try many sexual partners before she marries someone. So fundamentally, this is a very, at some point, it's going to.
But that's conservative Indians think the same. Conservative white people think the same. That's a conservative position. Yeah, and you find that position more in any religion.
Muslims are very conservative, more pious, they're more right-wing. They are. The only reason it's coexisting.
No, but you're attaching. Hold on, you're attaching religiosity to right wing. I don't necessarily think that's correct.
Okay, we take that part one for a second. But my point here is that Islam eventually is going to have to clash with the secular liberal West, that it's given it cover to be here. It's going to go against LGBTQ gay rights. It's going to go against education, children, transgender education stuff for children under 6 and 7. It's going to clash its value systems against the liberals.
I think this is the thing. I think this is where you kind of underestimate the people, because I think it's not just Islam. I think a lot of people I talk to, where you complain about the left, those are their main issues with the left. Correct. All of those things that have been normalized to a degree. So for you to say, oh, Islam is going to be against this, therefore it's bad, the people are turning against it. That's why many of the people actually have gone to the right. So I understand some of the people, why they're attracted to the right, because they feel like their culture is eroded, all of this trans, QA, whatever. So that is one of their complaints. So don't make it seem like,
No, but that's my point.
Trying to shove it down their throats. They're already going there themselves.
I said earlier to you, our initial problem, our fight is not first against Muslims or Islam. Our fight is against the left. Our war at the top, our enemy is the left, right? Just like Islam's enemy, Islam is no friend of the left. Islam's value structures are much closer to the right. It's the right-wing value structure. Right? You care about authority and group preference, hierarchy. You care about all the things conservatives care about. Right? If you had your way, you wouldn't let your schools teach Muslim children, say, polymorphic, transgender, sexual shit at the age of 7, 8, 9. No Muslim parent would want their child to hear those things. It's conservative.
No, definitely. And there is a natural, obviously, inclination for everybody to. So Muslims that are capable and not just, just let the society go left and just be content with it. There are conservative Muslims who, way before, have been moving abroad, or because they want their children to be brought up in a kind of a more religious. That's why even for me, I prefer if it was a more Christian country. Really.
Isn't that ironic? Isn't that ironic? If you and I talked about value systems and stuff, you'd find we have so much more in common. You talk about politics and war, you find we're the other side of the fence, right? And that's the strange thing. That's the strange world we live in right now. That's the clash of our times, right?
Yeah, but obviously those similarities are lost with the kind of hateful rhetoric. Obviously, if I'm the targeted group and I'm being told this is the axiom of evil and three-headed kind of thing, then obviously, yeah.
But who am I to say? That might just be your individual experience, but who am I to say, God, there's enough boys flying black flag icons all over the internet, going, your daughters will marry a Muslim, So it's not exactly like, what we like to call the Moz Squad, that don't have their comebacks nonstop, right?
Yeah, but most of that is a reaction to the level of, if there was this level of anti-Semitism, I'm sure you'd be concerned as what it is towards Muslims.
Yeah, but again, if you understand deeper, it's not like an animosity or hatred or anything based on that. It's just, so if you look at the Indians or Hindus' experiences with Muslims, right? If you look at the data in the UK and you plot the movement of people by ethnicity, at a quick trigger point, as soon as Muslims move into a neighborhood, the Indians move out. So some cultures have learned over time that, hey, we don't really get along. And the secular umbrella...
Yeah, but hold on a minute, but that could be said. That could be that.
Just 1 second. The secular liberal umbrella that says, oh, you get to get along. You sure get along. You're okay, Jack. I'm okay, Jack. If you look at the actual data, it shows that people exhibit their preference. Certain cultures don't live with others.
Okay. Can I respond to that? Okay, because I've noticed and I've known people who've moved. I've known Pakistanis who've moved from poorer areas, and I would say that is more economics, because when people are if people are living in a working class area and all of a sudden they become graduates and their job prospects and their economic changes, they move out. They go to more middle class areas, isn't it? So if you see that Indians are moving out, Indians are maybe doing better.
But Indians do very well. The top of all the
since they're at the top, they'd move to richer areas.
No,
and those richer areas will just by nature be white.
I'm talking about something, I can show you the studies later. It's quite, but there's a known habit. But I'll show you some really good studies where they ask the Indians as well, because the Indians, when talked to other Indians, will do this. I'll show you some great data. Basically, Indians have lived with Muslims and they're not always got along. I'm not saying all Indians don't go and get along with any Muslim, or all Muslims, or all Indians hate all Muslims. I'm just saying, when you look at the group data, it looks like certain communities don't get on with each other. It's only this liberal.
Hold on a minute, but that's the thing. I think certain communities, because the thing is, there's a lot of communities that are at the bottom, and they get on, and they're of every race. The thing is, that's why I'm bringing it down to economics. It's perception. Yeah. Hold on, sometimes it can be perception. People are racist, isn't it?
Yeah.
So if somebody can afford, if somebody lives in a rundown area, all of a sudden, all of these Asian people or all of these black people moved in, they'd be like, I need to get out, because that's their own perception. That doesn't mean that community is necessarily bad.
No, it doesn't. But you can just look at the, if you can look at the right-wing economic model and say, you can do all the analysis, but eventually I'll just measure what you do. And if you look at what, like voting with your feet when you move, and you can just see what people do in patterns. So you've seen this. And yeah, class, obviously, socioeconomic status, people moving up from economic things will obviously go to wealthy areas, but there's also ethnic patterns, right? So some people are highly compatible, like very insular people are very highly compatible, right? So like Jews or Chinese people are very insular, and therefore and the low on the bottom of any integration issue, so they're not really sticking out, right? They're not really.
I agree. Some communities are more insular than others.
Yeah. Like Vietnamese, I find the Vietnamese community in London, like you could almost barely notice them.
I want to actually ask you, because you mentioned the Indian. You mentioned India. That reminded me. I want to ask you about the Sikhs.
What about Sikhs?
Because I think, am I correct to say that sort of the far right spirit has reached India and on the surrounding areas? What's the impact, do you think, on the Sikh community?
What you mean is reach India? I don't know what you mean. India is one of the most right-wing governments in the last 2 decades, and right now one of the most right-wing governments in the world.
Yeah, so. and I take most of that. Like, I was aware of sort of Hindus being very right.
Yeah, they are very right-wing.
I was just recently reading an article that was sort of talking about the Sikh community going to far right, that kind of stuff. What do you know?
The Sikhs. The Sikhs it's a strange one, because India was never really a country, right? It was a different sets of kingdoms. And from Alexander the Great, so the quick tour of Indian history, Alexander the Great almost tried to make the Greek Empire hit it, and failed by roughly where Punjab is or modern day Pakistan is. And then nothing really happened, and they had 3 or 4 or 5 different racial kingdoms until the Mughals and the Muslims came. And they came sweeping across Pakistan, converting it to Muslims. They were all Hindus or pagans there before, sweeping across, and then they hit Rajasthan, where my brother-in-law is from, in Punjab. At that point, they just slaughter them and go through on their way to forming the great Mughal dynasty of India, right? That dynasty lost until the East India Company. During that period, the Sikhs in a small place were getting it up their ass because they were being oppressed anyway for purely racial, tribal reasons. At that point, they tried to spin off their own religion.
Or was this racial tribal? Was this with the Hindus?
Yes. So because remember, there was no one kingdom. There's no India. It's just their related tribes around them are fighting them anyway, and like trying to, just as intertribal warfare. So they try to spin this stuff up at the same time the Muslims come sweeping across, and they get kicked. That they fought fiercely, but they got their asses kicked. Later on, the Muslims have gone. The Brits come around. The Brits obviously do equal atrocities to all states because they're running divide and conquer. They do equal atrocities to all tribes, but at least the Sikhs then have a source of their warrior militancy, and they rise up in the army, etc. Now the Hindu nationalists of the modern age have gone, right, we are a first world power going to be number 1, 2, and 3 by different metrics for the next 100 years, be it nuclear weapons, technology, everything, right? India has 200 million Muslims and 1 billion Hindus. Hindus, the right, still hate the Muslims. Right, the right wing, they still hate because they still hold like black slavery. They still hold this culture stuff. Oh, we want revenge against the 200 million. The Sikhs are caught in a funny place because geographically they're sitting there where half of their racial brothers are Muslims.
Do you see? Because I sense a resentment of that.
So their problem is they want to call for an independent state, which is absurd because the right wing Indian government is not going to let like Surrey become an independent country, right?
Yeah.
So that's not going to happen. So they're just going to turn off the lights on them because they're Hindus after all. They're right-wing Hindus. They just turn off like they're doing in Kashmir. They turn off the lights, they go in and sort it out. And then you have agitators from the Islamic side, from Pakistan, Afghanistan, the Taliban, Pakistani intelligence, agitating into the Sikhs to get the Sikhs to make a fault line to fight India. So here you have these Sikh people, and then the thing that really pisses me off is you have Sikhs like Raj and all these guys who live in the West, right? To these people abroad, the diaspora, it's like talking to black people abroad about Africa, but those who have never been to Africa. And you talk to those people, they're disconnected completely from Sikh politics, but the majority of Sikh people want to be part of India in a plural way.
Yeah.
So you get these kind of crazy dynamics with these people, like calling someone like Raj lives in East London somewhere. It's like the equivalent of a jihadi John. He's calling from like Khalistan, blah, blah, blah. And, so that's the Sikh, that's your Sikh kind of history in a nutshell. So right now the problem is you've got agitators on both sides of the Sikh thing, but you have such a right-wing Indian government. They just showed what it did to Kashmir. If Punjab tried to do that, they would just turn the lights out in Punjab in India and they would just rip them out.
But I don't really see much of the Sikhs really talk about India in a sort of negative way. And I'm thinking
only the idiots like Raj and all the online channels who believe they're like online, they're warriors for some Khalistan, like imagine like a fringe element of the PKK calling for Kurdistan, but the guy's a 14-year-old kid in his bedroom somewhere. Right? Those people screaming. Ordinary Sikh people feel very loyal to India. They
but do you think there could be, because obviously India, the Hindus are the majority, they have the power. And they see the country going to a far right sort of anti-Islam place, and I am aware of the beating up and killing of Muslims for eating beef. There's been arrests recently, so I'm thinking, do you think this is to gain favor? Because from what I see, the most verbal Sikhs I've come across are pushing and they're jumping in with the right. So I'm thinking,
here's the weird thing.
Let me finish. This be to gain favor with the Indians that are that way inclined.
So there's two different mindsets, and you know this always from, I don't know where, I think you told me where you're from originally, I forgot, sorry, Sumaya, but wherever your parents or country of origin is, you have the dynamics of the diaspora and the dynamics of the domestics. Punjabi Sikhs, they're not seeing the world like Raj and Khalistan embassies. They're just looking at economic growth, local issues. The Sikhs have problems in India. They need more local devolution, but that can be done just like we gave more power to Wales or Scotland. It's not really a big deal. If the Indian government gives enough power, there's no real problem there. It's the agitators. The agitators are always the diaspora. So it's okay for a Canadian guy like Raindrop to sit in Canada.
Yeah, but hold on a minute. Okay, that's what I'm saying. The retractors that you speak of don't speak first of all, they don't speak badly of India from what I've seen, for them to be that much of a detractors. Do you know what I mean? And also there could be argued that some places you don't have the luxury to be able to speak about the government if you actually live there. So sometimes the only people that can actually talk are the people outside of you know what I mean? So if actually Raj and all of these Sikhs were highlighting what Indian government, if there's any injustices or any causes for their people, I could actually understand that and respect that. But they don't even do that. They just go, you know, Muslims, Asians, Pakistanis. They're just obsessed with Pakistanis, to be honest. They don't do anything for their people. Am I here?
Yo, what go on, people? Them.
Then did you fix the boiler correctly the first time? You wouldn't have to go back again, wouldn't you?
It was the next door neighbour's boiler.
See?
So it's more money, more money.
You just can't get the help nowadays, mate. Can't get the help.
That's it, mate. The help nowadays, mate.
I'm gonna bounce.
Shit
to do, man. But peace out, everyone.
All right, bruv, no problem, man.
Yeah, ladies.
Yeah, yeah. All right, cool, man. Big up, big up, big up. Yeah, man, big up you lot on the panel for holding it up. I'll touch Samaya, Abu Bilal came true. Beat up Ralph a little bit. Yeah, man. It's cold out here, isn't it, man? Yeah, man. I'll tell all the people them in the chat what time it is. Right there. It's windy outside and shit. I'll tell Aime and AC. Saying their shift is coming up in about half hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, man. Gonna have a little change of topics and all that still. So, yeah, man, we're there, man. Yo, press 1 if you can hear me, man. Scattered minds, press 1 if you can hear me, bro. No, still. Let me know, let me know. Check, check. All right, yeah, man. That's cool still. Yeah. All right, listen, yeah. Let's go in the shop real quick. Mate. Bro. What's going on, though, people there, man? Shit. He real kept on muting me the other day. Unreal, man. He's an idiot, man. He's got on her face. You get me? He's a costume wearing. You get me? I go down there, your costumes and that, fam. That's you. It's not me, fam. Yeah, man. Who should we chat about next, though? Bruh, I'm in a shop here. Trying to make a decision between scrap that still. Cheers, boss. See you later. Alright, boom, we out the shop now, B. What's the time, man? fam. I'm hungry right now, B. Got a mission as well still, so I'm going a little monologue, little driving monologue, you get me? See, no, still. Bruh. Yeah, man. So who should I bang up, man? Who should I diss? Anyone can get it. Anyone can get it, beat. Anyone can get it. One sec. Put this next root in this. And this motherfucker. But yeah, man's got East London right now. Still. Outside the East London. I'm running up on you, man, now, still. Let's go. 45 minutes, though. Well, go on. Who's left on the panel? I think it's me and Abu Bilal, yeah? Oh, yeah, we got Abu Bilal. One to Rapish and Samaya. I don't know, man. They was chatting. One of their mics cut out, and then they both dropped out still. So that's why I had to jump on. I had to jump in there. You get me? It was perfect timing anyway, because I literally just came out. Yeah. I don't know what happened still. Let me put the link in the chat. All right. Yeah, man. Yeah, big up Scattered, my G. Nah, man. Big up Samaya, man. You was holding it up. You get me? There was more people in the chat still when you was on, so you was doing a good job, mate. You've done a good job, love, all right? Give yourself a pat on the back. Make up a tea. Right. Yeah, man. We got Urban Aime assistant, man. It's a right with each other. Yeah. What is it? A Muslim channel. Am I going to vote in the next election? I'm not sure still. What's the stakes that man's voting for? Yeah, all time good, yeah. Well, it's something that's needed still. True stories. You know what? Yeah, I'm in between still. Sometimes I'll come bad and sometimes I'll turn good still, but I have to have a balance in it. Can't be too much with one or too much of the other. So definitely that has it, brother. You know what? Yeah, the main thing is though, yeah. Like I keep saying to my brother, yeah, keep doing your thing, bro, because trend is easy to follow, but it's hard to set in it. So every time I keep setting trends, I'm doing man's thing. Yeah. All the time, my brother's doing his thing and bringing something new into the thing that people jump on later on and try and copy. It's hard work, cause you get the moaning and the slandering and the slatering from it first of all. You get me? Yeah, man. So I got to say, yeah, I rep mainly for out and good, yeah, I'd say, yeah, but I can understand some of the out and bad as well. You get me? Like I said, it's a balance between both. Really. There's times when you need to be out, you need to be bad, bro. That just needs to be good still. So the out and both. Eat the chocolate at the same time, man. You get me, fam? The fruit teller's a bad man sweet. You get me, fam? So yeah, man. Who's going to
Big up Veli. How are you, my brother?
I pick up Abu Bilal. Pick up, bro. How you doing, bro?
I'm good, alhamdulillah. How about yourself?
Yeah, I'm good, man. It's at work and all that, man. You know what I mean?
See, yeah, I hear you. What happened to the rest? Well, they just jumped off.
No, I think Samaya's thing crashed, and then I think Ralph's thing crashed first of all, and then Samaya's thing crashed.
Oh, what a coincidence.
Yeah, no, you know what, yeah? Scattered Minds is asking who's been my favourite debaters in the park, and I gotta say, yeah, who's my top 5 debaters in Speakers Corner? Alright, let me give my list, yeah? Let me give my list, innit? Hard street still. But it's not in 5 order, yeah? It's just that I rate all 5 of these debaters. So I definitely rate Shakara as a mad debater still. Yeah. Definitely rate Jedi as a mad debater still. Yeah. Definitely rate Respect. Definitely rate Callum. Definitely rate Sarah. That's 4, innit? Who else?
I said that's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so. The name Jedi, Sarah, Respect, Shakara, and one more. Who was it? I forgot. Yeah, go ahead. That'll be all right.
Yeah, but one more. And let's see. Let's see. Let me try and get someone who people wouldn't really think I would rate or something. But I do rate. Yeah, Uncle Ty. Yeah. Well done, Scott. You got me for that one still. I like, yeah, Uncle Ty's a madness still. He takes you on a long walk still through the garden. Uncle Ty, man said that. Yeah. God, Abu, give us your top 5 debaters in Speaker's Corner, bro.
Top 5. You're definitely pro-black since you were only. But yeah, since you said that, I'm gonna go. Okay, let's just say to give it a balance, I'm gonna go the opposite. Yeah, I'm gonna go Hamza.
Bro, just
Twin.
go with your favorite 5, innit? Yeah, whether they're pro-black, pro-whatever, don't worry about
Favorite 5
what they are.
really?
Oh, okay.
Favorite
My
5
favorite.
what?
Okay,
Your top 5
I'll
debaters
say
and speakers called up.
Hamza Twin is definitely one of my favorite. What was I gonna say? What's his name? Mohammed Hijab is definitely one of my favorite. And Raspek definitely, I'll say. Who else? Who else? I can hardly think of anyone else.
What about McGee? What about Rio and McGee? I'm joking.
Does that guy even debate?
Who? Rio and McGee? I don't know. He dressed it. He came to the party yesterday on Sunday, didn't he?
No, I'm not even sure if that guy can debate. I'll say Adnan Rashid is another one. And one more, who would I go for? Okay. I'll say, who else? Shams is another one. Yeah, there you go.
Can
That's
I name
my
my top 5 value or could I not?
Hey, Ali Khan.
Yeah.
List your top 5 debaters and speakers called up.
Okay, COE.
Debaters. COE
Okay.
those debaters just films.
Dan, when he's going to come to the park.
Dan, go park.
He said Dan's said he's going to go to the park soon.
Yeah, but he's not in speakers called yet, so you can't use that.
Okay, let's go with debaters or comedy. No, we'll stick with debaters. Let's go with Raza number 1.
Who?
Raza.
Raza.
Yeah. Number 2. Who else? Let's go mixed. Lister.
Raza.
And then number 3, who else should we go for? Oh, this is tough. Valley, we'll go with you, Valley. You go to the park debate. No. I've already done 2. This is so hard to pick. Uncle Usman, that Usman guy who chose in the park.
Uncle Usman.
Yeah.
That's 3.
Who's gonna be number 4? I don't want to pick flipping Modine. I'm not picking Modine. He's the guy's jokes, but he's not a serious debater. Who else? Saracen, number 4.
Saracen, yeah?
Yeah. And number 5, we need to go. Who's gonna be number 5? Ralph. I'm only joking. I'm not gonna go with Ralph. Yeah, I was gonna go with Ralph then. After all the names I picked. I don't know. I'm going to pick. I'm going to look at COE and see who was last in the park.
Yeah, man.
It's so difficult. Do you think I was being serious? Oh, we'll go with Raj. We got. You think with my 5, we got a mixed variety.
Yeah. That's what. Do you know what, bro?
Yeah.
Scattered writ something in the comments, yeah, and that's something I think is true as well. He said Jedi's a sick debater and people sleep on him.
I forgot about Jedi. You know, we'll take Raj out and put Jedi in.
All right, yeah, man. Yeah, Jedi was in my top 5 debaters still.
You're right. Actually, Ray Jedi, when it comes to debating, you know, and also how to carry himself as well and use key words on top of.
No. I do like Raj when he debates. He's quite funny. He's quite a funny guy. He's like a living troll. When he goes up to people saying, I'm going to expose you. I'm going to expose you. With his little camera, and you go around to people and say, watch me, I'm going to expose you and you. I find him a funny guy.
Yeah, mad still. Yeah, man.
I don't agree. I don't agree with him a lot, but I'm gonna mute up for 2 seconds.
Oh, you just like his style, yeah? You don't agree with him, but he likes his style. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up Fred Cole in the chat as well, man.
No, I think with God, he can take
well,
abuse. If people like throw abuse at him, he can take it. He's not like me. If someone threw abuse at me, I can take it. He's like, so big up to him because he can actually he gets a lot of abuse thrown at him, but he can take it though.
Yeah. Yeah, man, that was funny still. Man said top 5 debaters in Speaker's Corner. Man picked Dan, you know. That was funny still. Big up Dan. Hey, wait. Let me give Dan a big shout out though still, because he just got his channel monetized the other day. He's got adverts running on his shit. You get me? Big up man like Dan, TIOTN. Yeah, TIOTN. Come on, big up yourself, my G. Yeah, doing your thing still. Yeah. Like, I definitely want to teach that Streamlabs thing that you got running in your streams, bro, and start slapping them up in my stream still. I can't lie. Kind of thing look mark my art. Yeah, man. But yeah, big up the listeners in the live chat and all that. Sorry, man's looking at the tom at the same time, B. At the same damn time, cooking white at the same damn time. Trust me.
So are you like a corgi now, Veli?
No, I'm not gas no more. I work with electric boilers.
Okay. Why is it like expensive to be a corgi guy now?
No, it's that the most of my customers that I got, they've got electric only houses.
Okay.
So they live in places where it's all electric and there's no gas. I'll tell you what, yeah, in London, in 2000, 99 to 2000, they were saying they wanted to do away with gas appliances in buildings, and they started making like all electric properties. So,
but they still like come up north and there's so much like gas there now.
What?
There's a lot of properties still use gas though.
Yeah. Properties use gas. A lot of properties still use gas, but I'm saying that in the year 2000, they said they were going to do away with a lot of it, innit? And they built a lot of properties that was electric.
Especially buildings, or if you live near a forest, I think. Are you gas safe, Veli?
No, he said he's not anymore. He said he used to be, I think.
Oh, okay.
I used to be, but no more, man.
Are you mechanical engineering, yeah? Is that your field? Veli?
Abu Bilal, you got your camera switched on, bro. You can just turn it off.
Nah, it's not mechanical engineering. But I've done mechanical engineering though still. Yeah, it's not mechanical engineering. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? No, it's not mechanical engineering.
Yeah,
it's like it though still. It's like it. It's a bit the same still. Mechanical engineering is like pipe fitting, isn't it? Like with barrel pipes and all that on building sites. So I've done that before though.
Oh, okay. But you're a plumber, right?
Yeah,
Fully qualified.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've got one of those just sitting at home.
Yeah.
You know, and Rio and McGee. That guy's a cowboy. He just watched Veli's videos and he taught him everything. He learned everything from Veli's videos. That McGee guy who goes around YouTube making tutorials.
1 second,
Say that
guys.
again?
That McGee guy learned everything from you. I bet you he watched all your videos.
What did he learn from me?
The guy's how to be a builder. The guy's going around filming himself on building sites now.
Yeah. Do you know what? Yeah, I actually think Real done his fucking building site video before I done my video still. So yeah.
Mums is calling me. I'm quickly gonna deal with Mumsy. I'm number one mum in Mumsy.
Big up Mumsy, man.
Yeah. Definitely big up Mumsy.
Come on. Big up yourself, bro. Yo.
So is Leon full time now? YouTuber.
He's a full-time YouTuber.
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah. Yeah, Leon does YouTube still, man.
No,
but you have to. I'm not even sure still, but you more have to ask Leon questions about Leon still.
Leon's more behind the camera celebrity, isn't he? He's more that behind the camera celebrity. Like Mr. X.
Yeah, Mr. X.
Is he your brother too?
Is he a bit? Is he my brother?
Yeah.
Mr. X is Indian, bro.
Oh, okay. No, but they are Valley. They are dark-skinned Indians, though. To be fair.
Yeah, but I'm not Indian though.
Oh, right. Fair point. Well, you might be Indian too.
Yeah.
No. If you go up like north parts of India, you'll find like a load of dark-skinned Indians. It's quite.
Yeah. What's it? What they called that?
I don't know what they're called.
What's the dark-skinned Indians called? Like, what was their Dravidians?
I don't know. They're black though, aren't they?
Is that what they're called? The Dravidians?
I don't know. I just know that exists.
I said Vellemy Khan, the chat.
Khan.
Yeah, man. Man, Indian me off still. Trust me. Man, yeah, Bear Man's my brother now, bro. Fucking hell. Ali Khan, you're not nutcase.
Why are the man in the comments? Why are the man in the comments now go around calling you Valley Khan now?
Thank you, Mr. Vellemy Khan. Trust me. Get on the paddle board, Rich, man. Shit. Yeah, get on the paddle with your female account, man.
I'm gonna jump on my analyze doing account and make computer noises. Oh, yeah, I was the fake analyze doing. How did you know? Who exposed me for being? You're the first one who.
Nah, fuck that, man. That's annoying, bro. Don't yeah.
How did you work out it was me though?
I knew you was there straight away, man. But don't come on with that account, man. It's annoying. Yeah, because you're fucking. You was the first one to say there's a fake analyze Dunya account.
I exposed myself.
Yeah, man. Hey, Born Rich, bro. What's that's his name? Chuck Taylor. I'll type Chuck Taylor, bro. Oh, mate. Bishop was a fucking genius for that one, man. Just sweet. Oh, yeah, man's at work still. Yeah, man. Same as, man. Same as, B. Yeah. It's a mad one still. So, Ali Khan, you still there?
Yeah. I'm just trying to get you at the moment.
Unless we got Aime Bilal, is he still there?
Yeah. Abu Bilal just needs to turn his camera off. He doesn't need to turn his finger off. He can just turn his
How
camera
to
off.
turn it off? I don't know, my brother. Even though I'm not really worried, let me see.
There should be a button.
There's a the camera button.
Yeah.
The video camera button.
I turned it off now, haven't I?
No.
Yeah, it's off now.
Yeah, on my side looks dark.
Yeah, it's dark. Well, you just put the cover over it.
Yeah, I do mainly, but I kind of took it off to do something, innit?
Okay.
Definitely when it comes to privacy, I love my privacy. I always put I've got some kind of little stickers that I buy and I just put it on them. Yeah.
Yeah. Smart move.
I used to warn this off years ago. Even my ex-wife used to not listen to me, but Karen, she started doing it herself after she seen, the owner of Facebook apparently like cover his laptop.
What was that about, Abu Bilal? I've not seen that.
Oh, it's all over social media. It happened time ago, and those pro privacy was saying, look, even the owner of Facebook basically is covering his laptop.
Was that like a documentary?
No. Even if you type in YouTube, if you put Mark Zuckerberg like covering his laptop, it'll come up.
Yeah, to be honest, I watched the movie, The Social Network. It's such a good movie. It tells you how hard how much the struggle was to find Facebook. His best mate, who made Facebook with him, got sued. He tried to sue Mark Zuckerberg on a false allegation, just so he could get the name of Facebook.
Oh, you're talking about the two twin brothers, I think.
I don't know about his twin brother, but I knew he
Yeah.
They made a movie about it.
Huh?
Yeah, now
They're
they're
the
into
cryptocurrency now, innit?
cryptocurrency. Yeah, 100%.
What's the
The
name?
guy tried,
I forgot their names, but you're right when you say now they're into cryptocurrency.
Justin Timberlake was in the movie too. That Social Network one.
Yeah, man.
Have you seen that movie, Social Network, really?
Nah. I ain't watched hardly any films, man. To tell the truth. But you know what? Yeah, there's bad things I don't give a shit. Like, I don't really care. So I don't really care about films and stuff like that still. So I don't really watch it that much still. I do like good films still, but it's not gonna bother me if I miss it.
Yeah, I'm saying. I've only watched like I know what it's about. I've not watched all of it though.
Yeah, I like socializing more than anything.
I'm not an indoor person.
Nah, no man. No man.
Is Dan gonna go live today?
Definitely not an indoor man. I'm not even sure, you know. Hopefully you'll jump on a bit later and then you'll be able to ask him, mate. So yeah, man, let's start up a little topic, man.
Did
Get the people in the chat involved and shit.
Did Leon build his own computer?
Does what?
Leon build his own computer.
Nah, he's got Apple.
Really?
Yeah.
I know Dan built his own computer.
By the way, Veli, when they do football shows?
When am I going to do football shows?
Yeah.
You know what? Yeah.
When do you do it?
My football brethren that I wanted to do the shows for, he like sort of don't want to go on no more, innit, man?
But still doing them.
Yeah, but I don't mind doing them still, man. So if a lot of if there's like enough people to jump on the panel and have a discussion about matches or whatever, I don't mind providing the facilities. You get me? Like,
I'm sure there's a lot of football fans.
Yeah. Like you saying, with the football team, you'll end up being on the same team or the same supporting side as someone that you might not get on with in Google Hangouts. So it's a different topic, isn't it?
It's true, 100%, and that's why there's things like football and sometimes even music can bring people together.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. The football, music, and I think those two bring people together a lot.
Definitely, but then again, once politics start, they're divided again.
Yeah.
By the way, what's your favorite team? I forgot to even ask you that.
My team?
Yeah.
Let me guess.
Come on.
His favorite TV show is EastEnders.
Not my favorite TV show. I don't watch TV, man.
Okay.
I don't like EastEnders either.
I'm guessing you're either Arsenal or Tottenham fan, but that's just my guess. Liverpool.
Yep. Come on. Now we do.
Liverpool.
Yeah, now this currently is the era of Liverpool. I'm not gonna lie.
Arsenal all the way. Arsenal are gonna win the league. When we win the league, I'll be 50 years old probably.
Yeah, but I'm becoming a traitor. I'm becoming a glory hunter. I'm moving over to Liverpool.
Why? Do you support Arsenal too, Abu Bilal?
Nah, I don't. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how I ended up supporting Manchester United, but I used to support Manchester United. But now I find it hard to believe or come to terms with the actual what they represent, i.e., the Red Devils. But yeah, I ain't gonna lie. The only reason I'm beginning to shift towards Liverpool, and even for glory, is just my younger one is just way too in love with Liverpool, and it's also forcing me. But yeah, his favorite player is actually Mo Salah.
Yeah.
But you see, I tell you, my favorite player, if I had to choose one in Liverpool, would be Sadio Mane. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, man.
Who's
Yeah.
your favorite player?
I ain't even got a favorite player, man. Shit. Like
of all time, Stevie G.
Of all time,
who?
Stevie G.
Never
don't
even
know,
heard
man.
of him.
Huh?
Who's Steven Gerrard?
Yeah,
Okay. Oh, I think he's talking on Liverpool terms. Now we're talking about like the best player in the world. Who would you choose?
Now, Neymar.
Neymar.
Yeah.
Belly said he hasn't got one. Okay. For me, currently, it depends. If you're talking thingy, Raheem Sterling's definitely up there. Currently, the way he's performing.
Yeah, man. Sterling's going on good things still.
Yeah, definitely. He kind of proved me wrong. I just thought, he's good at pace taking players. I said, but now he's turning to be a killer striker too. He wasn't even doing that when he was in Liverpool.
Yeah, but he can't remember. He just come up from the academy, innit, man? So
no,
he was young when he left Liverpool as well. He was full of potential as well. He was young when he left Liverpool and joined Manchester City, and he still had full potential while he was there, and that's why Man City chose him anyway.
No, I think Vellemy, you're wrong. He was actually part of the QPR academy, and then a Liverpool scout saw him and they bought him from QPR when he was like 18 or 19, for like 500,000 or 300, 400,000 quid. So he actually came from the QPR academy, and they just bought him in when he was quite young.
Right.
For me, another one is Rashford. I highly rate Rashford. I actually think like he's got good potential. He's just not showing his peak potential yet.
Yeah.
Maybe need to move from Manchester United. Maybe, you never know.
It's hard, isn't it, to motivate, like, imagine it, like, you got to motivate people that's basically got most of the stuff they want. So being a football manager must be hard, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely, it must be.
I
I used to think actually, when Manchester
United how hard it is.
I used to think it's due mainly to players. But I swear, Sir Alex Ferguson proved me wrong when he retired, boy, because Manchester United just went downhill since he retired. So
yeah, it's all structure, innit? You have to have the structure in place, boy, and the discipline, innit?
It's true. Manchester City manager is a great manager. I ain't gonna lie. He managed to change players to his advantage.
I think
Liverpool manager too, by the look of it.
I think Klopp's a better manager.
Who?
Yeah, Klopp.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can not still take away the achievement of Manchester City manager as well.
Yeah, but
of course not.
But the thing with Pep is he's always been at good teams. He's never managed he's never had to build a team up. Like with Klopp,
he's a smart manager. I give him that. He picks and chooses, and he also moves at the right moment. If you look at Liverpool when he was in Barcelona was doing great. I couldn't even figure out why he left Barcelona, but he made a correct move. He went to Bayern Munich, achieved whatever he wanted short term, and again made another correct move to come to Manchester City. We've got a lot of money to spend on also show potential. But yeah, he does pick and choose correctly, though. I give him that. Yeah, he's a smart manager.
Trust me. Like you're saying, it's all about them lower league managers though that perform with fucking hardly any money. You know what I'm saying? That
I've been at lower league and managed at lower league in a game.
For kind of what team manager, I'll say Wolves manager is one of great example. Also, Bournemouth manager.
What Nuno did at Wolves, taking them from a championship team, getting promoted in his first year, buying the whole of Portugal, putting that into the Wolves team. Like Ruben Neves, what a bargain! Wolves are going to be. I think Wolves are going to win the league in the next 12 years.
You're saying championship. Before championship, I think they were one league below the championship, so you
Yeah,
actually got automatic promotion, and then came to the championship, got another one. So yeah, and then came to the Premier League. You seen where they finished? They in Europa League, currently. So, yeah, they did really well.
Yeah, man.
And another one is that Bournemouth manager, you know, is a young manager, and the way he managed to keep Bournemouth in the Premier League until now, he deserves lots of credit for it too.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Because they're man there, that's working on a shoestring budget, and they're motivating their players to do well and all that. Obviously, deserve a bigger round of applause, isn't it?
Definitely, given football is now dictated by how much bank balance account you hold for those lower clubs. Yeah, definitely.
Abu Bilal, no AC on this panel. He's a billionaire. He owns like 5-7 companies. I'm sure he used to work for this guy AC. He's got 75 billion pounds in his bank account. It's AC guy.
Is it?
Yeah. He's a billionaire.
Tell him to show some love to Vellemy, man. Since he's here.
Abu, I had to sack Ali Khan. No, innit?
Who?
You know what I
Ali
mean?
Khan.
Like, we were pulling his weight. I had to sack it. Yeah. He was all right for a while, but then he had to get the jog, mate.
Yo.
Yeah.
What's going on, man?
What's happening out here?
What's going on, man?
Right?
Good, yeah. Yeah, man. Where's Aime at, man?
I don't know. I think she'll be on in a bit, man. I'm gonna literally. I've got a quick meeting to go into, and I'll be out, and I'll come and hold it down for an hour or so.
All right, really?
You know what I mean? We can chat about some good old. We can chat about some good old English things. You know what I mean? me and Scattered Minds are going to talk about pie and mash, and me and Ruby Loud fish and chips. You know what I mean? Like, good old English culture.
Yeah,
Peas, biscuits,
jelly deals.
Yeah. Pop
EastEnders, Coronation Tree.
Pub on a Saturday afternoon, down the bookies, spunk all the money, get pissed up, go back, bash up the missus.
2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps on top of that.
Yeah, you know that. Wee. Flipping hot potatoes on the bar, game of pool, brass ass after. Why not? Wee.
Brass ass after you, that.
Brass ass. Don't wash your hands and then get a kebab on the way home. You know what I mean?
Oh,
yeah.
Anyway, guys, I'm gonna jump off and do something.
Hang out, you know.
I'm gonna let you guys go, and Vellemy, I'll possibly join later, my brother. Peace to all of you.
Yeah.
All right, take it easy, Abu.
AC,
all right, bro. Big up, Abu Bilal.
AC, I've added your best mate to this hangout.
Who's that?
Raj.
It's all right, I don't mind. I don't mind, mate. Listen, I don't dislike. I just think if you listen, listen, it'll bring the views, so it makes no difference to me. It benefits Vellemy at the end of the day. So good luck, innit? So, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
Say, Raj don't come over unless there's over 50 viewers.
Yeah.
Raj is gonna come over. Raj is gonna come over. He's gonna do a cooking tutorial on how to cook high vein beans.
How to make beans, you know?
Yeah.
Big up the siren. Good afternoon. Big up everyone in the chat, man. Outside the 12 dons. You're holding on. Trust me. Nah.
Yeah, man. All right, I'm gonna be back in about half hour, yeah, and then I'll sit on for a while, yeah, and then
all right, bro.
I've got to go to this meeting quick. All right.
All right.
Take it easy, people. Later. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah, but bro, do you know what? Yeah. I'll big up the siren. People have been talking about Islam for a little bit still, and he never drawed him out. But Ralph was there still, so.
No, but the thing is, I'm fed up now. Honestly, I'm fed up with talking about religion. That's why, because when you talk about it so much, it just gets like.
You get bored of it.
Today. Just take.
Get bored of it. Wait, hold on a sec. Is that Scattered Minds on the panel? Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Podcast. Scattered Minds. I need your advice anyway, bro. I need some of your advice. If he's going to unmute himself, I want to make a podcast, but I don't know how to do it.
Big up family. Yo, yeah, hey, big up Scattered Minds though, man. Yeah, he's gonna come off mute when he can talk still. But yeah, come on now, we do.
Valley, should I tell you what happens every time I talk about religion? Someone gives me a threat. I'm gonna beat you up. I'm gonna do this. Watch me. I got banned from a channel yesterday. I'm not gonna mention what channel I got banned from because I ended up getting. I was a mod in that channel and I ended up getting in a fight with someone else over religion and the guy and I ended up getting banned. So I'm thinking now, what's the point? If I've not got my boys with me, I'm not gonna talk about religion. Because every time what ends up happening, I get outnumbered and they just end up over-speaking me.
Hey, Ali Khan.
Yeah.
You know, you need to do, you need to get a deeper voice, bro. Right.
Nah, should I tell you why? Should I tell you why you boys all have deeper voices? Because you smoked for so long. That's why you got a deeper voice than me. But I don't smoke energy, so that's why I got a light voice.
What are you talking about, man?
That's why you got a deep voice.
My son's voice is deeper than yours, man. He's 7.
I've got quite a deep voice. I just put a Scouse accent on. Have you heard of my Scouse accent, Valley? Liverpool chicken.
Yo, big up my last Scattered, man. My IG.
Work on. Just got my lunch. What's going on?
Bro,
yeah,
man. I need your advice, bro. I seriously need some advice.
Be my advice. You need the most joke. Who are you, man? Just got this high pitched voice. Hey,
No. I Scattered Minds. I want to make a podcast with a mate, but
I think it's his brother.
Huh?
You could be serious. He's asking Belly if Mr. X is his brother.
No. I was joking with Valley anyway. Scattered Minds. I want to make a podcast and I want to do it on Twitch. So, what do you think? What's the best way to grow out the audience when you're starting from nowhere?
But you just need to do the podcast on something that you actually care about, innit? Like, it shouldn't matter about how much people are listening. You should be doing things what you actually care about, innit?
Yeah, but it's pointless doing a podcast and getting 0 viewers out of it.
No, but that's not the point of what the thing is, innit? Like, people that are going to be like-minded, they're going to tune into what you do, innit? So it has to be about something that you like talking about. You can't be doing it for viewers. You have to be doing it. Yeah, you got to do it for the love. You got to be doing it for the likes, bro.
Hello? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Bro.
Just got cut off. Yeah. Yeah, you got to do it for like. Sorry. But you was going to ask me some advice.
What was I asking about?
Huh?
What was I asking about?
Yeah, you was going to ask him
advice. You were asking about a podcast.
Oh, I ain't done my podcast for time.
Oh, right.
His question was, Bob, ask your question about the podcast to Scattered Minds.
What's the best way to grow like your audience, Scattered Minds?
I have no idea. You gotta ask somebody with a big audience, man.
Okay. That was I was thinking about just making the podcast live on Twitch.tv. Is that a good idea too?
Yeah, it just depends what kind of content you're doing, and like for Twitch, that's mostly gaming content right now. Still, like a few people are migrated. Like if you got content that's gonna be based around games and stuff like that, or anything in that area, then yeah, it makes sense. But yeah, it's about where your audience are they currently using that platform.
I was thinking about doing more of a religious podcast over on Twitch, but I don't think it's gonna work out.
Yeah. Oh,
huh?
Are you sure?
What do you say?
Are you sure?
No.
Oh,
no.
Oh, silly.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna run your own podcast. That'd be good.
Yeah.
That was a long pause.
No, I'm.
I know. I was wondering why he was pausing.
No, because my net's dodgy at the moment. I keep on cutting out. That's why.
Okay. thing, man.
It's a bit of Takia there, yeah?
But yeah.
I'm fed up. Honestly, the amount of trolling people. I said, watch. Amrad said to me, "I'm gonna."
Is there people on Twitch watching? Are people on Twitch watching that kind of content?
What are you saying? People on Twitch aren't gonna watch that sort of content?
No, are they? Are they watching that kind of content already? Because I don't use Twitch. I don't really watch gaming and stuff like that. So
no,
I know Dan uses Twitch, so he probably be a better person to tell you about how.
But I introduced Dan to Twitch. I told Dan to go over on Twitch. I said to him, bro, build your audience over there on Twitch. So
yeah. I mean, that's like really. I think in terms of this, especially the YouTube channels from Speaker's Corner, there's certain like probably about a certain number of regular viewers who watch the content, and I think it's becoming quite crowded. Like loads of people are coming to do it, and the people who watch the content it depends on what they want. Do you know what I mean? I find it quite a lot is based around conflict, confrontation, and personality, as opposed to like topics or subject or actual. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean,
hey, bro, do you know what, Scattered? Yeah, that's why, man. Tried to get a couple other people to come on the Hangouts thing as well. Yeah, on this thing, innit? Because like I said, man, don't want it to always be just the same Speaker's Corner bollocks, innit? You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100.
Yeah. So
So
we was chatting about.
Sorry,
we was chatting about homelessness the other day. You get me? Like how to fix the homeless issue and all them sort of shits.
I think
different topics. You get me?
What is the Scattered Minds podcast about? I've never listened to your podcast before, Scattered Minds.
Yeah, give me 1 sec. Give me a sec. I haven't really done it for a while, that's why. Give me 1 second to navigate through the off here.
Okay.
And then I'll be talking again. Wait 1 second. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yeah, my podcast is like black stuff, man.
What about black issues and stuff?
Yeah, basically.
But it's free for everyone to listen though, too. I have to listen to it too far now.
Yeah, it's free for anyone to listen to, free for anyone to even get involved in if they wanted to. But yeah, it was just basically news, politics and pop culture from around that community perspective.
What do you mean that pop culture, like pop music and stuff?
Yeah, I guess pop music will come under pop culture, but yeah, music, television, just basically news that wouldn't fall under political news, basically. News that's more lighthearted.
And you're on Spotify, bro?
No, I need to get onto that. I need to get onto a couple things.
Okay.
But like, I've been away for about 4 months from streaming properly, so I need to get back onto it.
So bro, as soon as you get on Spotify, I'll give you a listen.
Cool, definitely will do, bro. Safe for that.
Yeah.
Hey, Scattered. In the chat, they're asking, are you a Sunni Muslim?
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
I suppose I would. To be fair, I don't like the labels.
But that's bro, Scattered Man, you're just like me. I don't like to use labels. I say at the end of the day, we're all Muslim. Just call yourself Muslim, innit? There's no need to get involved into fights over these things and giving like each other abuse and threats.
There you go. I agree with Ali Khan that. Like, I don't get involved in the fights and the threats. Like I came to it by the Sunni pathway, but actually the Salafi, proper like strong Islam. I came into through that, and I've moved through a few different things and learned things, and I'm like, yeah, like I just stick with the basics. I'm just Muslim, and I personally find there's a lot of innovation. There's a lot of other groups that claim to be the main group. So yeah, I just stay out of politics because most of that is just politics.
Yeah.
But talking of politics, we got an election coming soon. You better
pick up Jeremy Corbyn. Oh, Jeremy Corbyn.
Yeah, I don't vote still, man. But I don't vote still. But let's get into it about the election thing, innit?
Vellemy, tell you what, I'll change my profile picture if Jeremy Corbyn doesn't win the election. I'm gonna guarantee you now, Jeremy Corbyn to win that election by a landslide, bro. By a landslide. watch my words.
By a landslide.
Watch the prediction come true. Jeremy Corbyn's going to win the Conservative Party out by a landslide. They're going to win that election by a landslide.
Well, the circles that we're in at the moment, it seems like there's a lot of right-wing leaning people in it, so that they would more vote for Boris Johnson than Jeremy Corbyn.
Bro, forget them. By a landslide, Jeremy Corbyn's going to win that election. And these right-wingers, when he wins the election, their mouths, their jaws are just going to drop onto the floor.
You think so?
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, if he doesn't win that election, if he doesn't win the election, you can record this and make a joke out of it. If he doesn't win that election by a landslide.
Yeah, I think we might have to do that. Not make a joke, but I think landslide is a big one. If he does win a landslide, I'll definitely come back and say, you're a political genius. Like, I'll definitely say you're a genius, you're a political genius, and people should listen to you on all things in politics. I'm not sure about landslide, but I think you'll do better than people expect.
Yeah. But tell you what, honestly, he does connect with the youth, and I think because I'm from the youth myself. When you look at for example, let's say Glastonbury last year, how many pop stars gave him endorsements? Pop stars who would never give politicians endorsements, they gave him endorsements last time. For example, Glastonbury, Stormzy. When he went on stage with Stormzy, they all sang "Oh Jeremy Corbyn." So I think for the first time that youth factor played a big role in that last election. I think it's going to play that big role again this election.
It'd be interesting if they all come out. They'll definitely, like, I was looking at the polls this morning, and I was looking at the polls from the last election, innit? And when you look at, like, Labour was on something like 20, and Conservatives were like on something like 40 plus, and when Theresa May called the election. And by the end of the election, Tories were on like 32, and Labour was on like 30, 31 or something. So, and right now, again, like, the polls, it wasn't even a bigger gap this time as it was last time. And I know, like, Jeremy Corbyn, like, his polls usually drop down, but there's no election going on. But during the election, his polls always go up. His ratings always go up during elections because he's a talented campaigner. He's good at campaigning and, like, winning people over, like all them speeches and those rallies and all those types of things. And so I think because of that, a lot of people have underestimated him, and they're going to be surprised when the election starts. It definitely will be interesting to see what happens and where things get taken from the election here. Like, but yeah, I mean, I kind of brought that thing up, and not to kind of sideline you from the conversation, Ali, but like staying obviously involved, but kind of because content of everything, Leon has been out and good thing. And I heard the other day on his live show, he was talking to Shakara about, like, the black community and why we don't organize and so on and so forth. So I'm kind of sticking it on Big and Ready here today in regards to voting and saying that because we don't vote as a community and because we don't engage in politics or take it seriously, that's why we have all the issues that we have. And that he's part of the problem. Big and Ready, you're the problem. Yeah. And I'm going to deal with you today. I'm joking. But yeah.
Yeah,
I was just offering a different topic. I know there's about 3 of us on the panel.
Yeah. That's calm still, man.
But 3 of us can get into it.
Scott, man, actually, I'm going to link back to that Jeremy Corbyn point. The actual speaker I've got, the guy's actually a CS scholar. The only reason why I chose the picture is because I like how he speaks. I disagree with him, but I like that sort of atmosphere. I like the style he speaks in. That's why I went for his picture. Because I feel I like speakers who can give that connect, who can, like, sort of make that connection. Like, I look at some other people when they speak, it's like, and some people who just get you excited.
Yeah, definitely.
Yo, do you want to know why I don't vote?
Yeah, because
I don't understand how politics work properly, innit? So I don't really understand what I'm voting for properly. So that's why. Wait. Let me finish. Hold on. Yeah, it's like so, like, one of my things here is just like, right, or what I've learned over the last, like, say 10 years or whatever, is trying to get an understanding of how things work rather than, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah, you're right. More people do need to vote, yeah. But what's more important is that more people need to understand what they're voting for. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what the different policies. Yeah,
100%. You're right. But I personally think that because so many people in our community, and sorry, I'll bring you in a second. Because so many people in our community don't vote. And it's not just our community. I think in the Asian community, they probably have the same issues as well. That sort of, I don't vote, why you vote for us? That sort of attitude becomes the dominant one. So people like at least you're going out there trying to look for stuff. Do you know what I mean? Most other people don't pay any attention whatsoever, and then they fall back on that excuse of nothing's gonna change, blah blah blah.
Yeah,
blah,
but
blah, blah.
it's only lately that man has started to think like that. So before I would probably think like whatever, just vote for anything or not vote for anything, just like saying yeah, fuck it, it's never gonna change anything. It's never you know, saying you might have just voting, you're just fucking helping the shit, staying and really obviously the main thing is understanding what the votes actually mean, innit? Like, so then you can start to use the shit to your own advantage to better your own positions.
100.
In the places you're in, innit?
Man, you were talking about the Asian community. So I think before Jeremy Corbyn got elected, there was that thing with the Asian community. But because Jeremy Corbyn's been he's been so much of that person on, for example, Palestine issue, the Iraq war, and all these other issues. As soon as Jeremy Corbyn got elected, it's been sort of changing. The direction is sort of changing. I don't know whether people are blind voting for Jeremy Corbyn just because they agree with him on his past history and his past issues, or they genuinely want to get behind his campaign. I don't know, but certainly in the Asian community, things are all going towards Jeremy Corbyn's favour from the working class.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. And the thing is, what I would say about the Asian community, from my experience when I was at uni and stuff like that, and obviously being Muslim, I've been around a lot. And even though, like, within the political class, they might not have always been engaged in terms of voting Labour or Conservative. In terms of paying attention to things back home, like for example, the Palestine Society is massive, and it's not just Palestinians who are members at university. Do you know what I mean? Like, from the time you're a Muslim and you go to university, you pretty much have to Palestinian society. Do you know what I mean? And so the focus on politics and these political issues are always a lot more present within, I would say, in your community than it is within the Black community for whatever reason. Whereas if you go to African Caribbean society at a university, they're going to be talking about a fashion show or some sort of party night or something like that. It's not really going to be about the politics of the country or the country. I think that's the major problem. We love party time too much.
Why do you think that? Why do you think that happens? Scattered. Why do you think that happens?
I think it's down to personality. I think, but I think there's a historical reason for it as well. But I don't know. I think we just enjoy partying too much, and we don't necessarily have the knowledge of the politics, so we just ignore it. And then over because back in the day, like back in the 60s, here in the UK at Manchester University, they hosted the Pan-African People's Congress. You had Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois. You had all the Pan-Africans here in the UK coming together in universities in the African society. Do you know what I mean? 40 years down the line, that's nowhere to be seen anymore. I don't know. I couldn't tell you exactly why. But I'd say we are part of the issue. Like the fact that we are more inclined times to having a good time than to studying, possibly. I don't know. You tell me, Vellemy.
Yeah, I haven't got an answer. I just wanted to understand, like, why you thought it was happening still.
Vellemy, give me 2 minutes. Just
still, like, saying,
Vellemy, 2 minutes, please. This troll that having a back at me. The troll said that you got your Shia, this and that. I told Scattered Minds when he first came on that the only reason I got his picture on is because I like his style, the way he speaks. That's it. I'm not gonna lie. Vellemy knows me. I've got Shia mates on Hangouts. I chill with them. Or not when the live show happens. I tend to float on their side, but only because I feel they're being oppressed. That's why I jump in just to get their back. And then he mentioned that Jeremy Corbyn issue. I said the working class Asian people, they're more likely to vote for Jeremy Corbyn. But as soon as you go up to that sort of richer part, it's Lib Dems, and then few Conservatives. But it's very little Conservatives in our community. More Lib Dems and Labour. I was just responding to a troll then, Vellemy. You can have your back.
Yeah, man, that's cool, man. But
that's cool.
like I was saying about the Black people, saying the Afro-Caribbean community, the younger community, having an interest in local. Because if bro, you know what? Yeah, obviously, if the man them ain't interested in local politics in the country that they reside in, they're not really going to be interested in the politics of the country of their parents' birth as well. Do you know what I mean? Like, so I can see that. I can see that as well, but I think a lot of it is not understanding how much importance these politicians making laws and statutes and this, that, and the others like plays a part in our everyday lives. That's why I don't think most people don't really take part in politics or whatever.
And you know that one thing with the Asian community, it's been driven, politics have been sort of driven into our blood. Because when you look at our history, most of us come from Pakistan. Pakistan was only politically made in 1947. So a lot of Pakistanis have had to fight for the rights for their own country. They've been involved in that sort of creation of Pakistan. So maybe I think that's why we're more active though, because we've sort of gone into us maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think that plays a role into it. But I think also quite a lot of Caribbean countries and well, not Caribbean countries, but quite a lot of African countries were created during the same time around the time of Pakistan. They just got their independence. But I think what happened is there's probably a lot more of a hierarchical split in Africa. Maybe it's the same in Asia. I'm not sure. But in Africa, for example, you have the big wigs, the big men at the top who run the countries, who are kind of picked out by colonial rulers and allowed to take things forward. And they are probably separate from the working class, everyday African Caribbean people. So that means, so even when it comes to the politics of Africa, it's like my mum or your mum probably weren't that involved in the foundation of some of the founding parties. You know what I mean? Yeah, whereas for in some other communities, that might have been the case. So you grow up with this idea. But at the same time, for me, I didn't come up with, my mum was a journalist. She was in South Africa during the whole apartheid thing and all that kind of stuff. And so because of that, So because of that I have that sort of connection, I suppose, or link to the struggle. But then again, a lot of our parents were out in the streets in the 80s and stuff like that against police brutality and stuff. But I guess we didn't necessarily see the link between, I suppose, our struggle against police brutality and stuff like that and the politics. So we didn't really combine it to make political ideas. I'm not sure, man. I couldn't tell you, but we are, as a community, less politically engaged and, like I said, less educated. And the thing is, you're actually willing to admit, do you know what I mean? You said you might vote more if you understood the system more, or what you was voting for. But there's a lot of people in our community who have no idea how the system works, whatever. But they're still
in both our communities.
But even so, they're still willing to come out and talk as though they do. I mean, like, bun down the system. The system's this, it's corrupt. It's never going to change. There's no point in voting. It's like, but you have no idea how it works. But you're telling all the people this. And all the people here who have no idea how it works as well are buying into that sort of easy to take on board kind of statement.
Yeah.
It's probably a lot harder to go and do.
You know what? Sometimes those idea what it is. It's like it's the path of least resistance, isn't it? So because the person that you look up to saying bun the system, rah, instead of you doing the hard work and doing the research on why you should bun the system, you're just gonna go along with just bun the system as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
So do you know what I mean? Like I'll keep going with the families that end up with generations on benefit. It's like when there's one parent on benefit struggling, doing whatever, and it just seems like then the child ends up, and then it's like they have a child and they end up, and it's just the never-ending stage. It's just do you know what I mean? The path of least resistance is just 100%. Easier to just not try harder to get to the next level, innit?
Yeah,
because you know that this way, I can just do this way instead of doing any extra research.
Definitely.
Like, we're all guilty of it. You know what I mean? Like I ain't even pointing my fingers.
Yeah,
100%. Or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'll put myself in the firing line for that, saying like, right, differently. I'm saying, I ain't voting or whatever. But what research have I done to say why I don't vote? The main research I've done is that I don't understand voting. So that's why you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where that's where I've come to my own conclusion to say, right, all right, until I understand what I'm actually voting for, I even be voting.
But yeah, 100%. Man. That's a reasonable position to get to, at least. But like you're saying, at least there's some thought process behind it, and it shows something. I think as a community, we need to do that, especially because some of us are parents. Like the other day, what's his name? I heard black van man in the park, and he's like 41 or something, and he's got youths and stuff. I'm like, yo, this is the problem within our community. You know, when you have a big 41-year-old man that talks in the way he talks and has children and raising those children, what hope is there for us as a community? And I'm not to like send mad shots at him or whatever. But the fact that he's there, standing there, and people are talking to him about stuff, and he's saying he doesn't know, like some things that are basic and simple about the political system that we live in and the society we have. The fact he doesn't know it, and that he's raising children, that's concerning. Do you know what I mean? That's definitely concerning. And
that's another question that I want to put out there. When should we try to save every single person we meet, or should you really concentrate on the people who know what they're trying to aim for first, so you set something before you try to fucking build 1 million people behind that? Instead,
100.
why don't you go with your 10 soldiers who are already on job and start trying to do whatever you can do? Do you know, you get me? So they're setting trend. Cause like I keep saying, the trend is harder to set. It's easy to follow, trend, but it's
easy
hard
to follow,
set,
hard to set. I love that, man. That's my quote, bro. I was doing that. Easy to follow, hard to trend.
But it's easy to follow, bro. Maybe people just follow what so and so and this one is doing and that one's doing, and you get me? Like,
but
that's easy, bro. But the trend is hard to set though. So
that person had to break barriers to get that trend going. So yeah, man, 100. I think what you're saying is like I think that's 100%. Like we all have to set them trends ourselves and to break the. Sorry, man, I kind of lost where I was with it, man. I'm not gonna lie.
it was basically like, because a lot of people are making up a lot of noise around this Black Van Man dude, and even around real.
Oh yeah.
No. Do you know that?
You know me.
All these. No, but wait. Let me finish. Let me finish the point I'm trying to make here. Is that the point I'm trying to make is that instead of trying to get these people who don't see shit the way you see shit to see shit the way you see shit, instead of wasting all that energy doing all that, why don't we concentrate on the people that already see the things what's happening and how they're happening and work with them to get to the next level? Because it's like we're always chasing our tail back at the same point where the man them is still broke, the man them is still fucking at the bottom of the ladder, there's so and so, and then these other brothers that pretending that they can't see shit are fucking rising and climbing and doing this, that, and the other, but we're running behind them saying, yeah, but you're a sellout, yeah, but you're a dickhead, yeah, but you're a waste man, instead of fucking doing what we need to be doing. Like,
I mean, it's interesting because it's kind of what Shekar was saying out there on your brother's show, which was about the fact that as a community, why are we in the same place? And sort of like, we'd probably be a lot further along like, if we didn't have to have these conversations and people were having them. And the question is that I suppose we should ask ourselves, take a step back and say, do we even have to have these conversations? Now, I understand that if you got a Black man in your crew, or you got like a real in your crew, in your circle, you will have to have those conversations, isn't it? And that's going to slow you down, because he's your brethren, and so you've got to try and get them up to speed. But if that person's not your brethren, you just come across them in life. The question is, how much time do you really want to spend trying to convince them to think otherwise? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And I wouldn't personally, I wouldn't give, like, as someone that speaks corner, I would, because I think it's a good place to exchange information, talk to people with opposing views, and try to convince them otherwise. But I think once you've done that, once you had the one conversation, two conversations, we've seen other people already have those conversations with those people, leave them people, let them do what they're doing, man, and you focus on building your own thing. And that's but you know me, and like I've been, like for the past 4 months, I didn't even do any live shows because I've been trying to set up my own thing outside of the internet thing and the internet sphere. And
I understand though, man.
Yeah, you just got to keep. That's it. You just got to do it like that, and what would, because there's already, like I say, it's about critical mass, isn't it? And you're going to get to a point where everyone's doing it, so the trend is easy to follow. So all the people out there, all the reels, all the what's his name, Black Bam Bands and so on and so forth. Right now, they're just jumping on trends, right? They're just jumping on whatever trends they can jump on. So once the thing that you're trying to push becomes a trend, them same people you spent however long time arguing with, they will naturally just do it anyway because they just follow trends.
That's what I was trying to say, man. And like, even I understand, when you go and ban out this one and that one because they're doing dickhead stuff and rah, I get it. But I'm saying that that shouldn't be the full-time thing, innit? Man should do man, the main thing what man should be doing is striving for fucking perfection. So when the dogs are barking, you get me?
100%.
All the shit shots that they're taking are missing. You get me? Because they can't say nothing about what you're doing because you're actually doing what it says on the fucking tin, innit? Not just chatting or nothing. You get me?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Like there's bare things that need to be done, innit? Like there's bare things that
100%, man.
Worked on still.
Yo, Ali, what you gonna say about Go ahead.
No, but the thing was not real. Something about Black I think he's a bit biased. Like on Sunday, all he did was he went up to flipping Uncle Omar to ask him about one verse in the Quran. Everyone knows Uncle Omar is not the best representation of the Muslim community. He should have gone up to maybe a more educated person like Hamidi Jab and maybe someone from the Shia community and got both representing both of them. Instead of just going up to Uncle Omar and picturing him like he represents the whole Muslim community.
Yeah, 100%, man. But the thing is, like you're saying, like he knows what he's doing anyway. He knows what he's doing, and he probably saw Uncle Omar and he thought, yeah, that's the one I want to go to. And there's quite a few people who are like that in their character. Like they want to show up for the religion, so they go to the worst possible representations where they can. And I think it just shows that there's a genuinity. But I think sometimes as a community, we just gotta like you just gotta cancel them people, innit? Like they're so sick on any video that has their names in it. Don't give them no time or no oxygen because that's really what they live off of. But yeah, no, I mean, Uncle Omar's another one in the part. But I just want to say, in regards to your comments to the troll, but as well, I was going to reply, but I was in the middle of the other conversation. But yeah, because I didn't know that. Obviously, I've only heard you a couple of times on a few different channels, and obviously, I assumed that you was Shia myself, innit? Obviously, I don't have an issue. But one of my best friends, when I reverted into Islam, one of my best friends who reverted with me, he went into he became a Shia, I became a Sunni, and it's not like I was going to cut that friend off after that. But just hearing what you said in regards to sometimes you back the Shias because you feel like it's one-sided or unfair. I gotta say, 100% agree with you. I remember when I went to like one of my first drummers, and I'm sitting there, and I'm pretty like for the entire half an hour speech, the man just pretty much goes in on Shias and what's wrong with them, and I was like, rare. That's I didn't not become a Muslim to hear somebody rant about Shias. I mean, that's not really what I wanted from the deen. So. Go.
I've got Shia in my family, so from day one, you understand that some of my cousins who are like mates with me, like they've never been that divided because I come from that family. But when you look at people who talk all much who hate preach, they don't have a balance. I think in the family, because we all one school of mind, all one school of theology. Yeah. And like I said, I'm not ashamed. I've got Shia mates on Hangouts, and I chill with them. When the panel happens, I tend to be on their side, not because of religion, because I'm mates with you in it.
Yeah. 100%.
And then you come up with some verse and said, "Oh, you can't be mates with that guy because he's Shia." And then what I said, I said the Quran says you can be mates with the kuffar. And I point out the guy's verse, and the guy shuts up.
Yeah. Good. There you go.
I pulled up the verse. I said it says in the Quran, the women of the people of the book are now halal for you. And then I referenced that is your wife not your best friend?
Mm-hmm.
Simple context. And he says, and the guy just ended up shutting up. And he just went off to come.
There you go, man. There you go, man. And that's it. You got to just come with facts and deliver. Because a lot of people just come with cultural opinions, and then they try and hold up, and try and push on their own little sectarian. And really, it's all about politics and them trying to have control and tell you who you can have friends with and all this sort of stuff. And it has nothing to do with the deen at all. So yeah, man, I respect that, bro. I definitely respect that. I definitely have a lot of respect for like Sunni brothers who can show some sympathy to Shiites. Because from my experience having reverted and being in this deen, I have not really. It seems very one-sided. Like I'm pretty sure Shiites do some bad things as well. But from what I see, it's like there's a lot of hatred that comes from our side, and from their side, it seems like they're always trying to defend themselves. And like, rare, like why we come with so much anger for? You know what I mean? Maybe they are doing stuff that I don't know about or that I haven't been privy to.
I think. Do you know what? Scattered minds. I think when was it when the Iran. The first Iran war or whatever.
Oh yeah, I know the history. In Iran. The revolution,
when they first come over, I think it might have been for because then there was more Shia than Sunni in it, so it might have been.
No, there wasn't. There still wasn't more. There still wasn't more, you know. But basically, what happened is during that time, obviously, you had Saudi, who was very close to America, still are to today. They were very close to America, very close to American and Western values, even in some extent. And then what you had in Iran was a similar situation. The Shah was very close to the West, very close to America. A lot of Western values coming in. So it was the Shias who kicked the Americans out. Do you know what I mean? And was like, we're restoring Islam and we're leading the Islamic revolution. And this created a lot of insecurity within Saudi Arabia because they're like, yo, no, how the Shias trying to act like they're leading the Islamic revolution, and so then you got a lot more state funding and backing to certain imams and scholars to produce their viewpoints that was going to back the Saudis in their beef with Iran. But yeah, you're 100% right. Like the revolution in Iran is massively affected modern day politics of the Middle East, more than anyone ever talks about. Like,
Scattered minds. You remind me about a friend of mine. You know, you got that same sort of vibe I get of Ziryab. You know,
Ziryab is the boss, man. Ziryab is the boss.
yeah. I get that same sort of like Ziryab vibe off you.
I say I'm proud of that one, man. Every time Ziryab speaks, I learn something. Like he's like a young little Dan Juma or something. A bit more aggressive though.
Nah, yeah, he knows a lot of stuff still. I can't lie.
Yeah, no, Ziryab's my guy, man. Definitely.
He knows a lot about Middle Eastern politics and that. So yeah, stuff that me personally wouldn't ever have heard about. So
yeah, no, definitely. And this is the thing, isn't it? Like, I definitely would like to get a place where you had more speakers like Ziryab, because I don't mind. Like, people always talk about echo chambers and stuff. I don't mind having the debate and polarized opinions, but it's like rare. Like, you could do it and be intelligent with it and be disrespectful without having to go for ad hominems and all the extra stuff that usually happens. Do you know what I mean? Like, if we're just debating the topic, just stay on the topic. And Ziryab's not somebody who I think definitely does stay on topic, so I definitely like to hear him in more debate with other people. Like, did you see the Ali Dawah Shakara debate?
Jeremy, I'll be back on my phone, innit? My phone's crashed. I need to restart it, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Innit? I'll be back. No, Vellemy.
You're Vellemy. Oh, say.
Yeah. I was like, who's Jeremy?
I was gonna say you should sound in the chat again.
Hey, mad, innit?
Yeah. But did you see the Shakara? Did you see the Shakara thing debate? Shakara Ali Dawah debate.
I saw a bit of it. I didn't see it all.
Yeah, man. Oh man. That was one where you need a more hijab, man. Shout out to Ali Dawah. He tried, but he needed a more hijab for that. But even that is that was a good example of like a polarized debate, separate opinions and stuff like that. But I think if you listen to that and watch that in full, you're gonna learn stuff on both sides. I didn't ever get like terms of stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like even originally. Go ahead.
I wanted to listen to was Dan Juma and
Preston.
Witness. Witness,
Preston. Yeah. That would have been a good one. I need to catch Preston and talk to him, because I could do that. I could do that one for Dan Juma still. I could be a little miniature substitute.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, that one would have been a good one.
So
Witness has been on it. Witness has been on it.
I'm gonna actually post a link into CC still. So if he's listening or it's about, you can jump on still.
Yeah, jump on. I've only got a little while left before my lunch break's done, but I haven't had a full lunch break at work for a little while, so I take every last minute of this one still. Of course. But yeah. That one there was that, like, because obviously it started off with talking about whether Islam is inherently disrespectful to African spiritual religions. And so I was like, yeah, like that was interesting to hear. And then obviously Preston brought in the whole Dan Folio thing, talking about the Sokoto Caliphate in northern Nigeria, innit? And how that came about. And I think that made Danjuma got a bit annoyed, because obviously on one hand you're talking about like Arabs coming into Africa and imposing something, and on the other hand you're talking about Africans fighting against other Africans. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's slightly different. There's a slight separation, but yeah, I guess the context is still in the whole wide conversation. Obviously, I know you're like autism, but then again, for you, I probably reckon like, obviously you're atheist, so you're one most Abrahamic religions. But how do you feel about like African spiritual religions and Shakara and obviously
do you know what? Yeah, it's not. Alright, let me clarify that. It's not that I ban all religions. Yeah, it's that because especially in the speakers' corner sort of circles, people talk to you about religions like it's a fact, isn't it? Like what you believe in, it's like in a factual way.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, so that's where I'm more against it. Really, if anyone's got like a belief or whatever, I'm not even against people having a belief or anything that uplifts them or makes them feel better. or whatever. And even like, I would. There's no way that I could prove that there's no God. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so even making a claim that there is no such thing as a God, yeah, it's not even worth starting that argument up in it, because it's just that none of us have got the proof. So it's just a never-ending.
I've heard you had that debate a couple of times recently.
Yeah, because you know what I'm saying. But what I was debating, recently, and all the duppies were spinning, and everyone come out the back cave and all sorts. Was I said that because man keeps saying that people that don't believe in religions
have
ain't
no
got
morals.
no morals and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm like, well, this is bullshit, bruv. Because I'm like, bruv, the only reason why you religious dons are doing what you're doing is because you want to go to heaven, innit? Yeah. So everything else, all the be kind to so and so and blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's why I say that. Well, that's my personal opinion. Is that that's what proves to me that most religions are man-made, isn't it? Because it's a selfish thing at the end of the day. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, right, okay, yeah, we're going to be nice to everyone else and all good to everyone, but the end prize is that you get to go to heaven. Do you get me? So
I think it's the opposite, Reddy. I think if a religious person, if a religious person is nice, it's because they have the fear of God in them. They're scared that look, at the end of the day, I've got.
So they're scared to go to.
At the end of the day,
scared to go to hell.
Most time.
I would say I would open up, and say, all right, I would add on to my thing above, and say that there's more people that's scared of going to hell than there is of that's wanting to go to heaven. Do you know what I'm saying? So what they're doing is it's still something selfish though. Yeah, so
100%.
The fear of you going to burn for eternity, however long eternity is, which no one knows how long that is. Yeah,
it's a scary thing, man.
It's a scary thing, isn't it? Yeah, if you actually believe that's what's gonna happen. Do you know what I'm saying, bro?
Definitely.
So that's what it was that the actual full point that I would have made on Rasmet's channel that day. Remember saying
I heard that.
no morals thing still. Because I'm like, bro.
I heard that. But shall I tell you what it is? I think it's a misunderstanding of that whole idea around morals. Do you know what I mean? And what it actually means. Because I understand what people are saying. It is like one of them things where a little bit of knowledge is a dangerous thing. Like people take a little idea and they run with it and turn it into a big idea. So the idea that morality that we have, the idea behind the whole thing of morality that we have today, it definitely does derive, especially in the Western world and the Western context, it does derive from Christo-Judaic principles, right? So the idea of evil, even the word evil itself, has religious context. There was no such thing as evil prior to the coming of religion in regards to something being evil. Historically, it meant literally going against God. That was evil, basically, to go against God, the opposite of God. And so we've now come to take those principles on board. However, the meaning, so therefore, a lot of the modern day morality that they used to have was definitely connected to religion and derived from God. However, back then it was moral, for example, to have slaves. It was moral to, do you know what I mean, have sex slaves, all these types of things.
Right.
So when we're talking about morality, or at least a morality of religions that inform the society we have today, it definitely did come from religions. Now, the modern day morality that we have today is obviously quite contradictory to the morals of the religion. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And so therefore they come from something very different. And this is where people think, if you're not religious, you can't have morals. No, to say that how morals came about initially was through religion is one thing. To say that all morals are always tied to religion, no matter what, is a completely other one, and it's false. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just completely false.
Yeah, but I would say, I would even say a little bit different though, because like I would say the laws of thou shalt not kill and all them sort of things existed before religion.
I would say that as well. I would
argue that. Like, so that means that morals came before religion.
I wouldn't argue that, but it depends. I'm religious.
Do you know what I mean? Like I would say that obviously there was a thou shalt not kill in most civilized societies that had built themselves up. Had
100%. Most religions,
thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, and
person wouldn't agree with you, Valley, and I'll tell you why.
Wait, hold on. Had a list of commandments or whatever, or a list of rules, what they was following, or a list of morals or something that they was following. Whether they're the same as religious morals there's still some sort of morals in it. So it doesn't matter if good morals or what we class today as good morals, but at that time that might have been good for the society they was in.
That they lived in, 100%. I think, yeah, no, I agree. I mean, to be, I agree with something. Obviously, being religious, I believe nothing comes before religion. Religion was, well, not necessarily religion, but I think religion is more of the prescribed things that go around it. But I think obviously God came first, and I think God obviously had His laws and stuff like that. But I think obviously, I think a lot of those are internal anyway. Do you know what I mean? I think a lot of those are internal in regards to what you call it, like you. For example, you have it written down, like in Kemet, they have the laws of art. In the Bible, you have thou shalt not kill and whatnot, which are written down. However, I think there's obviously, personally, I think there's also a lot of internal laws that are written down into the human psyche as it is. Do you know what I mean? Into our souls, into our spirit. That you're born knowing. No one has to tell you, don't kill your mother. Do you know what I mean? Like majority of right-thinking people who are, don't have any mental defects would know not to cause harm to their mum. Do you know what I mean? So I think, and the thing is, a lot of these, like the most simple principle is that even comes from, we call it like the 10 Commandments, do unto others as you want done to yourself. It's just basically a principle that most humans have, right? Like when you're watching a horror film and you see somebody about to get smashed across their head, most people look away or they wince. Do you know what I mean? It's because you could feel somebody else's pain without necessarily feeling it.
Yeah. Well, it's like if it's something that you can see that you wouldn't want done to yourself, it's something that's going to make you wince, innit?
Exactly. So we like in the very design of us as human beings, quite a lot of these principles in terms of how we should treat each other, we know already because we don't want to get done to ourselves. Like that simple one is, I think, that like you said, no one can argue. I would say all humans have that, regardless of whether they follow a specific religion or not. They know they don't want pain done to themselves or to other people.
Come on. Hey, big up Scattered. Big up Scattered. Oh shit. One of the duppies has raised from the dead, you get me? Oh,
man like Dan in the building.
Not like that in the building. Oh god. Ali Khan's favourite debater in Speaker's Corner. Oh shit.
You can joke, Ali Khan. How you gonna say Dan's the best debater at Speaker's Corner, bro?
No. I said when Dan will come to the park, because Dan said if someone docks him, he's gonna come to the park. I said when Dan comes to the park, he's gonna be the best debater.
Cool. Dan B. Sakharov set up soon, man. I'm joking.
Oh shit. Yeah. I made him drop out still. Nah, you can be back in a sec, man. His connection probably went, didn't it?
Yeah, probably.
Yo, welcome, G.
Big up Dan the man.
Dan. What you say, man? Yeah, man. Hey, congratulations on your win in the monetization race. Well done, mate. Well done, mate.
Who am I racing against?
It was against my Global Waivers channel, man.
Bro, we got to bust up the Global Waivers still.
Yeah. Global Waivers is like 972 or something like that. Yeah, you got the thousands quickly still. But yeah, man. It's all good.
How come you're not streaming this on there?
It's on strike, innit, man?
Do you strike, G, bro?
On the strike still, man, till December. So,
what did you do? Was that from 218 Flat Earth things?
Man are hating in it, man. Man are hating on Gaza block. You get me? G block. Trust me. Yeah, man. G block's man out here, man. Trust me. Global Waivers and G blocks.
Strike, bro?
But no, differently. What it was, is that man's making mad videos about fucking people and shit in it, man. So they're hating still. They don't like it still. Makes me laugh still, man. But on my other channel, I've got like 972 subscribers, but I can't go live on it because it's got a strike. I keep making videos taking the piss out of people on that channel still. So
speaking of all of this, what do you call it? This striking business. I got apparently Banksy yesterday made a video on his stream where he called me out and said that he was going to strike my channel and this and that because basically he come out worse. Apparently, I'm guessing in his estimation on a debate or the optics. Look, I don't know what his contention is, but instead of messaging me and saying I didn't really rate the way that debate went. It got a bit personal. Could you take it down? He just sort of brewed on it, and then yesterday he put out this thing calling me out. So basically, I can't work it out, man. I can't work
Internet
it out.
people are weird, Dad. Internet people are weird.
Bro, yeah,
No.
that's what you got to just take it as. It's like another internet weirdo, man.
I don't know how you're gonna do. Sit down on somebody's panel, do the live with them, and then when it goes bad for you or whatever, you don't reach out to them direct first. So I don't know, man.
Yeah. Hey, but wait, hold on a sec. Big up Aime on the panel. Hopefully you come on to fill your lunchtime slot where you're gonna get into your subjects and all them things there. You get me?
What's Amy's subjects?
Val, I'm not sure. We might need some women for my topics, though.
Yeah, no, don't worry. We could do that. We're diverse over here.
Okay, well, let me see.
What was
diverse over here, B. But listen, hold on a sec. Yeah, before that, yeah, before you go in, sorry, I've got to jump off you because I've got to fix someone's heater real quick.
Oh, Val, I've only got like 10 minutes of break time, but yeah, I'll try and hold it down.
I'm gonna jump on, but yeah, Dan's here, Amy's here, AC's gonna jump on in about another 10-15 minutes or so. Ali Khan's here as well. You get me? All you lot are gonna hold it down. All the people in the chat are gonna comment and thumbs up that they're gonna share, subscribe, tell their mates, tell a friend to tell a friend. You know all them things there. You get me?
Okay, Valley, let me give you thumbs. Let me give you 6 thumbs up on my 6 accounts. 1 second.
Well done, mate.
Good on man.
Yeah,
Ali, what's this?
bro.
How are you gassing me up saying I'm the best debater in the park and all of this, man?
Yeah, he gassed you up, bro.
Dan,
I said give your top 5. Hey, Dan. Yeah, actually, before you get into your topic here, I want to let Dan give his top 5 as well. Yeah.
Yeah, who's top 5?
Let Scattered Minds give his top 5, and then after they've cleared all that up, then Aime, you can get into your topic in it once AC's jumped on and.
All right. In no particular order. In no particular order, I reckon. Raven.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Raven. Haiku. Bob the Builder. Raven, Haiku, Bob the Builder. Shamsi. And I quite like that young Kyle guy. I quite like Kyle.
What's he talking about?
He's like Haiku's younger. To be fair, him or Haiku, I could swap either of them. I could swap either of them. But maybe that's both included in one. And well, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. What's yours? What's yours, Scott?
I don't know, man. You just put Haiku in there, so I'm gonna debate Haiku Sunday when I go to the park. This Sunday, I'm gonna find Haiku. I'm debating. No, I'm joking. I like Haiku, but I'm definitely gonna try to debate it this Sunday. Actually, now I think about it. But my top 5 is tough, isn't it? Like I was just thinking, I need a 10 when I start thinking about it. But I'll try and put in order, but probably.
All right.
It's difficult. I'm gonna say Shaka Raw right now, in the form that he's been in right now, is number 1 for me. After Shaka Raw, it's a bit difficult, but I would go with someone like. The problem is I want to debate it specifically. And there's some people in the park who are great speakers, who are giving lectures. Like Dan Juma, I say, is a great speaker and giving lectures and discussions, but not necessarily debating directly.
Debates, yeah.
Yeah, so I probably have to hold Dan Juma back. And I haven't seen Haiku in a direct debate either, so I have to hold him back as well. So far,
actually, that's kind of true. That's kind of true. That is kind of true. Yeah. All right.
But I guess we could do speakers and debaters. But right now, I say Shaka Raw. I would say.
I didn't mention Ismail. I didn't mention Ismail Blago.
I was going to say I was going to do Blago. I want to do the current one, the modern days. But Ismail,
all time.
OG, definitely. So I'm gonna go with Shaka Raw. I'm gonna go with Kalam. All right, no order now. Forget the order. I'm gonna go with Kalam. I'm gonna go with Sarah for his classic debates from back in the day. I'm gonna have to put Bob the Builder up there as a heavy hitter, as a debater. Like there's probably no one like he's one of the top debaters in the park. So who's that last slot going to? Like it's difficult because I want to put a Rathlet or a Jedi. I'll have to say Raven. I'll have to say Raven then.
I think Raven, yeah.
Yeah, I say Raven because I'd say Raspberry and Jedi are I say Jedi is one of the most underrated debaters at the park, but one of the best. In terms of, I don't think I think he gets ratings from people because people think he's cool and stuff like that. I don't think necessarily people rate him for his intellectual style and how he approaches debates. And like, I think the example case in point with Vinny, he just smashed Vinny up completely. You know what I mean? Like, just smashed him to pieces.
But you see with Jedi, he's a difficult man to debate because depending on if he respects you or your debate or not, he'll give you eye contact. But more often than not, he's not even looking at you. He's looking 90 degrees from where you're stood into the distance. You know what I mean? That's a killer. That's a killer stance to argue against.
100%. That's true. It throws you off from the beginning.
Yeah, because you're like, oh, is this man paying attention to these cogent points that I'm making, or is it just all being aired right now?
Definitely.
So,
I say Respect had a pin. Like, there's a point where I just used to see videos of him at Speaks Call all the time, and he was just smashing up, like, talking about Islamic topics to Muslim brothers and beating them at it. You know what I mean? When he first came to the park. But I think the only thing that takes away from Respect, I would say, and he knows this already, is probably some of the emotiveness that he comes with sometimes. But I think that also helps him in his debates as well. Do you know what I mean? But sometimes I'm like, I need a little less of the emotion, more just stay on the point. But yeah, I think bringing that emotiveness.
I think that's why I mentioned Raven, because
100%.
Basically, I think Raven in gang, Raven is he's the one man no one can really point to and say you're violent, you're this, you're a thug.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Whereas that's something that I think gang face kind of criticism for unduly when they go into debates. Especially if it's with like right wingers or even Muslims, to be honest. Because a Muslim man can just turn around and go, I'm not debating you, you smell of weed, you smoke weed, you do this, or etc.
I mean, to be fair, I think that comes across worse. Like I remember when Hamza tried to do that, the white Hamza. And done that to Respect and Jedi, and then I just had to shut the debate down. I was like, I've never been more like vexed watching one of those debates before than when I saw Hamza and he tried to drop that. Because for me personally, it was just, it was such a cheap thing. Because obviously they're both vulnerable to that sort of attack, right? They're both vulnerable to that sort of attack. It's an easy attack to make against them. Oh, you guys smell like weed, or you did that. Easy attack to say to any black person. Like anyone who's been stopped and searched by police unnecessarily has probably been told they smell like weed. Do you know what I mean? And I felt like Hamza was losing the debate badly, and instead of acknowledging that and staying on topic, he just threw it to that sort of, you smell like weed. And I feel like for me personally, that is like, I'm not gonna say he's racist, but that's a massive example of what racists do to black people when they just wanna like not take us seriously anymore.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest, I don't think that's necessarily relevant. But then again, I've heard people say, I won't debate with a drunk person. And don't get me wrong, like I wouldn't debate with a drunk person. I could see how the optics could be similar for other people. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man.
What's your lot's criteria for like ranking these debaters?
It's subjective, man. What's your top 5?
Raj is in my top 5.
Is it win?
Oh wow, I said Raj.
Speakers. It's up to you if you want to include speakers or debaters specifically, or
that's it.
Anything you can.
But as in if someone, are the people in your top got clear wins, or like?
But when you say clear wins, I think it's always subjective, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, I remember talking to Vinny Sullivan after his debate with Bob and with Jedi, and he was convinced that he won both of those debates. And he was convinced that all of his mates and everyone he spoke to.
But when we're giving our top 5, we could say, so like you could have Vinny in your top 5 and say,
no, I couldn't.
James, what's your top 5, bro?
I don't know top 5, but definitely I've seen Jedi get clear dubs, like very clear W. I've seen Issa get probably the clearest W I've ever seen in a debate.
Which Issa? Issa was Shia Issa is a flipping beast at the park as well. I haven't got that.
I disagree with him, but in debating, he's.
I've never seen Raven get a win. Is that his is the policy of like pacification, like appeasement and stuff?
Yeah.
So I don't really consider what he's doing debates. I think he's similar to Dan Juma.
But I don't think so, because I think in terms of I remember him debating with a couple people actually, And I think Raven's style isn't necessarily, like you're saying, to get the win per se, but he gets the win from allowing the other person to lose and kill themselves. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. You mean
I've seen quite a few debates in which he's debated very clear, like online wipe even, and all that sort of stuff. And he just made online wipe show himself up to be a complete idiot more so than anything else.
What happened with them online wipe and Raven dreams that he was doing at one point? He was doing a couple of that's kind of what made me think maybe he's got his unbiased cap on. You know what I mean? When he was doing those streams, Joe was doing those streams with Raven. I thought, yeah, maybe.
I haven't even seen them, to be fair. I've never seen one. I haven't checked that out.
Yeah, he did 1 or 2 streams with Raven still.
But yeah, so carry on, James. Sorry.
I'd say scientific method. He's a bit impatient, but he's.
I haven't seen him at the park, you know.
You know what? Oh, you haven't seen him at the park, as in he doesn't go there anymore, or you haven't seen him in person?
I haven't seen any of his debates on YouTube. At the park.
What's his real name? Is it Ansar? Anwar, man.
Oh, okay, maybe I have.
You know, he did the one with Shabir where he's just getting super impatient and like criteria and yards.
Well, some people would say that Shabir guy's the best guy in the party. He's supposed to have cleaned up Pavlov and another one of Ralph's guys this last weekend.
Oh, really?
To Anwar or to.
But you know how I can't remember which channel it was on, but it's not got one of those clickbait
titles,
titles like Pavlov is destroyed or whatever. It was slightly clickbait, but I'll see if I can find the video still.
See how he destroyed Pavlov in a sentence.
Do you know what? I used to rate Pavlov. I did used to rate Pavlov because I thought he's kind of aloof, like this disengaged, kind of nihilistic position that he had was kind of. It's quite useful when you're going up against people who just care about like existing and their thing and their own. So he's sort of like, well, how, you know, why is that any more important than I don't know?
Yeah.
He started off quite strong.
And then
he started off quite strong, but then I think you can always win arguments by staying silent. Like I think the Raven style of allowing your opponent to just sort of speak themselves into their own corner.
He created something the other day, where I can't remember. He was basically he subscribed to the fucking craniologist concept of races of Negroid, Gorkogoid, Mongoloid.
Who does that?
This idiot Pavlov, and then he started trying to create some loose links to intelligence, and COE was like, okay, cool, define intelligence. And he's like, oh, that's a good question. But mind you've got fucking 10,000 pages, 10,000 words full of notes that you've come to to prove whatever theory about where black people fall on over fucking like in nations and whatnot, and you haven't even thought about like I see people like that. Their agenda, like you'll say I'm Ukrainian and not British, but you'll defend the British agenda. Like,
no, but this is the thing. His whole angle's only come out recently. It's only in recent weeks. I feel like it was a debate with who did he debate with like 2 weeks ago, and he basically got exposed and basically said like I'm trying to integrate into Britain, like I'm integrating. I'm an example of integration.
Do you reckon BNP when he was arguing with the BNP?
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah, it might have been that debate.
That BNP guy's joke.
And I kind of understand that, but for one man, for a supposed nihilist to claim that his integration is somehow meaningful objectively, I just found that baffling. If I was there, I'd have been like, so hold on, you don't believe that anything means anything, but you somehow you think that you integrating is meaningful.
Yeah.
Where does your meaning start and my meaning stop? I'm saying
I haven't seen him identify as a nihilist. I've only ever seen him.
Bro, you can listen to him talk about his philosophy. He doesn't believe that anything exists. He questions his own existence.
Oh, then I wouldn't even. The philosophy. I wouldn't even bother chatting. I thought it was just he was antithetical towards Islam and tried to take a philosophical approach in like sort of
taking it down. Yeah.
The statement that made me rate him was when I think. If I remember correctly, it was the day that Avi Yemeni turned up at the park,
and he was kind of floating around the back, and I think Avi was talking about the Holocaust, and Pavlov. It was the first time I've ever heard anyone make the point at the park. Pavlov said, "What about the
Armenian,
the Holodomor, or it's like the Ukrainian Holocaust?" And I was like, "Yeah, all right." I said, "That's a kind of good response." But then I've since heard him sort of speak about other people competing in like victim Olympics when they discuss their history. So I was like, why would you mention?
Okay for you, yeah.
but this is the problem. I mean, people have a very strong position at the park based on that environment and their current surrounding settings. As soon as they go to the park and reveal their position, then there's potentially thousands of people who can critique them, and if they so choose to, go to the park and debate them.
100%.
Deconstruct it. So I mean,
hashtag free Maggie.
Hashtag for real.
Hey, does Gary?
Yo, AC, I got cut out, so shout out to AC. Good time and stuff. I just want to ask quickly, James, are you gonna come down to the park? 1, and then 2. Why doesn't my auntie 9ether like you?
You say your auntie?
Yeah.
All right. Well, because you said that, I'm not going to be rude in any way, and I'm just going to answer the question.
For sure.
What was the first one? Why don't I come down?
He's a coconut.
Are you gonna come to the park? 1, and then the second one was
potentially. And if I
your auntie podcast.
Huh?
Did you just say 9ether your auntie?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's an effect, like an endearing term. I'm not. Or do you mean literally? She's your auntie.
I mean literally.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
All right, then I'd like to extend you any apologies for things that I may or may not have said.
All right, cool. Well, what's going on? Like, what's the beef? Very quickly.
You know what it is? It was a bit rude. Like, was just rude to me for an extended period of time, and I just eventually started responding.
Snap back. All right. No worries. All right, cool. Yeah. I'll be back in a bit though.
All right,
cool. Shout out.
Respect. Big up, Scan Boys, man.
Respect, family. Respect.
Listen, man. Yeah, bruv. I don't know. The top 5 thing. So wait, James, run your top 5 again.
I don't even think. Well, I was gonna say, does Gary Google get excluded for using props?
For using?
What's happened to Gary Google anyway? I've not seen him in the park in ages.
You know, he's got like he had like iPads, microphones. Like he got bare W's, but he had little assistants still. I'm joking. I'd say probably on the basis of wins and losses is my criteria. Jedi there, Shia Issa there because he does get some wins. Shamsi's there because he wins more than not. I'm probably forgetting people now. Fucking Bob. Bob is a savage. Bob's probably there. And if I don't know, I'll probably to be decided. But yeah.
The 5. All right. Who's that?
Who was yours?
Your top 5 starts so different from mine, James. Though.
Well, what's yours, Ali?
No. I said if Dan ever comes to the park, because Dan said if he gets dogs, he's going to come to the park. I said it would be Dan. But on a serious note, I said Raza, Saracen, Lister, Uncle Thman, and Raj.
Oh, I got Shia Blade Runner. That's my 5. Shia.
Yeah, see, this is the thing though. I think a lot of people at the park, the wins that they take are determined by the debates that they choose to have. If you go to the park on a thing like I'm going to be the best debater, I'm going to be the best person, then basically you're challenging a lot of people who don't go to the park to then come to the park and refute what you're saying. And there's always someone more intelligent than you, and there's always someone who knows your areas of expertise probably better than you. So I think people are only reigning champs for a certain period of time, and then their constituent other is created, and then they.
Do you know what? That is a good. What you said is very relevant for people like Jedi, because there are some debates where he just wouldn't get involved with because whether or not he. I don't think it's that level. But I'm talking about the ones where whenever man draws my sword, it seems to dumpy something. And even like the Shia Blade Runner, like I don't know what his understanding of like fucking science is, for example, but I know when it comes to that Shia and Sunni debate, unless you're pro level Sunni, he's getting a dub on you because he's like ready. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's true. But then if
we're talking about the best people in their field. I mean, again, Speaker's Corner isn't necessarily a place where there's. I think typically, if you're talking historically, when we're talking about best speakers, there would have been the speakers, and then you could have spoken about maybe the best hecklers. So who has this speaker created as their ideal heckling kind of opponent?
I think Big Guy is one of the best hecklers.
Because if you look at it, even man like Ralph and his little man Sam and all of those lot, they're all like hecklers around people like Leo Muhammad. Because Leo Muhammad is a speaker. He doesn't go there to really debate. He's got what he believes is a very strong position that he's just going to speak from. Same with like Ishmael Blagrove, same with Heiko, same with Bob the Builder, same with I would say most of the people who, well, I mean, I've kind of mixed it up there, but I think generally speaking, the people who are good within their own area of expertise can potentially switch into being good debaters, depending on who's about. I mean, I've seen Haiku. Like he's been going there for so long now. You know, he hasn't got time. Like, he hasn't got time to get into these big debates. He's got a speech that he's going to make, and someone's chatting shit about, I don't know, him being George Soros or something. And oh wait, so he's just said, don't forget Aime's topics too. She's here, you know. Aime, that's disrespectful, man. We've just been chatting shit. You're Aime. Oh, she's not even there, Sky. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know, man. So go straight speakers, James, and let's see. Just straight speakers. Who do you think knows what they're talking about at the park?
Who do I think knows what they're talking about the most?
Yeah, straight on their topic, like best topical speakers, like traditional speakers at the park today.
At the park today.
Yeah, go on. I think this reveals more than the other question.
Well, who knows the most, or who's sort of who's shared with, like, the most on a specific topic? I'd say probably like that Dan Juma guy with Africa. He always seems to have a good 20 minutes of ranting in him, and it seems to be quite coherent. I'd say who knows the most that surprises me is that Kalam guy. His knowledge on Islam is different level. Like, considering he's not a Muslim and he's still a young man, he's not like some 60-year-old man that's been through the wars.
Yeah, but he is Nigerian, so he's got some understanding of Islam through his history, I would imagine. I mean, I wouldn't say that's that remarkable.
No. His Islam, like, he's on some Ziriab level of.
Which Kalam is this? Is this Titans TV or a different Kalam?
Yeah, Titans TV.
Okay.
No, like,
I don't know. I mean, Ziriab. Yeah, but okay. So Ziriab's different. I mean, Ziriab's born into the tradition. No, I would say there's a lot of people. I'd say the only person whose knowledge really surprises me is James SC's. I don't think Kalam's is particularly.
No,
but I haven't seen as many debates.
Listen to what I'm saying, yeah. My man not only knows the science of hadith, but is out here authenticated hadith in his own like whether or not you agree with him, he will show you the science.
What do you mean? He's out here authenticating hadith. What does that mean?
Like, so he's going through the chain. Does this person know this person? Could this person have been around for this person? Where exactly in the chain is this thing weak, and where exactly in the chain, or what in its entirety is this chain strong enough? That is that different level. Not only that, but he's doing that to prove, in his opinion, not for Muslims, in his opinion, was Aisha really 9? Was she 17? Was she 21? Like, he's doing them things there. Then not only that, like, he's having discussions with people and debunking their concepts of, like, the spirit and stuff with, like, trilateral roots of words or etymologies of the words being Greek, and then like having different inflections on it. Like, obviously. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, his shit.
Yeah, but again, I hear what you're saying. We're not talking about that stuff. I mean, so these are all in the context of, like, clear wins, yeah.
Yeah, but he's only getting because of knowledge. Like, he's debating.
You're gonna have to give me some examples. You're gonna have to come with some examples.
Right, I can't remember.
Because when a man starts, I mean, if we're dealing with Islam and you're telling me about Greek and that, I mean, it doesn't necessarily.
Well, man,
I'm struggling because I've heard people make semantic arguments, like,
let me tell you, innit?
Against Islam, only to be flattened. People like James SC, for example, only to be flattened by
Yeah, no,
their lack of expertise in Arabic. I mean, can Kalam read Arabic?
James, yes, to a level, yes. Like that's what I'm saying. There are people that are having big debates with him, talking about Arabic words. He's like, no, it doesn't mean that. It means this. And the man again, okay, wait. Well, do you know how you know you're wrong? Because it actually means this in Greeks and the Arab.
I believe that. I mean, bruv, did you hear that guy yesterday on Raspek's stream? That Iman guy. I asked him simple question. I said, "Do you know what Al Qaeda means in Arabic?" And he's like, what? So that's how you know. It's not. People don't really understand. You'd think. I mean, that guy kind of fell flat at that point. I thought, okay, I assume that you're like the purveyor of kind of some kind of knowledge, Arabic understanding or whatever that I'm not privy to. But if
is that the Iman guy who's on your show too before it got hacked?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I've spoken to him a couple of times on our show. He's very close-minded. When I've spoken to him in the past, he only follows one scholar, and that's it. He doesn't care about anything else. He's sort of like blind follows and stuff. He's got a very limited view anyway of the religion.
Well, you could hear that. I mean, there was the whole. We basically got into an argument yesterday about narratives, like media narratives, essentially. And he was accusing me of following a Russian/Iranian media narrative, while I was accusing him not necessarily of even following a narrative. But the first question I said was, how is what your political goals in Idlib or whatever, this group that you claim to support, how is that how could you distinguish the goals from essentially the foreign policy goals of the West and the position that the Western media has taken, i.e. Bashar al-Assad is a bad guy who you need to get rid of. We need to get rid of. And that was before there was any like involvement. We started bombing or anything like that. It was like a 2 or 3 year period where people were just going freely from the West, like it was some kind of romantic jihadi destination. And I mean, people really believe it, that the world is in this like binary, either good or bad position. Like, there's no good guys or bad guys in Syria. There's none. And this guy was trying to tell me, we're the good guys. We're the good guys. This group that I support is the good guy because of X, Y, and Z, and because there was this prophecy, and Syria's like a special place in Islam. I don't know, man. I mean, I would say it's probably good that you have people like that out there speaking, because I think people need to kind of understand their thought system. And if there are people out there like Ziriab, like Hassan, who are there to check that sort of thinking when it's there, or at least counterpoint it, then it's good, because yeah, it's sort of black and white thinking is quite dangerous, man. Like, either you're my Muslim brother or you're kafar. Either you're like my Christian brother or you're a Gentile. Either you're my Jewish brother or you're a Goyim. Do you know what I mean? Anyone there?
Yeah.
Man like James Jones disappeared, missing in action. Scattered Mind says, yo, Dan, Kalam is the truth. His knowledge is next level. Some people are unable to see past their own bias. Ziriab is king of the Hangouts corner, in my opinion. Yeah, I would agree. Ziriab is a very strong. He's very knowledgeable as well, man.
Kalam knows more about me about my own religion than I do.
Who? Kalam.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. I think it depends where you get into it. If you get into Speaker's Corner through the kind of Muslim angle, and you're interested in watching, you're interested in watching debates, you know, between scholars or whatever, then you're aware of so many more conversations, so many more kind of points of contention than me. Like, I started watching Speaker's Corner like when Tan was there. So since like, I don't know what, summer 2018, something like that, around that time. And that was, and I think the main narratives then were like right wing versus Islam, and I think all that stuff with like Sarah and Kalam. I think Kalam was on. I think that was maybe one of his last appearances. He stopped going regularly after that whole Tan thing. And then this more like modern era has been people like Ralph and that who've gone down there. And I don't know, like the Hangouts thing. I've met a lot of people on Hangouts who previously did go down to the corner. Do you know someone else I quite like? I like Witness as well. I like Witness on these Hangouts.
Is Witness the board guy? I
Yeah.
think he wanted to be a Raj.
Yeah, I like Witness, man. And I think again his style of his kind of discussion style is more like questioning, which is he'll ask like 10 questions and then make one quite keen observation. Yeah, Witness is an IG. Yeah, 100%.
Like watching the park has actually made me research my own religion a lot more. I've actually gone down and what I've researched everything. Is this what this guy's saying authentic? Is this weak? Why is he doing this? Why is he doing that? And it sort of allowed me to sort of understand the psychology of people too, and understand the narratives.
Do you like that? Do you like that Hamza guy? Hamza Twin.
I don't watch him.
I like Hamza. I like Hamza Speaker's Corner. I think he's quite good. He does a lot of like debates with the Christians down there.
I only started watching COE and Mr. X because of Modine's comedy. The guy was so funny, and just used to watch Mr. X just for Modine because he was just hilarious.
Fred Paul says Collab has the knowledge, but him and Sarah have got the BVM mentality. I noticed he stopped coming when Tommy called that guy the P words, though. Hamza is good.
Hashtag can we be friends?
Oh, what,
2019.
2019, yes.
Yeah. What's happening? Everyone good?
What's going on, AC, man? Yo, bro, sorry, I didn't call you back yesterday, man. I jumped on Rat Specs and it all got a bit engaged. But yeah. Scattered Minds, I used to rate hijab, but he's been slipping lately. Yeah, again, if that's kind of your angle. Apparently, I missed this whole Kemet versus Islam thing, and I'm kind of glad that I did, to be honest, because
you missed it for the last 11 months.
What is Kemet? Like, I've heard a lot about this Kemet thing. I've gone into Google and Googled it. It still sort of makes no sense. I've heard a lot about Kemet. Everyone talks about it. It's like, what is Kemet? And even Wikipedia's got it's that confusing.
So Kemet is an ancient name of Egypt.
Okay.
Kemetism is kind of like I suppose like a revivalist sort of tradition, and I don't know. I want to say I've just picked that up from fucking Wikipedia just for speed, but
so that's what Kalam and Witness are, aren't they? They follow the Kemet tradition.
Well, I guess maybe.
So it's more of a way of life than a religion.
Wait, let me just. It's Egyptian neo-paganism, potentially. If that's one characterization. Kemetic spirituality is a modern religion based on Kemeticism, which is a reconstruction of ancient Egyptian religion.
So if we say paganism is worshipping more than one god, would you say that's paganism then?
I mean, I would say paganism is kind of worship of nature, of maybe ancestors, or I don't know. But I mean, the interesting thing is that I feel like most religions have some kind of I don't know. They have a function for kind of mourning of ancestors, etc. And I don't know. There's this idea of there being a sort of world between I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know. And like worship of nature, like we're supposed to appreciate nature in most religions. So I don't know. The thing with the pagan religions is most of them have at some point been subsumed into greater monotheistic like cultures. So like many gods inevitably flows into one god because one god is more simple. So basically most things in nature follow the easiest route. They'll follow the path of least resistance, it's called. So most religions that are in a state of kind of multiple and again things in nature flow from areas of high concentration to areas of low concentration. Like if I pour a glass of water, like turn a glass of water 90 degrees, it will move from being highly concentrated in the glass to areas of low concentration, basically all over my floor or whatever.
Similar to Hinduism, where the belief is God is one, he has different characters and different versions. For example, God has a version of a destroyer, a healer, a merciful side, an angry side.
Yeah, yeah, of course. I mean, God. Yeah, but I mean, Hinduism. I don't really know enough about it. I mean, if that's what they say,
that's what I've heard about it, and I've done little research into it.
So, do you believe? I shouldn't really ask you, man, because you'll get the wrath of the trolls.
I'm not gonna get. I won't get the wrath of anybody, bro. It's fine. You can ask me what you want.
No, that's right. And I think has Aime jumped out? Yeah, she's been done. Fucking hell, it's me, you, and AC.
What were you gonna ask me anyway?
No, we ain't got to get into that. We ain't got to get into that thing. We're talking about the park anyway. Squidgy Black said, "And come to the park to confuse people and get clout." Yeah, that's the other thing, man. People going down to the park on like a what's it called? To try and like establish themselves or whatever. I think that's all long, man. Go down on Sunday. You know you can go to the park every day of the week.
Can you? I thought it was only on Sundays.
No.
Right. So that's when it's
that's what I'm saying. Like so sorry to swear. My man IC3 goes down there on Thursdays sometimes, on Wednesdays.
Oh right, but all of you just tend to come out on Sundays, on Monday after the Sunday. Why is the park so popular on a Sunday then?
Well, I suppose Sunday's the day. I mean, it's I don't know, maybe traditionally the most popular day. I don't know. I guess because of people's work patterns, etc.
I think there used to be a time when Sunday the park on used to be open on a Sunday, possibly.
I think that the cool thing about going during the week is maybe it's like it's somewhat like it used to be before cameras. I think that's maybe. I mean, I don't know. Without the hype, without like multiple camera crews down there and whatever, because I think the quality of discussion has also changed just due to that. I feel like the park has become more narcissistic overall because people who like being in front of cameras and who are extroverted speakers, debaters, orators, whatever, are drawn to the park. But I mean, it's not always the most extroverted speaker who's the best. And I mean, the ones who want, the ones who who get up to go out. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of really great people online, like people with YouTube channels and shit who don't attend Speakers Corner because there is no Speakers Corner in there.
Why do you think?
Another thing I found, there's a bunch of Speakers Corners in London.
Yeah. There's a bunch of Speakers Corners across the UK. There's a couple. There's one in Leeds, Newcastle. They're the unofficial ones. You've got one in Stratfordshire, one in Nottingham, and so we got 3 in the UK. Obviously, Hyde Park, Nottingham, Stratfordshire, and Sussex. And then Leeds and Newcastle have their own unofficial Speakers Corners.
Interesting.
I was gonna say, how come the other Speakers Corners don't get the cameras in?
Well, I mean, I suppose they're not as obvious places for sort of generating content, and it's probably been a bit of a. I mean, cameras have been present at Speakers Corner for probably 30 years in lower frequencies. There's been, I mean, if you go back, there's It's a YouTube channel. I think it's called Cluna. CLOONAGH. Cluna, like an Irish kind of spelling. I think that was CLOONAGH. And that's like a time capsule of Speakers Corner debates, and I think it's super cool watching the old speakers. So there was a lady called Diana who used to go down there, who's maybe, I don't know, maybe like a female version of Steve, but better. She's a good speaker, man, and she had her own like unique hecklers. She had like her own little heckling crowd, including like hecklers who like defended her against other hecklers, like counter hecklers and shit. You get these interesting dynamics, man. And yeah, people like Ismail Blagrove. There's loads of speakers, man. There's lots of people who aren't like known names or whatever. And yeah, I think that's like pre Mr. Rax, pre COE, pre TNTS Greek, before all of that really. And also Dave Bones. Dave Bones used to do a lot of filming down at the corner, but I've just come off the chat. Big up to the 13 people watching. If you just turned up, hit the like, man. Veli would appreciate that. The chat is no more. Abu Bilal has said Sarah brings nothing to the table but anti-Islam and Muhammad. Yeah, what you just said. I mean, I thought what could Sarah possibly like think that way for? And something that Raj said to me recently kind of resonated, and I thought, well, I was talking to Raj about Sikhs and this report that's come out recently about the right wing kind of, or the Sikhs becoming more like right wing and sort of being pushed into the arms of the right wing by basically left wing narratives that fail to pick up their grievances and fail to kind of deal with them, if that makes sense. So he said, you lot, and he wasn't speaking to me, but he was speaking to people in general, said, yeah, you lot are making me more right wing. You're making me more, like, you're pushing me away by X, Y. And I don't know, maybe it's a valid argument for him. I don't know. So maybe Sarah feels that he's being pushed away, or he is being pushed away by a kind of I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really. Again, I missed the whole Sarah thing. I've not really watched that much of his debates, but no, you can't say that. In all honesty, Sarah is ridiculous and an Islamophobe. I agree, and hasn't got much to offer. But Sarah's first debates were classics. Yeah, I think Scattered Minds. I think James Jones used to watch a lot of Sarah, if I'm correct. And he definitely was pushed away. Yeah. Interesting.
Are you going to go live today, Dan, or are you taking a rest today?
No, I just thought I'll hold Veli's down, man. That's cool. It's the easiest way to do it, man. Yo, Ali, actually, you know what you can do, bro? Just go on, just spam the link in some back chats, man. Wake some people up. Big up. Let me just go read out the participants, man. Big up to the people locked in. It's just Abu Bilal and Scattered Minds in the thing at the moment. Big up to big up to the, I don't know if that's the other Abu Bilal. Big up to Abu Bilal El Maghrabi if you're there. Big up Kush on the Smoke if you're there. Big up to EIE if you're there. Big up to Jordan M if you're there. Peace to the Siren as well. And treated unfairly. Yeah, you might be right, man. I mean, to be honest, Sarah's give credit where it's due. He produces very good. He produces like good quality videos that are quite easy to watch. But I don't know. I kind of feel like he doesn't allow himself to be challenged enough. Because the thing is when you challenge, the best analogy I can think of is, you know, when you're like, you imagine like you've just like forged like a sword out of steel or whatever. There's a process where you've got to like temper the steel. You've got to like beat it. Like it needs to be folded and beaten and beaten and beaten and beaten. And I kind of feel like that tempering process is the same with like any kind of skilled debater. You need to go out there and be battered and battered and battered by a cold, hard, indifferent opinion that doesn't really give a shit about your current position, but is basically, I don't know, is there to sort of challenge your constitution, challenge your makeup, and make you stronger, if that makes sense. I feel like people at the corner can potentially like temper themselves, like if they expose themselves to enough of a battering, then they'll get better. But then there's this snowflake era where people don't want to take a loss on camera because they're narcissists, because their ego's going to take a knock and they want to preserve themselves in that regard, protect themselves from that ego death. So a lot of people, you know, they're basically very skilled at speaking to their audience, but not necessarily very good at debating. So yeah. I'm gonna start ranting. I hear you, my brother Scott. 90% of the time, he always hate against Islam and Muhammad. I agree with you. Past few years, 98% has been hatred of Islam. Not a single mention of his so-called Pan-African beliefs. I think he abandoned Pan-Africanism in favor of right-wing politics. Yeah, I kind of get that, bro. I feel like the Pan-Africanism is a, what's the word? It's kind of a token. It's like a tokenistic kind of position that he just throws in, and then anything else is cool. And I would argue, I mean, just my first question to Sarah would be, I mean, how do you reconcile your position with essentially a partly or historically Muslim African Islamic tradition? You know, so I've just fudged that comment, but yeah, how do you reconcile Pan-Africanism with the African Islamic tradition? So I don't know, man. Betty's, she was 21. I've covered this issue so many times, and so many proved it. 100% a convenient tool for himself. Yeah, man, definite. Yeah, definite. You can't really just mention them things, bro. Like, I don't say I'm a Pan-Africanist because I've not really read into the you know, a lot of the sort of deeper political thinkers. I'm aware of a lot of the post-colonial theorists, right? And people from like the Harlem Renaissance. So that includes people like W.E.B. Du Bois, Marcus Garvey. I mean, going forward, people like Kwame Nkrumah, Patrice Lumumba. I mean, there's loads of examples. You could mention Gaddafi there. There's a lot of people, man. Gaddafi in probably the last 20, maybe the last 15 years of his sort of rule, was definitely a Pan-Africanist. So yeah, I mean, hearing people talk about that, talking about, you know, well, maybe not, because that's maybe mourning something that's gone, and I think maybe Pan-Africanism has to be more forward-thinking than sort of just mourning like dead Pan-African leaders. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to claim something, if you're going to say this is my label, then you kind of, that needs to be your thing, really. Not talking about Islam. And if people are saying, yeah, 98% of what you talk about is Islam, then boy, you have to check your thing, mate. Every argument, Sarah brings flaws his own beliefs, but never wants to challenge his own belief. Proper hypocrite. I don't know. I've invited him to debate. People on Reels the other day, people were getting on to be like, oh, what are you saying to Sarah? Basically, all I said to Sarah is that I think he should be allowing himself to be debated with, and that's one thing I'll give Raj credit for. I will give Raj his due credit for this, because Raj does allow himself to kind of be attacked or critiqued or checked or whatever else, and I feel like he does actually concede. Whereas I feel like if Raj was this sort of unreachable guy at the top of like an ivory tower, who just had all of these really strong opinions, went to the park, riled up this sentiment against him, and then basically just went up his tower to avoid all the grief, then I wouldn't really rate him as much. But I'll give Raj credit for that. He at least exposes himself to some opposing beliefs. But bruv, it's not for everyone, is it? If Sarah's not going to the park, then I understand why he's not really debating people as much, and I get why he's just focusing on his channel, and that it's probably the easiest thing to do. Like, it's fucking, you can't really expect all of these people to just go to the park. Like, if they don't want to, like, if you don't go to the park and you don't want to go to the park, how can you expect? Yeah, I don't know, man. The audience expects a lot, I think, from these people. Scattered minds people need to understand the hadith science. 100%. Right, bruv. I'm switching off from this Islam thing. And I think my interest in Islam is more of a political one. I'm more interested in like the political history, at least like I would say definitely the 20th and 21st century history of Islamic countries.
I was only replying to Betty in the comment section. That's all I was doing.
Is Betty in the comments? I can't even see it, you know.
She was in the comments saying, "Oh, Islam says, oh, she was 9." I was just replying to her.
No, I think Betty's got me blocked. Let me change my account. Right, she's blocked that one as well. Dread. Betty, man, why you do me like that? Oh yeah, I see now. Muslims need to deal with their problems, especially Nigeria, Arab world, and Libya, instead of worrying about Sarah, who is one guy. Yeah, 100%. 100%. 100%. But then again, I mean, maybe you'll understand this, Betty. Most people, if you ask them honestly if they think they can change anything, most people will tell you no. And people, again, going back to what I said earlier about the path of least resistance and everything in the universe and nature following that path, the easiest path, it's more difficult for someone to go and change the situation on the ground in Libya than it is to just go and troll Raj or troll Sarah. Do you know what I'm saying, baby? So it's the easiest thing. It's the path of least resistance. It's much easier for me to do that than to go and actually effect some change. So you can't really expect anything else. Anything else would be unnatural, isn't it? Samaya R8 is Sarah mentioning Muslims and Islam. He should leave us alone. Samaya, listen, with all due respect, I hear what you're saying, but Islam is definitely strong enough to withstand this kind of critique. I don't think you should necessarily be as concerned about the imperfect critique level that Islam by someone, a person, basically, isn't it? Like you build up your enemies by focusing on them. You give them more kind of you give them more relevance than maybe they need or deserve. So maybe Betty's argument sort of stands there. I do hear that. Nigeria has bigger issues than the poor up north. It's simple, Dan. Why isn't Sarah's belief in his ancestors questioned or challenged by himself or other to him? He never uses the argument towards Islam or Christianity towards himself. Yeah, 100%. 100%. But all right, let's look at the path of least resistance analysis for Sarah Garvey. What is easier for him to do? It's easier for him probably to speak about Islam than it is to actually effect any kind of change within Africa. as a Pan-Africanist, I would say.
Yeah.
So again, I don't know, maybe that's just the easiest thing for him to do. But I'd just be interested in where his position on Islam came from. And if it was, yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe anyway. TOITN, I'm responding to Muslims should leave Sarah alone. If he's talking about us and our faith, why must we be mute? No, I've not said that you need to be mute. But saying leave you alone, that's not. I don't think he owes anyone anything. But Squidgy Black said he's a paid up like the DCCI. It's a money grab, like he did playing the batting. Well, it could be anything. It could be that, but then you're not going to be able to convince him anything else. So if that's what he's, if he's being paid to do that, then where's the logic in going to try and confront someone sincerely when I don't see the logic in that, to be honest. Someone RA. Oh, right, reactions in the chat would be cute to watch. Yeah, I could probably debate Muslims, Ralph. But again, the path of least resistance probably dictates that it's easier for you to just say, "Oh, Aisha, 9, Aisha," than to actually find some proper kind of position to argue from. But anyway, that's Ralph. And again, I think maybe it's probably maybe the same. Hang on, wait, there's scattered minds. Why not, bro? Anytime, yes, I know. A lot of good Pan-African, some Kemetic and Hebrews have their own take in regard to Islam, which they get. We got to Carnito. Sarah and Kalam have a certain position on Islam because of past experiences with Muslims and their perceived racism. Right reaction. Nothing to argue. I don't think you've got. I'm not sure that you're. I mean, you've spoken about reverse engineering Islam. I've not really heard you kind of describing those schematics. Big up to the data. Nigga Muslim, aka melted chocolate Muslim. Bravs, they're the kind of Muslims that this world needs. So big up to those ones, man.
And the Haribo Muslims.
Big up the Haribo Muslims as well.
Dan, I was watching something on YouTube yesterday.
So by RA, I think that is aligned with Shias and Muslim liberals. Yeah, man. The Imam of Peace is paying me. Who else am I being paid by? Hassan Saba is paying me.
Apparently, when I first jumped on your panel, I was being paid £250 in my PayPal by Raza. So,
like Raza, though. Buddy bags, Rizvi. Big up the Rizvi brothers. Big up the Halal Haribo crew. Yes, scattered. I'm talking about chocolate Muslims. See, that's the thing. Basically, that's to me, that's the term that's okay. Islamophobia in inverted commas uses when they encounter someone who's basically not non-threatening. Oh, you're not the one that I'm talking about. You're not the one that I'm scared of. You're chocolate. Okay. So why don't you go to Saudi Arabia and start calling people chocolate Muslims? That's what I'd recommend. Big up to the crew who don't call anyone in Saudi Arabia chocolate Muslims. Yeah. So my RA, to be honest, I think you should jump on because you were saying some mad stuff yesterday. And I'm not aligned with anyone, thank you. I'm not aligned with any Muslims, that's for sure.
I'm mute, I hope you can hear me.
If my views align with yours, then cool. If they don't, then that doesn't mean that I'm aligned with the people that you're opposed to. So again, that logic falls flat on its face. You know, this is the other thing. I think in politics in general, people have oftentimes allies, but they're not. You know, they can become erstwhile. You know, they're not. Our positions are supposed to be distinct. If I thought like everyone else, I'd be concerned. So, I think it's right. The theory shows the left must clash with Islam. We are watching Dantifa exhibit right now. I mean, I think this again just goes back to the complexity of people's individual politics. I think that a four-dimensional, he has to dance not to insult Islam. I don't think if you're going to have sincere conversations with anyone about anything, insulting them probably isn't a good idea. Hence why you probably shouldn't have called me low IQ and Abdul when you first met me and treated me like someone who could actually give you a run for your money. But anyway, such is life, and big up to the 1,000 people who've subscribed to me since then.
So Dan, I was watching someone on Real Show, and they kept on going on about how like online deliveries or online shopping has reduced work in the UK. But I think that's wrong, because even if we buy something from China, it still has to go for raw mail, and that's still making jobs. And you don't need to be very educated to be like a postman or anything. They're saying it's taking away like labor jobs, but wouldn't the same amount of jobs be made in like in the delivery work?
So that again.
So someone on Real Panel was saying because everyone shops online more now, it's taking away the less educated like jobs. But I was thinking that if we have jobs in like mail and stuff, surely those same jobs are being made back, because we need more like raw mail people, more delivery people. Or that not the same amount being covered back?
What's going on? Hell the Chinese caps. Interesting. Hell China, that's an interesting one. Yeah, that Tifa. That's it's kind of a cool name. Thank you, man. And Samaya, another thing, when you say we as an individual, it kind of concerns me.
Hello.
Try and think for yourself, not for your group or whatever, but that's just my thing, isn't it? Big up to Carnito, man. What are you saying, bro? Chocolate
I'm all
Muslim.
good, brother. I'm having my Earl Grey, chilling. Got my little vape ting on the go. Oh, I'm loving life, man. What's the beef? I don't understand what's wrong with people, man. And they got a life to be getting on with.
Well, that's what I'm saying, man. Imagine waking up, you roll over from like your wife, your significant other. You look at your bank in the morning, you've been paid, and then the next thought you have, is Islam. Really?
You know what I mean? You must have some dead wife, boy.
Dan, what do you think of the election? Well, that's going to be interesting. Did see, man like Corbyn seems quite confident. That was interesting.
Oh yeah.
It might be a case where I don't know. It could be an interesting one. The Lib Dems are again, I think, quietly confident. But yeah, I think politicians need to kind of be doing more. I don't know. More. It needs to be less spectacle and more substance to their kind of work. I feel there's just a lot of like panto going on, at least on the Tory side. But that's to be expected with Boris Johnson in charge. Have I seen the polls, Dan? No, I've not. Ignorance is bliss, as they say, man. Yeah. What do you think about the election? Then let me go and check that. Do you know what my?
I have to say, yeah. Under normal, go on.
I'm checking the Daily Mail now as we speak.
All right, cool. Under normal circumstances, right, using common sense and fucking our faculties as humans, we was to pit Boris Johnson against Jeremy Corbyn. Jeremy Corbyn should win every time, hands down, right? But all this like Islamophobia, this far right agenda, this fucking Brexit bullshit that we've been going through, it's sort of made it now. So it's actually a battle. There's actually a possibility that Boris Johnson a man who's just fucking a joke, yeah, a clown, yeah, can go against someone like Jeremy, who's been a fucking soldier from day one. He's been out there on the fucking front lines. He's been on protests. He's been like, you know what I mean, ban the bomb, you name it, he's on it. Like, do you know what I'm saying? He's what a politician should be. Like, like, the man didn't even bow for the Queen, man. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, he just sticks to what he believes in. That's how people should be, innit? Like, especially politicians.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, to me, it's a hands down thing, innit?
So
Like, what I'm saying, Dan, as we like hold British values in such high regard, who would you say is British? Boris Johnson or Jeremy Corbyn? I think Boris Johnson's a globalist. I don't think he really gives a shit about England. But yeah, all these guys who are like, I'm a patriot, this, that, and the other, are fucking on Boris. I don't understand it. It's just like,
I don't know. But I don't necessarily. I think what you're talking about there, you're talking about. I mean, he does stick to his guns. Don't get me wrong, but being rigid, your rigidity isn't always a kind of measure of your overall. What's the word? I'm going to use the word integrity in the kind of engineering sense. So let's imagine like Boris Johnson and Jeremy Corbyn as like swords that are clashing, right?
Right.
A really rigid sword has the potential to shatter in certain circumstances. You need a fair amount of flexibility that's added.
But what if, Dan? But what if I'm a sword?
What I'm saying is,
and you're a stick of licorice.
I think to win, Jeremy Corbyn needs to be flexible enough up to kind of galvanise the support of those Blairites. If he could do something to get a couple of the Blairites and some of the Brownites on board, because then you've got the ideological support and you've also got the kind of raw, you've got the economic minds there. Because I mean that was the kind of beauty of the Blair government. Like Gordon Brown was a very shrewd chancellor. Economist. He was a very, very shrewd economist, and
definitely.
And Tony Blair was
the front man,
a great ideologue. Yeah. So you know, with Gordon Brown working in the back and Tony Blair up front, it was a good pairing, and they had Robin Cook. So they're starting.
R.I.P. Robin Cook.
Robin Cook, man. Rest in peace, Robin Cook. Big up, Robin Cook, man.
Died in suspicious circumstances.
They also had Jack Straw, who was again he was a good person to have on the front line. He's Jewish, quite astute, kind of has Tory characteristics. Should have been a Tory sort of vibe about him. So I think they had a really strong position at that point. I'm not sure if Corbyn's got that necessarily at the moment.
The only one who let him down a bit was who's that fat one? The one who jabbed someone in the face.
He's a boss. What are you talking about? John Prescott.
Yeah, he was the only real Labour, proper old school Labour one, wasn't he?
Bruv, he's a boss, bro. But that was he was the working class clout. Man, whack you up in the Commons bar.
Two jabs, Prescott.
2 jabs, yes, bro. Give him the combo. Jack with a big pack, Jack Straw from Shahid's neck of the woods. And like big man, cat, daddy, Shahid. 2 cat Shakur.
What happened to Shahid? He was on your panel for 2 minutes yesterday. I saw him in a fight and then I just went out of the call. He was fighting someone on the call.
I missed all that, but who was Shahid rowing with, man? Some American dude. What was that about, Ali?
I said I'm not going to be in this call. It's points me being in that call, so I just jumped out straight away.
Shahid was going in, boy.
He was there. I was in there for 2 minutes, and I tried talking to him, and he was just ignoring me. I said, "Look, there's no point in me being in that call."
Ah, man, you got to let a man do his thing, bro. We got to let him do his thing. You can't get caught up in the crossfire.
That's it. I said I'm not going to gain any knowledge or any benefit, so no. What was your thing about Hassan? You were
bullets.
going in for Hassan yesterday.
Who, me?
Yeah, yeah.
No, do you know what it was? I came on in the middle of a conversation and like, agreed with something what someone said, and it somehow got like misunderstood that I was like co-signing the guy's entire ideology, which I wasn't.
Okay. Nah, but the thing with Hassan is Hassan will represent his people. If he feels like, look, he often regards himself as a representative for the Ishmaelis. If he often feels anyone's going to attack my people, I'm the representative there, I will defend them.
But he's doing more than that. He's saying our way is the best way. Diplomacy, like international relations, all these good things that we do, everyone should follow suit. Do you know what I mean? Like that can't be opposition, really, bro. Like that can't.
But it's everyone's bro.
We can't be dictating to other people. You can't be dictating to other people. Like if we, for example, took Erdogan out of the equation and we replaced him with the Aga Khan, like would we be where we are today? Like would the situation have unfolded the way that it did? Like would Aga Khan, in the place of Erdogan, be able to make Donald Trump do a fucking U-turn and remove his troops from Syria? He wouldn't have been. I'm not saying he wouldn't have been able to do it.
Just to say, Ralph is in the comments projecting, saying the West has made these Muslims liberal and soft. Christians.
No,
Western Christians are apparently liberal and soft. You're just trying to play the tough guy.
Yeah.
But Khan, with Aga Khan, Hassan doesn't believe in political leadership. He believes Aga Khan is a spiritual. He's only there for spiritual reasons.
No, you're misrepresenting.
If Ralph, right, was invited to tea with the Queen and Aga Khan was there, Ralph would bow to Aga Khan. Ralph would lick.
He'd be manicuring his toes with his tongue, bro.
Big up Hassan Sabah. That's what I was saying. Anyway.
Yeah, man, big up Hassan, bro. Like, I don't know why he was coming at me so hard. Maybe it was just emotional and heated, and I'll forgive him for that anyway.
Big up all Gentiles, big up all the Kuffar, big up all Goyim, yeah?
What do you mean by Goyim? What do you mean by Goyim? Like, people misuse that word, Goyim.
Bruv, I mean, big up all Goyim, all Kuffar.
Yeah, we're all Goyim. Like, unless you don't have a lineage, you don't have a tribe.
We're all one of those, yeah. We're all one of those.
We all got our tribes, innit?
Always got their tribe. The Hassan of the nuance fame. Yeah, I mean, again.
But Khan, his daughter's pretty fit though. Aga Khan is pretty fit though. Aga Khan's daughter, she is peng.
Can you stop saying that in front of Hassan? That is so disrespectful.
I don't know what people are doing. They're trying to make arguments. People are posting pictures of like beautiful humans and trying to cast aspersions of the beauty of creation on the beauty of creation. Like creation is beautiful, people. Just deal with it. Yes, it's beautiful people. What? You're posting someone's daughter and she's beautiful, so
crazy.
Who cares?
Shouldn't be taking pictures of people anyway.
That's the thing, man. See and the funny thing is that is the remnants of a caliphate. You know, that is technically a caliph. So you can handle that how you want. But yeah, I think Ralph, you would definitely bow to Aga Khan.
But
no doubt.
The Ahmadis, they stole the whole idea of spiritual leadership from the Ishmaelis.
Asif says TOITN doesn't get it, bruv. Listen, Asif, bruv, you can go and find pictures of. I mean, there's probably pictures of Saudi princes. Like,
Asif, jump on, man. Asif, where are you? Jump on, innit?
Yeah, big up to Right Reactions on the Groom Asif. Anyway. No, Asif, he has to big up all, as he has nothing but the lowest common. You can't even spell denominator, you idiot. I can big up who I want, mate. Aga Khan's supposed to be his daughter's out there in a bikini.
Out there meaning what? Out there where? Where was she?
I don't know.
You can't wear a bikini in your own house.
I just put a picture of a Saudi woman in a bikini.
That's got nothing to do with me. That's got something to do with you lot. There's probably like, I don't know, rich, like, I don't know, it's probably like family of like Khomeini who are pictured in similar things. Jump on anyway, Asif. Because I don't get kept up at night by Aga Khan's, to be honest.
I think Ali Khan was misrepresenting that Aga Khan is more than just a spiritual leader. Like, you can't say he's a spiritual leader and that's the end of it. Like, he's more than that. He's a statesman. He's a diplomat. He's a lot of things, man.
So, Asif, are you contending that he's an imam? Would that mean that he is then a Muslim, or are you saying that he is purporting, to be an imam? What are you saying? Are you saying that he's actually a Muslim, or are you saying he's not?
I can bring dodgy texts from their own books, but then at the end of the day, they're going to say, "Oh, that doesn't represent us. It doesn't represent us." I could easily go into a book now.
You could talk about the illusion of there being like, all right, so the separation of church and state happened in Europe, but I mean, technically, it happened in the Middle East as well. Just because you have an apparently separated theocracy in.
But look where you have two ends of the same measuring stick. Like you have people criticizing Erdogan because his wife wears a head covering. You've got people on the other end of the entire spectrum saying Aga Khan's daughter, this, that, and the other. Like, really, as a Muslim, you can't win. You can't win, bro.
Asif has just posted. He hasn't responded to what I said. So if you just said positively affirmed that Aga Khan is an imam, and then you clarified and said he claims to be an imam. So which is it?
But Hassan never
said definitively Saudis are not imams. Okay.
What's he said?
Well, Saudis are not. No, Saudis can create. Okay, so I think you probably have to jump on.
But Ashraf Ali Thanvi is one of the big schools from India, and he's compared the Prophet to a devil, and he's supposed to be a kind of imam. I can bring that text up now. So what we can say now?
Well, two wrongs don't make a right, so you can't really.
But what I'm saying is that if he's gonna go around looking for bad in Hassan's school, it's probably gonna be something wrong in his school. So if he doesn't want the heat back thrown at him, he shouldn't go around throwing heat at Hassan.
I think Hassan should have a degree of resilience and be able to face these kind of accusations. I don't think anyone's gone into deep things on Hassan, dissing his mum and whatnot, that he's going to get so upset. You know what I mean? If someone's criticizing the Aga Khan, I don't think Hassan should be getting that upset about it. Obviously, he should object. He should make his objection vocal. But to get so emotionally upset about it, I don't think it's befitting someone who claims to want to be on panels.
I think I might be wrong, but I think the imam for the Ismailis means a lot more than your mum or anything. He's the imam of your time.
Yeah, I concede that. I concede that fact. I concede that as well.
Yeah, because he regards him as the imam of his time. So that Aga Khan's more than his mum or dad. I think they love Aga Khan more than their own family.
Yeah.
But again, this you lot, I think you lot religious lot don't get it. It's not really about the religion, it's about God. So you lot getting caught up on your institutions and whatever else. You deal with that.
Like Bruce Lee said. What did Bruce Lee say? He said it's like a finger pointing to the moon. Yeah? If you focus on the finger, you forgo the heavenly glory. That's what religion is. It's like a finger pointing to God, isn't it? So, if you're more fixated on the religion than actually having a relationship with God, then you're defeating the purpose of the religion.
100%. Man, give thanks to the Creator.
Big up man like Bruce. R.I.P. Bruce Lee.
Big up Bruce, man. Big up
a philosopher.
Trust me. Big up the people who are older than me but don't get it and think that I don't get it. That's what I'll say.
What's this tirade on you now, Dan? I don't get it, bro. What's the beef? What's going on? Because you got a panel and Muslims want to be on your panel, then you need to have a degree of education in Islam for some reason. I don't get it.
No, that's fair. That's to be expected. I mean, I've basically
within reason, but What they want
I'm
from
not
you?
really. I'm not really a scholar on the deeper topics. So you know those. I mean, it was my fault the other day. I was otherwise occupied, and kind of went a bit wild, and you had just like full spectrum on, and yeah. So then I had a debate with Land of Celts and a couple others yesterday about this HBS group in Syria, and yeah, I mean, I don't know. Basically, there's clearly not one form of Islam, and Islam is represented by various various nations, various states, kings, etc. And I'm not really interested in the theological kind of stuff, which I think this guy yesterday in Land of Celts, they're really caught up on all of that. I don't think they understand the geopolitical reality. But if they want to go and do the bidding of the West, that's fine. I mean, Ralph would agree that they are doing the bidding of the West in setting up their supposed caliphate or whatever else and fighting amongst themselves. That's great. So, like I said, you know, basically doing Ralph's kind of bidding, so it works out for you. I'm just pointing it out. That's what I'm doing. So,
Do you debate Land of Celts?
I would say the only person who's keeping people on their toes in the Middle East is Erdogan. So, man like Khan can sort of stand up proud, I think, because Erdogan's not really taking any shit from anyone.
Exactly.
He's not taking any shit from anyone. Woof. To me, what's the difference between Aga Khan and L. Ron Hubbard?
Meaning what?
Well, ask Ralph. Ask Ralph what the difference between the Prophet Muhammad and L. Ron Hubbard is.
So, Ralph's always going on about how much of a Christian he is. I don't really think that he's much of a Christian, to be honest. Like, I never hear him quoting the Bible even. Like, so, no.
Right reaction that says until we decide to topple Erdogan. Have the Americans got their nukes back? Yeah. Have you heard about that?
No. What happened?
What's the name? It's Incirlik. Is it Incirlik?
Oh yeah, Incirlik. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
The military base. There's a shared US military base at Incirlik, I think, and there's I think 14 like nuclear cruise missiles. Yeah. Yeah. I forget the origin of the issue, but yeah, basically,
Turkey don't even need nuclear missiles. They just phone up Pakistan and be like, Pakistan, we need you. There's no two ways about it. Like Pakistan would never let Turkey down. Like, we're like brothers, but people don't realize Pakistan and Turkey, they're like really close. Turkey don't even need nuclear missiles.
Well, whether they've got them or not, I think the reality is, I think the Turks are probably one of the strongest.
Yeah, they're formidable.
Kind of contenders in this.
Yeah. But imagine if all those Turks never died in the Korean War, fighting for America and England. Do you know what I mean? Turkey would have been in a much stronger position now. But you know, everything happens by the will of God. You know what I mean? Everything's balanced, isn't it? Like, we are where we are today because of things that's happened in the past, good or bad. Like, at the time, you might think it's bad. Do you know what I mean? Or good, but we don't know the long-term repercussions of anything what happens. You know, so we have to.
Asif said Aga Khan was actually the key player behind the India and Pakistan split. Interesting. Right reaction says Pakistan cannot use nukes. Yeah, they can't. Well, yeah, it depends. They could use tactical nukes. They definitely could. It would be wiped off the map if it does. Yeah, I mean, but that's the same with any country, Ralph. the UK can't use its nukes.
There you go.
Let's be realistic. Ralph, do you know what the blast radius of maybe, let's say a moderately sized warhead, let's say a 25 megaton warhead. If anyone wants to check this out, go to nukemap.com and go and check out. You can go and like put your postcode in, and you can. Right reaction says wrong. The UK can nuke Somalia. Okay. Do you think that would actually happen? With zero consequence? Not true.
Dan, can you hear? Is my mic good? Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you could, Kel.
Yeah, I thought it was just people are complaining that the mic is.
Hey, Kels, you've inspired me. I'm going to change my name to Land of Turks.
Well, it is the land of Turks and Muslims.
Asif, you jump on and ask him, man. You gotta ask Ali Khan.
What are you talking about?
The Shirazi family.
What are you talking about?
Nukes.
Oh, they keep the peace, but
I don't know anything about the Shirazi family. I need to do more research on them. You can't just bring Shirazi family on me.
What about the Shirazi family? They're in Iran. All the mullahs in Iraq. Anyway, I don't want to get into it, but most of the mullahs in Iraq are actually from Iran. Anyway, we don't want to get into this, but nuclear weapons. Anyway, yeah, Iran has tried. They've been caught red-handed trying to go for the bomb. They enriched uranium for a nuclear reactor. You're only supposed to. There's P1 centrifuges and P2 centrifuges. Now there's a new one that the Europeans have called the P3, and they spin thousands of times a second to separate the uranium.
Yeah, the gas centrifuges.
The gas, you see.
Yeah.
And Iran got the P2 centrifuges from AQ.CAN. You see.
Yeah.
And the P2.
Yeah, but those ones have already been spun into oblivion by Stuxnet.
They're old now. Some say Iran has the P. No, actually, I don't think they have the P3. They've got the P2, but they're still good. But Iran has been caught red-handed going for the bomb. In 2002.
So is Israel.
Well, they're not going for the bomb. They already have the bomb.
Yeah. So has Israel. That's what I said retrospectively.
But Iran is caught red-handed.
Remember, it's interesting. It's interesting that you went in kind of you didn't go in order. I mean, the first Middle Eastern state to acquire the bomb was.
Everybody knows that there's no point.
Well, neither there is. That's where you start. That's where you rightfully start a discussion. I would say.
Dan.
I mean, you could say if you're talking about in the Muslim world, then Pakistan is the first. It depends what scale you're looking at.
The first Muslim country. But you know what they say? Turkey is actually going for the bomb, and
I just said the Khan. They've got I think they've got 14 nuclear.
They have the expertise. They also have high precision, short range ballistic missiles, which they're working on. I think the highest, the one that they have now. Now we're not talking about Iran's piece of shit missiles with they've a range, they've a target range, like from about here, anything within 150 yards, which they're not accurate. Right, they're only made for a bomb. That's why the Americans and the Europeans.
So which generation of? I know a little bit about.
They're like a little. All right,
which uranium missiles are you talking about?
All right, Iran's ballistic missiles are really just an upgraded version of the Scud, a really advanced. No, they're not the Scud. They're like a really advanced version.
What's that? Is that I think they're called like Al-Badr or something.
Yeah, the
Actually, guys, I wanted to add to that regarding Turkey. Do you know one of the reasons that in Somalia is to steal uranium from us? Somalia is uranium rich. Even Iran, there's a story how Iran in a past was buying uranium from Somalia.
Yeah, 100%. And this is interesting. I think Ralph let it slip by mentioning
Somalia.
He said we could nuke Somalia.
We wonder why.
Can you imagine if Somalia gets the right technology and rich in uranium?
All right.
Don't worry, bro. We'll supply it. We'll supply you.
I hope so. I hope
this is where it gets mad. So hold on. So are you an advocate of nuclear proliferation? Sorry, you think that proliferation is a good idea?
Well, to tell you the truth, Dan, I'm not really a fan of it because they're so dangerous. Like, and you know, in the 60s, the Americans dropped a 5 megaton bomb, and only one safety switch stopped it from going off. One safety switch. Imagine a 5 megaton bomb. Like, a 5 megaton is 5 million tons of RDX.
Scary, man.
Like, if that went off.
This is what I've said. I mean, again, Ralph is in the comments. So, Ralph, if you go to nukemap.com, and I'm going to say it again, nukemap.com, right? Go and find out where the nearest RAF base is, any piece of military infrastructure, any piece of Syria. Like, there's already missiles aimed at pretty much every airport, every major motorway, every major population center. Like, come off it.
Dan, even
you live, Ralph. You live a stone's throw. You sort of big it up all the time, but you basically live a stone's throw from the a massive economic target. Like, they nuked the city of London. And
what is he talking about, Dan? Tell me what he said. What did he say?
He's sort of boasting about the ability of the UK to launch nukes. We don't actually have an independent arsenal. All of our launch keys are shared with the Americans, so we couldn't nuke.
The Trident, the submarine.
We couldn't nuke anyone without.
Dan, I'll tell you how the British got. See, the British. It was actually the British, the English, who actually were the mathematicians and the physicists were sort of, they played a key role in the Manhattan Project. But after the communists, what's the guy, the British guy that ran after the Russians and stole the secrets and sent us. Yeah, there's two guys, I forget their names now, but what's the Rosenbergs? The two Rosenbergs, they were the spies and they handed them over. So the Americans kicked out the British and said, you are riddled with communists. We're keeping them out. So the British had to go off and find their own nuclear deterrent. And they let off the bomb in Australia in 1947 or 48 on a ship. He blew up a ship, right? I think it was 7 or 8 kilotons. So the British kept letting off bombs themselves to sort of say, look,
in the bikini,
Americans,
let
us in. They wanted to get the trust back of the Americans. And eventually in the 50s, the Americans they just told the British, look, your empire is finished. You're gone. You either do what we say. You're our student. We're going to tell you what to do now. You're part of us. And your independent nuclear deterrent is no longer. We will hand over all your nuclear expertise, your bomb making, everything. If they get rid of all of that, we will give you the Trident. We'll give it nuclear weapons. The B-61. They shipped in 50. There's a thing called dial a yield. The more modern nuclear weapons are called dial a yield. So they can be either 50 kiloton or up to 500 kiloton. It depends if they want to use up all the highly enriched uranium. It's called dial a yield. So they can dial it in with like a switch and the code. It depends when they're over the target. If they want to destroy everything, they can dial it up to 500 kiloton. If they want to just take out a couple of bases in an area, they can bring it back down to 50. And these were shipped in the Mark 61 in the late 50s to Britain. Then when they were making the Trident, the submarine launched ballistic missile, they made that and they gave it to the British. So the British nuclear deterrent is sort of shared with America. They don't really have their own nuclear deterrent, you see. So, but the British really know how to make nuclear. Like, it's not that the British don't know how to make nuclear weapons. The British are true experts at making nuclear weapons. And he was saying something about that Britain could be, but if the British done anything, Russia would just annihilate Britain.
So you're against proliferation, is that correct then, Ladercoats?
I am, but why is it that everyone else is allowed to have them except the Muslims? this is what the Muslims don't like. Like Pakistan has them, right? But basically, that's mainly against India. I'm not pro nuclear weapons, but I'm not sure. I'm not fond of nuclear weapons because
Yeah, nah, I'm not fan of nuclear weapon. Having said that, I think if the West can have it,
yeah.
how can they stop the rest of the world from having it? What happened to the rest of the world's rights to?
Well, I'm just going to say this basically: if you think any other countries should have nuclear weapons, then you also agree that they have a right to be nuked.
Oh no, nuclear weapons are never meant to be used.
I'm saying if nuclear weapon can
I don't think you understand. You don't understand. We already have
we can get rid of nuclear weapon without causing damage. I think all of them should get rid of nuclear weapon. If that's not possible, then you cannot stop another country that also wants to develop a nuclear weapon because they want to develop it for the same reason the West developed it for.
Hold on, Aki. One at a time. One at a time.
I hear what you're saying. I don't think you understand what my point is. If you want nukes, then I'm saying you have to be prepared for the inevitability of getting nuked yourself.
No, not look.
I get you're right.
No, of course you do.
Dan, nukes are all about deterrent. It's the threat of a nuclear weapon.
No, it's not. It is if you have one or two, but let's deal with the fact that there's superpowers that have more than they need. So basically, if anyone else gets them, then they're just another target for the superpowers with too many nukes. How many nukes have the Russians got? Like what? Like 15,000.
They put them down.
They've scaled theirs down. Maybe 15,000. How many have the Americans got?
No,
maybe 9,000.
They really cut them down. The Americans have about 8,000. The Russians have about 4,500, 5,000, which is
the Russians have 4,000 since when?
About 4,500, 5,000, which is
no way.
Way more.
How many do Israeli have? That's my question. They said they have none, but how many have they?
No, they have about 250, 300, around the same as Pakistan. The Pakistanis have about 500 nuclear weapons, but they're all under 500 kiloton. Most of the Pakistani
tactical nukes.
Yeah, they're all tactical battlefield weapons, all aimed at Indian cities. So, because there's many Indian cities and towns. So Pakistan's focus is mainly on destroying Indian cities and military bases.
India's focused on strategic targets, military bases, and nuclear.
No, Dan, also China. They fear China as well.
Of course.
So, that'll cost them much more money. So India now has to worry about Pakistan and China. So they're very expensive as well to keep them going. It's about a bleeding $1 billion a year just to keep them,
Yeah, correct. But it's cheaper than a standing army. There's big savings that you can make.
That's another thing. You see, they do keep they keep a bigger power, a much more powerful enemy at bay. Now they don't stop wars. Any bullshitter that tells you that they stop wars, they do not stop wars. They just keep it to they stop a complete invasion.
They limit the scope. They limit the scope.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, we're talking about nukes. It's very important to also highlight the dangers of nukes, i.e. the Fukushima.
That's another thing. I'm not big about reactors either. Like it's only if one thing happens, look at that Chernobyl documentary. I urge everyone to look at that series, the Chernobyl. It is just amazing. Like it's like a documentary series. It's really a documentary series, but it's like a movie. They done it a movie like acting, and the special effects. They really spent a lot of money on it, and everything that you see in that new Chernobyl series, every single thing is true. Nothing that happened in it, even though there's actors, like all the acting was brilliant. The parts they played, everything. It just shows you how the Russians they cheated on everything. They hadn't got the money, and they didn't want to spend the extra money on safety like the West does, and that's how it happened. It could have been if they'd have just spent the extra money, Chernobyl would have never have happened. But that's really why it happened. They wanted to cut corners, and that's why I'd never touch Russian. I'd never ever let the Russians. If I was ever building a nuclear reactor, never ever would I let the Russians near it.
All right, on the topic of the Russians.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I think you were accusing Ziryab of following a Russian narrative with regard to the Syrian conflict.
He does, Dan. He all the things that he agrees with, and all the the certain political views that he holds are usually the exact same political views that the Russians and Iranians have.
Yeah, but as I said yesterday, yours and Iman's position.
Sorry to interrupt, Dan. I'm just going to say I'm going to jump out. It's been an interesting topic. Good to discuss with you guys. Take care.
As I said to you yesterday, I said your goals and aims, or the goals and aims of movements that you've expressed support for, appear to be indistinguishable from Western
goals.
goals.
Dan, do you know who my views would align?
At least up until a point. Go on, then.
My views would align up with many of the Turkey, a lot of their views, the same. If you ask even Arabs, Kurds, all around the Muslim world, Turkey is very popular. Now, it's not, they do a lot of things that Muslims disagree with, but they do, a lot of the Arabs are pro-Turkey, a lot of Muslims. It's not everything they do, but
so what are your views on Turkey's more fairly recent sort of alignment with Russia and with Putin?
Inevitable.
I dislike. I can understand why they done it, but
no, but it's just it's interesting that you accuse Ziryab of being like a Russian bot, but you support Turkey, which is increasingly leaned towards Russia since the downing of the jet, the sanctions, the tourist visa threats that the Russians imposed on Turkey, all of that stuff, and also the coup, the Gulenist coup in 2016.
Yeah, but if you ask Ziryab, it's not just about Russia. Ask him his other views about Syria, about Iraq.
Let me ask you this. Have you just noticed that basically, I've forced you between the two poles of the last century? So has the Cold War really ended? Is my question. Because basically, you're either supporting Russian interests indirectly, or you're supporting Western interests indirectly. Let's say Russia/China's interests, or America/NATO's interests.
No, I tell you, look, the
Americans. 100%. How do you think a small non-state actor, assuming that, okay, let's say they are a state, right? I'm not going to give you that credit, but let's assuming that they are a state, right?
Yeah.
A small state is going to be able to wrestle itself free from the forces of the last century. Let's say that was when we had a bipolar world. Now we're in this multipolar world. Do you really think that you're somehow free from these sort of this sort of Gulf Stream?
Which country are you talking about, Dan?
Well, either Russia or NATO.
NATO has been, like, if I was...
Because you just mentioned Turkey, and Turkey's a NATO member, as well as being...
Dan, let me explain to you.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe that NATO is out to get Russia. I'm not denying that. Look, the Russians do have a lot of things to be angered at. I would be angry if NATO was right at my doorstep. They are surrounding Russia. It's true. They are.
Yes, but that's a Russian narrative. So are you now positing a Russian narrative?
No, I tell the truth where I
this
see
whole
it.
surrounding. This is their position that since the Warsaw Pact.
Dan, are you saying as Muslims we should fall into this good cop, bad cop narrative that?
No, brother, I'm not saying anything about
these
as
white people are putting out there.
Bro, don't listen. One at a time. I'm just speaking to Landy at the moment, and I'm trying to find out his position, because if it's supposedly independent of more the sort of greater political forces, the global political forces. I just think you're at the mercy of greater powers, to be honest. I don't see how it's ever going to be any other way.
You know what I want Turkey and all the Muslim countries to be? Independent, to break free of the Russians, break free of NATO. They have the numbers, they have the power. It's just the Arab countries there. It's the leadership. They have this mentality of to stay in power. They'll align themselves with anyone. That's what it is. So Turkey look, has by history, we know by history, Turkey or the Ottomans had 4 wars. They won only 1 war and drew the second, and then they got destroyed in this as the Ottoman Empire got weakened. They lost the last 2. So Turkey is not a natural enemy or a natural ally of Russia. It's an old historic foe, but it's aligning itself with Russia because of what NATO and the Americans were doing, treating it so badly. When it called for Article 5 of the NATO treaty to, if you attack one, you attack all, they just said, no, we're pulling out of Syria. All that is gone. We're not giving up. We're not fighting Assad. After them getting Turkey to back the rebels, get rid of Assad, they just leave him on his own. Here, you can fight.
Well, 1 minute, Kel. You're saying that Turkey and Russia are not natural allies, yeah? But you need to look at it rather than from our point of view of this very polarized, you're my friend or you're my enemy. You got to look at it from a Russian point of view. The Russians supplied the Turks with weaponry that helped them in the war of independence to basically create themselves and survive and not fall into the arms of the West and not get torn apart by the West. So Russia is clever. Russia's not going to push Turkey away or treat them as much of an enemy as they could, because they know they're going to push them so far away that do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand. But see, Russia has one goal. It is they want to take the jewel in the crown of NATO away from NATO.
Sorry, Ralph, you're a bit of an idiot. This guy's Ralph is saying he's trying to map Land of Celts. Land of Celts, I don't know if you heard yesterday, but Land of Celts, Land of Celts will explain it. There's a guy called Boudica who's Braden, probably Ralph's mate, who's in the chat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to get to the core of this because, again, I don't think, with respect, you haven't answered my question.
Come on.
How is your group, and this is referring to HTS, how is the group that you support in Syria, which is an evolution, should we say, of Al-Nusra Front, and I guess a kind of reorganization of the remnants of various sort of disparate...
Just someone rang me going to... Just...
Yo, I was going to make a suggestion. What if Saudi Arabia and all them other countries like that was more like Ayanapa, Falaraki, Zani, and all them places like that, but they would be popping. Oh my days.
Yeah, but look at what happened to the Greeks, man. They got all this debt. They literally had their country taken off them now. So like being the holiday resort destination for rich Europeans is not really a model.
Yeah.
Right, Dan, what do you want to know? Go on.
Yeah, how is your position any different from Western foreign policy goals? I.e., you want to remove Assad.
Okay. Look, sometimes countries align with even its enemies. Right? They align with enemies. The West wants to get rid of Assad for its own goals. They want to put in a new secular face into Syria. They want to put in a Sunni version of Assad. They're not really against Assad because of they're against all the killings and the gas attacks and bodies, thousands of bodies being filmed getting cremated in Damascus beside Assad's palace. They're against all that, but they want to control the region, just like Russia wants to keep its base there. So that my goals don't they don't align with the Americans. They don't align with the. I'm against all. Actually, I want to get rid of the dictator in Egypt and all the rest of them. The Americans don't want to get any. They don't want to get rid of the dictator.
Americans are installing dictators.
Say that again.
Americans are actively installing dictators.
So,
yo, Ralph, speak or forever hold your peace.
What's Ralph saying? What's he saying?
Ralph, speak or forever hold your peace.
I was just letting the conversation flow, man. Just waiting for the right time to say something.
Yeah, you might as well jump in.
I've never heard the land of Celts.
Yeah, jump in.
No, just carry on. I'm listening. I was waiting for the right moment.
Say all that stuff about Aisha and stuff like you normally say. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I know. This is I hate the sneaky people. They're nice to your face, and then
no, Ralph's not going to be nice. Ralph's not going to be nice to your face. No way.
Land of Celts. I can't tell. I don't know if you can tell. I don't. On this. This I don't agree with you on this. I'm closer to Ziriab's position on the assessment of HTS within Syria, and moreover,
Dan, I know your view. Like you have a sort of you come from a left sort of wing sort of thing. So
yeah,
I
but
know
HTS is from one of the versions of the Quarry group. This deviant.
Shut up. You could say very vaguely left. Probably more left of centre than anything else.
Okay.
No one's really letting like Celts land. Like you're not letting Land of Celts finish what he's saying.
I'm more interested in hearing what Ralph thinks because Ralph normally has a lot to say. But I think.
Yeah, but if you let Land of Celts finish, then maybe Ralph would know what to say.
Yeah. Dan,
yeah, I know you come from a left wing, yeah. You know how far left would you be? Like,
I'm a radical centrist, actually, so the left wing stuff doesn't really work.
Can I just?
I know. I didn't say. I'm saying. I thought you were left wing.
I've got like a minute, guys. Can I just say something and I'm gonna jump off?
Go on.
All right.
Okay, Dan. Because yesterday, obviously, you said something to me in the chat, and the way I reacted over, yesterday, you were having the same discussion and aspects. I think the issue that I take with you is the way you're framing the whole situation, because I think you're almost bypassing what Assad has done, let's say what has kind of started the whole situation. You're addressing it from the point of view of the West wants to remove Assad, and sort of an anti-Western kind of, which obviously as a Muslim, you think I'd naturally be inclined to that, to kind of say the West is removing this guy just because they want to put whoever they want. But that's not really the core issue here. I don't think the whole conflict is explained by that narrative, because there are core issues on the ground in terms of whether they be racial, whether they be religious, and there are actions that Assad has taken that make him a war criminal. So I think this kind of one vision, one kind of way of looking at it is not true to what's actually on the ground. And if you want to go further back as far as the West, you have to look at this group. Who are the Alawites? How did the Alawites come to be in Syria in power? Who put them there? It was the French that actually installed them there.
Exactly. Yeah.
And you have to look at Syria's relationship with Iran and how much Iran paid. I'm going to jump off. And because Syria is a major ally of Iran since the 1970s. Syria is in an Arab, the population is Arab.
Yeah.
The whole area, the whole region is Arab. So now Syria has for political, that's why Iran's involvement, I agree with you that it's not religious. For them, it's political reasons.
Yeah.
Because they want to have that influence, their sphere. They want to extend their sphere of influence into the Arab nations, and the Arabs are obviously fighting back. So all I'm trying to say to you is, this is a multifaceted issue with lots of dimensions to it. Looking at it just because from the angle of the West wants to remove Assad, so therefore I'm going to support Assad. You're not understanding the gripes of the people and the injustices that was done to them for 50 years.
Sumaya is correct.
Yeah.
That's all I wanted to say. Anyway, big up everyone.
Yeah, big up Sumaya. Like,
by the way, big up to Boudica, aka Braden, in the chat. I've been documenting you in your comments for a little while, Nick. So you don't want to be threatening people like Jat when you go around threatening, and let's just keep yourself in line, Boudica.
And that's an Irish name, Dan. What's he doing with an Irish Boudica? That's an old Irish tale. What's he doing? He's not Irish, is he? No.
No, he's
also
Swedish, I think.
Yeah, that's an old. It's based on an old Irish fair. Like we in Ireland, we have these old myths, stories going back on like maybe 2,000 years. This is
why do you think the Boudica is? Why do you think Boudica is Irish?
She's a Celt.
Can you say it again? What?
She's a queen of the Celts, Welsh Celts, the popular Roman Empire.
The Celts are mainly Irish. Anyway, what are you saying?
It's good.
Can you support the quarry?
Celts, man. Is this right? Are you an Irish convert to Islam? Is that right?
That would be right.
Why don't you just go all the way? No, come on, Ralph. Go all the way. What have you read from
Ralph? Let it all out, Ralph. Let it out.
Go on, Ralph. Have some balls. This is your real enemy here, Ralph.
Come on, Ralph.
This is cultural appropriation.
Ralph, how was little Dan Tifa, the lefty, already got onto Land of Celts before you, mate?
Okay, so everyone comes down. I was trying to ask Land of Celts.
No, you should have the same sort of balls as your mate Boudica. It's funny, isn't it?
No, but I'm trying to ask.
So your mate Boudica said, so is this where the terrorists...
You wanted me to talk. Did you want me to
Land
talk?
of Celts. Land of Celts. Okay, cool.
Land of Celts. You're going to have to zip it a bit, right?
I'm like Jordan.
So you're kind of how long have you been a convert to the religion of peace?
14 years.
14 years? Wow, it's deep already. Okay.
Yes.
Are you full? Do you wear are you in full desert gear or just
what?
Are you full desert gear kind of guy? Do you wear the robes and stuff, or you just a
No. I wear casual clothes.
Oh.
I'm a European. Muslims dress in their
traditional attire.
You dress. Islam says you dress in the clothes that you come from.
I don't know. That makes sense. So I'm just trying to work out. You're not one of those cosplay ones. Actually, you wander around in trousers and a shirt, but you actually converted to Islam for religious reasons.
I'm basically.
You're a Roman Catholic. Were you a Catholic as a child? Or?
I grew up as a Catholic. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, very interesting. Yeah. No, we find people like you very interesting, but you're the educators for us. So I love meeting people like you and John and Em. We treat such people with great interest. Because obviously we're your enemy, so it's great.
I know, Ralph. Coming from this is what I notice. A lot of the Indians, they not only Indians, but they look and they go, why would a white why would he give up his white privilege? Why would he?
This is where they all. This is where they relate. All right.
No. I can understand why.
This is what they think.
I knew you would, Ralph, because people look at you and go, "Why? Why would you give up your brown political positioning and be so edgy?"
It actually makes a lot of sense, because if you look at the most people likely to convert over, either people came from a faith that was already strong, for example, Catholics, or they possess the weaker liberalism, so they have xenophilic views generally. So they've been open to the world and open to the world at large. So I can see why you went to Islam.
Raj, or him, right? I call him Raj.
Yeah. Right sounds good. Yeah.
Do you know anything about the Catholics?
Ralph, why are you trying to pigeonhole the guy instead of dealing with him as an individual?
I don't know. I just generally had a nice hello. I've never met. I've never heard you before. I've never heard you speak. I have no idea who you are. So I'm just having just a general talk. I've never heard. I've never seen you speak. I have no idea who you are, mate. I've only heard. I've been listening quietly in the background to your views on geopolitics. And then I slowly came on until Braden told me that I had no idea you're Muslim. Now I know you're Muslim. It makes a lot of sense why you said the things you said.
So you're saying that Braden put you onto him, but Braden couldn't really...
That's not Braden. That's not Braden.
So, okay, well, whoever. They didn't manage to realise that Land of Celts was actually a Muslim.
I've never heard him before this morning. I've never heard him in my life.
I know, but you're obviously receiving information, but I'm saying that... what standard of
right now? I was wondering why he seemed so pro-Islamic. So I assumed he was a liberal lefty. Now that he's an Irish,
Ralph, just go and open up Google, mate, and type in HTS Syria.
Why?
Go and type in what I'm telling you to type in. Based on my,
do I look like I take instructions in that?
Yeah, well, you probably should, because you're a bit. Okay, so I'm going to say you do that, or the conversation is going nowhere.
Okay, perhaps for you. So,
All right, guys, man, allow the
do you know what HDS is, Ram? Have you ever heard of Hayat Tahir Al Sham? Do you know what that is?
So, but
if I were to say, sorry, Ralph, just stop playing stupid. Just go and Google that, and then you'll know.
But okay, I'll put it down. But so I'm just curious about Chaos because I haven't met him before. I've heard you. So do you feel yourself torn in this tug between the war on terror and the war on Islam yourself?
No.
So engaged in any sense?
Do I feel myself caught in the war on terror?
Or the war on terror and Islam narrative. So do you feel, for example, a victim of Islamophobia?
No, because most people wouldn't if you see me on the street, you probably wouldn't even know I'm Muslim.
Okay. So you pass by inconspicuously. And when the people find out you're Muslim, do you feel they treat you differently?
Yeah, they treat white people differently, just like they treat Jordan differently, just like I've seen in videos, just like they treat Hamza, Darren differently, just like they treat the two brothers from Leeds differently. But then they get in the face of Pakistanis or Arabs or black Muslims. I don't really think it's Islam so much, is what I've always told Muslims. Some disagree with me, but I see a lot of the BNP and EDL and Tommy Robinson type people. They're sort of nicer, they sort of treat the white Muslims better. And then when they go over...
That's quite strange you say that, because I'm really good friends with lots of people from the BNP and the Tommy movements and stuff, and I think they have more particular hatred and contempt for white Muslims.
No, it's completely different. Even Braden said it. I remember Braden saying this, and I wasn't that shocked because I've heard it before by other people like Braden. Braden said, he said it in the park. I can't remember the video, but he said it in the park. And I've heard this before, that if Britain became an Islamic state, but all of Britain was white, they were white Muslims, he wouldn't be as angered. He would rather have that.
There's an overlap between racial preference, religious preference, ethnic preference, and Islam obviously being an ideology that covers multiple races and religions. You see people who conflate anti-Islamic with just anti-brownness.
It is, Ralph.
But remember, I don't see that as being a negative thing. So I'm just stating it as a matter of fact.
Well,
so they might bring on their natural racism towards brown or black people. And because it's a black Muslim or brown Muslim, they might get it more so, like you may say less so. But there's a distinct set of people who actually
But Ralph, is it so shocking that someone who identifies himself as a color or as white, say, wouldn't really give a fuck about religion either way?
Well, I think the secular people, the secular, so someone who's a secular anti-Muslim, anti-Islam activist wouldn't care about the religious bit. He'd be racialized. He'd be looking at the racial threat to Europe.
You see, Ralph.
Brown, Muslim and black.
You hit the nail on the head there.
Yeah, exactly. See,
But
Ralph,
that's the spectrum of
hold on, Ralph. See, a lot of people, I notice a lot of people who don't like Islam and don't like Muslims, they have a certain political lifestyle or a certain political view of the world. This is what I find. Like, for instance, a lot of the pro-gay or pro-tranny or these type of people, they don't like Islam. Now, it's no shock that they don't like Islam. A lot of the far left feminists, ones that, they don't like Islam. All the ones that don't like family unit, they don't like having kids, the ones that get vasectomies in their 20s, they don't like Islam.
But you're right, because Islam is more in common with the right, because Islam is very conservative. So the value structures are more conservative to the right. And eventually the clash is coming with the left. You see it already, LGBTQ, Muslims fighting gay education. Because eventually the left don't really like Muslims, but they only like Muslims as a weapon against the right.
Exactly.
They like Muslims as a minority.
We admire Islam, but we know you're our enemy. We don't make any doubts about it.
And that's the funny thing. This is why I always find it amusing when a lot of these right wing, they say, "Oh, look, the left is the big ally of the Muslims."
But they're not.
Muslims are. They're not right wing.
I disagree. The left is an ally of Muslims. The Muslims don't naturally ally with the left. They're just using the left for cover.
Yeah, they're just using the Muslims because and the only reason why Muslims vote for left-wing parties, the only reason why they vote for left-wing parties,
Is there a minority?
Is because they're minority.
Yeah, self-interest. Yeah. So we know, for example, I keep telling this from the far right. When we look at our position on the right, we're not going after Muslims and the current problems of Islamization because Islam came over here by force. The left let them in, and the left provide them cover. Once we deal with the left, then we can turn our attention to Islam more comprehensively, shall we say. But for our first enemy, it's the left. Now, the left believe, and the liberals believe, oh, if the Muslims live long enough, they'll all start drinking some beer and become liberalized and secularized. But if you look at all the intergenerational studies of Islam in the UK and Sweden and places, the third and fourth generation get more conservative. They don't
That's right.
They get more conservative.
The third and fourth generation, definitely.
Yeah, the left have left the fifth column in, right? And I'm talking about young Ackies in the East End who've got the balls to go fight. They're not. Never going to
big up the Ackies. Big up the Ackies.
How did you lot end up here? Because when I left, you lot was talking. It was like a political discussion about Turkey and so on.
So my point of view, for you, like Kel said, for you, I see I mean, personally, if I had my political way, I'd have you picked up tomorrow, right?
Hey, Ralph, you get bored of having the same discussion all the time.
And have you picked up and interrogated, mate?
Words because I know you're not a fighter. You're not a fighter.
Oh yeah.
You
well,
act
have you picked up? Don't worry, I have thousands of people who do my. Will do the beckoning on my behalf.
Ralph's got his minions.
Yeah.
Ralph,
you've got some low IQ, like beta male followers and some internet.
Yeah.
Hold on. Dan, just let me say this to him. I've seen Ralph, right? I've seen Ralph. He talks a big game, but I know just by looking at you, you're not a fighter. And I know that many of these people that act the big man, or the, as we say in Ireland, the hard man, they would shit themselves if I stood beside you.
Really?
All this,
You say that, but a lot of
I love it.
people say that to me. A lot of Muslims say that to me.
Ralph,
Lots of
chat
black
shit, get
Muslims.
banged, brother. Chat shit, get banged.
Irishmen have said it to me, but for some reason they never show up. So what can I say? The Lord is my shepherd.
You've seen me, Ralph. It's just me. Look, I know I'm not.
If I had a pound every time I've heard this sentence,
if I stood in that park beside you and your EDL friends,
listen, Paddy. Every time I've heard this line, no one ever shows up, right? No one ever shows up.
Big up, Kelt, the bad man.
Yeah. No, I'll tell you why. Because
my G.
I'll tell you why. The first one, my Lord is my shepherd, and someone has left the flock and is now enemy combatant. He can't get me because I can walk to the valley.
Ralph, we seen what you turned like when Jordan came up to you.
Right.
Ooh,
you can't make eye contact with me. What are you talking about? You're mad.
Jordan M, bro, you couldn't even take off your sunglasses. Jordan M had you on the road.
Jordan is not even he's a pretty boy.
No, Jordan
ain't no pussy. Don't get it twisted, bro.
Wait.
Jordan is not no pussy.
Jordan, Ralph.
Jordan doesn't even make eye contact with me.
Jordan is a gentleman, but he ain't no pussy.
Rightfully lowers his game.
Ralph. Jordan gets the job done. There's no way you're beating up Jordan.
No way.
There's no way you're beating up.
Let's go the comedy for a second. But Dantifa, I mean, sorry, not that you.
Jordan M, I think Jordan M had your wife's attention as well, man. I saw your wife circling, man.
Yeah, so he's got Dan to the sun niggering it up now. Watch.
Literally on cue. I know exactly how to trigger you, man.
Don't trigger me. You know the response. We have the response. We've agreed that you're going to introduce the word nigger.
I just mentioned that. Come on, stop being so insecure. Stop being so insecure. It doesn't really trigger me.
You want to hear Landy Kelch? You all know what you sound like.
Let me tell you.
So let's hear Landy Kelch. Landy Kelch, mate. So let me put it this way to you. So Jordan, for example, rightfully lowers his gaze.
Ralph is triggered.
Because he's a dimmy, and he knows he's a dimmy in my presence.
Jordan M.
You can get 300-pound paddy, and you can drop. Trust me, when you look in my eyes, you will lower your fucking gaze.
Yeah. Jordan M is getting the job done quickly.
Ralph's just cracked the packet. Ralph's just cracked open the packet. 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ralph has cracked open the packet, ladies and gentlemen.
Can we stop fisting at the ankles and get back to the serious conversation, sir? So,
Okay, let me speak to Ralph. Right. Look, I seen Ralph. He talks a big game in the park, right? But when Jordan came up to him, you watched the video. The video was
Were you
still
there?
right?
Were you there in the moment?
I seen the video.
Oh, you seen it? That's my question. You were not there, were you?
No, I wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
I've only
Can
been
you
to the
just give me
park
some third party material from now? The last time Jordan and I passed by, and every time he's demure, like he should be in my presence. He can debate me anytime.
So what about Real? When Real was all up in your face?
Who?
Real.
Real was all up in your face, Ralph.
He's disgusting, isn't he? I just had to look away. Just like disgust.
Hey, Ralph, well, we know you.
Oh, so was that lowering your gaze? Was it?
Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Ralph. I know.
Everything really excited. You have an audience with Ralph. Who's here? Hi, sweetheart.
But we know that you've gone to the police. Let me explain. We know that you've gone to the police, and we know that you said previously that you've got power and that you don't need to call the police because you've got real power. But we know that's a lie. So
my finger.
I know, yeah.
But you're an old man and you're back. Just stop. You don't like. Just stop. No one believes that. But carry on. And
anyway, Ralph.
James, but you've seen a video, mate. Are you?
I've seen the video, and you nearly shit yourself. And then when
Real
McGee,
and you weren't there,
when Real McGee came up to you there this week,
you don't even come there. Jordan,
you nearly shit yourself as well. You wouldn't even look at it. You wouldn't even look at Real McGee.
May I respond?
You wouldn't even look at Real.
So may I respond, or are you going to just keep repeating your claims?
Hold on, I want to tell you because you talk
But
about.
how do you keep making claims and you don't let me?
All right, well, I'll speak and then you can give.
Absolutely, you go first.
Right. I've seen you talk all the big game and threaten people that you're going to do this and you're going to do that. Yeah. When Jordan came up to you, you were as meek as a lamb. You were like a church mouse.
Yeah.
Then when after Jordan dealt with you and you walked off with your tail between your legs, you were kissing his ass. Then Real came up to you.
Okay,
and you were the same with them. Now,
your balls shriveled up.
Full time.
Now, Real.
Now, may I repeat? May I respond? Because if you're
let me finish.
Okay, so let me go on to you. For the first two. Jordan,
I've seen you walking off with your tail between your legs.
Have you finished? Or you're just going to repeat yourself?
You're going to let me speak.
That might be
you can give your response when I finish, right?
Oh, you haven't finished because you're just repeating yourself.
Come on, Ralph. Come on, Ralph. You sound like Raj now.
No, come on, I'm happy to wait.
Let me give my view of what I seen, and then you can give your response.
Okay.
I seen the video. You were talking about Jordan behind his back and saying the same thing what you're saying now. When he came up to you, you were like a church mouse and you walked off with your tail between your legs.
Are you going to make a different point?
Then Real
I want to finish my point, but all I'm doing is repeating.
Look, see the way he won't let me speak.
I'm letting you speak, but
he doesn't want me to say.
You're repeating. I saw you go up the I saw a video where you look like a mouse, and then I saw Real. You just keep repeating.
Triggered.
I'm not triggered. I'm just like
let me speak,
Irish.
And you can give your view.
Right? Are you like a low IQ Irish?
All right. You can I'll say all that. You can say all that after I give my view on what.
Yes.
But why do you want to be a tough guy? Like, why do you want to be that?
I'm not a tough guy. Do I look like a fight?
Yeah, but why are you talking like that? Just accept it and move on. Yeah, but just accept it and move on. Like, why is it such a contentious point? Like, yeah,
you're so excited about it. I'm fucking having a good time.
No, but I'll be honest with you.
Let me quickly respond so we can move on. So Jordan's happy to debate me anytime. He knows how I feel about him.
All right, hold on. Just let me give me view. Hold on. Just let me give me view about, and then he can respond. Right? I know he doesn't want me to speak. Right? I've seen it. Look, see the way. Look,
it's like coming to a robot that says, "Please let me speak." You let him speak, then you try to respond.
Imagine all of this bluster, and now Ralph meets his real enemy, and he's speechless. He doesn't know what to say.
He doesn't want me to speak.
He done the same thing to Afghan. Celts is a G, bro.
As long as you don't repeat what you already said, mate.
All right.
Yeah, but the thing is, Afghan's different. Afghan's four. Afghan's four.
Can you
let me speak, do that? You can give your response, Ralph. Let me speak.
I'll let you
Ralph,
speak if you don't
stay quiet for just 20. Give me 30 seconds, and then you can give your response.
Let's go. 30 seconds.
Right. Now,
I know what you're going to say.
You said the exact same thing about Jordan. You were backbiting him and saying the thing that he's a dimmy and all this. Then when Jordan came up to you, he approached you. You were kissing his ass and you were bigging him up and you walked away like a church mouse, okay? Then Real came up to you there in the video just this week. The exact same thing. You wouldn't even look at him and he was getting in your face. Now, Ralph.
Can I respond now?
But Ralph, every time you interrupt, he's just going to repeat it again. Just shut up.
Yeah, then somebody get bored, don't you?
Let him finish.
Ralph, you talk a big game.
Mm-hmm.
I want to tell you, I'm bigger than Real and Jordan.
Ooh.
I'm bigger than them. Taller and bigger.
So you've had your 30 seconds now.
Right?
So
So
can I
if I'm
respond?
seeing you
Okay.
and you, Braden, and you were threatening, who was he threatening? People with the EDL. So he threatened someone with an EDL. I take you, Braden, and your EDL mate together.
Okay.
So I'll come. I'll tell you what. I'll be in London Speakers Corner next month, right? And
fuck is this guy here?
Okay, brilliant. Have you finished up? Have I given you a fair
No,
chance?
no, no. Listen to the challenge. Shut up.
Give me
Listen
a
to the
fair
challenge.
fucking go to have your 1 minute
Listen to the
monologue.
challenge.
Okay,
Listen
so
to
let me
the
respond to
challenge.
1 minute monologue.
No, no, he's about to challenge you. Listen to
Bigger
it.
Muslim guys than you, guys with swords, guys with knives, guys with guns, guys with yakis.
Listen to the challenge. No, say it again, man.
All of them did a lot of noise, but none of them.
Ralph, you're so twigging. You're twigging.
So if you big 300 Irish pound chimp are going to come down, you know where to find me. You know what I look like. Just show up.
Ralph,
Stop typing away on the
if I
internet.
approach you, you will run for the police. Man.
Yeah. So, well, I have no worries at all, my mate.
Informer.
I will not fear. Right,
What
so
a load of
that, all of that was
shit
good.
this is. None of you ain't gonna do
away
nothing.
like a
You ain't
church
gonna do
mouse,
nothing. The fucking lot of you ain't gonna do nothing.
You want to fight? You want to fight?
You fucking
You want to fight?
fat skinny fuckers. You won't do nothing.
AC, real boss. Yeah, big up AC.
Listen, we've been speaking about feeding the world. Feed the world. Oh shit, James, don't get all emotional.
Everyone should watch the video
Oh
of
no!
Jordan.
Put it on James.
Watch the
Put
video
it
of
on James.
No, I'm joking.
Jordan and
It's
Ralph.
always
Watch the
me.
video of Jordan and
Why
Ralph.
always me?
If you want to see Ralph walk away like a church mouse, watch the video of him and Jordan.
You know what I'm going to do for you, mate? Just for your Muslim Aki boy. Next Sunday, when I'm down like hopefully next Sunday, I'm going to mention your name. I'm going to go up and say, "Oi, Jordan, your big Irish boy landed girls, your white Muslim Aki."
If you're gonna do it,
I
I
will
can
support
get you a
you,
cheap
Jordan.
trip over if
So
you
I'm going
want.
to tell
Jordan
Jordan on Sunday that I'm going to tell Jordan Sunday I would rather have him interned in Guantanamo Bay under my position. I'm going to do that live on Sunday for you.
Oh my God, you're such a crusader. You're so brave. Oh my God. Why don't you just debate your nemesis now on a live stream, Ralph?
Screaming.
Ralph, do you have higher levels of testosterone on Sundays than on weekdays? Ralph, is there a particular reason as to why your testosterone levels are higher at the weekend than during the week?
Ralph, if you're gonna meet Lander Celts face to face, make sure you get your butt plug in, bro. Your shit's gonna spill. Your shit's gonna spill, motherfucker.
Why are you talking about?
God
Why is
bless
everyone talking
you.
about pushing shit up someone?
That's a great thing about the left. It's always like talking to a bunch of fucking girls, isn't it?
Ralph, who shot you? Who shot you?
Connor, you're gonna come down with the Aki Paddy.
Oh, listen, I'll come down just to eat popcorn. I'll eat popcorn with me and James. Me and James will be eating popcorn and watching.
Yeah, you get the front row seat.
Bring a lot of toilet roll for Ralph.
Yeah.
Ralph, honestly,
I think a fucking L96 sniper rifle, just single.
Ralph.
Why do you care about being tough?
Tell me I can pick him off. Yeah, you know Sunday.
Ralph, why do you care about being tough so much? Honestly, I'm not joking. I'm being serious.
So
you're a grown-up man. You're 50. Why do you care?
Wait, it's just banter on the internet. No one's touching anyone.
Of course not. No one's touching anyone.
Jedi did 3 rounds of look. When all the Muslims went against G.a.n.g, they did 3 rounds of fucking
Stop! Get off Jedi's dick, man. Get off these guys. Listen, unless you're going to place your wife on his penis, I don't know what you're doing.
No one touched anyone.
Ooh.
A lot of peacock running around.
Why don't you offer up your wife to Jedi? Just do it now, man. Just concede.
Muslims
Big up all the bedroom bullies out there. I know Ralph is not one of them.
The second lady is fixing, mate. We're not worried about you boys.
Hey, that is fucking dangerous against
All right, guys. So I'm gonna like Babs. Obviously, you guys had a good little hour.
Testosterone levels critical. Testosterone levels are critical.
15 mil to left. 15 mil to left.
Serotonin and dopamine levels are critical. Critical. Warning. Dopamine levels are lowering.
Like a 300-pound
Warning. Dopamine levels are lowering. Warning. Ralph, critical levels of dopamine. Imminent. Ralph. Dopamine is dropping. Serotonin levels are declining. Ralph, blood sugar is lowering. Ralph.
Fight or flight response. Initiated.
About so much, and you're weak to the right. You actually letting the side down, man.
Ralph, needs to find a superior. Ralph, where is your alpha? Ralph, take me to your alpha. Ralph, take me to your alpha. Ralph, take me to your alpha. Ralph. I was under the impression I was speaking to an alpha. Unfortunately, my ability to read information, I read Ralph as alpha. I thought he was alpha. It turns out he is gamma.
It just sounds, to me, it just sounds a lot like.
Sounds to me like you are being triggered. Sounds to me as if Ralph, just ask, Ralph, you've got your enemy is here, man. Come on, boost it up a bit.
I want to talk to him. You keep making noises because you're desperate for attention.
Well, we'll go on mute and we'll let
I want to hear
Kels deal with you.
You boys are available all day long.
What are you ganging up on Ralph for? Huh? Come on.
It's not wrong. It's just Dan stopping on my heels. It's a Kels guy that keeps me here.
Someone said
But
that Ralph watches gay porn.
Oh,
he does.
Yeah,
he sent me some gay porn.
Actually, I'm going up on Ralph.
Is this why you don't
really? He's getting gag on trigger. There's nothing like a little bit of homosexual black and black male porn to get gag and that or fucking.
You know what? He's a
fight or flight response initiated. We choose flight.
Black cocks going in and out of black asses and men smiling as they take it.
Homosexual response detected. Homosexual response detected.
In the mouth when they shit in each other's mouth.
He doesn't like black people.
Hey, Melly, should we do some screen shares?
Hey, big up to Boudica. You gave me exactly what I wanted.
Let's see what G's get up to. Come on, let's.
Hey.
Who's got some one-on-one black-on-black gay interaction?
Basin, that was the first time he put bass in his voice all day.
Homosexual gangbangs. Who's with me?
What are you talking about? I just heard homosexual gangbangs, but that came out of your mouth.
Who wants to see the smiles on the face of the boys? Come on, man.
Ralph, now we know why. So
where's your testosterone gone now? I thought the sights of the cock's not raising your testosterone, is it? Funny that. Right, I'm done with the low grade shit. All right, Land of Kels, nice to meet you, mate. I'm sure.
Ralph, check your emails immediately. Incoming message from Boudica. Declining testosterone, lowering dopamine.
This message
from Boudica.
Noisy now. Cheers.
Ralph, please check the status of your wife.
See that is how you deal with him. He just got.
Yeah, but the thing is, he hasn't got any questions for you. He doesn't know anything.
I know. Like
I'll fucking. If you want to have a debate, like we can go. I don't mind doing it. But this guy's a pussy.
Let's go. Let's
have it.
No point of me.
We were already kind of doing it when he was here, but Ralph didn't want to go and get onto the same page. Ralph could have had me on side potentially, but instead he wants to fucking dance around like he doesn't know this is his enemy. Just wants to talk about.
Land of Celts. Do you know that lorry driver that killed all them people? Because he was from Ireland.
From the north, I'm
only joking.
Dan, the only time Ralph will team up with you is on a 2-man tag team on his wife.
Right, can I just address the chat real quick? Wait, can you send me the details as well, please, whoever that person is? Thanks.
Of what?
Nothing. Carry on.
Well, what details?
What details?
Read the chat, innit?
I
want the details, bro. Like, if I'm just gonna send them out, you might as well do it to everyone, innit? Like, send them to me.
I think Ralph needs to do something with those details. But anyway, so I'm just interested as to why there was no base for Land of Celts. And that's his enemy. And Land of Celts, I'm actually surprised that you saw Jordan M like dismantle him because Ralph
did you not see the video? He was the same thing that he was saying now. Jordan was.
So what's the apple then, Ken? What's the apple? What's going on?
It goes off. Someone, I don't know, it just went off. Anyway, how did that go off there, Dan?
How did what go off?
There was the chat. It just knocked me out.
Yeah, it locked everyone out. I jumped out as well.
Is it?
Yeah, just like I didn't even knock it off, and it just knocked me out.
Oh shit!
Hey, can I say one more thing though? Can I just say one more thing? Yeah, it's all cool and tough. Yeah, like Ralph, I know you're still listening. It's all cool and tough to do that, but same like what I said to you last time. Yeah, you wouldn't be safe to go to Speaker's Corner if you, and that's not like a threat or anything, but be it police or be it someone disgruntled looking for some kind of vengeance, it wouldn't be comfortable. So your life would be less comfortable, and you wouldn't be able to be this cheeky. Hold on, but you wouldn't be able to be this cheeky tappy in the Speaker's Corner on Sundays if you do that. So you should disassociate yourself with people talking criminal activity in the chat.
He was
don't be atting people and being friends with people talking shit.
Threatened here, even Raj done the same. Raj threatened to bring Tommy Robertson's uncle and the EDL people up to what's that, Football Lads Alliance or something. He was threatening people. This is what I'd love if I was there that time. I'd say I wish they actually, because there was some guy, some in his late 40s, and Raj was kissing his whole you're so tough. Some guy from the Football Lads Alliance.
I know he was a Combat 18 fella, wasn't he?
Yeah, something like that.
It was a Combat 18, and then he was fucking. Then he was shaking Kevin Carroll's cock and everything else.
I wish I was there. I wish.
Don't drop it on your shoes.
If I was there, I'd have went. Show me, Raj. Let me walk up. Show me who you're gonna get on. These.
Yeah, I'll fucking give him. Just give him a fucking Chinese burn.
All right, can I just type in so long?
Yeah, everyone should watch the video of Raj or Ralph. I keep saying Raj and Ralph. They're basically the same.
One second, Chelsea. Can I just stay in the chat? Quickly? Yeah. If someone does something bad and you associate with that person, you act them.
Shit, I might as well go now.
What's happening right now in the chat is interesting, but let it run. This will be interesting.
Yeah, but I just think what I'm saying, is if you pally with someone that's doing something illegal, whatever. And it affects someone else, you will be responsible because you're going to be the face of that. So carry on. But right now, insulting Muslims and that doesn't really no one's going to go out on a limb, for the little bullshit insults you do because you're irrelevant. But if you were to do something that impacted anyone's life, even marginally, you might get beaten up for it. And that is that's not a threat. That's like real life. That might happen because I don't think people will take that for a joke. So if you don't want to be a party to that, then don't be atting and kikiing with certain people in the chat. But if you do, it's up to you. And you're a tough guy, right?
Just say allegedly.
Yeah, no, you get you get fucked up. You get beaten up. It's not a lie and a joke. Record that, clip that, send that to the police because you get me. Yeah, you get beaten up for that. Honestly.
What is
What
it?
are
The
you talking
chat?
about? What are you talking about then?
James is getting all ghetto.
No, I'm just saying. I'm telling you because you know what it is. I would all this talk online. You can say anything you want and it's cool. If someone you know is anonymous and they're doing some illegal activities or doing bad things to people and they're anonymous, but you're acting like you know these.
Conspiracy to commit violence, even if your data is inaccurate. So go right ahead. We don't do threats, we do action. All right, you're definitely finding you, mate. Big up to
it's time for
Wire.
action. Boom, boom.
James, bro, what's
Selection,
the obsession?
Cancel the satisfaction.
This woman's got.
Selection. Yeah, so anyway, what we talked about before. So let's go back to this HTS thing then, shall we?
Go on, yeah.
So Ralph didn't really have. I don't think Ralph had the information necessary to question you, but I know a little bit about the Syrian conflict. So, would you say you're more closely aligned with the Turkish end goal for Syria?
Well, that proves by like a lot of the I'm sort of, and it's not a Turkish a lot. I just don't like dictators. The Arabs don't like their people who dictators, foreign dictators that like them. But I know a lot of people have this view of, oh, if the Americans don't like him, that means he's good. You know, he must be good. If the Americans want to get rid of him, he must be good. It's not true because Assad is that regime. He's from a tiny minority sect called the Alawites, or in the Arab world they're called the Nusayris, and the same ethnic group are in Turkey, but they're known as the Alevis. The Alevis, the Turkish Alevis, and the Syrian Alawites are the exact same minority. They're only about maybe 5 or 6% of Syria, and about 5%, maybe 2 or 3% of Turkey. And this group, they can you hear me, Dan?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. This Alawite group, they used Arab nationalism when it was big to wiggle their way and sneak in and control the Syrian army. And this is how this group managed to take control of Syria. Hafez al-Assad and then Bashar al-Assad. And they played all this, we're all Arabs, we're all Muslims, we're all together. But secretly, they're working they've always been close to Iran. Their ideological, say, father was Iran. They've always, the Arabs, they all dislike Iran. It's not because they're Persian, because of the all sort of Persian Arab royalty or rivalry, but it's also because they're Shia as well. So an Arab country in the heart of the Arab world with a Sunni Arab majority aligning itself with the arch enemy of the Arabs. And even the Turks don't like Iran. They've had 3 wars with them and the Turks destroy them every time. Right? So this is why this regime of all the other Arab regimes is disliked, even by the other dictatorships. Even Sisi and the other Algerians and the Saudi, all dislike this regime, even though they're the same. They're brutal dictatorships as well. But this regime is the most it brings in Russians, it brings in Rand, all these Shiite death squads, the Hashd al-Shabi, the Badr Corps, the Badr Brigade. They brought in everyone to stay in the power. At least when the Algerian regime was having a civil war, they never invited in anyone. They didn't use any foreigners to stay in power. They done it all themselves, which is, you have to grudgingly respect that. Where the regime in Syria, the Alawite Nusayri regime, they bring in every foreigner, every Shia militia, every death squad. They basically sold the country. They're selling it to the Russians. They sold the entire coast Syria to the Russians, and they're
So did
selling off.
Saudi Arabia sold the whole country
Shut
to
up,
the
Ali Khan.
to
Shut up.
the USA.
You're one of them. You're one of them.
Yeah, but what he's just said is true. Why deflect from what he's just said?
Say that again, Dan.
What he's just said is true.
What?
Saudi Arabia sold out to the US and to
They're not
the West.
selling land. They're not selling land. The
I'll bring you
Saudis,
evidence now.
the one thing
Yeah,
about
but they're selling their resources.
the Saudis, there's one thing about the Saudis which you have to grudgingly respect them, even though that's the biggest regime the family I'd love to see fall. The Saudis, the one thing about the Saudis, they make everyone else do their bidding. They buy off and control others. Where the regime in Syria, basically, it's selling off. Do you know that it's well known, right? This is well known, but it's sort of an open secret that the regime in Syria, the Alawite regime, there was a secret because the ones that defected from the regime, the generals, 2-star generals, and the head of the intelligence, the forget the name of the thing that it's the main intelligence, the secret intelligence, that Mahabharat. They said that the regime in the 90s sold the Golan Heights to Israel, and for like a couple of billion to sell off it or to fix its debts. All the debts were paid by Israel. They sold the Golan Heights because they said, "Well, we'll never end up getting it back. Israel is not, so we might as well just secretly sell it to them." And that's why since 1973 there hasn't been so much as one round of ammunition being fired at Israel from Syria. And like this regime, it's so.
Yeah, but there's been proxy conflicts. You've had the war with Lebanon, for example.
Yeah, and who done that? Iran. It's nothing got to do with nothing got to do with. I know, Dan. I know where you're coming from. I know where you're coming from. I know this.
Where's that?
It's a mindset of, look, I know you understand the region, but
I'm basically taking a. All right, admittedly, my analysis is devoid of religion here.
No, I know that.
I believe in God. What I'm saying, I'm just looking at the real. I'm looking at the realpolitik, and I'm looking at the geopolitical realities and the historical realities. I mean, I think the contention yesterday was that Iran is a secret ally of the US, and the reason they've never been attacked is because there's some secret pact or connection. Now, I would say that it's been, it's typically the approach by the West has been to use proxies to get what they want done. So
yeah, they do.
Iraq attacking Iran was done so under the
to get back in Iran.
Under the guidance of the US. So all of those plans. So that I think there were three. Let me get up the map of Iran. I forget exactly where the.
Dan, can you play it? I want you to play a 2 minute and 50
It's
second
not my channel, man. This isn't my. I'm not on my channel. This is on Vellymy's channel.
Well, it's nothing. It's only it's an audio of a discussion, right? I want you to play a video I'll post this video to you, right? And it's 2 minutes and 50 seconds. It's on my channel, right? Now, this video will explain everything you need to know on why the Arabs are against Iran and why Iran is in Syria, right? I want you. It's a 2 minute and 50 second video, and this video.
Never recognized Israel as a state anyway.
Ali Khan,
so
shut up! You're one of them. You're no one.
The question I would ask: why has Saudi Arabia never attacked Israel?
Because it's criminals they are. Yeah, they're bad. Dan, you seem to think that I'm somehow pro-Saudi. The rotten criminals share a border. The Saudi family shares a border with Israel, and they've never fired a shot at Israel because they've been bought off. I say the same thing about the Jordanian monarchy, the exact same. I say the exact same thing as about the Mubarak and Sisi. The rotten criminal Egyptian regime is exactly the same. They're all bad. I think you seem to think that I'm only against Syria. I'm against them all. All of them are criminals. They're the
how S in the chat is saying Dan is protecting his Shia hens. I don't have any Shia hens. Come off it, man. What is this conspiracy? I'm not.
No,
I'm
Dan.
not
Listen,
Muslim.
Dan is
I'm
coming
not really
at
there
it
to
from
get.
it. Dan is coming. I know where Dan is coming. Dan is not involved in the Shia or Sunni thing. It's not involved in that. Dan is coming at it from a sort of anti-imperialist mindset, and I understand, which is
somewhat.
Which is
But
good.
but that's the thing that I would like to say that is distinguishable from the pro-Russian position or the pro-Assad position, because unfortunately, I mean, this is a complex conflict, and you would expect people to hold a multitude of positions, but unfortunately, things get reduced to binaries. You're either pro-Russian, pro-Assad, or pro-ISIS,
I
whatever it is.
understand.
I'm glad that you know that. I'm
Position
glad that you
is a
know that.
good position. I understand where you're coming from, and I admire your position. I think it's a good position. But a lot of people like you have been fooled into thinking that these people who are against the Americans, they're good guys, and because the Americans are fighting against them, they're somehow.
Can I just ask? I've been hearing this a lot the past 2 days, yeah. But from my understanding, and I done Tyra. I don't know as much history as Dan at all. He teaches me most of what I know about modern political history, yeah, or modern sort of geopolitics. But from my understanding, because there's more of a centralized government in Russia, i.e., there's not competing factions, and historically, socialism and communism has had sort of a liberating effect, on let's say continents like Africa and obviously China, in ridding them from like exploitative sort of Western influence. I am actually a bit more comfortable saying I prefer a Russian ally to a Western to like a neo-colonialist ally, because it's a straight trade. There's a centralized government, and you know exactly what resources they require out of their end of the affiliation or association. Yeah. Whereas with the West, there's so much more levels. And they exploit you to such a high degree, be it like strategically or for resources or whatever, that I'm more comfortable adopting a Russian narrative anyway. Like, whether or not it's the truth, the ultimate truth, it is probably more beneficial for most of these nations, at least historically. And you see that in that all of these underdeveloped nations from Africa all over the world, when the socialist revolutions fail, what happens? It gets plunged back into further underdevelopment and darkness. Whereas in a model like China or whatever, they've industrialized how quick with this sort of communist model, and like historically with like wars throughout, like I know personally some wars in Africa that the Russians have allied themselves with Africans to help them be liberated, and we know obviously. I don't see why it's so negative when you lot say the Russian narrative, because I think it's better than the Western narrative.
Well, yeah, but see, the Russians, there's one thing that separates the Americans and the Russians. The Americans have a certain type of, if you want to be an American ally, they have a Western European and American ally, they have a certain type of things you must follow. You must have a certain level of human rights. You must have a certain, like, they're not for human and all this democracy, but there is a certain level of human rights. There is a certain level of, freedom. There must be a certain level of freedom. There must be a certain all this. Where the Russians, the way they deal, and the Chinese, they don't care if you were the most brutal dictatorship in the world. As long as they open relations with you, they deal with the government. And that's it. They don't care how many thousands are locked up in jails, if they're getting tortured.
200 people died in Iraq this month. No, but 200 people died in Iraq this month as a result of the government that the West installed.
No, but James, you have to. That's a Shia government, you know.
Yeah.
I know what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. You can't. No, but you have to know you have to know the examples that you're using when you're speaking to
them. What I'm saying.
You have to know that. Listen to him.
Anyway.
No, but it wasn't so much. That's again. I don't think you understand the situation in Iraq. There wasn't so much an installation.
You don't understand my point. Let me make my point.
No,
let me
but
make my point and you understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they removed a regime, yeah, that they said was practicing inhumane whatever policy or an evil regime, if you like, a dictatorial regime. They removed the regime and caused what? Equal, if not more, destruction and murder, and it was worse for the people. And not only that, but they routinely fund, as you described them, as proxy militias or proxy rebel forces that are off the books, that don't subscribe to any kind of human rights understanding or a level or perform at a level, perform a level of human rights. That the West, that is consistent with the West. So I don't really accept that Russians evil and they're good with regards to their criteria for allies, because when they need to back a dictator, they will. What do you think is going to happen in Venezuela now if they get their way? You think it's going to be safe for the people? You know what I mean?
I agree with you, James. The Americans and the Russian do the exact same thing. They're both backing dictators. Most of the Arab dictators are backed by the West, and the only dictator that's backed in the Middle East is the Russian one, Assad. That's it. And but the Russians fund, keep in power, and arm the Central Asian Muslim Turkic republics, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan. They keep them under the control because they're terrified of 250
They also
million.
control the Chechnyans.
Say it again.
They also control the Chechnyans. I mean, Putin's from the
Dagestan, Chechnya, Abkhazia.
It was a fairly peaceful resolution to what was a pretty bloody conflict. That you know,
who's
kind
ruling
of.
them? Hold on. Who, after they burned Dagestan, Chechnya to the ground and pulverized every last city and village, they killed nearly half the Chechen population, half the Dagestani population, razed the entire countries to the ground, and then who did they put into power? One of their own. That's what they do. That's what the Russians do. That's what they done in Syria.
Is Chechnya part of Russia, though? I swear it is part of Russia, though.
Yeah, well, it was until about 320 years ago, after the Chechnyans in the Caucasus. See, this is what everyone says, oh, it's Chechnya. Chechnya, Dagestan, Abkhazia, Kabardino-Balkaria, that was called Inchylik. There's it's the name of it. It's an old Chechen name. It's called the North Caucasus, right? That was all one people. The Russians came in and called it Abkhazia, Chechnya, Kabardino-Balkaria, Ossetia.
But now it's part of Russia.
They divided it up just like the West done to keep the Muslims all at each other's throats. And this is Chechen. Now you're taking my border. And they know that the Chechen dictator is fighting with the Dagestani one. This is their town.
But now, land, is that all Russia? Yeah, that's all Russia.
It's all Russia. Completely dominated by Russia. Look up Imam Shamil. He's the national hero of Chechens. He's like a Sufi hero of the Muslim, and everyone all across the Muslim world they love him, right? It's Imam Shamil, right? And all the Chechen fighters, even the Khattab from Saudi Arabia, even the Salafis, they love them. Like all of them, everyone looks up to him.
Hey, quickly, now I've got you here, Kelts, You see the other day when you was on with Ziriab and Hassan and that, Ziriab made a point, and I don't think you responded to it, and I'm interested. He said that Sutton Grozny and Oman, there was 2 meetings of all the
Grozny and Oman.
Grozny.
Grozny. It's the capital city of Chechnya.
Yeah. Of where? Of Chechnya.
Chechnya, yeah.
Okay, cool. So Grozny and Oman, he said that the major, like Shafi'i, Hanafi, all the major scholars of the schools of thought and jurisprudence met up and made a decision on who is Muslim and who isn't Muslim.
Yeah.
And the 12ers were Muslim in that meeting. Why do people like you disagree with
it? Who organized the meeting?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
You know, hold on. You must understand how the Russian republics in the North Caucasus are ran.
There's 2 things Muslims according to you. There's a conspiracy.
Wait. Let him speak. What about Oman?
Right. Say it again. Oman.
I'd like to have to say after he speaks. That is
right. Listen. Is it James speak? I'm speaking to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right. You must understand the way the North Caucasus Muslim republics are ran. Right. There's about altogether, when you add them all up, there's about 10 million Muslims just in the North Caucasus, and in Russia, the Muslims are about 17 or 18% of the Russian population. Muslims. There's a lot of Muslims in Russia. Right. So the North Caucasus are ran, each one of them, each head of the republic, right, is ran by a Kremlin-picked tyrant, each one of them. And none of them have no elections. They're known for their brutality. And if you even say one single word of talk about corruption or where's all the money going, there's a lot of oil in the Caucasus, in Dagestan and Chechnya. That's where the Russians get a lot of their oil. They take the oil from Chechnya, and these republics have to give money to Russia. They pay the money. All the oil is in the Caucasus. There's other oil as well, but a large chunk of it. So they put in Kremlin stooges into these Muslim republics, and they rule them like their own, just like the Arab world. The dictators, the tyrants, look at them as if this is my country. And all the people are just subjects, right? So I know what you're talking about. In 2015, when Putin was bombarding Aleppo, Hama, Idlib, wrecking the place, burning every city to the ground, he called a meeting to get Kadyrov, Ahmed Kadyrov, right? He got him to say, "Oh look," because in the Muslim world at that time, the whole Arab world, all over Twitter and Facebook, were saying the Russians look like that. It was anti-Russian, like everywhere, all over the internet, and the West was filming, showing them blowing up hospitals. You've seen it in the Wall Street Journal, proof of deliberately targeting hospitals, underground hospitals, right, blowing up hospitals one after the other. This was going on at the time, and Putin got all his stooges in Tatarstan, the North Caucasus, and he got the UAE, which is like not even a country. There's about maybe 800,000. Most of the people in UAE are foreigners. They're not even Muslims. So it's basically like a city state. So he got them, he bought off them, he got them to on-side a couple of Arabs, and he declared a so-called Islamic summit. And because Turkey and then Saudi Arabia at that time, before MBS took over, this is who did the Saudis and Turkey were backing the rebels at this time, and they had the regime on the back. They were nearly gone, right? Then the Russians were only newly after coming into Syria, and he wanted political backup for his war. See, he was after going into Syria. He was in Syria about maybe 4 or 5 months. And the backlash from the Muslim world, because he was burning hospitals to the ground, bombarding cities with Grad missiles, he wanted political and religious backing. So all these scholars for dollars and imams that can be bought off for 10 a penny in the Muslim world, especially the ones under his control in Russia.
But what about Oman, though?
Oman. Come on.
Basically, wait. Do you know what? To make it
anyway, just let me finish.
Why do you think that essentially, if there's a scholar, for example, that can outline a case for a Shia being a Muslim, for example, yeah, and obviously, I imagine you would defer.
They do it all the time, bro. They do it. All these dictators. The West does it. The Russians do it.
I've got an idea for you, Landis. Why don't you write to the Saudi Arabian government? No. Why don't you write to the Saudi Arabian government saying, do not let the Shias do Hajj, do not let them do Umrah, stop them from doing a pilgrimage, and if the Saudi Arabia accepts your letter and says okay, then come back. But if they don't accept your letter,
unfortunately,
no. Why don't you write them a letter saying don't let them on? Since you believe they don't believe in Muslims,
they shouldn't let them in.
Right,
they're gonna listen. The Saudis all about the money. The money run the economy, so obviously they're gonna let them in based on the money.
Yeah, that's it. You want money? The Saudis, the rotten criminal Saudi family lets them in because they get money from them. That's the only reason why the Saudis let them in. They shouldn't be allowed in.
There'll be a war. If they refuse to let them in, there'll be a war in the Muslim world. I'm telling you straight.
They didn't let them in for 20 years. For 20 years.
He's making my moves.
Ali Khan, the Rafid Shia weren't allowed in for Hajj.
And you're a terrorist sympathizer. And you're a terrorist sympathizer, and I've got proof on you, mate. So go
Ali
back.
Khan. Ali Khan, let's go.
Ali
Okay,
Khan,
on.
the Rafid Shia, your people weren't allowed into the Hajj for 20 years. The Saudis only let them in again under King Salman. He only let them in again for the first time in 2005.
Because you had to. Otherwise they would be oppressing the Muslim world.
What is I don't know, man. Are we basically going down the route of a one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter?
Yeah, in other words, yeah.
No.
Yeah, basically.
No, because he's wrote because on his YouTube comment he wrote R.I.P. Abu Bakr Baghdadi on a YouTube comment.
Show me where I said it. Get me a video link. Show me where I said it. Get me proof.
Asif, you gotta be careful, you know. You have to remember there are some trolls that create certain accounts under other people's name, and they could be posting whatever they want.
But ask now. You're saying you didn't say that, Kels, isn't it? Kels, you're saying you didn't say that.
Show me proof where. Why would I rail against ISIS in the Hangouts and then say, "Oh, RIP"?
Yes,
If I back HTS, why would I be saying RIP to Baghdadi? Have you not seen the way HTS captures ISIS and kills them on the spot? Doesn't even give them a trial, just kills them on the spot.
What did you say? Hopefully another reform.
So 1 second before we derail the thingy, I want to answer what James asked you, yeah, and in according to Quran as well. So it's not our opinion, it's not opinion of those scholars, because those scholars can get together all they want and say you are Muslim, yeah. But if it's going against the Quran, then their opinion is null and void. And now I don't make a general statement to say all Shias are Muslim, however, because I know there's some that's been brainwashed that need to be deprogrammed into that brainwashing, yeah. But however, the credo of their belief goes against the Quran, not only the Quran, you know which one? The one that the Salah is valid without. It's called the opening chapter, i.e. Surah Al-Fatiha, where you say, basically you're testifying that you only worship in Allah and you're only asking Allah for help and no one else. And also in there you saying to Allah, yeah, do not make us like people of the book, the Jews, who the priests sell the religion, the rabbis, and then the people of the book Christian who have been misguided, saying, guide me to the straight path. So by going against that verse itself, what does it say? Then is Allah making takfir on them?
Wait. If you say Ya Ali, does that mean that you're
not Muslim?
Let me ask you.
You're going against Al-Fatiha.
That's what I'm saying. So Surah Al-Fatiha itself just destroys their notion. And whoever
Abu Bilal,
hold on, let me speak.
Wait,
go into a bit religious and they don't understand.
No, yeah, let me ask you one question.
Go on, Jim.
You said you said you can't give partners to Allah, yeah, number one. Yeah. But then you said you can't ask for help. Does it categorically say in the Quran you can't ask anyone for help other than Allah?
No one. Hold on, James. Right, I'll explain to you. The main prayer that every single Muslim learns is Al-Fatiha, right? The main prayer. And in this prayer, it says, we alone, we ask God, only God, for help. And the Quran constantly, if you read the Quran,
sorry, brother, just correction, not we alone. You alone we worship, and you alone we ask for help.
You alone we ask for help. This is what Al-Fatiha says, right? You alone, God, you alone, Allah, we ask for help. Not
singularity.
Else, not Ali,
singularity, in other words.
Not the 12th Imam, not Imam Reza, not Fatima, no one, not Omar, not Abu Bakr, not the Prophet Muhammad, you alone, God. Now, this is where the Shia are different to the rest of the Muslims. This is what separates the Muslims from the Shia. They go against the actual teachings of Islam. This is why. And they have insane beliefs. Like, their beliefs are so insane that they're actually comical. You would laugh at them. And the things that they do in the name of Islam, they make Muslims look. Have you seen what they do on marches? Cutting open heads of babies, fire walking, celebrating.
But I'm asking for the help part because that's the argument, right? I don't think that it's clear, and I'm asking you. I'm not telling you. I'm not sure that it's clear that it says don't ask for help. How would you even
James,
James, come on, are you playing with thingy? We telling you the opening chapter.
Is it clear? I'm asking you. Give me the.
Of course, you go read it yourself. Do your own research. Don't take our words for it. Just go put in the internet, research the opening chapter or Surah Al-Fatiha, yeah, and you read it, and you tell me what do you understand from that.
James, the Quran.
But the only thing, sorry, my brother, 1 second, it's all yours. The only thing I was gonna say to add, this is not only Shia. I'm not gonna lie. There's also other sects of Muslims, i.e. Sufis and other, they're also going against that same verse.
Yeah.
So it's not only the Shia, let's be honest.
It's not just Shia. A lot of the Sufis, the extreme Sufis, which are still a minority, they even do it. So it's not just the Shia. There is a small extreme sect, the Sufis, which claim to be Sunnis, but they're just as bad as the Shia. They do the exact same things. So I know non-Muslims, they say, oh, why are they always attacking the Shia? What is it that they have against the Shia? The Shia claim Islam, and they do these, and basically.
So let me just read out quickly. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, especially merciful, the especially merciful. All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the world.
Yes,
the entirely
all
merciful,
praise is due
to
Allah.
The especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense.
Yeah.
Sovereign of the day. Yes. If it is you, this is, I imagine, what you're talking about. It is
you alone.
And no. This is Sahih International. Yeah. It is you we worship and you we ask for help.
Yes.
But that isn't the same as saying if you ask anyone else for help that you're a kafir, isn't it?
It's talking about God. No, when the Quran is talking about God, you alone we ask for help. And if you read all through the Quran, all through the same, it's warning. Go on.
So, I mean, I literally remember hearing rebels in Syria and Libya asking NATO and the West for weapons. That's not asking God for help.
100%, I agree with you there. That's what I was gonna say. And even Salafi or so-called Salafi, they may not know it, but they've been so fall into this trap unknowingly. Some probably knowingly, others unknowingly.
They're wrong.
I mean, Bilal, do you know what I'm saying, bro?
And hold on, Dan. I know you wanted to get that like a dig in.
I hear 100%.
I know, but here, this is the difference between HTS and the other rebels, Free Syrian Army. HTS never asked anyone, and HTS was telling all the other rebels, don't put your hope in NATO, don't put your hope in the Americans. They will not save you. Come to us. And this is why declared there's HTS, they're extremists, they're Islamic radicals. Look where HTS is today, and look where all the other rebels are, destroyed. Who was the last one standing? HTS. The ones who wouldn't take anything, wouldn't join with the Americans, wouldn't take anything from them. And that now, another thing, when Muslims get weapons from other people, they're not praying to NATO. You can get help, weapons, and supplies, and you can also take them from the enemies.
No, you're not. How are you gonna get help from the people that you're saying are committing kufr bil ta'hud? You're relying on them.
Let me give you one big example, Land of Chaos. I remember reading about a certain shipment of I think it was anti-tank weapons, like the old they're like sort of kind of Soviet era anti-tank. I think they were called OSAs. OSA, they're like the I can't remember what sort of caliber they are. Anyway, about $1 billion worth of these from the former Yugoslavia, which were used against Muslims by the Croatians and used by various militias, literally then sold to Saudi, who then went and dropped it on, I'm guessing, al-Nusra groups. So there's HTS.
No, they were giving them to the Free Syrian Army, and the Free Syrian Army took them off the rebels.
Well, but I'm sure you're probably aware the Free Syrian Army was routed, and
HTS took because they wanted, the Americans had a plan to turn the Free Syrian Army, the sort of nationalist Sunni Muslims. They wanted to team up, get all the Free Syrian Army to turn again. They wanted to do what they done in the south of Syria, where the Free Syrian Army was. They handed over all the weapons, mountains of ammunition, tanks and all, handed them over to Assad and just surrendered. And HTS says that will not happen in the north of Syria. We will not allow that to happen. And that's why they just routed the whole lot of them. So this is why the West, the Russians, Iran, Assad, all the Shia, they hate HTS because they're the last one standing. Everyone else is basically defeated. Now, they've been pushed back, but they've been fighting the entire Russian Air Force and death squads and Shia militias, but they're still there. Where all the Free Syrian Army that begged NATO for help, took weapons from them.
James, sorry, just a quick thing. James, you see the Sahih International, you ready, yeah? I'm kind of not 100% with that, because you know what's happening now.
Yeah, that's the wrong
they're watering down. Yeah, they're watering down when it comes to translation.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, if you go back, I can actually get you Quran here. I go at home, you take a picture in English translation and show you that it's saying the way I'm saying it. But now they're trying to water it down.
No, I believe you. Just tell me what. So what is it? So you see what verse?
Any Muslim will tell you the way I told you. Surah Al-Fatiha. When you're reading that, you're saying you alone we worship I singularity. That's what we call Tawheed. And you alone we ask for help. You see it?
Yeah,
So
I'm not even saying you're wrong. I'm asking you though, is so for example, maybe what's that? Maybe like dua or something, yeah? That kind of prayer, that's to Allah, innit, yeah? For example. So if you're praying like that to Ali or Muhammad, yeah, peace be upon him, then all right, cool. I see how you're asking that person, like you're praying to them, you're worshiping them, you're asking them for help, you're praying, you get me? But if it's a phrase that's common amongst people, the Shia of Ali, yeah, if the Shia of Ali say Ya Ali as some kind of, because I remember hearing someone say like you're allowed to say like Ya your father or Ya your mother or some shit. Like I remember hearing that people.
It's just a slogan, James. Nothing more than
yeah,
a slogan.
but ask them what's the meaning of Ya Ali Madad.
Yeah, no. But what I'm saying is, so if someone is actually praying to Ali, I understand how that.
That's what they do, James. That's what they do.
Yeah.
That's they.
Let me get in here, please. Are you guys arguing against intercession?
What are you saying now?
Is that what you guys are arguing? Hold on.
Yes,
are you guys arguing against intercession?
I'm against intercession.
Not you, Ali Khan. Not you, Ali Khan. I'm asking them
ask
too.
for intercession other than Allah. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that means you're telling me that the Sahaba weren't Muslim.
What did the Sahaba do? Tell me.
But tell us.
You don't. Just hold on. Just to clarify, you don't know that the Sahaba used the Prophet for intercession while the Prophet, peace be upon him, was alive.
There is a hadith that the Prophet, only him, but there's no.
Hold on. What do you mean they ask intercession? Make it clear. You can't just say they ask for intercession and not explain what they ask for.
Hassan, I know you want to make it out that you can pray to Fatima and Ali and the 12th Imam.
Who said that?
Hold on, my brother. First, let him clarify himself. When you said the Sahaba asked for intercession to Muhammad, what did they ask for? Give us the statement that they asked. What did they ask for?
I'll bring you the hadith now. You
know the hadith. I'm sure you know the hadith. I'm surprised if you don't.
No, I don't. I don't claim I know everything, my brother. I'm sorry.
So okay, I apologize then for speaking with such aggression. But yeah, there's a very clear hadith when I believe they needed rain, and they asked. Oh no, sorry, the hadith of the blind man. When the blind man came to the Prophet and he asked, and the Prophet told him to go do this and this and say, and then he told him the exact prayer to say, including intercession from Muhammad.
Yeah, but that's asking advice, and given the Prophet was there at that time, he was alive. He obviously advised him the best way to go and say the dua. Now, when the Prophet is no longer here, can you get up and say, yeah, now that the Prophet is no longer with us, can you get up and say, yeah, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, please ask Allah to make me see, or ask Allah to tell me which dua is best for me to ask Allah for help. No, you can't. You have to ask Allah directly. But when Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was there, you can ask him, obviously, because why is the messenger of Allah? So don't get it twisted.
Okay, so
hold on, Hassan.
So hold on. So Surat Al-Fatiha says just Allah. So you're telling me that the Sahaba didn't know that verse?
Hold on. Hold on. Don't say, hold on, even you Shia believe in this. Don't say Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a walking, talking Quran. So when you're asking somebody for guidance, he's there with you, yeah? You're allowed to do that. But once he's no longer there, you can't go direct to him and say, ask him.
Hold on, can I
ask Allah alone.
Can I jump in immediately? Yeah. Wait. I'm the neutral party here. Yeah.
All right, go on.
If the Sahih version, the Sahih international version, is correct, then what you're saying, Abu Bilal, makes sense. If the Prophet was alive, of course, ask him to ask God. If your version is correct, which is you can only ask God, you can't ask help from anyone else, then Hassan would be correct. Does that make sense?
No.
But to be fair, like that's what fairness is. If you're saying only, if the word only is the operative word, then Hassan has to be right.
James, all through the Quran, all over.
You're playing semantics there.
The Quran is.
But so are you then. If you say only is the most important word, I'm not saying it is. I'm saying if it's not the most.
Yeah, but who's that only directed to? Remember the way I said it? You alone. Who is you alone? We worship, and you alone we ask for help. So it's not only you alone. Alone.
Yeah,
it's a
James,
big statement there.
Surat Al-Fatiha, it matters only once the Prophet, peace be upon him, has passed away. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. I understand the argument, but I'm saying, but there's no point.
No, I'm laughing, bro. That doesn't make any sense.
James,
that means that the Sahaba understood it differently than he did.
James, all through the Quran is warning that don't be like the Christians and the Jews who took their rabbis as gods. The Quran is constantly warning the Muslims, pray to Allah alone. Only.
Okay. Let's ask Hassan then. What does Ya Ali mean to you? Just because I don't actually know.
No, Ya Ali Madad. Added, they say Ya Ali Madad. What does Ya Ali Madad mean?
What does that? What does Madad mean? What does Madad mean?
You Ali
help
are
you.
Our protector.
Okay.
So the way that we've been taught and the way we use it, it means may Ali help you. That's what it means.
And what now hold on.
Yeah.
What
there you go
does
now.
people say? God help me. God, even the Westerners, even Europeans say, God help me. Oh, the Shia say, Ali help me.
Have you guys heard of the hadith from the Prophet's uncle after the Prophet, peace be upon him, had passed away when they needed rain? Have you guys heard of the hadith?
No, go on.
So I'll give you guys a gist of it because I don't remember the exact.
But you see, that's your point of view involved because Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, when he was alive, he was a direct link with Allah. So obviously, if you want thing, you're gonna go and ask him and whatnot, and he will give you guidance or advice. Now, let me tell you something. You know, there's a hadith where, hold on, let me tell you a hadith here. There was someone that asked Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to make a dua for him regarding something. And you know what Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said to him? The best dua is that which you ask Allah yourself. Look at that. You see, this gave him guidance. There you go.
Sure. Yeah. Does the Quran also say seek a means to get closer to Allah?
Seek a means.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know about that. I'm not gonna lie. And it depends what you mean,
Just to clarify. But anyways, does the Quran also speak about intercession from the Prophet?
On the day of judgment, yes.
Yeah, but not anyone else. This is what
guys. Take a breather for a second. Just to explain to you the fundamentals of Shia faith is that we believe that that Imam Ali and subsequent Imams were appointed divine appointment by way of the Prophet. So we believe that we are obeying the Prophet and he gave that authority to Imam Ali. So if you guys believe, for example,
he's divine.
Did you hear what I said?
Believe doesn't matter what the Quran says matters, my brother. Because you can believe in many things. For you believe in going against the Quran, your belief is not new and void.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Sahaba believed that it was okay with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and then we're saying that we believe that the Prophet Muhammad, by his divine authority, appointed Imam Ali and gave him the authority. So now it's not okay though. That's what you're saying. So you're saying it was okay for the Prophet, peace be upon him, but it's not okay for this.
Appointed Imam Ali to be what? To be what?
To be what?
His successor.
Are you sure?
There's no truth.
Because,
What do you mean? Are you sure?
That's Shia claims. Because let me tell you something. Yeah, this is how I'm gonna debunk this from the authentic hadith again. Yeah, when Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was ill. Yeah, who did he appoint to lead the prayer, i.e. to be imam? That's a sign itself. That's its volume.
Yeah.
Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu, he didn't say let Ali lead, because if he said let Ali lead, now that's a clear direction that after me Ali should be the imam. But given that he insisted on Abu Bakr to lead, even his wife then Aisha, yeah, for his father is shy and that he will not be able to recite properly or whatever, he said, why don't you make Umar? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said no, Ali. And then she said again, yeah. And then Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, what's wrong with you, woman? You're like the woman of the time of Yusuf alayhi salatu wasalam. Yeah, I told you your father. And then that's when Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu was leading the prayer. So that's a direct indication that Abu Bakr is a Khalifa chosen by Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Oh, really? Oh,
yes.
That's awesome, man.
And
Thank you for clarifying, bro. Yeah. So even if
why doesn't Sunni Hassan? Why doesn't Sunni say
what's your name?
Hassan?
Abu Bilal. Would you like me to send you current scholarship from Sunni scholars saying that it was very clear that Imam Ali was appointed? You want me to send you that?
What does it anyway? Let's say if it was true, what does it prove that Muslims must pray to him now?
Okay, so to be clear, no one is saying that we pray to Imam Ali. FYI, you guys have concluded that, but this is not what we believe.
What if I show you? I told you if you want to do this, I'll show you. Because not in this chat, because
brother
the Shia, hold on, the Shia and the Ards done two hangouts, and the Shia got 2 of our channels taken down. This is what they do when Muslims post videos.
They didn't get taken down.
Don't get those semantic thingy, brother. I'm about to destroy this guy in Ocean. 1 second. Hold on. You don't believe in that Ali did not like Abu Bakr and took them as enemy, and Omar and Usman. Yeah. Now you tell me. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Maybe not.
We're making that point.
1 second.
Yo, Ali, let him go. Let him go, and I'll handle it.
Either way, all I'm saying is, why would Ali, if he hated Abu Bakr and Omar, who took over his authority, why would he name his children after Abu Bakr, Omar, and Usman? Not only that, Hassan and Hussein also named their children after Abu Bakr, Omar, Hassan, Usman. You tell me which enemy, you said friend. You tell me which enemy would name their kids, even if they had a friend of that. Now, would any Jew name their children Muhammad just because they got a friend called Muhammad? No. So again, your point is new and void.
Yeah, this is
what. I'm not escaping, my brother. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, that makes total sense. Yeah. So why was it narrated by Aisha that it took 6 months before he gave bayah to Abu Bakr?
Now forget that. First address my one. Why would Ali name his children? Hold on, name his children after Abu Bakr. Okay, that's his friend. I'll give you that.
We know. Hold on. We know.
Again, another friend.
Hold on, bro.
Come on, man. You're so enough. Again, his children. Yeah. Hassan or Hussein also named their children Abu Bakr and Omar. Is that coincidence? Also, they had friends as well, yeah? Come on, you Shias have no leg to stand on.
Can you hold on 1 second, please? So, I don't deny that what you're saying is true. It is true. And we, as Shias, we actually already know this. And we already know about why this happened. If you guys were maybe being logical or fair or reasonable, you guys would just go read and see why we believe this to have happened.
Actually, a lot of Shia will disagree with you. A lot of Shia will disagree with you. They say they make a claim that he named it after his friend, not Abu Bakr, and not the other Omar. He named it after his friend. A lot of Shia will tell you that. So you may be different here. A lot of Shia will tell you otherwise.
You know what? That's interesting what you just said, Abu Bilal. Actually, I've never heard that argument before. So I wouldn't be surprised if there are some scholars or some Shia that have the argument that you just presented. No, that's good. Thank you for enlightening me. I don't mind that.
You're welcome. And go do your research as well. I'm not making it up. See if he named his children after that. See if also Ali's children named their children after them. That's a clear indication that the Khalifas had no problem with each other. They were upon the right manhaj. It's only later salesmen from all around. I'm talking about Sunni, Shia, whatever, they come to divide, my brother.
Yeah, so do you know why it took 6 months before Ali gave bayat to Abu Bakr?
Come
That's
again?
not what he's
You
saying.
know why it took 6 months to give bayat to Abu Bakr?
Go on, tell us
That's
then.
according to who, I don't know. But all I'm saying is, does it make sense to you that Ali, he had his authority robbed from him, from
Well, I'm
both
just
of them,
waiting
but
for
yeah, he
your
named the
answer.
children after them? Does it make sense to you? And the Shia
I'm
tell
just
you
waiting for your
Ali
answer.
hate Abu Bakr, hate Omar. Would you name your children after somebody you hate? One, okay, is his friend. I give you that. 2, 3. Come on, man. It don't make sense. It don't stick.
I'm still trying to understand your the answer to the question I asked you. You haven't answered, right?
Go on, tell us.
No, I'm asking you.
I've heard this before, and Shamsi answered that this thing. This is another thing that they spread. 6 months. He wouldn't give his grade.
It's in. I'm pretty sure it's in Bukhari, by the way.
He wouldn't give it. And another thing, when the Prophet was on his deathbed, if he would have give authority to Ali, why? This is what they say. He was going to die. If it was so important, why did he not give Ali the authority? Why did he not make him? No, this is the 12. I believe the 12. I believe said that he gave Ali, or he made him the.
Are you aware of this hadith of the? I forgot what the name of the hadith was, but the hadith about when the Prophet was sick, kind of near the end of his, just before he passed away, and he was asking for a pen. Have you heard of this hadith before or no?
Yeah, but he never gave it. He never gave it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Umar, right? It was Umar.
Listen to this guy. Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam asked for pen, but yeah, Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam cannot write. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't exist. It's insane. You see.
Hold on, wait. So you're telling me the hadith from your own books doesn't exist?
Listen, all I'm saying is there's authentic hadith and there's a made up hadith.
Hold on.
I don't know,
So
but I'm going with the facts.
You
Forget
just
hadith.
told me
I'm going with the facts
that
right
your
now.
own
Yeah?
Sahih
We
hadith doesn't
know,
exist.
and even Christian attacker saying he was an illiterate prophet, i.e., one that cannot write. So why does the one that cannot write ask for a pen?
Exactly.
You know what? That's a very good point. You should send a message to Bukhari and ask him why he narrated the hadith.
All Bukhari hadiths are not.
But hold on, you see, my Shia brother, I give you one beautiful hadith that you would even love. Yeah, you know there was a battle when they were phrase it to the nearest. Yeah, it doesn't mean I'm saying 100% correct. Either way, it says tomorrow I'm going to give a sword to somebody that Allah loves and I love, and everybody wanted to be that individual, including Umar, Abu Bakr, all of them. And Ali at that time was ill, but guess what? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the following day asked, "Where's Ali?" There's been informed that he's go call him. He gave him the sword, and you know what he did? They had to climb over. You know, they had a fortress. He had to climb over the fortress because the enemies in the fortress, many of them. Yeah, he climbed over, fighting many of them, and opened the door for them. Yeah, and that's how the Muslim won. So we're not gonna take away the good of Ali. We love Ali. Don't get me wrong, my brother, but please do not overpraise him more than he deserves. Be careful. And don't blind follow. Do your own research, my brother. You see, I used to blind follow myself, but now I'll do my own research, my brother. Trust me.
Abu Bilal, I appreciate what you just said, bro. But I just to be clear, you guys, like, look, if we step back and we just think about this logically, just like you guys are trying to do, I'll just say to you guys, do you not find it even remotely offensive to say that the Prophet, peace be upon him, didn't leave a successor? Do you not find that itself to be a little bit offensive?
Hassan, if
I just told you he did, my brother. Remember when I told you when he was ill, yeah? This also before he passed away, yeah? When he was ill, remember he was the imam. He used to lead the prayer. So when he was ill and he couldn't read the prayer, he asked Abu Bakr to lead the prayer. So that's an indication. An imam is the leader of the Muslim. Why would he ask for Abu Bakr to lead the prayer and not Ali?
My friend, there are so many proofs that show that that was not the case, and even
according to Shias, yes.
No, bro. Okay, just to be clear, whenever I say things, I'm always talking about from Sunni proofs. Just to be clear. Secondly, why would Saqifa even happen if it was clear to all the Muslims that Abu Bakr was supposed to be the next leader? You know just as well as I do that it was not.
We need to ask somebody else who's neutral here. Now, let's say I'm ill, yeah? I'm the leader of my community. I lead the prayer and everything. Now I'm ill and unable to lead the prayer, yeah, and then I say, ask Abu Bakr to lead the prayer, yeah, what does that show? I chose him to be the leader of his law while I'm ill to represent me so he can lead the prayer. So later on, when he passed away, it was clear to everybody that Abu Bakr should have been the right one. Why? Because he led the prayer when the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was ill and he wasn't able to lead the prayer. And that is sufficient enough for him to be Khalifa.
That it was clear that they still had to have Saqifa. They still had to have a vote. They still had people from the Ansar that thought someone else should be a leader. Am I missing something, or are you just telling me something I don't know?
Everybody wanna be a leader.
And
But
anyway,
yeah, because Abu Bakr only because you know why? Because he led that prayer and Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam
Ali Khan, hold on, let him finish.
prayer. But anyway, I'm going, my brother. I've made my point anyway.
Yeah.
Take
Anyway,
it,
look,
and I'll leave
Hassan,
you to it.
even if, let's say you are right, Rafida, will you shut up? You have nothing good to say. You have no brain, so just keep quiet. Hassan, if you were right, let's pretend you are correct. It still doesn't make Shiism true, because it's not these disagreements. It's not about that who was the Khalifa, who was not, who was. Shiism is built on 12 infallible imams who know the unseen, who control the atoms of the universe. These 12 Masoom imams. This is what Shiism is about, and this
Can I reply to you,
is
Kelts, for that,
the
or no?
same as the religion I came from.
Can I answer you, Kel? Can I answer you, bro?
Come on.
So just to be clear, first, I am not 12 or Shia, but I am aware but I'm aware enough of their beliefs to be able to answer what you're saying. You have some. Rhoda, can you mute up, or you have some background noise or whatever?
Who's laughing at? Who's laughing in the background there?
Rhoda or something.
I showered before I come to work today. I promise.
Can you mute your Rhoda? Man.
A quick sniping job, if not, man. Just take him up out of the group.
Yeah.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, done. Okay. Anyways, so just to explain, I'll ask you a question. Do you believe that there were any instances where the Prophet, peace be upon him, knew of, let's say, the future?
Yes.
And how do you believe this? Sure, yeah, good. So how do you believe this was possible?
I don't know. But are you trying to say your imams are the same as the Prophet Muhammad?
No, Celts, don't make a leap like that, bro. Because I know that becomes when people. Just hold on a second. No, it's not, man. Hold on.
I know the Shia tactics. They try to claim that their imam. You know that the 12 say that the imams are better than the prophets.
No, they say sometimes they're greater than, but they mean by form.
Look,
can I answer you, bro?
You admit it yourself. You don't even know.
Can I answer you, Celts? No, because I know enough of this to answer. It's not very difficult, bro. I can answer some of these things that you're saying if you'd like me to.
Look, here, hold on. I asked you, right, if you want to have this discussion, because I know you just outright deny everything that I'm saying. You'll say I'm making it up, just like all the 12 or Shia say.
I haven't said that, actually. I didn't even say that you made that up.
They conceal their belief, and the most heretic, anti-Islam, everything that goes against Islam, everything that goes against the Quran, they deny and conceal all the belief, right?
Come round. Yo, Q.
Right.
Can you guys give me 1 second?
So if you want to discuss this, I will show you ayatollahs, mullahs in Iran, mullahs in Iraq, Pakistan, calling
the
all
mullahs
these
don't
things,
represent the Shiism,
promoting them.
It's a theology. It's a theology based on evidence. So
it doesn't matter what. Look, it doesn't matter what you say, Ali Khan. Your
it doesn't matter what you say.
and your mullahs promoting.
हम करें ऐलान काफिर काफिर शिया काफिर आओ हम करें ऐलान काफिर.
Actually, it's not even my thing to snipe. Really, it's on you, bruv. You want this?
Who was it? Anyway, yeah. So before I go, Hassan, look, it doesn't matter what 12 or Shia say, because they conceal they say things that to the Muslims that, oh, we don't believe this, we don't believe the Quran is corrupted, we don't believe in Tahrif. No, how dare you say that to us when their own
Yo, gang.
Celts.
Hold on one sec, Celts.
Are you trying to
Yeah,
hold
big
on,
up.
Hassan? I know this.
Hold on one sec, Celts. Hold up one sec, bro. Yeah, big up, Dan. Bro, you got controls as well, you know. Anyone I've actually added to the chat without thing, Rob, yeah, you can snipe, man, if man needs to get snaps and all that.
Which one?
So that yeah, Dan already snapped him anyway, man, and Hassan, I think Hassan snapped the other one still. So good looking boys, good looking boys. Yeah, man. But keep going anyway, man. We've not been moaning about religion for a little while still, man. I'm trying to get Aime to come in with her topic still. But
so look, Hassan, if you want to
run through,
Celts, can I just reply to something? Can I just say this, bro? Please hold on a second. I just want to be clear, man.
Why do you believe? Hold on. Why do you not believe me when I say that the Shia don't believe?
Bro,
they believe.
Okay, wait. Stop. I didn't say that. What I told you was the way you're discussing with us makes it pointless to have the discussion. Because what you're doing is anything you don't like that we say, you're saying this is just the Kia. So it's basically like if you don't like the answer, you're just going to disregard it and say it's a lie. This is what you're doing. You can't do like that, man.
Do the Shia believe in Tahrif? Do they believe that the Quran is corrupted and there's hundreds of missing pages called Surah Al-Fatiha or Surah Al-Fatiha?
So Kels, I will have this conversation with you if you're going to tell me. Can you just listen to me for a second, bro, please? I just said I will have this conversation with you if you're willing to tell me that you're going to stop saying that everything you disagree with is the Kia. If you could say I'll do that and you'll have a normal conversation, then I'll gladly discuss this with you, bro.
Okay. Have you?
Can you first tell me that, bro?
Have you heard this before?
Can you tell me that first before we go? Because if you're unable to do that, then there's no point in having the conversation. Just tell me that you're not going to say that everything you disagree with is just the Kia. Tell me that you're actually going to have a discussion. Okay.
Right.
So yes, there is, I believe, one of their four. Yes, hold on a second. So there's one of the major four scholars.
With all the restaurants.
That's me. I apologize, you guys. But there's one of the four major scholars of their four books that believes in Tahrif of the Quran, and he's spoken about it. And some of the Shia also have this belief, some of the 12ers, but not all of them. I would even argue that most of them don't have the belief.
Do you know?
But yes, it exists.
Okay. Right.
So is that good enough for you?
Right. Okay. Right. Do you know, Hassan? When I first became Muslim, I used to actually have. I was a Sunni, of course, always, right, and I was never. I used to for about 2 years. For about 2 years, I used to actually sort of I don't believe in the Shia, but they have a few weird beliefs, but they're still Muslim. And I used to believe a lot of Muslims less and less now are they realizing and they see Shia beliefs on the internet, right? They see them. But I used to think the same thing. And when Algerians used to tell me their insane beliefs, I didn't believe them. I used to say, no, it's it's just a minority. Most Shia, they believe the Quran. Like most Shia, they don't pray to the 12. They don't pray to the 12th Imam. They don't say, Ya Ali Madad. They don't say Ya Ali guide us. Pray to Fatima. They don't believe in Zoroastrian, Iranian fire worship. They don't walk on fire. They don't roll their babies. I used to believe all that until I actually seen videos of them, of their leaders promoting it.
You could just ask. I'm not gonna deny it as long as you're gonna have a normal conversation. If you're not gonna have a normal conversation, then there's no point in talking about it. But you could ask me about this stuff, and I'll just tell you. I'll explain it to you. I'll tell you why. I'll even tell you why it happens. I'll explain the background to it. But if you actually care, if you don't care, if you're not gonna listen to anything, then it's pointless.
Yeah, but why do you have trouble when I'm only telling you factual Shia beliefs, which is in it's not me saying it, it's their leader saying it. It's not me. I'm not.
Kels, I just told
Be careful you claim
that I'm
no
not.
Shia actually believe in what the 12 infallible imam that you're saying that they take it. They believe in what they say. Not only that, those 12 infallible imam tell them, unless you believe in us, you won't go to heaven. So they do believe in them. So they're saying the way to heaven is through us. That's number one. Another thing I was gonna say, this is that's how you know Shia is based on falsehood. Yeah, well, the Shia of today anyway. Yeah, you know why? Even the adhan, the call to prayer, they change it. You know when they say Ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, they say Ashhadu anna Aliyu Waliyullah.
Can we
And
continue?
you say Ashraf
Sorry,
Ali
Abu
Khan,
Bilal.
Rasulullah.
Kels and I were talking for a sec. Can we just continue, please?
Hassan,
Imagine telling the caller to prayer that to Ashhadu anna
Kels and
Aliyu
I finish talking?
Waliyullah.
So Kels, just to say, so the first thing you brought up was Tarif of Quran. Hold on a second. First thing you brought up was Tarif of Quran. So first, you know in Sahih Muslim, you guys have Tarif of Quran. You know that?
No, I know this is the Shia tactic they always use.
No, I'm just replying to you. What? If you're telling me that this is such a bad thing, you have a proof of it in your book as well.
There is no proof of the Quran in any Sunni books. The Abu Bakr gathered all the Qurans because there was
It wasn't Abu Bakr, it was Uthman.
and
Keep going.
ones making up false pieces of the Quran, and they were saying that this is the part of the Quran. So Abu Bakr gathered up all the real Qurans. He gathered them all together, and that's why it's called.
It was Uthman, Celts.
Yeah,
it was
according
Uthman.
to
That's why
my
it's called the
understanding,
Uthmanic manuscript.
Uthman is
Yes.
yeah.
But anyways, what I'm trying to tell you is
just
in
because the
Sahih
other
Muslim, there's a Sahih hadith
never memorized Quran.
saying that
Quran
there's
was
a verse
fast
in the Quran that was
memorized.
eaten by a cow or a goat. Just so you know.
Look, I know
You can't answer that hadith. Honestly, you can't answer the same with the mic and he can't.
Shia. Look, I know when the
Yo,
Shia.
Celts, do you know what I'm talking about, Celts? Hold on, Celts. Are you denying that it exists, what I just said?
None of it.
Do you want me to tell you how you can solve this game? Do you want me to tell you? You're going to play a game, and whoever wins is right, yeah?
Oh, is this the Tommy? Oh, this is the Tommy cult follower.
I actually want to know, yeah, from Shia position, yeah. Since they claim they follow Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, how can you change the adhan from Ashhadu anna Muhammad Rasulullah to Ashhadu anna Aliyu Waliyullah?
Can you let him finish, bro?
Can you answer that, please?
It's a bid'ah. And go.
I did not understand a word of that. Why did you say that so fast?
Amy, mute up. It's not your conversation to get involved in.
Listen,
this is 100% Amy's conversation, man. What are you talking about?
Fucking, you know what I mean? Like, Bundy's
Yo, Ali, remember I told you about social cues, bro. Come on, bro.
Anyway, here, Hassan.
Yo.
Come on, seriously. Every day,
Sorry about that, Amy.
conversation.
Yeah, man. Don't you, man, get a bit tired of that same conversation all the time?
Anyway,
Vellemy, people,
we'll have this discussion somewhere else.
You know what I mean? It's
This
dead.
guy started it. This man of Celts started it. So I'm going to jump off. What do you mean?
But I've been waiting for Amy and AC to bring up their topics all day still. I can't lie.
Same shit, 5 hours at a time. It's headache.
You know what?
You know what, AC? You're technically correct. It is headache, yes, but I just enjoy it sometimes.
I mean,
you know when, here, hold on, listen. You know when I went on to, when I went onto Real Channel yesterday, right? I thought about, I was battling about 10 Tommy cult followers all at once, right? And they were basically.
AC the Muslim, why are you at AC? AC not a Tommy fan. AC the Muslim, why are you attacking AC for?
Right? They were foaming at the mouth, all the
Yo,
Tommy Robinson followers.
Yo, Celts, I gotta interrupt you, bro. Celts.
Hold
let's
on,
stop this convo.
Let me finish.
But bro, they want to discuss something else, man. That's why I'm telling you this.
Right.
So
yeah, I'm not.
I'm saying, well, I'll call you right now and we can discuss, bro.
Let him finish, though.
Let me finish.
Okay, fine, sure.
I battled about.
Yeah, but let him finish his point, though. Let him finish his point.
Real McGee, he let me on, right? He just said, "Come on," right? He says, "Get on," and I promise you won't be kicked, right? Or you won't be kicked. And after about an hour and a half, it was about an hour and a half on. Exactly what Real told them not to do, they do it. And so now Jupiter is no longer mod, right? So I can happily say I got her fired from her job.
Yeah, that'll last like maybe a couple days, bro. Celts.
Yeah, I know she'll back. I know she'll be back on again. She owns the channel. She's basically running the channel. But
yes,
I battled about 10 of them at the same time, right? Where Real was saying, "Why is all ganging up on Betty? So you're not to do that, and you're not to kick anyone." But anyway, I done it anyway. But have a guess who came on and took the side of all the Jupiter and the Tommy Robinson people. Rafida Ali Khan gets on and starts siding with them like all the Shia Rafida do, all the 12ers, which they're famous for. He gets on and starts bigging up Jupiter, bigging up all the Tommy Robinson
this is a false allegation. Where's the evidence?
All
Why
right,
are you making a false allegation? I mean,
I'll post the video.
Yeah, I highly doubt that, Kelts,
all right,
bro.
I'll post the video.
I swear, no. What?
I'll post the video, right? I'll post the video. Hold on. I'll post the video. Hold on. This
and you can't. You been bigging up Jupiter, yeah?
Yeah, the Rafa.
No, I swear down. I swear down, but it would be good anyway.
Doesn't sound like you, mate. It don't sound like you.
Auntie Jupiter.
Watch here, Dan, I'll post the video. I'm gonna post it now. Hold on. Right? I'll post the video. This is what the Rafida Shia are famous for, siding with the enemies of Islam. They'll go with the far right, Nazis, you name it, to side with go against the Muslims. I'll just post it now. Right? Watch them bigging up the far right and Jupiter and all the Tommy Robinson people. Watch. Yeah, let the madness begin.
Everything okay? Did I miss something? What's going on?
What's going on?
I don't know. Aime and AC supposed to have some topics. What's popping? Hello.
Yo.
All right. Cool. Aime,
Yo.
you there?
Aime. Oh shit, man.
Okay. Maybe she just stepped away from her phone or something. I don't know.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Bro, I really need to. Celts,
Oh,
Celts. If you want to do this, are you there? Are you there again now, Celts? No, he's not. I was gonna say we should do this again.
Okay.
We could do it on my panel another time, maybe. But shit. All right.
But yo, Celts,
you there?
Man, what the hell's going on?
What the fuck?
You know what happened? That my call got disconnected and I had to reach.
I am here, yeah.
Oh, you are.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, Abu Bilal. You're not the same Abu Bilal that was on earlier, or are you the same one?
No, I'm a different one.
I know you support Raspek's channel, right? Same guy, right?
Kind of support him. I don't necessarily, but yeah.
Well, I think I saw you donate to him or something, right?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know how much you know about this succession thing, but if you know more, obviously some of these guys don't necessarily know some of the stuff, and I don't want to have the conversation without it being like kind of balanced or whatever.
Well, check the back chat. I posted something in the back chat. Have a read of that first. Hold on, Celts. Have a read of the back chat and tell me what you think of that.
There's a video on Real's channel called "Let the Madness Begin," and we fast forward it until about the 6th hour, and you'll see Rafida Ali Khan jumping on and saying, "Yeah, you are right. You are big up Jupiter, big up. He's bigging up the Tommy Robinson."
Where's this video? This video?
It's called "Let the Madness Begin." It's on Real's channel. Go to the 6th hour, and you'll see him.
No, I'm gonna explain what is going on about.
Yeah. Let Ali Khan explain. Go ahead, buddy. Yeah.
No. So all.
Weren't you bigging up Jupiter yesterday?
Shut up.
Weren't you bigging up Jupiter?
Yo, Celts. Let him reply, bro. Let him explain, man. Go ahead, man.
Right. He was talking about a flipping far right. The topic was about far right brainwashing. I might have. I don't know if I did. I said big up Rio for saying all the far right are brainwashing. If I agree with Rio on one point, or maybe I don't even know. Maybe I agreed on one point, and that was about
And
the
you
far
agree
right
with, you were big
brainwashing.
enough Jupiter, weren't you, as well?
Hold on, Kelt.
Well,
Hold
not
on.
really big
Kelt,
up
let him finish. Let him finish.
It was real. It was real who I bigged up, not flipping Jupiter.
No, listen to the chat. Everyone go to the when you later. Just add and watch it later in your spare time.
I'm gonna watch it now. I'm gonna deal with you now on a live stream. Hassan, I'm meeting you. Deal with this guy.
Hold on.
We're
So
gonna deal
Kelt,
with this guy on my live stream now.
It's the
yeah,
video.
okay, hold on. So Kelt, you're saying it's on Let the Madness Begin. And
Yeah,
it's about
let the
6
madness
hours in.
begin.
Is that what you said?
No, fast forward it to the 6th hour, and he's on for about maybe 20 minutes in a 20-minute period.
Cool.
And then you'll see him bigging up Jupiter and saying, "Yeah, you have to get these people. Yeah, this is what He was bigging them up. And
I mean,
everybody.
I'll be honest with you.
This is what
Ali,
they
why
do.
was you doing that, Ali? Why was you bigging up Jupiter?
You see?
Ali?
Yo, I'll be honest with you, Kelt. I don't know if I don't know. Firstly,
yourself. Listen to
yeah, I'm gonna listen to it, of course, man. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to it myself. I don't really know.
On the panel.
He was bigging them up.
Nasser, salam alaikum, bro. Yeah. So
Come on.
Nasser, no, yesterday was I bigging up Jupiter? Whenever I've ever gone on Rio's panel and bigged up Jupiter, I go on Rio's panel and say, right, if I go on Rio's stream, I say big up Rio as a private way.
Ali, why are you always getting yourself into madness, bro?
No, this random Celtic guy goes around attacking my face. I'm going to defend it. If he makes some,
Ali, did you do
So is that why you were bigging up Jupiter?
Ali, did you do it? Ali, did you big up Jupiter? Yes or no?
Listen.
Honestly, I can't remember.
Ali, let me tell you the truth. Let me tell you the truth.
Jupiter. I don't think he meant it then. Listen, he don't remember. Let's just leave it.
I think what happened. Jupiter was
sneaky they are. To see how sneaky the Shia are. See the way they go behind the backs of the Muslims. And
now, Hassan, deal with this guy now. We're going to debunk all the Shia phobia now. You're just a Shia phobe, mate. So
you see how sneaky they are.
Okay, I'm not even big up Jupiter. I remember now. I didn't even bigger up. I said big up Rio. I didn't never say Jupiter.
Okay. You know, in Germany, there's a video. I'll post that because this Hassan said, "Oh no, you're lying. There's video in Germany in 2015 of Shia waving his Hezbollah flags, marching, giving.
Wait a second. Wait. What did I say that you're lying? Wait. What did you say that? What did I say that you were lying about? What are you talking about? About what?
Have you seen how much bullshit this guy makes up?
We're waving their yellow Hizbut Shaitan flag and siding with Nazis. And
Yo. Well, go on, man.
Yo,
go on, man. We're done, man. Religion's done for the day.
Belly, I came in the panel.
Anyway, Hassan brought it up. Hassan, it was him.
Listen, man, you're Belly.
We were talking about.
He did that on your panel, bigged up Jupiter.
Ali, let me talk for a second. The real thing, what happened? Jupiter was slandering fucking Land of Celts, in it, and you was just saying big up. So it came across that he was bigging her up when she was saying about him. But I didn't come on the panel for that. I just came to say if anyone's looking for any work here on the back chat, there's a list of bare jobs, lad. Bare jobs.
I know.
Well done, bro.
Big up, Nasser.
I'm out.
Good looking out,
All
man.
right, I didn't say that to defend, so I don't know what Nasser's saying.
All right, yo, Ali, man, calm your yourself down, bro, man. Relax now, man. Let's get a different topic going, man.
Okay.
Again, let's get like the numbers are dropped now as well. So everyone's 5% topic still.
This guy's making allegations.
Yeah, all right, bro. Calm down, man.
You're guilty. You are
Ali,
guilty.
calm down, man.
Take him away.
You're shouting like a girl, bro. You sound like my missus, fam. Yo, Aime, you there? Oh, go on, Earth calling Aime, you there?
I don't think she's
Where's
there.
she at? Yo, AC, where you at?
She's there, yeah. She's there.
She's there, yeah?
She says she's muted, I think. She's muted.
Yo, yeah, you gotta come off mute, girl. It's time to take the stage, girl.
We tried to get a hold of her belly a little bit, but she hasn't been replying for a few minutes, so I don't know. Maybe she's away from her phone.
Hassan, bring that, bro, share your screen now and bring that evidence. You made an allegation against me, so prove it now.
Yeah,
No one cares
Ali
about
Khan, listen.
if you're bigging
If
up
Jupiter
Jupiter.
was talking shit about Celts and you bigged her up for that, you could just say that. You could say, "Yo, yeah, maybe she was talking shit about you.
She
Yeah,
was
maybe I did. That's
insult-
fine."
And you know what he done? When she was attacking the Prophet Muhammad, he still bigged her up.
No, bro. Please be clear, man.
He still
There's
bigged
no,
her up.
I'll tell you right now, before going to even hear the evidence, that there's no way in hell that he did that.
Listen to
This
it.
guy, he's like militant about that shit, man. Trust me, there's no way he would do that, man.
All right, listen to it then. You don't believe?
Sure, I
me?
will.
Listen.
Sure.
Anyway, come on. Go on to another discussion. I don't want to know about it. He bigged her up. He loves Jupiter. So move on.
Like you want to give it something up to the bum. Like you want to pull down Crunchy's trousers.
He wants to be adopted.
Leave that. Leave it. We'll go watch it and then we'll clarify on it on stream and stuff. Don't worry about it. Okay, man?
All right, yeah, man. Walk on first. What you saying, man?
Walk on, G. How we doing?
That's some, bro.
Yeah, cool, man.
Assalamu alaikum.
Cool.
I've got a question for Ali.
That
will help. That will help you guys.
Wait. If it's a religious question, we have to leave it.
What?
No. It's just it's not a religious question. It's honest. It's an honesty question. That's all.
Right, go on then. What is it?
I just want to clarify something with you. That's all. Look, it's about the religion. All I want to know is, okay, so he's a Shia, but why did he say to everyone a Sunni? That's all.
I'm not even a Shia in the first place, so why are you making it rubbish up?
But did you not say that though?
Yeah, he was lying. He was lying.
When I said,
hold on, whoa, Faz, what are you talking about?
Wait,
this guy said, all right. This guy told everybody he was.
Hold on.
Actually,
Pause.
Belly doesn't want us to talk about this.
Yeah, man, allow it, man. I swear, man said it weren't going to be a religious.
Yeah,
question.
No. I'm just asking you. Why is he not being honest?
Wait, bruv. Listen, that's a religious question, though. Are you a Shia or are you a Sunni?
No. I'm saying why? No. Vellemy. Did you lie?
Yo, forget that. Scrap that. Yo, Amy, what are you saying, man? Let's get your topics popping off, man. Don't worry about who's on the panel right now. Start your topics, yeah?
Amy,
hi, Amy. Welcome.
So you can get your topics popping off, like.
I want to know
think
your
we
view of the
maybe tone it down a bit from religion. So, I want to know what everyone's opinion is on like body modifications. Like, say, they get like stuff like that, or even that from that to plastic surgery.
Yeah, mad against
best person, Amy. Best person to bring on that is Raj.
Amy, I was gonna say that. Did you know in Brazil, Amy, that
he likes playing with body modifications?
In many cases in Brazil, they consider plastic surgery oftentimes to be medically necessary. There was actually like one of the founders kind of their plastic surgery kind of conceptuality or whatever is from his perspective, he's saying that it's even good for mental health. So by that argument, they cover plastic surgery under their government healthcare. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
You know, Amy.
Sometimes even here, like it's covered sometimes on the NHS as long as it's for like a good reason. But I just think with people like women who just want to get their boobs bigger or stuff like that, I think with things like that, all that happens is it goes on Instagram, and the younger generation then want.
Yeah, that's very valid. Yeah,
that is.
And worse, like now women these days have lips like. I don't even know what they're trying to look like.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
I've seen them. Yeah, they're like something out of a circus. Like it's even
like,
insane.
People now they go to like backstreet ones as well, don't they? Like get it done cheaper.
Did you see it? What a lot of women are dying from in America. You know these butt injections. Did you see that?
No.
They're injecting some type of like a cheap, real ultra cheap, like Botox into them. It's like gel or something, and they're getting blood poisoning. They're dying. A lot of them are dying. Yeah, I was like,
oh my god, there's the tanning ones as well, isn't there? You can get tanning injections.
I never heard that. I never heard of that, but
you can get tanning injections, and there's this woman that I read about. She does it that much, like she looks like,
You mean
never
change the colour of
never
your
buy
skin?
anything from China. Okay, that's why.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's another. Never buy anything from China. There was always a
Yo,
problem.
have you heard, Amy? Have you heard about breast implant disease? I think they call it. Have you heard about this?
No.
Yeah, it leaks in. It leaks
So
into the body.
basically, doctors have kind of like refuted this, and some people in scholarship have kind of said no, this is like made up. But there's tons and tons and tons of evidence of women that have had implants that not just from leaking, but even just from having the implants, they're doing some sort of toxicity it's causing within them, and they're having like crazy sickness and illness, and then they get the implants removed and everything fixes. It's actually nuts.
They're both.
See,
I saw a documentary on
that
it.
doesn't surprise me either. That doesn't surprise me at all, because like things people don't understand, the things on your body are like your body's used to how that's made. So if you're going to put like stuff that like monster stuff that your body doesn't know what the fuck is going on, then it's just going to try and fight it like any normal body would. So I just don't understand it anyway. But
they're legal.
But what about like breast reduction surgery, Amy?
well, that I think for people, even
that's different.
needs to get their boobs bigger. Like if it's for confidence and stuff like that, then that's understandable. But there's people that go like beyond ridiculous, and it's because of what everyone sees. It's like women do follow like Instagram. I used to follow Instagram a lot, and I used to want to like lose weight and stuff like that, and it has a massive influence. I don't know about men, but I know on women it definitely does. Like they feel like they need to then go get the next.
They're like sticks. Like for a while in the mid 2000s, I remember all the women was this like Angelina Jolie. She started it. She started that trend. This sort of like stick thin, horrible. Like personally, me and I know a lot of men do not like this skinny women thing. I don't know, maybe there is, but I do not like it. I think women should have a bit of meat on them, not like
definitely
like stick thin. They look sick. That's what they look. They think they look good, but they look sick. They look like they have some type of a disease because they're so skinny. You've seen these
there are like some women obviously are skinny because they can't gain weight. So like them ones I feel sorry for, because it's a case of like women should be confident in like whatever they are. That's the issue, I think, is some people say, oh, it's nice to be curvy or it's nice to be skinny, but it's not just so you can just be whatever you want to be. Like,
but
do you get what I mean?
A lot of these women that are naturally thin, they look normal because they're not. You know, it's like a man or a woman who's naturally thin. They don't look a certain way. Their body is adjusted to it. Where a lot of these ones that were bigger and they lost all the weight, you can tell that that's not what their body was like.
Well, then they have like excess skin and stuff like that, don't they? So they also get like that on their breast. So
you see, Angelina Jolie, her mother died of breast cancer, and she got that thing. What do you call it? Her breast taken off, or what? There's a name for it.
Reduction.
Actually, they found a gene in her, I think in her DNA or something that said that she has a much higher propensity to have breast cancer. So they did a preventative measure, I think, and they removed her breasts. Yeah.
But they just took it out just in case.
Yeah, basically, the argument was, I think it was like a 50% chance or 1 in 3 chance that she'd have breast cancer. So they preemptively removed the breasts. It's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't mind. I think that there's some validity there for sure.
Yeah. So say with you guys and Instagram, does Instagram have like a massive effect on like, say if you see men on Instagram, does that have an effect on like how you view yourself and stuff like that?
I'll be honest with you. I'm sure that it does, but I bet you'll hear way less about it than you would hear about it from women, because women, from my perspective, they're much more comfortable speaking about these types of feelings and things like this, but guys almost never are.
Yeah, but
so
this is why
you just wouldn't hear about it.
This is why men.
It's Afghan candidate. I'm not Afghan candidate. Why is he saying I'm Afghan candidate? I've gone back in the stream. Mr. Afghan is saying I'm Afghan.
What?
Yo, Ali Khan,
bro,
you gotta do social
wait,
cues,
hold
bro.
on. Yo, Ali, but we need to stop with that girly stuff, man. When you start doing that high pitched quarreling and that, man. Yeah, man.
Hey, Vellemy, I need to go, but where's that Sir Faz gone? Is he still here?
Flipping making lies about me. What do you mean? I'm
all right, so 11 o'clock.
Yo, test.
1 minute. All right,
Can you hear me?
Dan. 1
Can you hear
minute.
me?
1 minute. Yeah, don't
Yo,
worry about you, Dan.
Yeah, no, I've got a new mic. I'm just trying to.
Don't worry about you. Don't worry about you. It's all about me now.
No. Hold on.
Don't
Test.
worry.
Is this better? Is this better?
Yeah, you was loud enough before.
No, I'm louder now.
That was a bit rude, you know, Raj.
Yeah, I know. I need.
That was quite rude, you know.
Yeah, well, you know I'm rude. So what do you want to do?
Well, then fuck off,
Go
then,
ahead,
innit?
Raj.
You want a cookie?
You have the podium, bro. Go ahead.
You want a cookie? Do you? You want a cookie? A Blue Peter bag? What do you want? All right. So on Friday, I can do the. We can do the chat with Sir Faz. Raindrop at 11 o'clock. 11 p.m. Jump onto Manny's show. Jump onto Manny's show. Oh, shut your mouth, you fat prick. You want to be a gangbanger.
Salam alaikum, bro.
Always talking about selling food. What's food? What's food, What's food? Why do you sell food?
Hey, you know what,
around
yeah? That's becoming my new favorite word, you know. Ganja. You ganja.
Yeah. So why do you sell food around the UK? Why do you sell food around the UK? What is food? What is food? You said you sell food around the UK. You know gangbangers and badmans all over the place. What badman and gangbangers? You probably know little 12-year-old boys and stuff like that, you little weirdo. You nonce. You don't know no one, Gunjad. Pussy dash, shut your mouth. When you gonna roll up like you said, I'm gonna roll up to your house, I'm gonna roll up. You don't roll up anyway, you fat prick. Just roll up your chin.
Big up, Raj. Big up, Raj.
Roll up your chins, Gunjad. You wanna be Ottoman?
Sorry
you're
about that.
Indian. You're more Indian than I'm an Indian. And you think you're an Ottoman. Pause it, man.
Raj, CYO, Raj, used to.
I know you
we were talking.
And this guy comes on and he ruins it.
Yeah, you man, you gotta calm down though, still, because obviously.
And it was a serious conversation, and this guy. Whenever I jump on, everyone follows me.
It was a serious conversation, and then
no,
you jumped in.
Hold on. I jump on, yeah. Hold on 1 minute. I jump on, then everybody follows me, and they like little schoolgirls running after me. Like, what is wrong with you?
Why don't you guys just get
why follow me?
Anyways, you're trying to find your show.
That's what I'm saying. Yo. Hold on. So Manny Cinder show times Veli Vision on Friday night. That's Sir Raz, Sir Faz, versus Raj. Yeah. But basically, what? Yeah, Sir Faz and guest versus Raj and Raindrop. Yeah.
No, I'm not getting involved in it now.
No. Right. So.
We're promoting it on Valley's
Raindrop and guest versus Raj. Sir Faz and guest.
Yeah, 1 minute. Hassan, stop crying all the time, you little bitch. They embarrassed you last night. Khan was saying that, you'd convert to Sunni Islam under Sharia, rah. You're such a weirdo. Grow some.
We have had the bit again, Khan.
All right, so Veli, so what's gonna happen on Friday? We're gonna do the show. I might get involved, but I need you to do one thing for me. Yeah.
What's that?
You gotta make sure he's not on coke. You have to make sure he's not coke. No, I'm not even joking. No, dude, I'm not even joking. Yeah. I don't care what you
comments,
do.
Man.
No, hold on. I don't care.
Trying to plug the stream, whatever. Good, you did it.
Stop crying.
Allow it now.
Stop crying. So basically, I spoke to him.
Just don't do dumb shit. He's trying to tell you to have a proper debate, and now you're coming out here talking about
Belly. I'm talking to Belly. Stop crying, Hassan. So basically,
because Belly lives with Faz, right?
Hassan, stop crying.
Come on,
stop crying all the time. So basically, I spoke to him again on the other day, and he sounds like he's back on the coke. I'm not even joking to you. Yeah. And so I'm saying to you, I want a certificate. Tell him to go to the police.
What about there?
No, look, you just.
No, I'm just talking to the guy.
No, I'm saying get some proof from the police or something. Like, tell him to go and get a drug test. I can't talk to him when he's coked.
Yeah, that bullshit, man.
Dude, I'm not even joking. Yesterday, he was on the stream. He was coked at his head again.
Raj,
Ugandan prick.
Raj, I need to have a word
Ugandan
with you
prick.
about something separate as well.
Sorry, big up Raj, big up
Okay,
Raj.
well, I'm gonna go
Because basically, Raj, just to let you know what it is, I
wait.
feel like I'm catching undue flack for for basically things.
Now listen, you can't. Wait. Hold on. You can't. You lot can't sway the topic. Yeah, you got to stay on. To the, if you lot jump on, if you lot jump on and say whatever you're gonna say, at least contribute towards the topic that we already had running. You know what I'm saying? Like Amy's
which was
started off
body modification. So Raj, are you still going to become a tattoo artist?
Yeah, I am actually thinking about becoming a tattoo artist now.
Raj, you get paid bucks, man.
Yeah, I know. I've looked here. I could kill it in that because my my inking skills are next level. I'm not trying to big myself up, but that's what I was always good at when I was younger, being able to draw with ink pens and you know. So
Raj,
for me,
serious question.
The only reason I wouldn't do it is because of my family, because they wouldn't like it. But I'm thinking about it now because a lot of people ask me to design. I've actually got a client that I'm designing a tattoo for. I'm gonna put something in the back chat of actually someone putting my design on their back.
I'll do it.
Let me put it in the back chat now. Let me show
Raj,
you. Yeah.
Would you potentially I don't know, put like a tattoo on some fat ugly person's ass?
Dude, I'm not touching no one, man.
That's what I'm saying. You have to touch people, innit?
Yeah, this is my biggest problem.
You gotta wear your gloves.
This is the problem. I don't really want to speak to anyone. I'll tell them to shut up, sit down, don't talk to me. Let me do my thing. So this is a guy that's used my design on his back. So if you look in the back chat now, this is a design I done. He didn't ask me. I don't know who he is. I want to find out who it is.
Big up Captain Rambo.
But that's actually my design. I did that. Where did I do it? So
that's sick. Raj, that's sick.
So here's my original drawing. Here below it.
Yeah, big up, Captain.
I did that years ago, and so some people are using my designs anyway. So I might.
Yeah, that's sick, you know, bruv.
Yeah, so I can also draw. So the thing is, I can draw in color as well. So if I have to, you know, I could do it. So I'm seriously thinking about it. So
you should set yourself up. Just do backs. I reckon if I was going to be a tattoo artist, a back.
If you look at this drawing,
is the ideal
if you look at this drawing of this Sikh superhero, that's all done in ink and pen. Yeah. It's basically almost identical to a tattooist because my pens that I use are very kind of like fine tip, and so I can do. I know 100% I can do it. I don't know if I need training though. I don't want to kill anyone.
Even if it was a case like you done the drawings, you could easily sell them to a tattoo artist.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. So especially stuff like because some people would love to have like the Joker because I can do. These are in pencil though. The Joker one, but I can create that in pen and ink if I have to. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, God, big up. Yeah, so, hey, Raj, sit down on the panel for a bit, man, and contribute towards the conversation.
Yeah, Raj.
Don't just dip in and out like that, yeah?
No, it's not that I want to dip in and out, yeah. The point is, all of these people have got, like, they just got
no one's attacking you right now, man. Just chill out and relax. Relax, bro. Just chill out for a second. Relax, man. Aime's controlling the panel for a bit. Big up man like Captain Rambo in the building. We got a superstar panel in the building right now. You get me? But basically, no one's attacking. Wait, listen. Chill out, bro. Like I just keep saying, bro, no one's not even attacking anyone right now. Yep. All it is just that everyone's just contributing towards a topic that's been brought up. Like it's gonna flow in between different bits and pieces and try and roll like that. You get me? Like, right. Instead of the same old bullshit from fucking Speaker's Corner every week, we're gonna try and come with different.
Right, you're welcome. You're welcome, man. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know I'm welcome, and it's just that certain other people keep on crying like Hassan.
Yeah, he's calm. Anyway, Aime, you're gonna take control, yeah? I need to jump off and fix another boiler real quick. So
you're doing boiler work at the same time.
You're in control. You know what I mean? Come on, we gotta get this crime. We gotta fund the revolution, B. Come on, shit. Guns ain't free. Guns ain't free, Raj.
Oh, I heard Lander Kelt's got some guns.
I've no guns. You said I'm a man of peace and love.
I've seen
I'm
some
a man of peace and
screenshots.
love, Raj.
I've seen some screenshots with some loaded guns.
Living in love.
Yo,
Raj, I am a man.
Yo, yeah, big up Captain, man.
There you
what? Can you
Yeah, we can hear you, man. We can hear you still.
big up everybody on the panel? Big up the chat. Yeah. Big up that. And
Big up yourself, Captain. Long time no link, you know.
I know. I tell you the truth, bro. Yeah, I'm trying to get the fuck away from you.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm trying to say, bruv. That's why man's trying to. Hey, Rambo, hold on a sec, fam. That's why man's trying to do the thing where I'm getting people that's not at Speaker's Corner, that don't even know about Speaker's Corner, to start bringing up different topics, so we can talk about different shit as well, like shit that's actually in the real life. You get me? In the real world, not just this same. You're Sunni, you're Shia. I don't give a shit about none of that.
That is a great question, Amy. What is Speaker's Corner?
Amy, listen. Don't ever know what Speaker's Corner is and just forget about that question. No one answer that question for her. Leave her to not know what about it. Stay away from it and just start. You keep on the topics that you've got right now, yeah?
That's it.
And then we'll go through them, innit? Like,
Speaker's Corner's a bit like Lord of the Rings. You know the ring? Once you know about the ring, you go a bit mad.
Fucking
Ignore the ring. Ignore the ring. Don't talk about it.
Yeah, forget about it.
Amy.
Yeah.
Amy. Remember Nightmare on Street? Yeah? Remember Nightmare on Street, yeah? That's Speaker's Corner. Once you go there, you start having nightmares. You start getting paranoid. Anybody talks to you. You feel there's something you said on the fucking videos. That's why the moment I jumped on, Raj got fucking paranoid. Yeah?
Always planning for me. he's always rinsing me like every last time in him and Squire were like freaking like totally like
but Raj, back off, bro. Everybody said that. Nobody ain't putting you, bro.
That's all he did. He jumped on and said, F off, Raj. F off. F off, Raj.
Raj,
yeah. No one's bullying you today, though, man. So
I don't get bullied, but I'm saying that I don't want to ruin the conversation.
No one's attacking you.
Look.
Raj's friend Ralph got on the panel today.
That's not Raj's friend.
Hold on, Phil. Billy. Yeah, I just want to explain something to somebody. To some of you lot. I ain't going back to the Speaker's Corner no more, no. You know why? I believe that everybody talks all what goes on in Speaker's Corner on the damn panels anyway. Yeah? I could be that fucking Dan right now. I could watch your clips and just talk the same shit 12 hours a day. It's very easy. What it was, Billy. Oh, Dan. I only went to Speaker's Corner to really talk to the younger youth, to the younger man, to tell you the truth. I didn't go up to disrupt nobody or anything, bro. I got caught up in the whirlwind of stupidness, and that's not me, bro. I'm a person. No, I'm a mentor, bro, and I'm a boxing coach. I still do the fucking ABA boxing coach. Yeah. Stuff. Most of the stuff what drove me to gang and drove me to the park was all those issues, bro. The knife, the gun crime. Why is it so much youth who's really homeless now? I'm seeing more homeless youths now than anything else. I thought homelessness belonged to people who's over the age of 30, bro. Or who's washed out. Nah, bro. I'm seeing youth homeless now, bro. Yeah. And these are the issues I don't hear them talking about. So with me,
but that's what I'm saying, bruv. Hold on. You see, like the other day on the panel, that's why I'm saying that man's trying to have real topics and real subjects. You get me?
Yeah, bro. But shall I tell you what? I'm gonna be real with you. I'm getting to the point. I don't want to talk about religion or none of those stuff. I want to talk about what's affecting us as in this community, what we live in. Because if you ain't working, you're on fucking universal credit, bro. Yeah? And you can only hustle on the side, bro. And you can't even make hustling your full-time job now because you'd be fucking doing 4 years by the time you know it.
So these are the stuff I'm trying to put to the man them. If you want to talk to me about that, talk to me about that, bro. Know what I mean? I will take that. Sorry.
That's what we're doing right now. That's what we're doing right now. So,
Vellemy, hold on, Vellemy. Aime, I beg you, please be the one like Dan and Vellemy to come out with something constructive for fucking once. I like when people like to put me in the corner a bit, man. I don't want to talk about religion or none of that.
Religion. I hate talking about religion. That's one thing I hate. But in regards to, like, say, gangs and stuff like that, me, myself, I'm from Devon, so I see none of it. Like, from what I'm aware, there's not gangs in Devon. So how do children get involved with, like, how are they surrounded with that? What is it that brings them into gangs that people can stop?
First of all, let's really deal with it like this. A real gang really came from, when you was a child, like you was in infant school or nursing, you tell your mum tell you to hold that hand, hold her hand, hold his hand. Yeah? What I'm trying to basically say to you, I was involved in gangs from a young age.
One thing I'm going, so you need to give it some shit up the bum and pull his trousers down. I'm going now, bye.
Oh my God, what happened there?
Fuck no.
He's gone mad.
Right? What I was basically saying, a lot of gangs really started off by the parents pulling together the children. Yeah, that's how gangs really come about. So I gotta be honest with you. When I was aware of like being involved in a gang, I was saying to a lot of people from I was like 11 years old. As I went into secondary school, I kind of knew my friends from primary school, and we used to always sit together, go to school together, go to the arcades together, and we were like that at first. Then what happened? We always say the music, but I realized, being a full-grown man, most rappers never lived the lifestyle we did. They didn't live on council estates. They didn't go to public schools. They didn't really live the lifestyle we actually live.
That's the old rappers. The new rappers might have now, though.
Yeah, but even with that, like I went to a public school. I grew up on a council estate, and like my council estate was nothing like you're explaining. Like there was obviously some antisocial behaviour from like the teenagers, but we don't really have in our area because we don't need them. That's why we don't have them there, because they're not really needed there.
Well, hold on. Aime, let me just get in there. So that assumes that there's a need. So do you feel that?
No, but like in regards to what was just said, how brought up on a council estate, like some people haven't done that and they've gone to private schools and stuff like that. I grew up on a council estate and I haven't gone into a gang. So what is it about council estates in London or in bigger areas that make gangs needed to be there? Like it's all about selling drugs.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I don't think need was the word, but I understand what you're saying. What is the difference? I think she's saying.
Why does it get glamorized or whatever you think you mean?
Done. The same way some men used to stand outside a fucking chip shop. If the police roll by, they'll look at them as a gang. If the authorities go by, a group of kids on BMXs, they could be categorized as a gang. It's depending on what authority is looking at a particular youth or youth as antisocial. Antisocial behavior is only associated with young people. When a group of men hang around outside a pub, or you have a group of adults hanging outside the off license with a drink, they're not considered to be as a gang, bro. Yeah? 100%. And this is the problem with where the label
it does depend. It does depend. But what I would say, I mean, you can point to, I mean, if you're aware of like the subcultures of the 60s, we had the mods and the rockers in the 60s.
Yeah, and everything. The rude boys.
And out of that emerged
when there was poor white areas, there was poor white gangs as well, innit?
Yeah, 100%.
And there've been Sikh gangs, there've been Pakistani gangs.
Muslim
loads
gangs.
of different gangs. I mean,
Mainly
there
down
was
to poverty, I like.
there was shared up. I mean, I think this could be. I mean, I might be wrong, but a kind of like a sense of being belonging to something and a bigger kind of cause,
Yeah.
or a bigger kind of group or family, and you might not have that at home.
Yeah.
So when you're going out and then you got like your mates and you see them like your brothers and stuff like that, and then from an outside it looks like a gang, but to them they're probably just mates who got each other's backs. You go,
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
definitely.
Yeah,
They all come from the same sort of situation.
like drugs and money now. That's the issue. It's the olders that are getting the youngers to be runners to make the money, and then that becomes their life. Then from a child, they're being
let me say something, Amy. There's a group, a Sikh group called Shared Up Punjab. It started off as a way to kind of like defend their girls, but it went into drugs at the end. Nearly all groups become corrupted at some point. So you'll see the Shared Up Punjab it started with good intentions, but by the end, by the 90s and the 2000s, the guys were running drugs at the same time. Some of them. And it happened with the Crips, it happened with the things. All of this stuff started off originally as kind of protecting the community, but then you get bad apples start infiltrating, they take advantage of the group, and then they start kind of like tarnishing the whole group. But normally these gangs start off as like mates trying to protect their neighborhoods, trying to protect themselves, and then it starts descending into what you call illegal activities with drugs and stuff like that after.
Good with you on that. Raj, just to pinpoint a bit more, yeah? No, it's very true.
Oh my God.
Most gangs, first of all, they started off doing, or or a couple of individuals within that gang started off doing street robberies, thieving, and all sorts of stuff. Not all gangs or group of youths have that gang mentality of having all the bling bling and doing all the drug chasing. It all started off with protecting themselves, protecting their community, as you're saying, bro. Yeah, what has been going on since then? The bro. What do we say? Hollywood, the movies portrayed a gang culture of drugs and gun shootings and all of that, and we, as youths in the community, mimic that. Or did we actually submerge into it? Because what happened, the drug, like youths, don't, like all these drugs are imported in the communities, to tell you the truth. All of these weapons are like guns are brought into the community. Manufactured weapons like knives and stuff, you could get them out of your mum's kitchen drawer. You could get them out of the kitchen drawers. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, you lot, big up, yeah. Keep this conversation going. I've got to jump off real quick.
Can I ask you something that Maki was saying the other day? He was saying that in his days, boys used to just fight, and now they're using knives, and he'd rather them punch each other up. And I kind of understood what you were saying, because when I was growing up, I mean, boys used to fight all the time. I'm not saying I did. In my school, like, there was always a fight, and like, you know, they'd resolve it, they shake each other's hands, and they'd call the next day. So he was saying that he wants to get back to a more kind of like, you know, you have a little bit of a punch up, and you might even resolve, but now people are killing each other rather than punching each other up.
Oh, look, let's say something.
Is that true?
Raj, let's be a bit more real, yeah? And if we look right back in the days of gang versus gang fights, yeah, there were all sorts of weapons at that time, bro. Like blade bats, knuckle dusters, yeah? Fucking kush, yeah? A fucking pole, a stick, a brick.
Barbers razors and shit, the little fucking fold out. People used to get slashed all the time.
Okay, even people used to have Mars bars. I know what you're saying, Danny, yeah? But what I was trying to say, it was half of that's a myth. No one didn't really fight fist to fist, if we have to be honest. There's no proof that any gang in the world was having a rivalry with other gangs from different areas, was fighting fist to fist all the time. Because the history of the Black Panthers, not Black Panthers, the Blood and Crips, the first early shooting happened from a fist to fist fight. What blew that area of weight of rocks. That area at that time when a guy from the Crips shot a black, and it just caused mayhem, everything. But what I'm basically saying, weapons involved, bro. Like we see our parents used to have pub fights, ashtrays, glass bottles got involved, bro, or beer glasses. Yeah, pint glasses, if you want to call it that. Yeah, ashtrays. You go to a nightclub, same thing.
Yeah, but what's different now then? What is the major difference now? Why is there so many street stabbings? and stuff?
That's to land on this point. The difference now, it's been more highlighted, it's more in the media, bro. Yeah.
All right. So on that point, I'll come in if you don't mind, Captain Rambo. So, you know how they used to talk about. I mean, it's a really cliche term. And once politicians started bandying it about, I think it lost meaning. But the term street cred used to be used back in the day. So if you've got street cred, then you've got kind of some reputation amongst, I guess you could say, a certain chunk of the population. And I mean, that depended on how high profile you were. I mean, because we can look back to people like the Crays, Ronnie and Reggie, and the Richardsons, and that kind of era in the 60s of like celebrity gangsters. And I think since then, we've kind of had like, basically, if you want to be big and bad and macho, and you want to,
yeah, you get tested. You want to go through initiations and stuff.
Well, yeah, it is though, isn't it? It is. I mean, you've got.
Yeah, I ain't gonna rule that out because you got places like South America. When a youth wants to join a gang, he might have to kill somebody. Yeah, I get that, bro.
I wasn't so much talking about that. I mean, I think what I was more to say in this day and age, the street cred thing is now what kids refer to as clout. They talk about clout. So having
clout chasing and shit,
and clout chasing and that sort of stuff. So certain. There's, I don't know, man. It's
I myself think there's lots of different aspects to this because
there's a lot of aspects. Social media adds basically like a personalized.
Dan, do you know of the statistics of like explosions from now? Because I remember, like I say it before, like when I was growing up. I mean, I was a nerd at school. No, I was very quiet. But there were always people fighting all the time. I don't remember people getting expelled though.
No.
I remember people getting like I saw some
people
real
used to get suspended.
Not even. I mean,
this is my theory. Yeah.
Even the suspension was very rare. I mean, I had someone chuck a chair at my head in a classroom in front of my teacher. He didn't get suspended. What happened? He got sent to the headmaster's office, and he was back.
There was a girl.
So what I'm thinking is that if you're at school, like so, a lot of these boys at school that are with, some of them are real ruffians, man. Like I thought they would turn into like freaking go in prison, but I've met some of them years later. And they're working good jobs. There might be whatever. So I think now, I'd like to know the statistics about how many people are being expelled for like normal boyish behavior that in my day wasn't really that much of a. It was the norm. It was just like normal.
Raj.
Yeah.
Like most youths today, let's not talk about youth. See, a lot of youths has been expelled or been excluded from schools because of this. Fighting in the park, fighting in the fucking playground, fighting in classes. They're saying a lot of youths it's been more higher cases now that a lot of youths has been bringing knives into schools. Yeah.
I mean, a knife and being expelled for that's one thing, but having a fight in a playground was just normal.
You know what? It's becoming more now. Youths has been fighting teachers more regularly now than in our days of going to school. You know what I'm saying? In the late 80s, 90s, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. Nowadays, most youths today doesn't give a fuck about none of that headmaster shit. None of that nonsense. You know what I mean? Sometimes you have to ask yourself, what is the mentality of our youth today? Because the fear factor is not like that no more with them.
I mean, I
hold on. Let me jump on here. Let me jump on here because I've got a real life experience here with this.
All right,
my son was literally just suspended last week, and he's only 8 years old.
Whoa.
And we were told he was suspended for pushing the teacher. Now, we didn't necessarily believe the story. We know he can be disruptive, but it didn't sound like him. So we've forced him to show us the video footage. And as far as I'm concerned, he was aggied up by 2 teachers and they put him in a fight or flight situation. And he chose flight. And I didn't even see the push, quite frankly. But he was suspended. And they've tried to cover up the whole thing. I had to call the police on them. I'm now writing to the Board of Governors and all of that shit. Now, from what I can see, schools seem more concerned about their Ofsted reports than actually dealing with kids in the right way.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is from my experience.
Yeah,
I've had
the
many
thing,
issues with these.
the thing
this
is
school.
now your kid's gonna have like a bit of a strike on his name. And think about it. If you didn't, my problem is this. I think that all right. So I look back at my school terms, and I remember so many boys that I thought were like freaking right thugs. I was terrified of them. And the thing is that now they're just normal human, like guys that go to the city, work and all that. Now, if it was happening now, what they were doing then, they would have been expelled, and maybe they would have just went into a life of crime. Maybe
Well, this is it. I think the school system is really where they're failing, because these kids are left with no education, nothing to do but sit around on road, and then it's about opportunity.
But the thing is,
after
and
that.
sorry to the females, I think it's to do with feminism. I'm being honest with you. They're
No,
feminazi. No, all right. So let me just. All right. So 1 minute. Let me just land on it, because the thing is, look, in my days, boys' behavior, although I was a nerd and a quite, but I knew boys were like rough and tumble. That was just the way it was. People used to spam you on the head.
You're talking about
And
teaching.
I'm talking about the women, the females coming into the school, and they're trying to impose the feminine kind of teaching style to boys, and saying, okay, if you behave in a boisterous way, you're a problem. Now that's to do with feminazi, not feminism. And so you're making boys, penalizing boys for normal behavior. I mean, in my playground, oh my god, the amount of shit they used to go on. Like, people used to go up to someone and spam them right in the head. Or they used to have that slapping thing. Remember with Tango? Like that would no one got suspended for none of that, and a lot of people were getting smacked up and stuff like that. So none of these children have turned into thugs that I know of, and none of them are in prison from what I know. There might be one or two.
No,
but I reckon that same behavior would get you a suspension, and then when you're suspended, you got a little tick on your name. You do something again, you might be expelled. Then you might go into what you call kind of a life of a crime.
This
You don't
is
know
the
what might
road
happen.
to the prison system, this for-profit prison system.
It's a pipeline, bro.
Yeah.
School to prison.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys, man. Out of all the friends that I had when I was younger, there was like a group of us, maybe like 15 guys. I would say at least 5 of them, are dead. So it's not. I know I'm listening to like the stories about kind of like not allowing this stuff. Like maybe some people don't end up being that bad and blah blah blah. I mean, I've seen some of this shit firsthand. Some of these shitheads, like some of them becoming shitheads and being in jail, and some of them getting killed. So, I mean, I don't think you could just make necessarily blanket statements one way or the other.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like, all right. So I was in 2 fights in my school year. I know everyone's gonna say, how could that happen, Raj? How dare you? But I was in a fight in a classroom one time, yeah. And all I got was somebody just took me upstairs to the headmaster. We got a little bit of a telling up. We went back down. I remember other fights. What I'm trying to say is that
Did you beat him up, Raj? Did you beat him up?
It was a kind of what it was. It was one of those kind of nerd versus nerd fight. It was really pathetic. I'm not gonna lie. Looking back, I'm like, everyone must have been like, that's
How
the
did it
worst
start?
fight. It was one of my best mates, and we never spoke again after that. So yeah,
Fucking hell.
it was my best mate. So what I'm saying is that then there's other cases like I think I can only remember one person in the whole time that I was at school that got expelled. Yeah. And that's a bit to expel someone. You've got to have, I think, a real good reason to do it, not just willy-nilly boyish behavior.
I think 3 suspensions you're expelled.
If someone's in a playground, they get into a little argument with someone, and then they have a little bit of a tussle and a bit of a punch-up. That shouldn't be worthy of a suspension. It should be worthy of you going to the headmaster.
How old are you, Raj?
I'm 43.
Oh, you're 3 years older than me, because with my school, I'm in Tottenham. And,
sorry, 44 actually. I forgot that I just turned.
Well,
and to be honest, we were always fighting with the other schools. To be honest, I mean, D&K was a pretty bad school.
That was coming, boy.
It's like we were always fighting, and I saw acid fall on people's faces and shit like that. I mean, there was weapons being used back then. It weren't no deaths necessarily. I mean, I do remember a couple people dying, but not in school time, after school, yeah, but not during school.
That's a different subject. I'm not talking about like school versus school. I'm talking about
we got suspended and expelled quite a bit in my school, quite frankly. Like,
a different scenario. You're going to another school, and it might be affecting the reputation of yours.
Yeah, it might be to do with areas.
I'm talking about like you're in school, and you suddenly might fall out with someone. You might have a little bit of a fight, and then what happens is
that's not the subject, though, man.
What I'm trying to say is that something.
Hold on. Hold
What I'm
on,
trying to
Rod.
say is
Rod,
when you get,
Rod, come
I'm
on, man.
thinking,
Stop shouting, man. Wait, hold on. What you were saying, somebody was talking about how the education and I would say most youths, yeah, like myself, was destined to fail. Simple reason why every fucking day the school teacher writes a report about you. Sometimes the person gullible to believe what the teachers do and say that how your child is every day. And that could be the reason why. But my man is talking about an 8-year-old youth, bro. He's talking about an age what is at that time where he's learning about himself. He's learning. When I mean learning about himself, I mean
Exactly. Yeah.
learning how to deal with his emotions, learning how to deal with his stress points. Children get assessed from that age. Yeah, and most youths do not leave school at the age of fucking 18 and become gangsters and go to jail, bro. Some kids have a rough patch through got through learning stages. Like this youth here is 8 years old and he's in primary school. So basically, he's through the primary development of learning. Now we was talking from the secondary point of view. My guy we was talking about how many youths get expelled and stuff. I said it's kind of very high now. And most of the reasons why is because of these youths is in a primary base of learning how to think for them themselves. Some of the thought patterns was running through their heads is like fantasy, and we all know that because every child at the age of 8 is really thinking about Batman, Spider-Man, and WF or some bots or something like that. Or it could be his dad. It's depending on who is his role model at that time. But most of all, he's in fantasy, and it doesn't help Ofsted and the school curriculum or the school board to penalize certain of these children. That's why most of these children is been labeled as hyperactive.
Well, you say that, but then they've already created. I mean, pupil referral units were created. I think in 1996.
In primary school, bro. Hold on, bro. I've been through it, bro. I used to go through behavior fucking programs, bro. They used to tell my mum they didn't have half of the names they had in the 80s what they got now to describe your child, bro. I hear youths got autistics now. We didn't have that when we were youths. Some people think taking your youth to Sunday school and having a bit of Jesus, holy water would help that child. I went through that procedure, bro. Yeah, growing up in the 70s and 80s, different labels, different terminologies. They didn't have the human rights or any rights. Was it like nowadays, bro? Yeah.
Teachers could get away with madness at school at that time.
Teachers used to beat you in the fucking 80s.
I don't know if you know, like they used to play this game like they'd make you run and they'd have a tennis ball, like a really hard tennis ball, and I'd whack it in the back of your head, you have to run from it. Like
This is all bringing back bad memories for Raj. Change topic.
running away here, and then
Commit suicide.
whacking the freaking tennis balls at the back of you. Like at the back of you.
Right, people are going to turn up with tubes of tennis balls at the park now.
I was already traumatized from that. I was fat, so they used to let me go a bit. I used to be like, they used to feel a bit sorry for me. Like, all right, that was okay.
Hey, what? Your PE teacher must have fucked you up in secondary school, yeah?
So let me ask: did any of you lot go to school? Did any of you lot go to school with anyone who was like remarkably intelligent but naughty or like,
I did.
disobedient or whatever?
Yeah.
Because I think
it reminds me of you, Dan. I kind of realized that you kind of markable, intelligent, and you just do fucking bad stuff, don't you, Dan?
Sorry about that, Mr. Rambo. Apologies, sir. My apologies.
What's the situation with truancy though? Because I used to truant a lot, so I used to get away with murder.
If I'd have ever truanted, my dad would have. No, man.
I had the time frame.
I couldn't do that.
I used to truant all the time, but they used to. My mum was strict enough that they know that they could call her, and then she would be on my phone straight away asking me where I was, and I was scared of my mum. So
yeah, but you're talking about when you got a mobile phone. My mum went India for 6 months straight, and my dad was just very he was working all day, so he didn't know what I was doing, and I just truanted all the time during that time, and the school really did anything.
Do you remember when they brought in the punishment for parents? So if you skip school and your parents didn't give you a reason, then your parents could get fined or whatever. They brought that in the 2000s.
Yeah,
they brought that in then, and that was like, I mean, I don't even know. For some kids, they still managed to get away with it. Just forge their parents' signature.
Back in the day, it was a lot easier. I mean, I left school about
That's really
halfway through the third year.
It's really strict now.
Yeah, I think one thing is if you got something you're good at, like I used to love drawing and art and pottery, and when I wanted to, I could just go to school all day and just sit in the art class if I like doing the breaks and stuff. So if someone's got something they like at school, I think that helps. But if you hate every subject, imagine that every subject you hate, it must be hell.
Sometimes it's not about not liking the subjects. You mean, I liked maths and science and even English, but I just didn't like school. I didn't like having to go to school every day and the way they kind of lord it over you as teachers, you know. And quite frankly, there was money to be made, so I made it. You know, it was easier
Ali,
just to skip school.
Abdul,
Yeah.
Abdul, listen to this, yeah, right? I had friends who were fucking A-class students, and you know what they had over us? Their parents were like my friends were Asian, and when they went to school, bro, yeah, they were very intelligent, but they just hated it. And what really helped them, their mums were first generation, that they didn't really understand English, yeah. But what they did, when it was time to do exams and buckle down, they did go to school. Most of the times, I think they were a bit too smart for fucking school. That's why some youths decide not to go into school some of the time. Some youths go to school, look at the maths book, and could fly through it. And they just say, fuck this, I'm not buying in. Some of it's nothing to do with bullying, nothing to do with that, bro. Sometimes
Sometimes it's the choices you make, isn't it? Like that's all it is.
Yeah, but the parents need to have to like smack their children once in a while as well. Like,
yeah, that doesn't always work though, man.
No, it worked with me. I'll tell you that straight now.
You're a pussy, that's why.
Yeah, well, you are pussy, you little conjure.
Yo,
That's your mouth, you little roadman, wannabe roadman.
Watch.
I'm talking about above below. Yeah.
Watch. Yeah. You got some kids whose parents used to beat the fuck out of them, and it didn't make no difference, bro. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about beating the F out of your thing. I'm talking about once in a while. Once in a while. So if you
kids, bro,
what I'm saying is this. No. What you do is you use it sparingly. Like I didn't go to my exams, and I only got one GCSE in art. My mum smacked me up. I deserved it. But I went back to school. Hold on, let me finish. I then went back to school and got 6 GCSEs, 3 A levels, and a degree. Now, if she didn't smack me up at that age when I was 16, I might have just thought, oh, screw it. I'm not going to do it. No one cares. Once in a while, you need it. Huh?
You get beaten before fucking 16 years old.
No, not really. No. I didn't really get hit that. No, it wasn't like that. It was just once. I've only been hit like 3 times, and every time I deserved it. I really deserved it. I'm not talking about like a little smack. I'm talking about full on like smack up, man, and I deserved it.
What Punjabi smack?
Yeah, full on. No, I deserved it. Like you use it sparingly. Like if you keep on doing it, it loses its power. I remember those smacks even today, and I'm like, well, I deserve that freaking. We call it tafir.
Raj. You got beaten in your that beating must have shocked you out of fucking a lot of things, innit?
Dude, I'm telling you straight now, even now I can feel them. Yeah, like I mean I deserved it, and I'm telling you, I remember waking up and like, oh, all right, what the I mean I'm telling you, it was one of the worst, and the thing is, it made me go back. I remember that. I was like, I'm not having that shit. I'm not gonna have that. And the worst thing is more the disappointment rather than the hit. It's a disappointment from your mother. And so I went back, and it forced me. Like I remember those slaps even now. Like okay, I don't want to feel that again. So I'm doing that emotionally as well. And I've got my GCSEs. Now I always think to myself, if she didn't do that, I might have just thought, screw it. I won't go to school. I won't redo my GCSE. So a bit of paternal kind of like discipline, like once in a while. I'm not talking about beat your children. I'm talking about if your kid steals a car and he comes home and he's like, oh yeah, no, smack him. Like make sure he understands or her that when you steal a car, you're going to be in the shit. Is that bad?
Yeah, that's
I don't
a good
know.
point, actually.
I'm talking about serious stuff where your life-changing stuff that they might have done to ruin their own lives. And I don't condone beating children. Before everyone clips this, saying that Raj agrees with beating children, I do agree with Abu Bilal I hope he had a lot of smacks. I really do, because I think he probably deserved it. Other than that, nobody else.
Has he been arrested?
Yeah.
Abu Bilal to go Speaker's Corner.
No, I didn't. No, I'm talking about Abu Bilal on the chat. The one that's the wannabe roadman.
Oh, okay.
He
don't know how to be a roadman.
It's like
He's
you
not
want to
being
do a
that.
wannabe
I was on the road. Yeah, when I was younger, I was doing this. Yeah, I was over there. I was
Didn't tell you
doing
anything
this. I
I
was
did.
doing that. I was doing this. Yeah, I'm
Didn't
a
tell you
bad man. I'm
anything
an
I
internet gangbanger. Yeah.
Never said any
Yeah,
of
all
that.
right, whatever, man. Whatever.
Why are you trying to troll him for?
Yeah, I mean,
He's a fool, Abu Bilal.
he's the dejected. He's followed by 40,000 trolls.
He's
you
a
know.
fool, Abu Bilal.
He's probably not going to be
Rod is more Muslim than you, Abu Bilal. Rod is more Muslim than you, Abu Bilal.
Yeah, I probably am.
To be honest,
I probably am.
the only troll who's going to follow you after this conversation is Ali Khan. So,
I like Ali Khan's my kind of like. I think Ali Khan's got a death wish for someone. You know, some people I think I've got death
pay
wish.
him to be your fan.
I don't know what he's doing, but I do like it. He trolls.
Go on. He's more Muslim than you. What are you gonna say now?
No.
All right, tell me how, Ali Khan.
Ali
Tell
Khan,
me
what-
how, Ali Khan. Come on,
Ali
let's hear
Khan.
it. If you got something to say, how is Raj, the Sikh wannabe, more Muslim than me?
Oh look, he keeps a beard. He
So do I.
Oh, how do we know?
Pretend
Show
like
us.
he's fucking seen me before.
Show
Come
us.
on,
Show
pussy cunt.
us.
You're
Show
probably
us.
too young to grow a beard, and yet you're. Come on, let's hear some more. I have a beard. What more?
Gurus loved Imam Hussein. Sikhs love Imam
Yeah,
Hussein.
no,
You
let
hate
me
Imam
tell you
Hussein.
something, Abu
When
Bilal.
have you heard me say I hate Imam Hussein?
Let me tell you, Abu Bilal.
I love all of the Sahaba.
No, you follow the enemies
I love
of
all of the
Prophet Muhammad.
Sahaba.
Don't lie. You
I love
follow
You follow
all of
Yazid.
the
Muawiyah,
Sahaba.
you follow
You
Ali.
follow Yazid, don't
Sorry?
you?
Yazid. You go around
I love
thinking
all of the Sahaba.
All right, so do you love Yazid?
I love all of the Sahaba.
Do you love Yazid?
Muawiyah ibn Sufyan.
I love
Hold on,
all
let
of
me
the
ask.
Sahaba for the sake of Allah.
Do you love Yazid?
I love all of the Sahaba for the sake of Allah.
All right. That
Veli's not
says a
here.
lot.
Veli's not here, and we.
I need to shoot anyway. But yeah, big up to myself. I've made the panel very great again. Yeah, well done for myself. Anyway, I'll be off before I cause any more trouble.
Yeah.
Thanks, Raj.
My Punjabi brother, innit?
Nationalism over religion, isn't it? That's you, Shia.
No, he's more Muslim than you, Abu Bilal.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear how.
He's more Muslim than you will ever be.
Okay, you can keep making this statement, but you better show some fucking evidence, otherwise you're just slandering me.
Your mate Land of Salt slandered me.
Okay,
You said
I don't
nothing.
know the man, but you can carry on slandering me. You know why? I ain't bothered, because on the day of judgment, I'll just take all of your hasanat. So you can carry on, bro. I ain't bothered. Unless you want to start showing some evidence. Show the evidence.
Ali Khan, why are you trolling?
He don't like me and I don't like him. He's a prick.
Where's this all come from? What have I missed?
Yeah, I guess he's just been waiting for me to jump on to let it all out. Have his little hissy fit.
Ali, man.
It's alright. I'm a worse troll than him, to be honest. You must have seen me following Raj around.
No, I didn't actually know you were part of the pilgrims. I didn't know you were a part of his pilgrims. Yeah, Raj. But this is another. If you watch, don't watch Speaker's Corner, as Benny said. Aime, but if you ever do watch Speaker's Corner, Raj is he's quite popular for good and for bad at the park. He's quite a prominent figure at the park. He's only been there for a couple of years as well.
Next man saying I'm calling Hitler. Next man said I'm calling Hitler if I became a troll.
Shut up. Is it just a part of London?
It's just a little part of Hyde Park. So do you know where Hyde Park is in London? West London?
Not really. No.
The Queen's Palace connects to that, I believe.
We'll just go with London. It's just somewhere in London.
Yeah, somewhere in London. It's in a big park, in the corner of a big park in London.
Yeah. Is it like a certain day or?
No, they have it every day. But on Sunday,
with each other.
They argue. Yeah, basically, they used to be kind of people who used to stand on little platforms and speak about various topics that they felt they wanted to speak about. If you go back further, I don't think if you chat to like Squire and that, they'll tell you about the history of Squire and Russ, and that will tell you about the history of the corner. So they used to hang people at Hyde Park Corner. They used to hang people who were yeah, I guess like I don't know, sort of traitors and murderers and thieves or whoever. I don't know, whoever was there. So a lot of the time, people would they'd be taken to the park and they'd be prepared for their hanging and put on a little platform which was called a soapbox. So they put you up on your little platform and they put the noose around your neck, and then you'd have some final words. And you know, a lot of people were like, "Oh, tell my wife and family I love them. I love my wife. I love my." And other people would be like, "I regret nothing. I believe what I believe until my dying day, and down with the Queen," or something like that, right? So you'd have all types at the corner, but basically, yeah, you'd be put on your soapbox, you get your last words, and then someone would kick the platform out from underneath you, and then you're left. So yeah, that was the kind of origin, and then I think it developed and changed, and people started to kind of, I don't know, there's like a tradition down there, but I don't know, it's sort of like a place where free speech is practiced. And in recent years, people have used it as space to kind of defend what they believe is being lost, like the aspects of free speech that are being lost. So people
Is there fights there though?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'd want to go
There
there.
has been in the last year. I mean, before it wasn't that rough.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'd imagine people, because the thing is, people go down there with fairly strong opinions either way, like one way or another. And typically, then people encounter people who think the opposite of them. So you know, there's a lot of tension at the park. So the police are down there quite. And with the cameras and stuff recently, I think there's been a lot.
See, I think I may have seen a video the other day. I think now I figured out that that's probably what Speaker's Corner is.
This is interesting because most of the people who probably watch these hangouts probably came from Speaker's Corner. How did you find your way here?
My friend Jodie, if any of you know her, she speaks to like Squire and that. She was on Hangouts, and I just came on through her. Really, it was more her that came on my phone, and then now it's just I've just spoke to a few people, and I think it's all right when you get a conversation, like a decent conversation going, then it's all right. It's just obviously because everyone is from Speaker's Corner and they all like have their religious arguments and stuff like that. It seems to just be that. So I think that's why like Vellemy and obviously everyone's trying to bring different topics in and stuff like that just to change it up a bit.
Yeah, the problem is the Muslim channels have kind of been shut down. So the other channels are getting hijacked at the moment.
They've been shut down. Why?
Well, there's a lot of striking going on. You know, through the arguments, I guess the Sunnis and the Shias fighting, and the prominent Sunni channel got shut down. You know, so he's not streaming anymore. He's just jumping on panels. So everyone is left with a void, and thankfully Dan has pretty much filled that. You know, so we're not left with nothing.
I don't know. The pressure's gonna come in. People are saying, you got Shias on your channel, or Raspet runs your channel, or Gang runs your channel, or whatever. And I don't even go to the corner. So it's ironic that people are sort of saying stuff. And I try and stay clear of. I mean, to be honest, you get drawn into it because you're meeting people on these hangouts, and like someone like Raj, he has his own following, and you know he has his own little storyline at the park. So every week, whether or not Raj goes to the park, there'll be something for Raj to like talk about and come on panels and discuss. So I end up talking about the park even though I don't go down there. But I think it's refreshing for like Vellemy to get people on who don't go to the park and who maybe just stay oblivious to it, because I like to say that most of the people I see down at the park, like if they're a Christian, they're like such an exaggeration of what I consider to be Christians that I know. Same with Muslims. The Muslims that I see at the park, the ones who attract a lot of attention.
See, I'm not any religion.
So you're just like agnostic or atheist or.
I don't really. What are they? I just haven't really thought about it.
So okay, so you're probably
we're going back down the religion route again now.
Well, I think Velley's happy if we're talking about agnosticism or atheism. Yeah, I mean,
no, see, I consider them religions as well.
I would kind of lean in that direction. I would say. I think they have elements of it. Of like there is.
But I do agree that you guys should try and widen the reach and just draw in more people away from Speaker's Corner, because everyone who's come here through Speaker's Corner has probably seen all of the videos, all of the arguments, and are bored of Speaker's Corner, which is why they live watching the live arguments.
The live ones, yeah.
So it's like it's the same arguments over and over again, whatever the subject is. It's usually the same arguments over and over again, and we're just talking. We're just hitting our heads on the wall.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice to kind of widen the reach and get some people outside of that circle, if you get what I mean. That's why I was telling you about the tags.
The tags on the thing, yeah, Hangouts live and
because then you can try and draw in people just generally interested in chatting on Hangouts. There's weirdos out there, they're just lonely and looking for a chat.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, it's like I'm not lonely or just looking for a chat, but like when I'm doing just normal day-to-day stuff, it's like you can just come on and just chat shit to people. Do you get what I mean? So it just passes the
I'm
time.
talking about searching for it. You're aware of it already. So somebody else who's a regular on a Hangout sort of thing, and they're looking for something new, they'll be searching with a Hangout tag to try and find something similar, And as well, putting them tags in your videos, get them recommended in those people's streams, not just the limited circle we have. I mean, there's lots of you guys could do, to be honest, like just to try and widen the reach a little.
Yeah,
and it would make it a lot more interesting, new views.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've got some ideas. Yeah, man. I'll bounce some ideas off your off
It was like the other day on. I think it was on Velley's. I think it was me, Betty, Jody, and a few other people were just having it was a decent discussion about like homelessness in like London and Manchester. So just like conversations like that are not really spoken about.
Yeah,
and I mean, everyone's opinion on that.
I think discussions like that, unfortunately, most people tend to have the same view, so they don't last long. Most people just go, "Yep, agree. We should do something about homelessness."
No,
I don't necessarily have that agree. I mean, in London, I see a problem with homelessness. I mean, here in North London, there's a lot of homeless people just living under bridges. But quite frankly, I know there's hostels they can go to, and they're choosing not to because they need to get their fix. You know what I mean? And they're going to be locked in from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. How are they going to get their alcohol or their drugs? They're not allowed to do it in there either.
Not all homeless people obviously do alcohol or drugs. So then it's a case, which one do you give money to? Or
yeah, exactly.
So it's like there's loads of different aspects to a conversation with that.
I mean, I give to people on the street, but I'm very selective on who I give to. And it sounds a bit fucked. I'm obviously judging them, but obviously I can tell a junkie when I see one, quite frankly.
Not always. I wouldn't say that. Some people, I've known people who have become junkies, and like I haven't thought they would be.
Yeah, well, I can tell a junkie. I live around them.
Yeah, I can tell
a you know what I'm saying? That as well. I've got the Romanians or whatever they are, these organized beggars. They've got to contend with them as well. And there are genuinely some, the organized beggars. We've got Romanians and Bulgarians or whatever. They're just, I don't know. I feel sorry for these people. They sit outside the station all day, and then they have to give the money over to somebody else. That really pisses me off. But
there's in Birmingham. I was doing fundraising. Like I used to go door to door, so I saw quite a lot of funny stuff. But there was this. I think she was a Romanian lady, and she used to push around a trolley like all the streets and looking like Asian people on these streets used to throw out loads of like just shit that they didn't want. They clearly just got new stuff. So she would just go around picking it all up and selling it. I think she was Romanian.
Yeah, they do that a lot. The gypsies, they salvage a lot. You get good money for scrap metal.
100%.
That's crazy.
They've taken over a little plot of land over here next to me, like some derelict warehouse and parking lot. They've literally just taken it over. They got the big breakfast bus in there. I don't know where they got that from. Where the fuck do you find a big breakfast bus? You know what I mean? But yeah, it's mad. They just salvage everything.
See, I don't understand it. We don't have any of that in Devon.
Yo, well, what's the demographic like there? I mean, is it predominantly white? I mean, do you have any foreigners?
Yeah, I think so. Like the people, like we have a to uni, which is one of the cities. That's mostly like Chinese people that go there.
Okay.
We have a few. I would say it's a smaller city than what like Birmingham and obviously everywhere is. So we've got like 2 mosques, but that would be enough for the people there. Where other places obviously have a lot more stuff. I don't think we have any like Sikh temples or anything like that though.
So you must have quite a small population.
I believe so. I'll have a look.
Because you were saying earlier, how come the council estates in Devon are not like council estates here? And I think that's just more to do with density. There's more people, as well as more opportunity for mischief.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's not so much that we've got council estates. It's you know, it's not like that for us. Well, you are different, you know.
It's like where you've got tower blocks and stuff like that in London. I don't really think there's many tower blocks. Like flats, say like maybe 3 tops is probably the most we have in Devon, like on top of each other, 3 flats. So we don't really have tower blocks where it's a lot of people like living on top of each other, where it is going to cause aggro because it just will. There's so many people in one building. There's obviously going to be fights about like parking, or there's so much stuff that can cause fights in them places. I think they're a massive problem because that is like mostly where gangs are. From what I've been told anyway, it's like tower blocks and stuff. Is that AC?
I don't know about that. I mean, an estate isn't necessarily a tower block. It's just where a lot of people are. You know, I don't know how to explain an estate. They come in various designs. But you know, I mean, for instance, growing up, I was hanging around on an estate that was on top of a shopping city. There was no tower block. You know, it was all one level.
Was that Wood Green?
That's right. Yeah, that is exactly the one. Yeah. How the fuck do you know about that?
I know about Tops, bro. We on about.
Everyone knows Wood Green.
Yeah, that one.
Sharp man said Shopping City. I was like, yeah, bro.
Shit.
I don't call it the mall, innit?
Shit. No, but they got a few like that because they're in Croydon as well. Wood Green, Edmonton's got a bit of that as well. So yeah, I mean it's normal, like you're saying. But I suppose people that ain't used to that don't see it.
94% of people in Devon are white.
Hallelujah.
Yeah, so then you're not gonna have a similar sort of thing where you've got like here in London, where I think deliberately the councils are packing the same denomination of people into certain areas, and that itself can cause a problem, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, like the thing is a typical example of that. Yeah, Haygate Estate. They started to move people out of there, and we're supposed to demolish it 5 years later, right? And they've still got people in there now. So what they've done is they moved everyone out to the new places, and then started moving people back in as sheltered accommodation, and it's still standing exactly the same way as it is. You got half the block sort of not occupied, and then you got the other half, you know, occupied. It's disgusting. You know what I mean? Like how they're expecting people to live. What's that?
What is that?
So there's an estate, Haygate Estate, yeah, it's in southeast London. And what they were supposed to be doing is they've done a regeneration, and they spent all this money building new homes around the Southwark area, and it started moving them out in 1998. And
they were supposed to have demolished it by 5 years later. And then all of a sudden, what they started doing is because everyone started going to the borough, they then started using that as sheltered accommodation. And so everyone that was moving out, they were then putting people in there temporary, and they just kept having that same churn, but without putting the maintenance and the money into the estate. So it's disgusting. Like it's like I feel,
What's going on Grenfell Tower?
Yeah, what about it?
There's something going on with that at the minute. Like they're testing something.
I don't know. That was the tragedy that happened. Like, so.
Yeah, but I thought they were testing something recently, and there was some results or something.
No idea
Oh, okay.
about it.
Oh no.
So anyway, what's everyone doing this evening then?
Why have you changed your name to Casanova?
Because I love myself and I can pull the fucking bitches.
Are you actually trying to
Casanova.
Oh my god.
Oh shit, you were talking about Art Chaos the other day.
Yeah, we was, weren't we?
No, what big tune, man. Yeah,
you know, you know. Shit. Why not? Why not? You know what I mean? Oh, my chaos, they were big out there. I remember that walking through Trocadero with them. No, seriously, because I knew one of the brothers, like from one of them's Maxi Priest's son. And yeah, I remember when we was up there, I was flipping so gassed. It was unreal.
You said one of them's Maxi Priest's son, is it?
Yeah. One of them's Maxi Priest's son. So like, but his other son played for my football team. So it was like a usual thing where we would see him on a Sunday as well. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's my claim to fame, or one of them.
Football AC.
I used to.
I reckon I could beat you.
What, football? What, one-on-one? Or are you going to pick your team?
Yeah.
What? Which one?
Either. I'm confident with either.
Okay, well, I'm going to take Abu Bilal on my team.
What are we doing?
Playing football, bro.
What, an actual game?
Yeah. So she said that she can beat me, so I just said I'm going to pick my team. And I said I'm going to pick Abu Bilal first, so that's what I done.
What, are we talking actual physical running here, yeah? Like, or are we playing a game?
Don't let me down here. Like, that isn't physical running. Like, what the fuck? Of course it is, mate.
Yeah, let's do it, bro. Let's do it. Fuck it.
Yeah,
Why not?
see? You know what I mean? I'll be right back in the changing room, yeah? Yeah. I know Dan's staying quiet because he just like he's one of them guys that hate football. I can tell.
100%.
I'm not a football fan. I'll play the game. I won't watch it.
No, that's good. That's good. As long as you can play, it's all about the numbers. I'll do the rest. All right. You just got to stand there and look good. All right. I'll do the rest.
Organise a five-a-side. But it's got to be in Devon, obviously.
I'm in Manchester now.
Oh, you're in Manchester, even worse. All right.
Yeah. Fucking shameless v Emmerdale Farm. You know what I mean?
Manchester's actually, I like Manchester.
Some of it,
and I don't like London, so.
See, that's the thing. That's the other thing about Devon and Cornwall. Everyone fucks off as soon as they get of age. The young people leave. It's got an aging population.
It's because everyone's old and it's boring. There's nothing to do there.
Is that why it's called God's waiting room?
Probably, yeah.
Let's go there to
it's good to retire because it's quite like beaches and stuff, but we just don't have the weather to go to a beach, so there's no point living next to one. Like where in Manchester, I don't have any beaches. It doesn't really matter because it always rains. So
money, yeah. Manchester's getting more pricey though. Manchester's not as cheap as it once was, but it's definitely more of a. I think the problem with Manchester is that the salaries are lower. Salaries are a lot lower than down south.
Definitely, Devon pays so much better down there, and everything's I would say cheap. Well, I would say it was cheaper. Not even in just like normal shops and that.
What then in Manchester?
Yeah.
Okay, what about for like pubs and that? What about like how much is
Oh no,
like a
pubs. It's definitely cheaper
yeah,
here than it is.
I would have said that. I reckon you could probably you got more variety and you could probably eat out on average cheaper in Manchester.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Even with like takeaways and that, there's so many more. Like we don't even have Uber Eats. I don't think I ever used Uber Eats till I moved here.
Big up the Uber Eats virgins, yeah, man. To be fair, I think I've only used I suppose I don't know. I might I'm considering a job in Barcelona, like next year possibly, and
doing what?
it's probably going to be English teaching role.
Oh yeah.
Corporate English, like teaching basically Spanish, like middle class Spanish people who work for international corporations but don't have a standard of English that you'd expect. Basically, the whole of Spain needs to learn English.
Yeah.
So there's always jobs there. But I was living in Madrid before, and I was so lazy. I mean, I had the part of town that I lived in towards the end. Like there was a couple of places that were open late night, but the kebab shops in Madrid are dead. So I used to get McDonald's delivered, which was a new thing for me.
Mm.
That's a bit dangerous. The delivery McDonald's.
I'll get a McDonald's. I know. I literally have a McDonald's up the road here as well, and I can get it delivered.
That's not. I don't know.
The only thing I get delivered is fucking Nando's and creams. That's piss poor, isn't it? Being in London, Nando's and creams.
Even if you're in a big city, sometimes you can find it's actually quite hard to eat like a healthy meal.
Bro, listen. You know this Uber Eats thing? You see, like I'm in the middle of all these catchment areas where they don't come. It's like fucking hell.
Have you tried Just Eat?
Yeah,
None of them.
Just Eat's the old one. Yeah.
No,
I used to use
them Just Eats ones around here, man. All you're ordering from there is a fucking bellyache. That's all you're ordering. Nothing else but a bellyache. What's that?
I've got an immune system.
No. You immune system's like not going to work against some of these dodgy pigeons that they sell.
I'm fussy, but I can eat anything.
Chicken wraps, yeah.
Yeah, they are decent. Right now.
Sid Bash on the panel. Big up.
What's happening? Big up.
Bash. How's the gym, Sid? You been back to the gym yet?
No, haven't, to be fair.
Fuck. Listen, I'll tell you what. Just to make you feel better, should we talk about it?
Yeah, we can talk about it. Why not? I've dislocated my knee, right? So I'm in recovery.
Oh, have you?
So, yeah.
Sorry to hear that, bro. I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I'm in like a RoboCop brace at the moment. I'm still going to the gym, but I'm just working weights. I can't do much cardio.
Do it.
On gym this week, have you?
Yeah, I've drove past it.
That's the best way. You can look at it from
You're
a distance.
going every day after work, aren't you? That was the plan.
Yeah.
What are you not saying anyway? Been good?
Yeah, no, good, man.
Chilling, man.
Good.
Yeah, chilling. I'm gonna set up a stream in a bit. I'm waiting for Vellemy to get back.
You know, I was watching just earlier today. So have you not seen Darren Brown?
Yeah.
So I was watching one of his programs. It's really got me thinking, right? So there was this killing with in America where this one guy had assassinated somebody, but for whatever reason he just could not remember it at all. He can only remember certain things, but the main event itself, where he actually assassinated, whether he did or not, he just could not remember. And he got trialed, and he went in for life, and he appealed 14 times, saying, "Look, how could I be responsible for something that I cannot remember, which wasn't my own doing, my own free will?" So what Darren Brown did is, I don't know whether you guys have seen it, so he recreated the whole incident, and he hypnotized somebody to assassinate somebody. Now, So he had a bunch of audience, and not everybody can be hypnotized, right? So what he did is he got selected certain number of people. He went for the motions of who would be open to perception or open to suggestive coding. Out of those people, he then got down to like 4 people. Those 4 people, what he did was he showed what's the word? He showed like a contained environment where he poured acid on this mannequin's face. And then what he did was he got 4 of them to stand in a circle, and then another 4 volunteers to stand opposite him. And then he got the lady to pour acid on each of the beakers. And then he had programmed them, say, look, when you hear a certain particular word or vision, I want you to throw acid. It's not real acid, by the way, but I want you, but the guys who are holding the beakers really thought it was acid. I want you to throw it in the person's face. And as soon as this particular noise or vision came, they all 4 of them threw acid in the person's face, thinking it was acid. It wasn't. It was water. So I found that really interesting. I was thinking to myself, you know what? Because the way he did it, yeah, sorry, somebody called. So the way he did it was through suggestive coding, and got a person to go through a different mental state, like a split personality. So when a person changes, it goes into that mode, whether it's a particular vision or a particular sound, they go into that mode, and then they'll perceive instructions and carry out that instruction. So, for example, say this one time he was in an event, and there was a celebrity speaker, and his job was and he had a briefcase which was given to him, and he knew there was a gun in there, but not in the trance. And as soon as the suggestion came on, he went into that trance and he assassinated that celebrity, and he was in it as well, as in he had, like, the blood packs you have in the jackets and everything. So we all carried through. He sat back down again, and he just sat there, and then Dan Brown came out and got him out of his trance. The guy obviously went, changed his jacket, came back out and carried on as per normal. And then after that, he went and got them together, sat them down, and said, "Look, do you remember anything specific or different to that talk you went to?" And he goes, "No." He goes, "What would you say if I say you tried to assassinate somebody with a real gun?" And he was like, "Well, that's impossible. There's no way." And then they showed him the video, and he was like, I can't believe this has happened. This is, I don't remember this at all. So it's a form of hypnotism and psychology, or shall I say NLP. I don't know whether you guys have heard it. It's called neuro-linguistic programming. I might bore you off with that, but yeah. So I just found that really interesting.
So no, it is interesting. There's more to it because he's done that a few times. Because I think there was someone else that tried that as well, but they fucked it all up, didn't they? There was I can't. Oh, sorry, go on. You probably know who it is. I'm sure there was someone else, and they just messed up the whole thing. I think some woman used to do it.
Yeah, so there's this he did different versions. So for example, say there was another guy who he hypnotized, and he got him to cash out all his life savings and gamble it on a roulette on a black and red. So a 50-50 chance, and his whole life gambling, and then he snapped out just before he had put the bet on already. He knew what was going to happen, but he couldn't resist. He had implemented that thought or that goal. So he knew what he was doing, although he would not have done that. And then he snapped out of it right at the last second, and then his guilt and his reasoning kicked in. So the siren, you guys, how do you know it's not staged? That's a good question.
I'll tell you what, I read a book to help you stop smoking. It's called The Easy Way by Alan Carr, not the comedian. And it's interesting because I've actually seen it work on somebody. He stopped smoking, started quoting all of the sound bites in the book, and it was I thought it would work, but when I started reading it, I noticed what he was doing, and it was all suggestive. He was likening how can I explain it? He would liken a feeling with stopping smoking. So he would always say things like, when you give up, it's like coming home at the end of the day and taking your tight shoes off. So it's like that relief. So he associated relief with giving up, finally giving up, and it was a lot of repetition. You can see he was just programming you, and it's just a book. You know, it's weird that, you know, suggestion is very powerful on the brain, you know, on the mind.
Because they say we only use like, what is it, 12 to 15% of our brain anyway, right? Capacity
that we know of. Yeah,
that we know of. So so even like CIA agents and so forth, they all use this technique when speaking to, or when they're trying to interrogate, use psychology, like neuro-linguistic programming. You know, so yeah, it's really interesting stuff. I was watching it. For example, say give you another example. So you went to a small town, a town that was really small. They all knew each other, and he got some other person to go around to everyone and start implementing a rumor saying this particular statue that was in one of where they walk the dogs was really lucky. When you go there, touch it, it brings you good luck. So she must have spent about 3 weeks to a month going around spreading that rumor, you know, and eventually it caught on because it's such a small town. Everyone heard about it, and people were starting to go up there. So what they did is they started interviewing afterwards and say, look, you know, since did you hear about the lucky dog statue, blah blah blah? And they were like, yeah, we did. And you know, have you noticed any difference? Yeah, I won the lottery. I won, you know, 150 quid on the scratch card, etc. When in reality, the rumor was false. There's no such thing. So the question to ask is, you know, how is it that all of a sudden these people were getting that luck? And again, it's the power of the mind, right? We don't fully understand it. So, you know, when they say positive thinking or positive attitude brings positivity towards you. So I think there's an element that comes into play. We don't fully understand it ourselves. Sorry, man, I must come across really boring. They're coming out with stuff.
Yes, bro.
It gets you thinking, you know what I mean? It gets you thinking, though.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Big up
All
for
right,
that.
let's talk about something. Let's talk about cars and football.
Yeah, man. We've had a few good topics on today, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, yeah, man. It's been good still. Can't lie. Can't lie. We can't lie. It's been eventful, man. And that, so Aime, you still there? You still there?
Yeah.
That's why you can't oh, yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was about to start bad minding you, but that's why you can't trust Aime to run the panel. That should run off too quick.
No.
Yeah, you're still there, yeah? Go on. But so what was the next part of the next line or the next point you wanted to go through of the topics that you had
I've got some
today?
drama.
You got some what?
Drama.
You got some drama? Some drama.
Yeah. Yeah. Maybe AC
Cigar.
can think of a topic.
So you can't think of nothing, yeah? You done? You
Yeah.
finished it, yeah? I'm done.
I think we should talk about what is everyone doing for Christmas.
For Christmas.
Oh shit! We've seen all the Christmas stuff in the shops from Valentine's Day. You know? Yeah, here come. Oh, the turkey Santa Claus just dropped on. He jumped off again.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, AC.
Yeah.
Ho ho hos.
Yeah, really took my thunder. What you saying though, Ralph? What you saying? Did you hear that little Ralph and Dan segment, Belly?
Yeah, that was funny still.
Hey, listen, yeah. Serious question though, yeah. Why do people want to be tough guys at 50 or 60 years old?
Bruh, I don't even know, man. The tough guy thing catches everyone still, fam.
It's not embarrassing though, like. You know what I mean? Why? I hope when I'm that age, if a young man challenges me, I'll be like, no, it's all right, man. You got it, man. You got it.
I'll just be like, shut up, man. Let me call my son.
Yeah,
Let me call one of my sons.
What's this about? Is this about that guy in Scar City?
Who?
No. What's his name? Lander Seltz was sticking it on Ralph today, but Ralph was posing still.
Who's the guy on Scar City? What do you mean by that?
I don't know. I see an alert. Some guy got arrested. He's in his 80s or something. Where is he?
Oh, sorry.
81-year-old getaway driver. Yeah.
He got arrested?
County line rival attack.
What do you think about Scar City? Do you like him?
Yeah, man. Scar City's wicked, man.
They're on
It's
to
all right
him.
still.
They're on to him. Minute, really.
They're what? They're on to him now.
In Brum, yeah.
Yeah.
Like Dan was showing me some weird like show. It's got like a few thousand subs, yeah. It's some black cutes, and they're basically like, show
yeah.
his face,
What's it
man.
called?
Show his face.
The truth.
Yeah, and they're basically like, he's a snitch, he's a fed, he's a grass. He needs to show his face or stop reporting on the ends and that.
Yeah, well. I mean, I don't see
nothing
the
about
graph
you know what it is,
necessarily.
yeah?
He's just
Some
reporting
people-
shit.
Yeah. It's a new thing now, like reporting on ends thing, innit? Like,
yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? Like report ends media sort of thing.
What Dan said is smart. Well, not smart, but it makes sense. He's basically saying about what you'd rather some white Daily Mail people report on your ends, but because this youth's a white youth and from the ghetto, like he can't report now.
I mean, I don't think his color matters, to be honest. I mean,
No, but obviously
his content is good. He's getting stuff sent to him that you ain't seeing anywhere else. So it's a good resource, isn't it?
I'm on the side of that, but obviously because them lot are from the ends, they're basically saying that he's number one. Some of the information is not for public consumption. I think that's what they're saying, and then they're saying that who is he? Like, as in, I think he might have a bias. Like, there's certain, I don't know, some basically like without knowing who you are and what role you even play in this thing, you shouldn't be reporting. I think
He's reported on bare London crimes as well, though. So it ain't just been Birmingham City crimes he's been talking about.
As well as he does music news as well.
He thinks more to do with like man them crimes. What you'd sort of see. You know what I'm saying? Like shit that one of the man them would potentially be in the dock for.
Yeah, I can't make the argument for them because I don't agree with them. Something like that, basically, like show your face was the main part of what they were saying, and then another thing they were saying was basically like you're moving like a snitch, like there's something.
Yeah, because that's what it is. You know, it's when the people them can't see your face. Yeah, they want to put a face to who's reporting all this news, innit? Like because someone wants to get you in check about something, someone's going to be unhappy about something.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's got to be something that someone wants to say. So, now the thing's set, man.
Yeah, but like I said, in my opinion, and what Dan said is true. It's a double standard. Like, if the Daily Mail is gonna fucking over promote knife crime or whatever it is, yeah, and man ain't got smoke for them, or man ain't vocal about how much they dislike and hate them, then you can't be smoking this youth for even if he was even though he's not, but even if he was doing the same thing, because at least you know what I'm saying, he's making money on his. That's some international corporation.
That's a good question. Then should we be vexed at the reporters or the people that's committing crimes?
You should well with Daily Mail, like easy example, that thing with Raheem Sterling when he posted that thing about Phil Foden and the other black kid from the academy, and they reported differently. So that bias, yeah, if there's a biased media report or if you're reporting inaccuracy, I swear the Daily Mail's famous for saying the Stephen Lawrence dons like you lot are murderers. Prove it. If you're not like sue us, prove it. Like prove it by suing us. Even that is a little kind of reporting technique where it's like you're like that's clearly biased and opinion based. If you're saying we can't prove you're a murderer, you can't prove you're not a murderer. That's a strange reporting, isn't it?
Yeah, the media are well known for that. I mean, even if you were to sue them, they've got the best of the best when it comes to solicitors, lawyers, because they get sued left, right, and center if you think about it, right? So they need to have a top-notch team on their side that can fight their corner and make sure they don't go down for anything. But there have been instances in the past.
I'm sure that there's a legal team that pre-assesses stories as before they go out and shit.
If it depends.
So
If it's a
for
big
them high
story,
medias
then
and
yeah,
whatever, you know what I'm saying?
yeah. If it's like a celebrity or
So like, right, if it's a
major,
story about Elton John doing some freaky shit or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah. Because these guys
how
have
he's got
got
some
top-notch lawyers as well, right? So,
yeah, man.
Yeah, no, but I just think I agree with the Stephen Lawrence thing, but I think in like that kind of, it's like they're it's like you're supposed to be the sort of represent or trying to search for the truth, if you like, and trying to give man the truth, yeah? And the public is the most like, it's meant to be for like, it's meant to be for the public essentially, isn't it? It's like it's just, even though it could be a private institution, it's an institution same way like police and whatever to sort of serve the public. Do you get what I mean? But when you're like, and even though it's right, I believe them youths did murder Stephen Lawrence. It's like you lot can't also be the judge and the jury in this thing. You're meant to present unbiased facts, and we're meant to decide if it's true or not, in it kind of thing. So and then when they do it, and then when you see them do that and that, you know that it's like they've got their own initiatives and agendas behind the things they're doing. So then when it moves away from that, so you may say that it's like a pro-black agenda when they're trying to call these man killers and report on institutional racism. But then when you're actually seeing within the thing, there's a media bias towards certain colors of footballers, let's say, or certain creeds or certain religious beliefs, then it's like, yeah, no, then it's not okay, blood. And it's, in my opinion, it's not all right.
Yeah, so what we saying that we sort of need to start being in positions to be reporting this shit for ourselves, or to be even in the positions to be offering separate ways out. So not every youth wants to be a shotter, not every youth wants to be a footballer.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, exactly that. Like that's fucking with Dan. Yeah, that's why I rate Dan. Yeah, because first few times I ever discussed anything with him, he would just stick it on me like, how do you know that? Where prove that to me? Show me where you read that. And then if I just found like a generic article, he'd be like, who is that? What paper is that? And I'll tell him the paper is that. What's the bias? What bias do they have? And like, if you got an opinion and it like if you come with an opinion based on 3 sources and they all like have different agendas, then you can know that thing's true, innit? And that's how like we should all be getting our information nowadays, like looking at with opposing, like with different outlets that have opposing views, innit? So yes, you're right. It would be so much better if you had every you know what I mean? What's the word, like domestic or homegrown sort of reporting on every subject, because then you could cross-reference that with the major outlets and then know like kind of what's the truth and what's stupid, and you know what I mean?
yeah, but then that means that we got homegrown news agencies. That means we can report on stuff what we feel is uplifting for the people to hear and to see.
Yeah, 1 million. Because if you trust the news, if you didn't live in the UK, you would look at the black community as victims and aggressors. I don't think you always make it about black and white, but just for example, yeah, or you look at Muslims as taking over. They've got Muslim only no-go zones. They're being protected by the government. Like, you know, if you just read the news or whatever, yeah. But then if you had some kind of what you'd consider to be a genuine thing outlet, yeah, like you know, The Voice. I remember there was that. Is it still there?
The Voice newspaper, yeah.
Yes, or something that you could actually trust that had some prominence, yeah. Then maybe you could fucking stop dehumanizing.
Like when Choice FM was black.
He was on the morning show back in the day. I used to listen to that guy at school. Who was that again?
That flipping it was a comedian brother, innit?
Yeah.
Richard Blackwood. Comedian.
It wasn't Black. No, it was
before Blackwood.
Do you remember? Is Jenny Francis still about?
Yeah. Lady of Soul.
G.A.N.G. Listen.
LOS.
Do you remember to have that little what do you call that thing, that like intermission thing? And it was Jenny Francis, a big man. It's not a little weird thing. It's a big man.
Big bad thing, yeah.
You know, man used to be out in the night, yeah, And I just used to crack up when I used to hear that, man. That was that shit. Jenny Fox is like, I used to think her voice was so sexy, bro. But she's not that sexy.
The radio voice.
You get what I
Yeah,
mean?
man. Yeah, man. I big up Ziriab, my G. Yeah, man. We're just having a discussion on.
Well, go on, Ziriab.
On do
We
we
got Valley Vision. We got. Oh, go on.
As a community, as black people, as whatever you choose to give your label as, do we need to start having more of an understanding on how things work so we can have different options and stop being victims of shit?
Yeah. Well, just someone want to. Like, I'm sure you've probably gone into this with all the different people on the panel. Like, so where we at in the conversation?
But we literally just got into this topic, you know, car.
Oh, okay.
We literally, like, James literally just touched a bit on something about reporting, and I thought I'd expand it to a wider question. See if you could expand on it a little bit more, man.
Yeah. I would agree, man, 100%. I think it's critical that we like, you know, become professionals in whatever we're doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So whatever you're doing, make sure that you're professional at it, and being professional means that you have to be educated in whatever field, whatever it is you're doing. And I think I am kind of a subscriber to the idea economic freedom will enable someone to think about things on a deeper level and not be at the behest of other people's opinions.
Yeah.
Slave to the system, basically.
Yeah, man. Living month to month is a fuckery still.
I always explain that to people when they talk about Africa and European development and how slavery benefits or not. And people always want some kind of literal interpretation, like, but I was poor during slavery. But I'm like, yo, bro, how many people have maintained wealth because of the elimination of menial tasks? That are brought about by enslaving somebody else. You can be a great philosopher of your time if you don't have to cook, you don't have to clean, you're doing fuck all. Just walking around thinking about the world, innit? It helps a lot.
Sitting on the rocks, just sitting about thinking, to be or not to be.
You
know what I'm saying? But my man's fucking picking bare cotton and fucking washing your man's sleeping in your bed to keep it warm and shit. The fuck?
That's Ralph. That's Ralph's great. Ralph has an argument.
I'm sorry, innit?
1 second, Ali. Ralph has some argument.
Yeah, man, but no more kicking, yeah?
No, Valley, I never got that angry in it. The guy started chatting shit about me. He took things down to a personal level. He went too far. My blood pressure went.
Okay, well, Ali, you're like 18, so
yeah, man, but you ain't got to kick no one, though, man.
No. The guy said I mocked the prophet, and he's got no evidence. So
Ali,
that's what your man Lando South is accusing me of mocking the prophet.
Ali, relax. Don't worry, man.
I'm not going. I'm going to go off
things
this
over
guy.
personally, man.
Yeah.
Why
hey,
do you
Ali,
rate the opinions of people online?
You know what you got to do, yeah? What I want people to do when they jump in on the channel, yeah? Don't jump in and just chat about something you just want to chat about. At least join the conversation, contribute to what people are saying, first of all, and then try to bring up your own little brief or whatever. But most people don't really care about your own personal gripe or whatever. Like everyone's already listening.
It's a matter of security. The sooner that guy gets locked up, the better it is for the UK and for everyone.
You're doing exactly what he said, Ali. You're doing exactly what he said. You literally just
that's exactly. No, them ones. That's like I said, rah. Definitely try to at least join the conversation, bro. You know, like we're in it, like trying to talk about whatever the subject is that we was talking about. Try jumping on that subject, bro, so we can keep that going. You know what I mean? Like rather than because you're just gonna jump in and say, yeah, Lando Seltz is a dickhead, and then jump off. And then what's the rest of the people on the panel like? We still have to pick up the fucking pieces and carry on a whole different topic and all that, bro.
Yeah.
Right, you
You
can
get
continue
me?
topic, man. Continue topic. I'll jump in there. Yeah.
All right, cool, man. All right, yeah, man. So, what was you saying, though, man? That fucking rah. About the philosophy thing, innit? Like, obviously,
Oh
if
yeah,
people,
Ralph. Yeah, you know, Ralph has this theory that um if Martians were to come to planet Earth and say that they needed, or aliens, whatever, and say they needed the best of humanity to take to another planet, to like, I don't know, like to start a new colony in another planet or something. And he was like, and they were going to pick the sort of best of humanity, and it was down to some kind of a racial choice, yeah. And basically he's saying that it has to be white people, isn't it? And then I laughed, like I can't. It's ages ago we had the discussion, and I laughed, and I was like, well, yeah, but obviously there's a sort of destructive element or dynamic to that, to the point you're making, isn't it? Like obviously they could also be seen as having a detrimental effect on the new planet, what have you. And then he was like, no, but the greatest scientist, the greatest minds. He's like, there's been more technological revolution since there's more technological advancements in a short amount of time, like, you know, the internet or whatever, vaccines, so on and so forth, in the time where essentially like Western imperialism, or let's say like white, for lack of a better, like white people have ruled the world, if you like, yeah. There's been sort of more advancement in that period, is his contention, yeah. To which way, to be honest, I think I'm a bit conceited, because I don't know enough about like modern history and technological history to like argue with someone like him. Yeah, so I was like,
you know what, James? You know, you pre-answered your question, or you pre-answered Ralph's question in the statements that you made, a couple of statements before, when you said, "Ralph, if you've got enough time, well, if you've got people stringed up enough where they're doing everything manual that you have to do, and you've got enough time to think of how much easier I can make my life here." Where do you think all the advancements are going to come from?
100%. Even industrialization came from. I mean, some people would argue even in China there's still like a feudal mentality. The way they like. The way they sort of separate the workforce from like their like kind of oligarchy, it's essentially a form of slavery. So yeah, without that, even like some might argue that's how the pyramids were built. I don't know the science behind that, but yeah. So like, and then like we get the sort of larger question of, so where is the actual intelligence? Is it in the actual technological advancements themselves, or the what's the word, like when you make, what's the word, like you know, when you get someone, when you get someone to do something for you, what's the word? Like,
what's that?
The delegating. Like, is it the delegate? I think that's not the exact word, but like, where's the intelligence specifically lie? Like, are we saying that the advancements are Are we saying
being able to subjugate?
Yeah.
You mean, is there intelligence in being able to subjugate other people so you can have an easier life?
Yeah, and then if we only take white people to Mars,
who are they going to subjugate?
Yeah, like that exactly. Which that like we kind of went there a little bit.
Well, if the aliens take whoever it is, then whoever they're taking, they're going to be taken to subjugate them anyway.
Right.
So you can go as your master race with the aliens to whatever place that you feel like you're going to. Because at least man already know what's going on here, how it's already working. You're going with some aliens to some mythical place, fam, that you don't even know.
Or like
to rebuild their shit.
Is it not the stronger, like, so
Planet Risk?
What did you say?
Planet Risk.
Planet Risk, bro.
I said flat.
Me.
So Harris Dunnies, yeah. When I'm gonna start trying to jump out the fucking passenger ship in space. But yeah, no.
But man and philosophize all the time though. When you're chatting, chopping it up and chatting, yeah, people philosophize, especially man.
Yeah.
So do you know what I'm saying? Like we'll chop it up on the most simplest of topics and on the most broadest and most deepest of topics. It's nothing. I don't think that physical labor kind of prevents any philosophy or philosophizing.
But it does a little bit in the sense that, you know, like 10,000 hours and stuff, you know, to become a professional, to become a master, or to hone a skill. Like it does in that sense, because like there is definitely some credence. There should be some credence afforded to that sort of notion of if you are eating without cooking, if you are living in a home without cleaning, you would be able to achieve that 10,000 hours a lot faster. And then once you've achieved that, and now you become a master of this skill, well, you can further master more skills because you've mastered this one skill. And that comes to, like, you know, the great polymaths of of history are able to become that because they are either studying multiple skills at the same time, or disciplines, or they've mastered a discipline and go on to a next one because there's no like sort of necessity for like menial tasks and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know. I'm not convinced, man. I think it's a case of critical thinking skills. I think if people are educated and taught on how to exactly think through things, because for me at least, anyway, that's why for me at least, I think being equipped with critical thinking skills, being able to challenge an argument, being able to see the flaws in argumentation, you know, the whole pyramid of logical fallacies and all the whole all of that helps one to kind of navigate the world around you and the world of ideas around you. So you know what's correct, because what's the point of philosophy? It doesn't happen in a vacuum. The whole point of philosophy is to live better, isn't it?
Mm.
You know what I'm saying?
I've never heard it put like that, actually, to be honest.
So for me, at least, philosophy is to live better and kind of cut out the crap and cut out, you know, like the bullshit, basically. And in so doing, you're able to, live better. So that's how I view it anyway. So I don't like the elitist mentality. You know, this elitist thing that's like, oh, we are the clever people and everyone else is idiots. And you know what I'm saying? I'm proper anti that elitist mentality, because I feel like if especially like for us who are like obviously grown now, you know what I'm saying, looking back to our nieces and nephews and children, if we got them, and equipping them with critical thinking skills so that they can navigate the world of ideas around them, and they won't be basically cannon fodder, not just on a literal sense of, you know, like joining the army and that, but you know, like in the ideological sense where you're carrying other people's ideas and you're kind of advocating for ideas which are ultimately detrimental to yourself.
Community.
In your community, definitely. I feel like there's a lot to be said about these bigger topics, like whether it's banking or whether it's you know, international terror or, you know, geopolitics and all of that, which may seem like, how is this relevant to me? But I think banking especially unites everyone, because we're all living in this world. We're all living in the new world order. You know, the new world order that's born out of the Second World War and the international institutions. You know, the Bank of International Settlements and yada yada. The point I'm getting at is that all of this has an effect on us, on our daily lives, but it's just a question of whether we are cognizant of it. Because as soon as I feel like if you are, then it's almost like clocking the matrix, isn't it? It's like clocking the game. Once you clocked how the thing operates, then you can kind of look towards how can I get mine for me and mine.
I agree with that, but when it comes to like technological advancement, that critical thinking has to be paired with some kind of framework of education, and education to a high level. No one's picking up no fucking science book and developing some fucking theory about the origins of the universe. Like they learn there is a lot of different components to that kind of understanding to be able to like experiment at that level. And that's what I'm saying. That's what the original point I was making was with regard to the benefit of sort of to subjugation, as well, of a whole race of people. It allows it allows a little bit more breathing room. It doesn't necessarily dictate as to whether you're, or it doesn't guarantee in that instance that you're gonna fucking be some master race, as it were, but it definitely helps one develop out of. And
I hear that. No, I hear that. I hear that. And the thing is, the way this played out in Europe or across the world was, you mentioned like serfdom earlier. Like it was on the backs of white people before it was black people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, 100%.
So,
100%, yeah, 100%.
So with that being recognized, you see, for me at least, it's about saying, look, well, this idea of race, this 19th century idea of race, is the biblical overtones in like what it is to be Kushtic or Caucasian, or like the three races and all of this garbage that's come out of the 19th century. And then what I'm saying is, all of what I said there about critical thinking has its application in taking down shoddy arguments like, the white race or the master race or all of that. Because once you can get away from the cobwebs and realize that, ultimately this conception that you're talking about is superior, is bullshit. It was created like over 100 years ago or whatever, and it's not the be all and end all. Like that's the point I'm getting at.
Just to keep it real, it's not just for anyone. Well, I don't know if anyone's listening last night. I didn't have time as well because I was knackered there. But I was listening to Raspek and some other character argue, and Raspek was smart with it. He didn't fucking put himself into a box. But this other fellow was talking about black people are inherently more kind than white people. He didn't make the connection, but I did. But essentially, because of their Neanderthal DNA, are inherently more savage, and that is why planetary affairs have played.
Yeah, because they live in colder places.
Yeah, and I was like, well, not only, but because I'm able. Or let me rephrase, not able like I'm smart. Because I have previously.
Do you know what it is? Yeah. So go on, bruv, go on.
No. I previously debunked, or I attempt to debunk Ralph, like on these genetic discussions, and many of these conservative right-wing people who talk about this race realism bullshit and how it links to IQ and so on and so forth. Because I debunk them, I have to be fair and consistent and say equally, bruv, if we're arguing that these racial groupings are inaccurate, then how are we going to use them now so we can demonize white people in the same way they've demonized us inaccurately? You know what I mean? We can't do that. But go on, Billy.
You know what?
I think there's a book called The Iceman Theory.
Ali, chill out, man.
What?
No, go on, Billy.
Why'd you keep doing that? You just keep screaming, bro. Yeah. What's it called? There's a book called The Iceman Inheritance.
Yeah.
That's sort of what that guy was talking about. That's what he's trying to link with that.
The only difference is between, from what I read yesterday, and I was tired. I actually need to do more reading because I wanted to debunk him. It sounded so pseudoscientific, but I didn't have the evidence to remind me. But essentially, from what I understand, the Africans that we consider African today are a result of sapiens and Neanderthals breeding outside of Africa, then going back to Africa. So the modern Africans would have had Neanderthal DNA, but there are obviously sapiens that existed. So the out of Africa theory is with regards to sapiens, but sapiens would have bred with Neanderthals out of Africa, then returned to Africa, and then the modern African would have come, and that's why the DNA is it's in different amounts, because they would have bred at sort of, if you like, different rates and or more or less. And then not only that, but some sapien and Neanderthal sort of hybrids would have further bred with like purely sapiens, I guess, if you like. I don't know. It's great because I haven't really. I was doing a bit of research last night. Like I was chatting to Hetero about it as well. He was telling me that he's got put 0 point something Neanderthal DNA in him, and also the guy was talking about 10%. He's like white people have 10% Neanderthal DNA, but that's bullshit. No one has more than 4% Neanderthal DNA. Like, I don't know anyway, but point is, I don't know, that these kind of genetic fucking assertions.
He's just saying basically that the European people have a higher percentage than most African people, innit? Or than most diasporan African people, innit?
Yeah, but then even that is like not East Africans though. East Africans and Central Africans have more Neanderthal DNA than West Africans. So when you say Africans, who do you mean African?
Okay, yeah. So I didn't know about that. But that's another thing, innit? But like I was gonna say, I was gonna say that, right? True, I'm not like a scientific
Cutting out, bro.
You're cutting out, bro. When you change the topic.
guy like that. You for or against any of these points. You know what I'm saying? Like, what? That's why I like having these conversations. You get me? Rather than these other bullshit religion conversations. Like he's a Shia, he's a Sunni. I don't even care about that anyway, man. That's boring, bro.
That's hey, listening. That's the problem, Belly, with even the right wing and the not necessarily left wing, but with the racist and the sort of counter racist culture. Yeah, is that there's so much shoehorning of arguments and using science to sort of fit your to sort of
fit your argument.
As Zero would say, this like to make some polemical argument. Yeah, that the reality is you just should observe the facts unbiasedly and accept that there's nuance to everything and nothing's as like if you're not trying to gain votes, you could be a lot more honest than when you're trying to gain vote or support and you have to basically say like this is why they did it, like siege mentality shit. Like they're all against us. Like no, they're not all against you, mate. Like but these ones are these. If you do the research, you can prove who exactly is against you. It's these ones.
Well, check this. This is the central theme. This is a very interesting conversation. This is the central theme in a book called Guns, Germs, and Steel.
I bought it, brother. I bought the book, but I ain't read it yet.
Fam, check it, man. Because there's a central question which Jared Diamond seeks to answer in it, and that's the question that was set by this Papua New Guinean guy. And the question was, why is it that it's that same question, isn't it? Why is it that white people develop so much, right? And was able to bring all this cargo and rare earth to the rest of the world, and we black people didn't basically. And for Jared Diamond at least, he says, look, it's nothing to do with any innate genetic superiority. Yeah, it's basically to do with accidents and agricultural accidents and things of that nature.
Yeah, I love that. Without, I cut you off. Yeah.
And even like other things is like right when your development is depending on how to survive, and your development is depending on how to get more. That you know what I'm saying? Like your mindsets are going to be developing in different sort of directions.
Are you listening? Yeah. I've had this. I'm not positing any argument like I know the history of the world, but me and Hetero had this argument all the time, and I rate Hetero, yeah, and he doesn't rate black people, yeah, and his thing is he doesn't believe that we're innately inept. He just believes that we are inept in general, yeah, and he laughs at like 400, 500 years of slavery. It amuses him to think that people blame the white people as opposed to blaming themselves, which I respect. My argument, which is in a way exactly what Ziria, and I haven't even read the book, but I've always felt this to be true because I don't believe I'm inferior to any other like fake race of people. But if you look at 100 meter, like it's a really crude analogy. I apologize, but if you look at like shit when you pass the baton to people, like a relay race.
Yeah.
If everybody was fast, yeah, for example, yeah, if everyone was Usain Bolt in that race, everyone was running the 100 meters in Usain Bolt's time, and you trip up, yeah, there is no way you're gonna catch the other people in the relay, innit? If everyone's the same speed and you fall over, it's gonna be impossible to catch them. Even at every exchange of the baton, if you're a second behind, it's too late now. So when people look up in history, and Ziria reduced it to like an agricultural accident, or Jared Diamond did, yeah. At some stage in in boxing, UFC, if you make a mistake and you get knocked out, it doesn't necessarily mean the person is a better fighter than you. You made your mistake and you got caught, and that's what happened to you, innit? Or you weren't, or you didn't train something specifically and he did, but maybe you're a better fighter, or maybe you're more athletic, whatever. Like I feel like sometimes people like especially people like Ralph, like love to point to history and say, look, you must be stupider. Look, you didn't industrialize.
Yeah, but it's, bro, do you know what it is? It's like man was just saying, and one of my big uncles, Muta Baruka, always says this, is if you don't have an understanding on how things work, then you're always going to be at the mercy to the people who have an understanding on how things work, innit?
Yep.
So with the mass people that have an understanding on how things work, are trying to bring systems to you that are not your traditional systems and whatever. Once they bring this system to you and you don't have an understanding on how things work, now you're under their subjugation until you have an understanding on what the system is. So until everyone's just saying, "Oh, ban out the system," but no one's not really looking to do no in-depth research on what the actual system is and what the rules are and how you can get the shit working for the better of the majority rather than the minority.
But
never gonna change.
Yeah, no, 100%, fam, 100%. That's the ticket right there. Get me? And it's like just quickly on the let me address that point first, because that's a really important point, man. It's only I feel like it's only when you leverage a success that you have within the system, because there's no point being like all principled and saying, oh, you know, I'm not going to get involved in rare tear card. That's not really feasible. It's only when you leverage that success to what you think needs to get addressed, yeah, whether it's openly or secretly, that things can actually change. And I don't think that's happening all the time. It's just about where you're focusing. So if you're focusing on that, then then you know what's happening. And if you don't, then like you're not privy. But yeah, so that's happening. But on the topic of like the agricultural kind of accident, what he's saying is that essentially, like the Eurasian, like, because that's the thing, they're trying to separate Europe and Asia, but mainland Europe is connected to Asia, so it's Eurasia really. Yeah, that's where animals were domesticated very early on. That's where agriculture, like because of the climate, the temperate climate, and all of that, agriculture was developed, and so on and so forth. It's got nothing to do with any, as James put it, fake race, some type of essential feature in these fake races that it makes them superior to anyone else. You know what I mean? And they're very interconnected, and that's what is so interesting now with China's rise, is that they're rekindling these Eurasian connections. They're linking up with Russia. They're linking up with the Central Asian stand countries, and that's happening. You know what I mean? So it's very interesting.
Just to dovetail, yeah. And that's probably time yesterday. I wanted to say to Respect in them, man. And I've already used this argument with Hetero when he's saying 400 years though, like, bro, you need to stop like caping for black people, like they're dumb. And I'm saying to my man, no, but the difference between a China or a Japan is they don't have the same value or mineral value as in Africa. So Africa is still more of a prime target. So, for example, like I know these analogies are really crude, but it's the foot off the neck type of scenario with China, and it has been with Japan. Yeah, Japan, I think has like some ridiculously low mineral resource. Like their natural resources are like some of the lowest in the region or whatever. So essentially, like they've honed a lot more skills based on that, right? And exactly the same with and with China. I think Africa accounts for 30% of the globe mineral resource, and you have to know how much investment has been made by a lot of like Western institutions in that, be it financial institutions, all these mining fucking corporations and stuff. So when like people are like Africans, but where the leaderships are weak, they're corrupt. It's because of the Africans are just corrupt like that. They sold each other as slaves, all this shit. Like you have to remember that there is like a sustained underdevelopment project within Africa and I heard Zirab, you and Dan had some disagreement over China. I'll be the first one to posit that China has a better influence on Africa because of their desire for profiting off infrastructure, whereas the West is the opposite. They want to remove infrastructure and literally just deplete resources, bro. And they're both not. They're both
bad for Africa, but one's the better.
Well, clearly, what historically has been worse. You can see it. The evidence is there. It's laid out for everyone to see.
Yeah, but you know what? Another thing I wanted to address and a point that you made there, which is a point that comes up all the time, is this: black people sold black people into slavery. Yeah, you see. Okay, so at that time, when there was slave trades going on, it wasn't. You see, like how now me, you, Ziriab, we're all looking at each other like, yeah, we're black. Yeah. At that time, we wouldn't all just be black. We'd be different tribes.
Yeah, of course.
So we don't see each other as black, like the same thing like the European people. they didn't see each other as white. They see each other as Spaniards, as Germans, as Dutch, as, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so they weren't the same people. They were different people. So that's what the if there was one tribe selling the other, it was someone selling a war captive, selling an enemy. It wasn't someone selling. It wasn't a black person selling a black person, because they didn't see each other like that at that time. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the number one excuse I always hear. Yeah, but black people sold black people, like, and that's not right when it's put like that, because it's not like today when so at that time there weren't no such thing as a Jamaican. Do you know what I'm saying? Like a black Jamaican car.
You know, it's so funny. It's like they've created their own monster, because Europeans have historically put so much emphasis on this fucking
race thing.
And this size of the skull, size of the brain. You do this because you're this race, whatever. That I think Khan calls it white guilt or whatever. But I think there has to be this, like, this reduction, or to the point where, or an excuse made as to why someone could take part in something so evil. But the reality is, if you remove the sort of racial implications, then it's some people did some fucked up shit in history. Yeah, so what? Like, that's and you know what? And they thought, and there's been a paradigm shift in which things that were wrong are now right. You haven't got to say, well, we only did it because you did it. You know what I'm saying? It's stupid. Like, it's stupid. Like, there's always this, like, who was actually technically worse. And you hear it when they make that revelation. It's like they're trying to actually explain to you that black people are actually the reason for slavery. It's like, brother, chill out, man. Like, I'm not saying you are a slave master yourself. You know what I mean? Relax. Like, it's, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. But one thing I will agree with Ras on, I had to be honest, is the slave breeding is a different kind of abhorrent phenomenon. Like, that is, for my understanding, castrating slaves is fucking almost as equally as evil, right? But that's something inhuman. I have to be honest, man. Breeding other human beings for profit, that is a different level.
Imagine, there was a time, so, like, they keep talking about, there was indentured servants and there was slaves as well, but the indentured servants had a time limit that they could work off in it, so they could work a freedom off. The slaves, their children were born into slavery, then their children's children were born into slavery. So there was people that had slaves that passed them down to their children. You know what I'm saying? That?
Yeah, that's
so. Imagine you have your you today, me as a big man that's older than you, you're passing me as a big man and my family down to your youths.
I shouldn't laugh. I don't know, I'm laughing.
You hear me? That's how you got to see it, though, fam. Like, rotted, man can pass you down, like, as a whole package, cuz, like, me, my missus, my youths come to.
That's hey, bro. Listen, Ras almost killed me the other day. A Rasta, and he's got a Rasta brethren that he's with sometimes.
Rasta. Booney.
Okay, these are because I was criticizing Haile Selassie.
Mighty Dread. Yeah,
I was criticizing it because obviously, and then obviously these men were going sick. But obviously, I think one of the accusations leveled at him is that there was a level of endorsement for slavery within Africa, like in Ethiopia, and like, what do you mean he bun out slavery? It's a majesty bun out. So, you know, I want to have that discussion with him again, but maybe when he's by himself.
You know what? Yeah, you need to. If you want to have a discussion about, I don't know who knows about. I don't know if Shakara knows much about Haile Selassie and that still, but you might want to have a discussion with someone like Raspet knows his thing in it, but true, he's a jack of all trades, it's hard for him to go thoroughly deep on one subject. You know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but that's one of his core, like,
his core beliefs. Haile Selassie and that.
Yeah, what do you call him? Like a promulgator, the guy that sort of their religion.
Propagator.
One of their religion as they know it sort of comes from not the teachings, but the sort of
the debate. Alright, so what's the guy's name again?
Are we still live, yeah?
Yeah, we're still live, man.
Oh, okay.
We only got 5 man listening still, but we're still live though. Yeah, Dan's live now, still in it. Yeah, but
I don't know who them 5 man are, so we can't talk to. Get me, but carry on. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, man, well, fuck them, man. They're still in it, man. They're soldiers in it, riding out. You get me? Like, but anyway, like the guy that started Rastafari in Jamaica, yeah, basically it was King George. So all the people in Jamaica would have had King George photos on their wall. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so the guy that started Rastafari, he said we need to look to
a black king,
an African king, a black king. You get me? Yeah. So then, obviously, that's where they got the Haile Selassie thing from, innit? Like, so to
you know what the problem is though, really,
look up to him instead of Fuma. But obviously, true, it goes in line with some of the Bible sort of stuff as well, and obviously that was prominent on the island as well. That I think that might have played into a decision on why they picked Haile Selassie as well. Do you know what I'm saying? So if it was a thing of where then was, I don't know, they was trying to go for an African to break away from everything and just go straight African, they might have picked someone different in it. Do you know what I'm saying? That, but other than that, sometimes it's like the path of least resistance, isn't it? So
obviously, that's the only reason. I, on a political, historical level, I don't even have that much history. I don't study any kind of history, let alone African history. Yeah, I'm a bad person, but that only reason I was interested is I can't remember how it come up, but I think he said something like "King of Kings" or something that made me giggle, and then I was just like, you know what?
Yeah, that's his title still.
Yeah, no, but it's what I do understand of history.
His Imperial Majesty. That's why they call him.
Yeah, but one thing that's my like. I'm not. Whoever hear this will take this as an insult, but I'm just keeping it real. From my understanding, he's the type like Haile Selassie was the kind of man to have a picture of King George himself.
I don't think so, because
I think so.
His thing. I swear his thing was obviously his own family members, or even some of his wife's family members, would have been like descendants of King Solomon or something like that. So that's
what they all claim.
You know what I'm saying? That
they all claim that. The reality is he was
a fan. Who's that? Wait. Stick on that point there. Who? Because who else claimed that they was dynasty from, or they was related to dynasty from the Bible?
Zero. Are you there still?
Don't
try to tag Zero.
No.
Don't try to tag Zero.
Because you're not paying me enough, man. You're not paying me nothing.
Cool. Let me tell you this, really. Honestly, yeah. Do the research. I don't know enough about this history. Yeah, I'm gonna guess. Don't listen. Guess all of them. I'm gonna guess every single king said that. And you
every single king, every single African king.
Every king of that region would have said that.
Of every sort of Southeast African king.
Yeah. I've never heard it put like that, but yeah.
Because obviously it's like it's in the East Africa, but it's like on the southern sort of East Africa, isn't it?
After the orthodoxy, after the espousal of orthodoxy, I imagine every single king would have taken a title similar to that. But prove me wrong. I mean, I might be, again, it's not my country. I don't know. But
yeah, true stories. I don't know much about the Eritrean kingdom, and I don't know much about the Somali kingdom. I don't know much about the Ugandan and the other sort of surrounding area kingdoms, so I can't dispute that. But what I can say is that like I don't really agree with it still. That's why I came back to that point still. But another point I was going to make though was that I swear when Haile Selassie was in power, it was Queen Elizabeth was on the throne.
Yeah. I think mate. Who's Victoria? Yeah, no, it must have been Elizabeth. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, yeah. Well, no, well,
Yeah,
for a
because
period, for a period,
King George died
for a
at that
period,
time.
for a period, because
Yeah.
it was like, I swear it's like the turn of the century
Was
to
it like King George
70s.
would have died around that time there, and then it was that he never had any children that could have taken the throne. So it was his brother that was supposed to take the throne, and
When
his
did she
brother
get
didn't
inaugurated? Like,
take it, and it was Queen Elizabeth that took the throne at that time. Then I'm sure.
It's coronated, isn't it? When did she get? Is it coronated or inaugurated? Anyway, when did she get into power? It's like the 50s, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so he would have been the leader during that period, but he would have been the leader. He would have preceded her as well, I think.
So he would have had a relationship sort of thing with King George or whatnot,
but
because
remember this man
was around them times, innit? They had the it was instead of the what's it called? It was the United League of Nations or something like that.
Yeah. But
So they sort of it was.
But because of anyway, I don't give a shit about this topic. Yeah, and then let's move on from it. It's Ratcliffe just obviously very passionate because he's got a religious link to it as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I swear they say he was the Messiah reincarnated and that.
No, I think
that's some, innit? Do you know what it is? Yeah, that's the whole thing about Rastafari. Yeah, is that there's, I think it's 4 or 5 different sets, but the main 2 is like Bob Ashanti and 9ether99 in it.
Yeah.
But there's 12 tribes.
What did those 2 not subscribe to that part of like
They
the Messiah
subscribe.
reincarnated?
They have different ways, and then there's Rastas. There's I think there's 4 different sections, and then there's people that are like Rasta, like Muta Baruka, where he's saying that obviously you don't really believe in the Christianity sort of side of it. It's just he just looks at him like a great man, like Marcus Garvey, sort of like just another great man to look up to or something, didn't it? Like obviously he's not perfect. He just had good ways about him that or some good things that you could follow in it. You know, like obviously like some Rastas do look at him like as the second coming and stuff like that, but then it in the Bible sort of story way that does sort of don't play out in it, because when Christ comes back, the world's supposed to end as well, isn't it? So it's like, yeah, you really died and the world never ended.
Yeah. And so what about is this true? I don't know if this is true. That some Rastas basically
And wait, let me give a disclaimer. Yeah, because obviously I'm not a Rasta. Yeah, I know some Rasta people, but I'm not deep into the Rasta thing, innit? So some of the answers I may give may be wrong. Yeah, so no one tried to hold me to know. I don't bring you to know Rasta judges or nothing like that. You get me? And start trying to hang me and shit about. Yeah, you said this about Rasta. You know there was. Yeah, but I gotta carry on. I'll answer as best as I can, though, fam.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't mind, but otherwise we can leave it, man. It's cool.
Yeah, no, go on. I'll answer as best as I can, though.
Yeah. So what I was gonna ask is it true that some Rastas basically use sacrament and then will open the Bible to a random page and then kind of seek guidance like that?
What do you mean? You gotta explain that in layman's terms to me.
Saying get high and then open the Bible to a random page and see if it fucking speaks to them.
If it makes sense.
I think so, yeah. I think that's
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what a traditional Rasta would do. Maybe I don't know, like a weed smoking Rasta, like the thing. But the people that I'll tell you what, yeah, what's a mistaken thing is that a lot of Rastas don't actually smoke weed. Yeah, they'll do stuff like have it with tea or with food, or do you know what I'm saying? Like, so they'll have a idle lifestyle, lifestyle, like vegan sort of lifestyle sort of thing, innit? But without we try not to have soya and tofu and them shits.
Yeah, tofu. Then. So he's telling me that that they don't go into ganja mode.
Yeah, but I don't know about ganja mode still, fam. Like there is obviously there's rastas that bun chalice, you get me, and sacramental pipes and so on, so true. I don't know in depth about the stories of or the ceremonies of what man do. I know that there's ganja festivals though. So if man is really ever interested, that you can go to one of the ganja festivals in Jamaica, and then they'll go through proper ceremonies on how the Rastas use ganja. And I'm saying that because obviously man don't roll spliffs and smoke.
Yeah.
Smoke scuds. You get me? Like, obviously it's supposed to be the ganja by itself, and then it's not supposed to be like just smoke weed all day, and it like it's supposed to be at certain occasions and for certain things, in it. So yeah, it's not that recreational use. You get me?
I do respect them, and because like it's like no disrespect, but it's like a bit of the lesser of two evils. Like, well, not that the man was an evil man. I'm not saying Haile Selassie was evil, but it's as if you were gonna found your religion, a modern religion, if you like, on something, better it be something that better represents you than Anglified Jesus or an Arabized Muhammad, peace be upon him. Do you know what I mean? Like if I had a choice now of the three of them and one which made me feel better about myself, it would probably be Rastafarianism over the other two currently, based not based on the text or whatever, but based on how the modern interpretation. Do you know what I'm saying, amongst people, like even when the Raspect and that were talking about what they thought to be the case, which was a bit ahistorical, there was a level of pride in their speech, which I was like, yeah, man, fuck it. I don't really want to.
Well, so what? But by that logic, though, what you're saying that you'd rather become a Hebrew Israelite then?
But even them,
I'd
argue I'd argue the same thing in the sense that their like, bruv, is it not really uncomfortable for you to see? Cool, better still. Do you know what I heard? Yeah, I heard from, I can't remember who it was on these panels, but they said that when they went back to Nigeria or Ghana, that there's Esau. I heard it on the Speaker's Corner debate. You know the black Esau that goes to the park, yeah. He said that in Ghana that there's white people that, I think it's like basically they treat white people like Jesus in church. He looks at the guy that's in the image and they haven't seen other white people. See a white person, they'll treat Jesus in the church. Like I would say that if the Hebrew Israelites became a mainstream religion, I would say it would have a less of that kind of confusing effect on black people than the form of the modern sort of Protestantism and Catholic Christianity that they're given. You know what I mean?
Yeah, see, with the Rasta thing, yeah, and obviously with the Rastafari thing, yeah, it's always been, them men have been, welcome, brother. We saying you blessed, fam, yeah? Yes, my G. Big up, fam. Yeah, one sec, you, man, yeah? So let me just mute this.
Yeah.
What
am I saying?
Don't agree?
Yeah, man. Nah, I don't agree, man. Because you'd have to turn a blind eye to the supremacism that's within it, and it's a very exclusive supremacism. You know what I mean? Like, you know, when you see these man preaching, yeah, it's just weird as well because they reference scriptures, but they reference like Pauline scriptures. You know what I mean? And they got this, you know, like ahistorical perspective. It's just there's too many problems, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. When you put it like that, yeah. But Hebrew Israelites are insane, yeah. But at the same time, I have to be consistent.
Boss.
These that have had free reign, innit? They've had they've been given supreme authority to sort of dictate the terms, the sort of the inferences people, or they've essentially like for example, just like a simple example is the hadiths that make the Prophet white, even though there's no image of him, and man shouldn't really describe the man's image, peace be upon him. Vice versa with the images of just Jesus being white. They've just made that decision. You know what I'm saying? The default position now is he's white. They've had that same level of supremacist influence that's gone unchecked for hundreds of years, for centuries. And now these people are essentially trying to catch up, and look how we demonize them. But I'm just saying that as a balance, like, you know, this white devil, like no one agrees you shouldn't be able to call someone a white devil, but you can understand its origins coming from a sort of a post-slavery Jim Crow era, right? You can understand why people would feel like that. It's not right.
Yeah, but when certain men are pressing you day and night, yeah.
Yeah, it's not right. I wouldn't stand on that. I wouldn't allow someone to say that and validate it. But
is it okay to say "run, devil man, run"? Run, devil man, run. Is it okay to say that?
To the police, it is. Yeah.
Run, devil man. Land of Celts. Land of Celts. Run, devil man, run.
To say that?
Run, devil man, run.
Do you know why?
Do it again, Ali.
Do you know why it's okay to say that? Yeah, because man will say that to anyone, innit? So when Ralph runs off, man will say it to Ralph. If fucking real ducks out, man will say it to real. If fucking so and so ducks out, man will say it to anyone. Anyway. But when obviously what James was talking about is when a Hebrew Israelite don is saying, calling someone a white devil or whatnot, like he don't find that acceptable still.
Or Edomites.
Obviously, I can. Yeah, or
Yeah, what does that mean? I always say,
no, it is. Yeah, it's like saying sometimes it feels like with the religious thing. Yeah, it's like because when something's been used on you for so long, it's like you're just using the same shit in reverse to do this. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like
yeah, but that's just reactionary. What I'm saying is, it's for me. I don't stop at the Hebrew Israelites. For me, it's more interesting. Well, what I'm saying is it reflects a Jewish perspective, a Jewish supremacist perspective. And I was grilling this rabbi guy. He was on a show. I was grilling him, and on this idea of Jewish supremacism, which they couch in such lovely language and that. But ultimately, we know there's a difference between Jew and Goyim, and they like to say, "Oh, Goyim just means non-Jew." But then when you look at scripture, like their primary scripture, which is supposedly the Torah, you have all of these Amalekites, the Philistines, and all these other people that they're supposed to destroy. And it's as I say, the Hebrew Israelites, I can't stop there. What I'm saying is what the step above them, so to speak, yeah, is that Jewish supremacist mentality. Do you know what I mean?
No, Zero. I'm not gonna lie to you, yeah, because I don't know what I was doing that day. I think I was playing FIFA or something. But you hit my man up, yeah. Oh, Vellemy, do you know that Jews are instructed by God, yeah, to not accept interest from another Jew, but the rule to accept interest from a non-Jew is enforced. That is enforced by God. Did you know that, bro?
But that's by their God, isn't it? But that's why I'm like,
they have to. It's not like
bro. Listen, all these things that you mentioned, yeah, just shows me that the thing's definitely man-made, isn't it? Because it's like whatever the religion or the people that make the religion, yeah, it's always favorable to them the most. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, and it always seems like it's a dude who's thinking about, right, how can we be nicest, isn't it? How can we be the best? You know what I'm saying? Like you just said there, fam. Like, right, the Jews ain't gonna pay interest to other Jews. They're just gonna get interest from the other man. That's you know what I'm saying? That.
Hey, you man. In a bit, yeah, I got a flight. I'm gonna jump on after the match, innit? Whoever you are down.
James, what philosophy do you look up to?
I'm gonna go on mute. Yeah, I got to jump off real quick.
James, what philosophy do you?
So big up, man.
I don't know, Ali. Ali, I'm gonna be on Dan's later, innit? So I'll chat to you then. Yeah.
Follow Seed. I'm on Ashwani. Bye.
I don't. Alright, say.
Yeah.
Vellemy, I'm going over to Dan now.
Go on, jump off, bro. Go on, do your thing, bro.
Are you jumping off too? What are you saying on?
Yeah, I'm gonna lock it off in about 10 minutes, innit? Like I just got some mind ass now stuff. So
I'm gonna be on it for 5 minutes, ranting about Land of Celts. So
go on then, do your little
he
rant.
needs to bring evidence. The guy's a dickhead. He converted to Islam 2 minutes ago. He's been Muslim for 14 years of his life. I've been Muslim for 19 years of my life. I'm on the right. I'm on the hook. I'm on the righteous. Next man can't bring me one hadith to prove me wrong. And he's on like, run, devil man, run. Run, devil man, run. He needs to be running now from the police. So he's going like, run, devil man, run.
So what was that? It? That was only like 30 seconds, bro.
The guy that did it, he's a pisshead. He goes down to the pub on a Friday night, drinks alcohol, and he's run, devil man, run. Run, devil man, run.
What you say he drinks alcohol? Send him
What?
from, boy.
Who wrote that song anyway? That he run, devil man, run.
No, respect. Respect
Really?
fire. Bengi, my G, you get me?
Who's that about Land of Celts? He wrote that about Land of Celts when he runs. He says, run, devil man, run. Land of Celts, you better run, devil man.
He wrote it about when we was in when we was doing the marches through London. Yes, my G. But listen, stay on for 2 secs, yeah? I just gotta do something.
Yeah, bro. 2 secs. Land of Celts, he's a devil man and he's running from me now. You see this face on my profile picture? When he sees it, he goes 15 miles the other way. The guy came on the panel, he got scared. 5 men jumped on him, he got scared. The guy's scared. All you can do is shout and run. And my rants, this is going to turn... First, you've seen the real and Maggie drama versus Respect. Now it's time for my drama with this Celt guy. This guy's cut up in Ireland. Watch me go down to Hyde Park and dress up as a what are those things called? A leprechaun. I'm gonna do what Rio did. Rio dressed up as a horse. I'm gonna go down to the park. I'm gonna dress up as a leprechaun, and you're gonna see me there in soon. I'm gonna go down to the park. I'm gonna dress as an Irish leprechaun. Huh?
You're gonna dress up as a leprechaun?
I'm gonna dress up as a leprechaun. Know how Rio dressed up as a horse? I'm gonna go down to the park and dress up as a leprechaun.
Yo, dick. Yo, Mark. Hey, Land of Celts. You better send for him, fam. You send it for you still.
Oh, big up Rio. Big up Rio for that idea. Watch me in Hyde Park. Watch me all over the Speaker's Corner channel, Mr. Rex TV. Going down to Hyde Park and dressing up as a leprechaun.
Mate. Yeah, man. All right. Well, big up the 7 soldiers left in the building. Outside Ali Khan, last man standing. Jeez. Big up all the panelists that jumped on today, contributed towards the Vellemy Cow Show. Vellemy, what are you telling me? Yeah,
Vellemy,
man.
Big up yourself, that's going to be a Valley Vision exclusive. Me going down to Hyde Park in a leprechaun suit, that's going to be a Valley Vision exclusive.
Mad thing. Yeah, that's a mad one still.
Why? Right? Why? Because Rio went to the park and dressed up as a horse. So, but I'm gonna wear a mask. I'm gonna wear a balaclava so no one can see my face anyway. I'm gonna mask up like how Issa mask in it. How Issa wears a mask and he wears glasses. I'm gonna wear that and a leprechaun suit. Anyway, bro, I'm going off now. I'm going for food. I'm hungry, bro. See you soon, innit? But keep an eye out that Valley Vision exclusive. Me in a leprechaun suit, dancing about to Irish music. What's that dance called they do in Ireland? GG man, I don't know. But Valley Vision exclusive coming soon to me at Speaker's Call and leprechaun outfit. Bye.
Alright, say nothing, bro. Come on, you know how we do. Yeah, big up yourself, man. Big up man like Ali Khan. Yeah, doing this thing. He's a bit mad still. Funny still. Yeah, man. Trust me. Just got back in from work and all that. It's been a good stream. Been about, I don't even know how long still. Been 11 and a half hours. Yeah. A little bit overtime. Yeah, I'll chat the boys in the background, man. Big man.
Valley, how are we gonna film it? Valley, how are we gonna film it if I do go down to the park and have a concert? How are we gonna bring that to the live stream?
Can you bring it to my live stream?
Yeah, it's gonna be an exclusive.
You know, just don't ring. Let's let me know when you're coming in it. And I'll do it. So. But say that anyway, man.
I was joking about it, but I'm being serious. The guy pissed me off so much. I'm gonna do what Rio did. I'm gonna go up in that Irish outfit. I'm gonna bring a massive Bluetooth speaker. I'm gonna be dancing to the Run That Woman Run.
I'm mad guy still. Yeah, man. Alright, cool, man. We're gonna lock it off now. Still. Yeah, I'll take the last 5 soldiers in the building. Make sure you lot go over to TOITN. I keep saying TIO, but it's TOI, innit?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Are you gonna be dancing in dance stream, Vellemy?
Huh?
Are you gonna be in dance stream?
Yeah, I need to have a bath and have my dinner and all that shit first, and then.
What are you gonna eat, Vellemy?
I don't even know, man.
What's your
Private,
favorite
man. It's
food?
private.
What food do you like to eat?
I like Jamaican food.
Okay, so you only eat Jamaican food then?
I don't only eat Jamaican food.
No, okay. Anyway, I'm going off. See you, bro. Copy yourself.
Alright, bro. But pick up yourself anyway, man. No, I'm trying to lock this off, innit? Like I've said bye about 10 times. Alright, still coming in. Yeah, man. Big up yourself, man. Big up Ali Khan. Saying that, man. Let me lock off this call. And hold on a second, because it's still. Yeah, man. Peace to everyone. Make sure you check out. Hopefully, Red Pill Trill's still live as well. So if he's live, jump over to there. If not, jump over to TOITN downstream. Just got monetized as well. Still, so big him up. Yeah, but make sure you subscribe to this channel. Trying to catch up with the Global Waivers one. Yeah, hopefully we're gonna get that one up to 1,000, and then we're gonna get this one up. Come on, you know how we do. Sky's the limit, baby. Jeez, Skyhood, a new generation. You know how we do, bro. Gang. Peace.